Chapter 1. Betrayed to Death. Shin Juan was reborn, awakening on the very day she had argued with Fu Siyue about their divorce, which also happened to be Fu Siyue's 20th birthday. In her previous life, after signing the divorce papers with Fu Siyue, she braved thunder and lightning, clutching the divorce agreement as she rushed through the rain to find Zhou Xiao. However, fate took a cruel turn. A sudden oncoming truck barreled toward her, colliding violently and repeatedly crushing her under its weight. A pool of blood pooled beneath her, a gruesome testament to her demise. The searing pain soon gave way to unconsciousness, and in that ethereal state, she beheld her own semi-transparent form floating in the air. To her horror, she saw Zhou Xiao, the man she had once loved deeply, emerging from the truck. The world around her crumbled as disbelief washed over her. How could it be that the very person who had taken her life was Zhou Xiao? Then, a young woman exited the vehicle. It was her cousin, Shun Xing. Zhou Xiao, stop looking. We must leave quickly. If we are discovered, we are doomed. What is there to fear? Everyone wishes for her demise. Bad luck, a jinx. The only good she ever did was to give her family's wealth to me. Did she truly think I loved her so deeply? I was merely after her money. Indeed, your heart belongs to me. I orchestrated this charade to make her believe that you were her savior abroad, without which, how could you claim the Shun family fortune? Zhou Xiao wore a triumphant smile, a stark contrast to the demeanor he displayed before Shin Juan, revealing a cunning grin. Little sweetheart, she remains oblivious. The one who saved her was not I, but the man she loathed most, Fu Siyue. I designed her fate, which led to that accident. How else could I have known she was on the brink of death? It allowed you to impersonate me. Thankfully, she is finally gone, and no one can stand in our way now. I no longer have to hide. Indeed, you are astute, having crafted such a plan that no one can contest your claim to the Shun family assets. Now, I can openly be with you. Shin Xing, holding an umbrella, returned to the car with him, driving away. It was only now that she comprehended the truth. Zhou Xiao was not her savior. The man who had risked his life for her was Fu Siyue, the very person she had despised. Thus, in her past life, she had mistaken her benefactor, believing it was Zhou Xiao who had saved her, leading her to fall in love with him, when in reality, it was Fu Siyue who had rescued her, while she harbored hatred towards him. Her marriage to Fu Siyue had been a familial arrangement, fueling her deep-seated prejudice against him, despite the fact that he was the object of desire for every eligible woman in the city. For 3 years of marriage, their relationship had been hollow, and she had constantly yearned for divorce to escape with Zhou Xiao. Yet, she had been deceived by Zhou Xiao, cruelly betrayed. Memories of her past life flooded back, reminding her of Fu Siyue's unwavering kindness. No matter how she mistreated him or how much she loathed him, he had never once frowned, humbly seeking to please her, as if he would give her his very heart. But she had always perceived him as scheming and a barrier to her happiness. Her cousin, Shin Xing, and Zhou Xiao had long conspired against her, plotting against the Shin family. These revelations came only after her death. The scene shifted to her funeral, where her family had not attended, believing her death to be a disgrace to the Shun family. The funeral was orchestrated by Fu Siyue himself, disregarding others' protests. He refused to let her be buried, obsessively kissing her mangled fingers, his gaze filled with a fervent madness as he murmured, "Ji, rest assured, I shall ensure those who harmed you suffer in return 100-fold." The man knelt reverently, as if treating the most precious treasure in the world, placing a belated wedding ring on her finger, as if she were alive and still by his side. Witnessing this, Shin Juan clutched her mouth in silent agony, tears streaming down her cheeks. Soon, Zhou Xiao and Shin Xing, who had planned to flee the country, were seized and brought back, restrained before her gravestone by several imposing men in sunglasses. Zhou Xiao, defiant, gazed at the gravestone bearing Shun Zaiwan's name, his pupils narrowing in disgust. "Fu Si, you lunatic, what do you intend to do?" Shin Xing trembled in fear. Her makeup ruined, she had always been intimidated by her brother-in-law. And now, given her sister's fate, he should have been elated considering Shin Juan had betrayed him. Why was he protecting her now? Terrified, she instinctively pleaded, "Brother-in-law, why have you brought us here? We know nothing. Please let me go." Fu Siyue's piercing gaze fell upon them, cold as ice. Do I need to spell it out for you? She is dead, and you cannot live. What do you mean, brother-in-law? Shun Xing stammered, trembling. Yet Zhou Xiao remained obstinate. Fu Siyue, do you think yourself a god? A judge? What evidence do you have that we caused Shun Zaiwan's death? Fu Siyue chuckled coldly. So, you would rather die than confess? Then let us proceed. Shen Xing felt an unprecedented terror. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? No, you can't treat me this way. If you refuse to acknowledge your sins while alive, then go down and apologize to her. At that moment, Shen Zhuan witnessed the scene unfold before her. She had never anticipated Fu Siyue would go to such lengths for her vengeance, just as he had once risked his life to save her abroad. His figure merged with the image etched in her memory, and she finally understood why Fu Siyue had seemed so familiar. It was indeed he. In the end, she had misjudged him, squandering years of his profound devotion. Fu Siyue, I was wrong, I was utterly wrong. I cannot believe I failed to recognize the one who saved me was you. Chapter 2. A bewitching enchantress, the kind that takes lives. Sign, as you wish, divorce. A deep, resonant voice pierced through the haze of her memories, pulling Shen Zhuan back to reality. She blinked, tears streaming down her face, her gaze drifting to the man seated on the sofa. Why do you weep? Is it my consent to the divorce that has brought you joy? Choking back her emotions, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, vigorously shaking her head. What trickery are you playing now? The man furrowed his brow, his chiseled features taut with tension. He had already agreed to the divorce. Why was she crying and shaking her head? What more did she want? After 3 long years, he had poured his heart and soul into her, giving everything to make her happy. Even a stone would have warmed to his affection. Yet her heart remained as unyielding as granite. She had never loved him, fixated instead on leaving him for another. If that was the case, he was weary of the charade and would grant her wish. Especially tonight, she had resolutely chosen to divorce him, indifferent to the fact that it was his birthday. He knew well that she did not love him. Her heart belonged to the man named Zhou Xiao. As the man stood to leave, Shen Zhuan hastily leapt from the bed, grasping at his sleeve, but stumbled, falling to the floor. Fortunately, the soft carpet cushioned her fall. It was an imported, hand-stitched masterpiece, crafted by skilled artisans at great expense, particularly for Fu Siyue, who had wished to accommodate her habit of walking barefoot at home. In her past life, Shen Zhuan had dismissed his efforts, believing he was merely trying to win her over through any means possible. Little did she know, he had genuinely loved her, hence his indulgence. She could not help but berate herself for being an ungrateful wretch, deserving of her fate. Yet, fate had granted her another chance to rectify her past mistakes. This time, she must seize it with both hands. Seeing her fall, Fu Siyu's heart tightened instinctively. He rushed to her side, lifting her gently and placing her back on the bed, unable to suppress a low admonition. What was the rush? Are you worried I might change my mind about the divorce? Taking a deep breath, he was reminded that she was about to leave with another man, and his throat tightened as he murmured, "Rest assured, a man of his word keeps his promises. I have already signed." Implicit in his words was that the choice lay with her, and she need not fear his reversal. Today, she wore a black spaghetti strap dress, her exposed skin resembling polished jade, especially after their earlier struggle, her attire disheveled, revealing her alluring curves. The man's gaze fell upon her, his heart sinking with a sense of mockery. She had dressed up for another man. "No, I do not want a divorce." She finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "Are you toying with me?" "No, I'm not." "I'm not toying with you." Tears clung to her lashes, accentuated by her carefully applied makeup, rendering her particularly pitiful. She was a bewitching enchantress, the kind that could ensnare lives. "Shen Zhuan, do you find this amusing?" As he spoke, he instinctively moved to toss her back onto the bed, though he dared not do so with force, for she was delicate, and he was ensnared by her charm. Even if her heart lay elsewhere, yearning for divorce, he could not bring himself to harm her in the slightest. Boring? Yes, it is rather boring. His expression darkened, realizing that she was indeed playing with him once more. Unbeknownst to him, her arms suddenly wrapped around his shoulders, holding him tightly against her, drawing closer until their breaths intertwined. He found himself unable to resist glancing down at her. This was the first time they had been so intimately close. She had previously avoided him like the venomous bite of a serpent. Even approaching within 100 meters was a prospect she found intolerable, as if he were a dire calamity. Her demeanor towards the family chauffeur was far more amiable than her treatment of him. Yet now, she had audaciously draped herself over his shoulder, and he could discern no trace of her habitual disdain in her expression or gaze. "Release me." To spare her from inflicting emotional wounds with her words, he preemptively spoke up. "I won't let go." "Why should I? I have no intention of divorcing you. I'm not trying to provoke you," she stammered, her mind clouded by the elation of rebirth, her thoughts a chaotic muddle, fixated solely on the imperative of not divorcing. "Absolutely not. You are the one who has been clamoring for a divorce for a year. I acquiesced to your wishes, and now you are having second thoughts," Fu Siue remarked with a self-deprecating smile, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flashing across his deep-set eyes, gone in an instant. "Shen Juan, do you find me amusing?" The conversation spiraled further into misunderstanding. It was her fault, after all. In her previous life, she had treated him as a sworn enemy, and now, she found herself devoid of credibility in his eyes, her every action perceived as mere jest at his expense. Regret washed over her like a tide typically articulate. Her tongue now stumbled over itself, rendering her unable to explain. "It's not like that." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, guilt gnawing at her insides. "Husband, I'm not deceiving you regardless of what I say. I want to divorce you, and I won't release my hold." Yet, no matter her assurances, he remained unconvinced, his cold gaze reluctant to linger on her for even a moment longer. After 3 years of marriage, she had exhausted all his patience, especially tonight, as she continued to toy with him. "Shinjuan, whatever game you're playing, time is of the essence. Sign the documents, and we will part ways cleanly." He would no longer trust her. He was weary of being treated like a mere plaything in her hands. In the next instant, he felt a sudden warmth on his lips, a soft touch as the woman in his embrace pressed her mouth against his. For a few frozen seconds, he sensed her nervousness, her inexperience evident. It was as though she had never kissed before, just a gentle pressing, lacking any depth. He immediately sensed something amiss. Was she not deeply enamored with Zhou Xiao? How could she be so unfamiliar with something as simple as a kiss? No man would remain celibate, especially not in the presence of the woman he adored. Zhou Xiao would be no exception. It was inconceivable that he had never touched her. How could she not even know how to kiss? Was this yet another facade she was putting on? Fu Siue pulled away from her lips, a dark expression crossing his face. "What are you doing?" "Kissing you," she stammered, flustered and at a loss, her cheeks aflame, her mind racing, completely devoid of knowledge. Perhaps it was the first time, lacking experience, especially when the object of her affection was Fu Siue. "I understand, but why are you kissing me?" he inquired, his tone steady and composed. "To soothe you," she replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her tone elongated. "Isn't it nice?" "Nice?" Fu Siu's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. "Shinjiwan, today is your only opportunity. If you do not sign the divorce papers now, there will be no second chance. Don't say I didn't warn you." The word divorce hung heavily in the air. Shinjiwan was acutely aware of its implications. Biting her lip, she replied in a soft, sweet voice, "I won't divorce you, I want." Having faced death once, if she still failed to grasp his intentions, then she truly deserved to perish. Suddenly, Shinjuan sprang from his embrace, hastily sprinting to the table to retrieve the divorce agreement. In his presence, she tore it to shreds. "Whoever mentions divorce again shall be the little dog." Fu Siu's gaze darkened further, momentarily bewildered by her abrupt change in demeanor, unable to discern whether her newfound fervor was genuine or an act. He pressed his lips together tightly. "Do as you wish." Chapter 3. He is wealthy, handsome, and possesses an admirable physique. I have developed a taste for something different. After speaking, he turned as if to leave. "Where are you going?" he asked, suppressing his inner turmoil, needing time to regain his composure. "It's getting late. You should rest and I will sleep in the guest room." She almost forgot that since their marriage, they had not shared a bed. He had always taken refuge in the guest room. All these years, he had never pressured her into doing anything against her will. Observing this man, who clearly loved her deeply, willing to sacrifice his life yet reluctant to harm her in any way, filled her with a profound sense of sorrow. After Fu Siu had departed, her phone, resting on the bed, began to ring. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Zhou Xiao that I in her previous life. At this moment, she had already met a tragic end, crushed by Zhou Xiao's truck in a gruesome accident. But now, everything was different. She had been reborn and was aware of his true nature, no longer susceptible to his deceit. The call, she presumed, was from someone who had waited for her all night and was now anxious, eager to find her. "Zhuan, why haven't you arrived yet? Is something wrong?" Zhou Xiao's voice came through before she could even speak. She retorted sarcastically, "I'm sorry, but I have a fever and a terrible headache that I completely forgot about our plan to elope tonight." "How could you forget something so crucial? Have you divorced Fu Siyue yet?" Zhou Xiao's tone was impatient and of course, he was waiting for her to enter marriage with Fu Siyue so he could gain access to her assets. Under his manipulation, she had previously drafted a will. It was not uncommon for young people to do so, as no one could predict what tomorrow would bring or what unforeseen events might occur. Divorce? Well, let me put it this way. Quickly tell me, have you done it? Didn't he want to leave with me? Fu Siyue has been obstructing us. He is the one ruining our happiness. Once you divorce him, we can be together. Jiwan, I've waited for you so long. You want to let me down, right? Zhou Xiao's scheme was astute. He believed that if Jiwan divorced Fu Siyue, she would no longer belong to him. And should anything happen to her, Fu Siyue would turn a blind eye. Moreover, Jiwan had worn the metaphorical green hat for Fu Siyue for so long. What man would tolerate such humiliation? It was only then that Jiwan understood Zhou Xiao's intentions for her demise. How strange, she thought. Suddenly, I no longer wished to divorce him. Meanwhile, Fu Siyue stood at the door with a glass of water and a bottle of cold medicine, ready to knock when he heard Jiwan's voice. "I've made up my mind. I want to get divorced. He is wealthy, handsome, and has a great physique. I've changed my preferences. Zhou Xiao, just leave." The mere thought of Zhou Xiao made her feel nauseated. She didn't want to waste another moment with him, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. What she needed to do now was to reconcile with Fu Siyue, to atone for the mistakes of her past. The words she spoke to Zhou Xiao were deliberately meant to provoke him. "Jiwan, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? You were never like this before. Did he say something to you? It's all right, Jiwan. Let us meet tomorrow and talk face to face." Jiwan scoffed, unceremoniously ending the call. The person standing at the door quietly departed, handing the glass and medicine to the housekeeper as he exited. The housekeeper, curious, asked, "Young master, weren't you just at young madam's door? What is going on? I have something to attend to. I'm stepping out." The next morning, Jiwan rose early to inquire of the housekeeper. "Has he returned?" "Young madam, are you referring to young master?" The housekeeper, avoiding her gaze, appeared evasive. Jiwan recalled that in her past life, she had been indifferent to this household and particularly unkind to the housekeeper, who was a confidant of her mother-in-law. "Didn't you say he went out last night?" she pressed. "Yes, he did, but he hasn't returned yet." "Very well." Fu Siyue was a workaholic. During their marriage, he had once left for a year to expand the company's overseas business, leaving her alone with Zhou Xiao. And upon his return, their relationship had become increasingly distant. The thought filled Juan with guilt. How foolish she had been to neglect such a wonderful man for a scoundrel like Zhou Xiao. At that moment, Fu Siyue was at a nightclub. After leaving the villa the previous night, he had summoned several friends to drink and unwind. His friends were accustomed to this. Whenever he was infuriated by that little woman at home, he would call them for a night of drinking. Silent, they would merely drink away their troubles, as only those close to him could witness Fu Siyue's vulnerable side as a man. He was complex and reserved, revealing little of himself. Once, pressed for an explanation, he had simply said, "She doesn't think of me." He spoke those words in a state of utter disarray, far from the powerful figure he typically presented in the business world. Yet, like any ordinary man, he felt heartache and could be driven to drink by a woman. And the only one who could infuriate him was Jiwan. Tonight was no different. As dawn broke at 6 in the morning, Xiang Yichen was rudely awakened by someone kicking him. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked in confusion and saw Fu Siyue, impeccably dressed, his expression cold and composed, having recovered his usual calm demeanor after a night of heavy drinking. In contrast, he and Zhao Rue looked disheveled and reeking of alcohol. "I'm leaving. Add it to my tab." "Bro, what time is it? You've been drinking all night. Where are you off to now?" "To the office." He was a workaholic. After a night of drunkenness, he returned to his routines as soon as the sun rose. Xiang Yichen could hardly keep up. He was still recovering from the previous night. Last night had been different. That reserved man had remarked that she had changed, and those words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Xiang Yichen, looking like he was on the verge of death from a hangover, took out his phone and snapped a selfie, posting it on social media to vent his frustrations that in his haste, he forgot to select a group, inadvertently blocking Zhuan from seeing the post, but she eventually came across it. Zhuan immediately called him, asking, Xiang Yichen, good morning, did I Fu Siyue with you? She had messaged Fu Siyue, but he hadn't replied, which was unprecedented. He would never ignore her messages unless she had crossed a line, prompting her to take the initiative. Xiang Yichen held a low opinion of Zhuan. In truth, their circle disdained her, not merely because of her relationship with Fu Siyue, but also because Xiang Yichen was a good friend of Fu Siyue's. Anyone would resent a woman who had ensnared their friend in such a way. Furthermore, Zhuan's reputation was sullied, and her ambiguous relationships with other men made it intolerable for any man to endure. Chapter 4. With a husband to console her. The pain would dissipate, that I don't know, Xiang Yichen replied before hanging up. Zhuan was aware that Fu Siyue's friends disliked her, and she understood the reasons behind it. However, she refused to be disheartened. The worst-case scenario was to visit his office, knowing full well that his workaholic nature would compel him to return. As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Xiao. He was well acquainted with her address, having visited her home before. When Zhuan attempted to walk past him, Zhou Xiao swiftly grasped her wrist, asking in a hushed tone, why haven't you replied to my messages? Let go, did I want to Zhuan? Why have you suddenly lost interest in being with me? We were fine before. I'm bored. She spat with disdain, struggling against his grip. Let go of me. The two stood entangled in front of the villa. A scene that Fu Siyue, who had changed his mind and returned home, observed all too clearly. Even the driver noted the audacity of his young madam engaging with another man, clearly disregarding Fu Siyue entirely. Fu Siyue's gaze turned colder, devoid of emotion. Initially intending to go to the office, his thoughts lingered on that little woman. Just last night, she had kissed him and insisted she wouldn't divorce him. He had entertained the idea that if she chose not to leave him, he wouldn't either, for his heart had always been with her. Yet, this sight before him pierced his heart deeply. He scoffed, realizing he had been foolish to think otherwise. She was still fixated on another man, treating him as though he were dead while she dallied at his doorstep. Zhuan noticed Fu Siyue's car. Feeling as though a piercing gaze were fixed upon her, she glimpsed Fu Siyue inside the car, but the distance prevented her from discerning his expression. Her heart sank. He had returned. Zhou Xiao followed her gaze and, upon spotting Fu Siyue's car, chuckled smugly, becoming increasingly self-satisfied. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Zhuan's demeanor turned frosty as she approached Fu Siyue's vehicle. Why was he still sitting in the car? Merely watching. In her previous life, he would have forcefully pulled her into his embrace, even knowing her heart lay elsewhere. Why was he behaving differently now? Had he truly lost hope? Zhuan's thoughts spiraled. She had yet to reconcile with him. And now Zhou Xiao had come to create trouble. The more she looked at Zhou Xiao, the more irritated she became. Husband, save me. Xin Zhuan hastened to the side of the vehicle, calling out to the man seated within. Fu Siyue, who appeared to be oblivious to her presence, preparing to instruct the driver to depart. Yet he faintly heard her utter the term husband, and his heart nearly melted. He found himself utterly unable to withstand the sweetness of that word. Wishing he could offer her his very life at last, the window slid down, revealing Fu Siyue's breathtakingly handsome features, each moment seeming as if meticulously crafted by divine hands. His lips parted slightly as he inquired, "What did you call me?" "Husband. Is that incorrect?" she replied. Zhou Xiao, having overheard her call out husband, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, "Zhuan, what are you doing? How can you call him husband?" Had she not despised Fu Siyue above all else? How could she possibly refer to him in such an intimate manner? Fu Siyue exited the car, towering beside her, while she, a delicate beauty, stood next to him. A tall and striking figure. Together, they were a perfect match. If she does not call me husband, shall she address you instead? Fu Siyue's gaze was icy, his lips curling in derision. Zhou Xiao's expression twisted in frustration. He understood that he stood no chance against Fu Siyue, and thus could only redirect his efforts toward Xinjuan. "Zhuan, have I done something wrong? Are you angry with me? Did my visit upset you?" Xinjuan, no longer willing to pretend, recalled the previous life where Zhou Xiao and Xun Xing had conspired against her. leading to her demise, and her anger flared anew. She boldly intertwined her arm with Fu Siyue's strong one, pressing against him with an air of intimacy. "Husband, my wrist hurts. That dog of a man grabbed me too hard," and as she spoke, she lifted her wrist for him to see, revealing a delicate, faintly red mark. Clearly a result of Zhou Zhao's earlier aggression. Her soft skin bruised easily, and Fu Siyue, cherishing her as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, gently lifted her hand, blowing softly upon the bruise. "Does it hurt much?" The warmth of his breath sent a flush to her ears. She trembled, unable to believe the scene before her. This was Fu Siyue, the man whom countless women fantasized about, exhibiting such tenderness toward her. In her previous life, she had taken his kindness for granted, and now her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "With you blowing on it, it no longer hurts." Fu Siyue, misinterpreting her tears for pain, glared at Zhou Xiao, emanating a palpable threat as he coldly declared, "If I ever see you near her again, do not blame me for being ruthless. I, Fu Siyue, am a man of my word." Shen Zhuan's heart raced. She did not wish for him to be harmed. Gently, she grasped his broad hand and whispered, "Do not mind him, husband. Let us return home, that I have something to discuss with you." At that moment, the butler unleashed a dog to drive Zhou Xiao away, "That if you are not leaving, I shall set the dog upon you." Upon returning to their room, Fu Siyue fetched a first aid kit to tend to her wrist. His eyes filled with concern and a hint of anxiety. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her, her gaze dimming as she leaned closer, catching the faint scent of alcohol on him. Remembering a social media post from Xiang Yichen, her heart sank further. "Please do not drink anymore, all right?" He remained silent, gently using a cotton swab soaked in alcohol to cleanse her wrist, purging any trace of other men from her skin to prevent contamination. His silence unnerved her. "That my wrist is fine now. You need not tend to it any longer." He finally murmured in response. Shen Zhuan bit her lip, perplexed by his reticence. Just as she was about to speak, the butler entered, announcing, "Young master, Madam has arrived." Madam, of course, referred to Fu Siyue's mother, and no sooner had the butler finished his sentence than Madame Fu stormed in, her voice rising in indignation. "You two are actually considering divorce? Who proposed it?" Shen Zhuan wondered how her mother-in-law had learned of their intentions. Had the discarded divorce papers from last night been discovered and reported? In her previous life, she had always felt intimidated by this mother-in-law, who had held a grudge against her. Were it not for Fu Siyue's intervention, she might have been torn apart by her. "It was I who suggested it, mother." Fu Siyue stepped forward, taking the blame. Shen Zhuan gazed at him, softly uttering his name, Siyue. Madame Fu recognized immediately that her son was defending Shen Zhuan. "You agreed to marry her, and even before the elders, you swore to wed only Shen Zhuan. Now you wish to divorce? What does this mean?" "It is a misunderstanding," Fu Siyue stated calmly, his towering presence shielding her completely. "We shall not divorce." "What do you mean? Are you jesting? The divorce papers already bear your name." "Zhuan, you cannot simply retract it." Madame Fu slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration. Shen Zhuan felt guilty, not wanting Fu Siyue to shoulder her burdens that he had selflessly done so much for her. She could not continue hiding behind him. Thus, she boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Mother, it was I who was being petulant. Do not scold him. It is all my fault." That Fu Siyue frowned, admonishing her, "You have no place in this discussion." Though it sounded like a reprimand, he was merely trying to keep her out of it. "Let her speak. I am curious to hear what she has to say." Madame Fu could see through her son's intentions instantly. Shen Zhuan emerged from behind him, asserting, "It is entirely my fault. I was being unreasonable. That I swear, I will never act this way again. That is a mere sufficient. This is no child's play." Madame Fu laughed derisively. "Then what would convince you, mother?" Shen Zhuan bravely asked. "That I have a solution. You have been married for quite some time now, without any sign of a child, that if you wish for me to believe that this is not mere folly, then produce a child." Shen Zhuan's heart sank once more. She thought, "This is disastrous." That it was not that she and Fu Siyue had not been intimate. Rather, due to her physical condition, she could not conceive. After an injury abroad, the doctor had informed her that it would be exceedingly difficult for her to bear children. Only she and the examining doctor knew of this. No one else was aware. Fu Siyue interjected, "Mother, it is I who do not wish for children." "What did you say?" Fu Siyue once again pulled her behind him, addressing Madame Fu with unwavering firmness. The matter of divorce is a misunderstanding. We will not part ways unless I am dead. As for children, I have no desire for them, and we will not discuss this further. I hope you can respect my decision. Following this, Fu Sue had a private discussion with Madame Fu, instructing the butler to escort Shen Zhuan upstairs, effectively dismissing her. Unable to contain herself, Shen Zhuan called her friend Qiu He, who was quite surprised, asking, "Miss, why are you calling me all of a sudden? What has happened?" Shen Zhuan's mood was gloomy as she replied, "Qiu He, do you remember when I told you about the accident I had while studying abroad, where someone saved me?" "I remember. What about it?" "I mistook the identity of that person. I always thought it was Zhou Xiao, but it was not. It was Fu Sue, my husband." Shen Zhuan's voice broke as she struggled to contain her emotions, which had been pent up for far too long. "What? So you misidentified your benefactor?" "Yes, I have wronged Fu Sue. He is the one who truly loves me, and I failed to recognize him. I loved the wrong person." Shen Zhuan recounted everything, excluding the matter of her rebirth, particularly the words of Madame Fu. She felt immense regret and frustration, exclaiming, "What should I do? Qiu He, I cannot have children. It is impossible for me to bear a child with him." The Fu family was known for its single line of descent, and the elders eagerly anticipated Fu Sue carrying on the family legacy. Should they learn of her inability to conceive, they would surely object to the union. "Do not panic. With modern medicine being so advanced, there is bound to be a solution. Do not lose your composure," Qiu He hastily reassured her. "And what of your husband, Fu Sue? What is his stance?" Qiu He recalled how Shen Zhuan had previously spoken ill of Fu Sue and understood the depth of her regret. Shen Zhuan knew she could not cry. She needed to regain her composure. "I fear it places him in a difficult position. The issue lies with me." "Damn that Shen Xing. Were it not for her schemes, how could you have been injured?" Qiu He seethed, wishing she could tear Shen Xing apart. "Indeed, I must settle this score with her." Shen Zhuan resolved to visit the hospital the next day for an examination. She would take any necessary medication and undergo treatment while simultaneously dealing with Shen Xing. "Exactly. By the way, Director Guo is casting for a leading lady in his new project. I've heard that Shen Xing is interested in that role as well. Would you like to audition? It would be the perfect opportunity to deal with that wretched woman." "Of course. Please help me make the arrangements. I am counting on you." "Absolutely. I have always said that your beauty is destined for the entertainment industry. It would be a shame not to pursue acting. You should not sacrifice your career for a man. You must strive for your own success. She should not sacrifice her own identity for a man like Zhou Xiao. The Fu Sue is different. He is exceptional, and she must strive to do her best instead of wallowing in despair." Qiu He studied film and, upon graduation, became a talent agent. She had consistently urged Shen Zhuan to pursue a career in acting, not to waste her inherent potential, but at that time, Shen Zhuan showed little interest. Shen Xing, the adopted daughter of the Shen family, was flamboyant and arrogant, thriving in the entertainment industry, leveraging the family's reputation to create chaos, even snatching resources from artists managed by Qiu He. Shen Zhuan once regarded Shen Xing as a sister, never looking down on her for being an adopted child, and she endeavored to please her. When the Shen family initially opposed Shen Xing entering the entertainment industry, it was Shen Zhuan who spoke up for her, prompting a change in the family's stance. However, Shen Xing repaid kindness with malice, conspiring with Zhou Xiao against her. This debt must be repaid in kind. Shen Zhuan quickly regained her composure. She had no time for sorrow and promptly scheduled a medical checkup for the next day, while also reviewing the materials sent by Qiu He. Having resolved to take action, she aimed for nothing less than excellence. After his conversation with his mother, Fu Sue ascended the stairs to his room, where the butler awaited at the door, informing him, "Young master, the young mistress has been in her room without any activity." "Nothing at all?" No. Fu Sue raised an eyebrow and gently knocked on the door. A voice from within immediately called, "Come in." He pushed the door open. Shen Zhuan rushed into his embrace, playfully asking, "Has mother left?" "Yes. What did she say?" "Nothing significant." She was unconvinced, her voice soft and endearing, reminiscent of a little kitten. "I am sorry for causing you trouble again." Her transformation was so swift that Fu Sue felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Was she plotting something again? He preferred not to think ill of her. She was a good girl. After all, that it's nothing, he thought, his expression growing distant as he brushed her hand away. "What is wrong? Are you still angry with me?" Pulled from his embrace, Shen Zhuan felt a void in her heart and cautiously raised her gaze to gauge his expression. Chapter 6. I'll wait obediently for your return at home. His features were deep and inscrutable, his jawline taut and perfectly defined, exuding a hint of coldness, and he did not respond to her inquiry. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the unshed tears at the corners of her eyes, which were slightly reddened, clearly indicating she had been crying. His heart sank, and with a low, rumbling voice, he chastised, "What are you crying about now? You spoiled girl." Even if she were spoiled, it was he who had indulged her. Despite his words, he reached out to gently wipe the tears from her eyes with the warmth of his fingertip. She shivered slightly, feeling soft and vulnerable, her gaze glistening with moisture as if she had much to express yet hesitated. His eyes roamed down her unadorned face, devoid of makeup, with skin as fair as porcelain and lips full and rosy, reminiscent of a ripe peach, tempting him to taste its sweetness. The once distant girl now stood before him, and with a mere extension of his hand, he could draw her into his embrace. Yet his throat tightened, stirred by her presence. Yet his formidable self-control compelled him to avert his gaze. She had said nothing, done nothing. Merely standing there, she could captivate him. Truly enchanting. Sensing his stillness, Shin Jiwan's heart raced uncontrollably. She cautiously leaned a step closer. Yet before she could touch him, he stepped back, saying, "If you feel unwell, inform the butler that I have matters to attend to." His demeanor struck Shin Jiwan like a blow. Fu Siyue, she called his full name, deepening the color of his eyes. Not long ago, she had called him husband, and now she addressed him so formally that he interrupted her. "I will be away on business for the next few days." Feeling the chill in his tone, Shin Jiwan concluded he must be upset about the earlier incident. Despite his earlier unwavering protection, the numerous wrongs she had committed against him loomed heavily, making immediate redemption impossible. Thus, she resolved not to rush, but to gradually win back his trust. Softening her voice, she coaxed, "Then I shall wait patiently for your return." For a fleeting moment, he seemed momentarily distracted, quickly regaining composure with a curt acknowledgement before descending the stairs. The following morning, Shin Jiwan visited the hospital for her checkup. The doctor's words echoed the same sentiments, stating her unique constitution, coupled with past injuries, would make conception challenging. But with careful nurturing, there remained a sliver of hope. Departing the hospital with an array of medications, Shin Jiwan sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment, but swiftly rallied her spirits. For her sake and Fu Siyue's, she resolved to strive, even if the odds were slim. That evening, she was to audition. Having received the script from Chiohe the night before, she diligently studied it and hurried home to prepare, donning her finest qipao and applying makeup that perfectly suited the role. It was her first audition, and though she lacked experience, she could not falter, especially not for Xinxing. Fortunately, Chiohe had managed to secure an audition opportunity, and Director Guo was open to new talent, willing to negotiate as long as they met his requirements. The azure silk qipao accentuated her curves beautifully, her naturally fair skin and delicate waist exuding an air of elegance, particularly her strikingly white legs, which drew attention and perfectly embodied the character described in Director Guo's script. Upon seeing her attire, Chiohe's eyes widened in admiration, exclaiming, "I told you, not pursuing this career would be a pity. Goodness, how have you maintained that waist? Has your man seen you like this? How can he endure it? Is it really that beautiful?" Shin Jiwan asked, her confidence wavering, as the qipao was a gift from Chiohe, and it was her first time wearing it. That it was said that the qipao was particularly discerning of one's figure, and Shin Jiwan's physique was exceptionally suited for it. "Just wear it home for your man to see, and you'll understand. Men cannot resist women in qipaos, but this one is a bit conservative. Next time, I'll get you something super sexy." Shin Jiwan felt her ears flush, having never witnessed Fu Siyue lose control. An inexplicable anticipation arose within her. Would he be moved if he saw her? Before she could meet Director Guo, she unexpectedly encountered Xinxing. Following her were her assistant and manager, creating quite a scene. Upon spotting Shin Jiwan, Xinxing frowned slightly but was swiftly ushered into the private room where Director Guo waited. Chiohe, seeing Xinxing, gritted her teeth and said, "What was that look she just gave? Disdain? Forget her. We need to focus on the audition. Chiohe, we can settle the score with Xinxing later. Today, the priority is to impress Director Guo. Understood. As they entered the private room, Director Guo was already engaged in conversation with Xinxing, who lowered herself to offer a toast, her smile entirely insincere. Compared to Shin Jiwan, Xinxing held slightly more recognition in the industry. Had it not been for Chiu-hee's fervent advocacy, Shin Juan would not have secured this audition opportunity. Seeing Shin Juan enter the room, Shun Xing was baffled. What was she doing here? Initially, she assumed Shin Juan was merely there for amusement, yet her attire suggested otherwise. Chiu-hee led Shin Juan forward to greet Director Guo. Director, this is our artist, Juan, the one I mentioned to you earlier. Shin Juan exuded confidence, her poise and composure on full display before the esteemed director. Director, it is a great honor to audition for your production. My name is Shin Juan, and here is a character profile I prepared for your script. Director Guo accepted the document, glancing through it. You seem well-prepared. Is this your first time acting? I am a newcomer and eager to learn from you. Shin Juan replied, modest yet gracious, her demeanor exuding calmness and confidence. Director Guo noted her composure. If not for her empty resume, he might have mistaken her for a seasoned actress, given how unflustered she appeared before him. Impressed by her demeanor, Director Guo nodded in approval. Shin Xing, caught off guard by this turn of events, felt her irritation grow as she interrupted. Director, we were just discussing the audition, and you mentioned I performed well. So does that mean It's too early to make assumptions. Since both of you are auditioning for the lead role, why not perform a scene right now? Let us see the results. Shin Xing volunteered to go first. Although she had prepared, her performance fell short of expectations. Director Guo, accustomed to this, pinched the bridge of his nose, stating, all right, that will do for now. He then turned to Shin Juan. Your turn. Chiu-hee offered her an encouraging glance, fully confident in her abilities. Shin Juan's audition segment was identical to Shin Xing's, featuring a poignant crying scene set against the backdrop of the Republic of China. Adorned in a qipao, she embodied the character's persona perfectly. In the narrative, the female lead is thrust into an arranged marriage with the male lead to bring joy to the family, having never met him before, and now faces the heart-wrenching task of departing from her family to a distant land. She must convey the complex emotions of reluctance and concern for her family. While crying is not inherently difficult, the challenge lies in achieving the right balance. An excess of tears appears insincere, while too few can hinder emotional control. Shin Juan, however, managed to master this nuance, allowing a single tear to cascade down her cheek. Her lips pursed, fully immersing herself in the emotion without any dialogue. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Chapter 7. With formidable determination, she seized her resources. Her emotions quickly resonated with everyone present, including Director Guo, who immediately applauded her. In contrast, Director Guo's praise was abundant. Not bad. This newcomer has performed admirably, without any ostentation, very natural. Though somewhat inexperienced, she is teachable. Shin Xing, overhearing this, was incredulous, her face paling. Chiu-hee handed Shin Juan a tissue, casting her a reassuring glance. Indeed, Chiu, where did you find such a talented newcomer? Your eye is commendable. Director Guo continued his compliments. Chiu-hee smiled and replied, the director's vision is even more impressive. We are deeply honored by your recognition of Juan. Meanwhile, Shin Xing was entirely overshadowed, her brilliance eclipsed by Shin Juan, leaving her utterly diminished. The audition progressed far more smoothly than Shin Juan had anticipated. Upon exiting the private room, Shin Xing, looking disheveled, called out to Shin Juan. Sister, when did you enter this industry? How was I unaware? Shin Juan exchanged a glance with Chiu-hee, who spoke first. Is that not permissible? I am conversing with my sister. Shin Juan shot her a cold glance. Is that not allowed, sister? That's not my intention. I simply find your transformation too sudden. Does Zhou Xiao know? Shin Xing bit her lip, deliberately mentioning Zhou Xiao. What I do is none of his concern. How can it not be? Shin Xing stepped away from her assistant and approached Shin Juan, gradually revealing her true colors. After all, you are living so freely married, yet maintaining ambiguous relationships with other men. Such recklessness raises questions about your character. How can you debut? Shin Juan found it laughable. Indeed, Shin Xing seemed to know everything and sought to use this against her. But what of it? She had misjudged her benefactor and had been conspired against by Shin Xing and Zhou Xiao. Had she known it was not Zhou Xiao who had saved her, she would not have treated him so kindly. Then do what you must. Do not allow me to debut. Otherwise, I will seize your resources. Your roles, everything. Shin Juan retorted without reserve. Chiu-hee, initially worried about Shin Juan facing unfair treatment, now saw her formidable spirit and decided against further dialogue with Shin Xing. Let us not engage with her. Jiwan, we're heading home. Xin Xing's face flickered between shades of white and green, her plans unraveling. Having already faced setbacks with Zhou Xiao, now Xin Jiwan was poised to usurp her resources. Why should she allow this? The following morning, Xin Jiwan was roused from her slumber by Qiu He's relentless inquiries. Have you seen the trending topics? Still groggy, she replied. What trending topics? You truly haven't seen. Your audition clip went viral on Weibo. Someone had captured Xin Jiwan's audition and shared it online, leading to an overnight sensation. Originally, Qiu had planned for Xin Jiwan to film director Guo's project before officially debuting. But now that debut had come early. Xin Jiwan, bewildered and disoriented, opened Weibo at Qiu He's insistence and saw numerous trending entries with the word viral. The comments were effusive. The young lady's acting is exceptional. I need all her information within 3 minutes. A cheap-out beauty. I adore that waist. How have I never seen this actress before? She is perfect for the lead in this drama. I unilaterally declare her the female lead. Suddenly wide awake, Xin Jiwan turned to Qiu He. Does this mean I have debuted early? Absolutely, darling. And there is more good news. Director Guo messaged me last night confirming you as the female lead. Is that true? Do you think I would deceive you? Qiu He was even more excited than her. I held off calling you last night, fearing I'd disturb your sleep. Do you understand? Xin Jiwan had not anticipated that being recognized could bring such joy. Prepare yourself. Filming for this drama will commence soon, and I will accompany you to the set. Meanwhile, a certain individual abroad, oblivious to the happenings at home, was attending multiple meetings despite the time difference. After the meetings concluded, Assistant in C urgently presented a tablet to him, his expression grave. Boss, please take a look at this video. Fu Siwei raised an eyebrow, initially indifferent, but upon catching a glimpse of the familiar figure on the screen, his expression tightened as he focused on the video. When was this? He inquired, his demeanor cold and contemplative. Just last night, someone posted it online, and it has gained significant traction, and C reported, the lady has debuted. Who has debuted? Who is it? At that moment, Xiang Yichen entered the conference room without knocking, curiosity written all over his face. The ANC lowered his head, refraining from answering Fu Siwei, maintaining an impassive expression, swiftly turned off the video. Rising decisively, and donned his coat. Return to the country immediately. So soon. What about the project? Are we not discussing it? Xiang Yichen exclaimed, perplexed that it's up to you now. Fu Siwei's aura had become unyielding. The project? What project mattered more than me? I can't handle such a large project, especially with a group of foreigners. I can't even speak Arabic. Xiang Yichen protested desperately. Fu Siwei dismissed his objections, grabbing his belongings and departing. Boarding his private jet to return home, the ANC trailed behind him. Observing Fu Siwei's darkening expression, heaved a sigh of relief and attempted to soothe. It may be a misunderstanding, boss. You need not fret excessively. Fu Siwei closed his eyes, ignoring him. Boss, I've seen the online comments. Everyone is praising your wife for her beauty and acting skills. That I gathered some information. It seems she is set to act in a drama, a Republic of China piece. And she looks splendid in that quipeo. ANC carefully avoided mentioning any negative comments, only highlighting the positives. Fu Siwei opened his eyes, his brow furrowing deeper. He seized the tablet from C's hands before he could react, inadvertently exposing Fu Siwei to a handful of unsightly comments. Who is this woman? Did she buy her way into the production? An untalented nobody can star in director Guo's film. She is so unattractive, and her acting is so awkward. Why would director Guo choose her? She is not the leading lady I envisioned. She is hideous. That is this yet another case of capital pushing her forward. It is it. Absolutely disgusting. Chapter 8. Clearly, Fu Zong can fully support her. Xin Jiwan had no time to peruse the online comments, as Qiu He whisked her away for an impromptu acting class. Fortunately, having a background in dance provided her with a solid foundation, primarily focusing on enhancing her acting and dialogue delivery. That evening, Qiu He received a call from director Guo while Xin Jiwan immersed herself in analyzing the video. After the call, Qiu He grasped Xin Jiwan's arm and exclaimed, Director Guo wants to treat you to dinner. And there's news. Although Xin Xing was not selected as the female lead, she will have a role. Xin Jiwan responded, Oh, that works out perfectly. Given Xin Xing's nature, she surely wouldn't let this go easily. Qiu He added, Xin Xing will also be at the dinner tonight. Xin Jiwan suddenly found the situation intriguing. The venue for their meeting was exceptionally upscale, where status and wealth alone could not guarantee entry. The barriers were exceedingly high when they arrived at the penthouse suite on the top floor. Several industry bigwigs were already present, well-known personalities within the circle. Xinxing, familiar with several investors and maintaining good relationships, deliberately engaged them in conversation upon Shun Zhuan's arrival, hoping to diminish Shun Zhuan's presence. However, Shun Zhuan saw through her little scheme. Xinxing had inflated her own importance, believing that such tactics could undermine her. On the contrary, Qiu He, well acquainted with the producer, led Shun Zhuan over to greet him, successfully diverting the producer's attention from Shun Xing naturally. Xinxing could not remain passive. She brazenly asked Shun Zhuan in front of everyone, "I heard Miss Shin is a newcomer. You've never acted before?" Someone chimed in, "How can someone without any acting experience be cast as the lead? Is she a resource darling, being pushed into the spotlight? When as director was film ever allowed such a person in? I suspect it's a case of backdoor dealings. Even a director as esteemed as Guo must bow to capital." The murmurs of the crowd, though not loud, were enough for them to hear. Qiu He was already accustomed to such dynamics within the industry. Yet this time, Shun Zhuan had genuinely earned the lead role through her own merit, and she worried about Shun Zhuan's temper not being able to withstand the provocation. Shun Zhuan smiled, unfazed, and spoke humbly to Xinxing, "Senior Xinxing, it's an honor to finally meet you. That I've watched your previous work, The Runaway Princess, and you were truly captivating as the faux princess. I've seen it several times." Fortunately, in her previous life, Shun Zhuan had paid some attention to the films that Xinxing had starred in, and she still remembered that this particular work was Shun Xing's debut, which could undoubtedly be regarded as a dark chapter in her history. Shun Zhuan's words were laden with insinuation, mocking Xinxing for her attempts to promote herself as a wealthy heiress. Xinxing's face flushed with anger, having been struck at her sore spot. She hoped that the senior, Xinxing, would take care of her, as she was a newcomer and had much to learn. Needing guidance from her, no one could discern the veiled meanings in Shun Zhuan's speech. Instead, they perceived her as humble, embodying the attitude that befits a newcomer and showing great respect for her seniors. Even the director praised Shun Zhuan for her commendable learning attitude. Even if it was merely a platitude, it still served Shun Zhuan's interests. Social gatherings inevitably involved drinking, and Qiu He shielded Shun Zhuan from several drinks. But Shun Zhuan could not bear to see Qiu He drink so much and ended up consuming a few glasses herself. Shun Zhuan was capable of many things, but had notably poor tolerance for alcohol, which Xinxing was well aware of, deliberately toasting her in front of the prominent figures present. "Senior," she raised her glass. How could she refuse? To refuse would be to disrespect her. Just as Qiu He was about to intervene, Shun Zhuan downed a glass. The alcohol surged in her throat, potent and overwhelming. Xinxing exclaimed, "Are you all right? Can you stand? I apologize, I must excuse myself for a moment. I need to use the restroom." Shun Zhuan felt on the verge of vomiting. Having attended classes all day without eating and then consuming so much alcohol, she was quickly reaching her limit at this moment. Fu Siyue, who had just disembarked from a flight, received news and immediately called Shun Zhuan, but she did not answer. "Mr. Fu," the bodyguard accompanying his wife reported back, "Madam is currently at a nightclub, attending a drinking party with some friends." Fu Siyue, concerned for Shun Zhuan's safety in his absence, instructed NC to arrange for a bodyguard to discreetly protect her, ensuring her safety, to go there immediately. Fu Siyue commanded in a low voice. Throughout the journey, Fu Siyue's brow furrowed deeper. In a short while, NC relayed the latest information. "Mr. Fu, the latest update is that the drinking party Madam is attending involves a group of directors, along with numerous investors and producers. With so many people around, there should be no issues. However, this industry is rife with unspoken rules." That ANC was baffled as to why Madam had suddenly decided to pursue acting when Mr. Fu could easily support her. Yet Fu Siyue's frown only deepened. Shun Zhuan struggled to suppress her nausea, her head spinning, feeling quite unwell. Qiu He was preoccupied with engaging the influential figures, unable to assist her. Shun Zhuan had come prepared with medication. Suddenly recalling that she needed to take care of her health, she realized she shouldn't have drunk, lamenting her predicament and how she would explain this to Fu Si. In a hurry, she swallowed the hangover remedy, a hard pill without water. Qiu He messaged her, advising her not to return too soon as she was managing things. Shun Zhuan could not allow Qiu He to face those individuals alone. She steeled herself. Just as she had stepped out, She found herself trapped in a cubicle, the door seemingly blocked from the outside. Sister, don't film anymore. You'll hurt your hand, and this door won't open. Shen Xing's voice rang out. Shen Jiwan scoffed coldly. Are you trying to trap me? Didn't you just try to trap me yourself? Truly worthy of being my sister, knowing my greatest grievances, intentionally bringing up my black history from my debut. So what? You still fell into my hands. Shen Jiwan mocked. Regardless, it's your representative work, something you acted in. Isn't it quite appealing? Why do you disdain it? Shut your mouth, Shen Jiwan. Shen Xing, exasperated, retorted, don't get cocky. I won't let you off easy. Just wait. Zhou Xiao, why are you just standing there without saying anything? Speak up. Upon hearing Zhou Xiao's presence, Shen Jiwan felt a surge of alarm. It was evident this was a trap that Shen Xing had set long ago. Wan, how could you take Shen Xing's role? She's your sister. Zhou Xiao spoke gently from the doorway. Get lost. Shen Jiwan harbored a deep-seated hatred for both of them. If it weren't for their collusion, she would not have met such a tragic end in her past life. Wan, how have you become this way? Is it Fu Siyue? Has he done something to you? Indeed, sister, is your husband so wicked that he has brainwashed you? Did they truly believe she was so naive as to trust their words? What are you saying? I don't understand. Shen Xing is your sister? Or did you not introduce her to me? Today, she asked me to come and soothe you, saying you seemed off, almost possessed. Wan, calm down. Let us talk. If I've done something wrong, just tell me, and I'll change. Shen Jiwan messaged Qiu He, asking her to come over. A few minutes passed without a response, indicating Qiu he was indeed occupied. Chapter 9. Sensing the familiar fragrance on him, sister. Then you and Zhou Xiao have a private chat. I want to intrude. Shen Xing signaled Zhou Xiao with her eyes. After Shen Xing left, she closed the restroom door and placed a under-maintenance sign outside to deter others from entering, while using her phone to send a message to her entertainment journalist friend, asking him to come and stake out for photos. The lead actress and director, Guo's new film was drawing significant attention. If any scandal were to arise at such a critical moment, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. Previously, Shen Jiwan had been blinded, failing to recognize Zhou Xiao as a rogue. Now, she increasingly viewed him as utterly despicable, shamelessly plotting against her. Even now, Wan, Shen Xing said you drank. And you've always had a low tolerance. Are you all right? Do you want to come out and talk? Zhou Xiao continued to coax her to unlock the cubicle door. This moment, Shen Jiwan, feeling dizzy from the alcohol, could not possibly open the door. Doing so would mean falling into his trap. Isn't it stifling in there? Come out. Let us chat, all right? Chat. Get lost, who would talk to you? Shen Jiwan genuinely had a poor tolerance for alcohol. The few glasses she had forced down were a mix of red and white wine, and the hangover remedy was futile. In her current state, stepping outside would be akin to walking into a lion's den. She resolutely refused to open the door. Are you still angry with me? Wan, stop sulking. Come out. Shen Jiwan lost her patience and began scrolling through her phone, contemplating whether to call the police. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about contacting Fu Siyue. But he was on a business trip outside S-City. Besides, if he were to see her with Zhou Xiao, believing they were still entangled, she could never clarify her position. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of Fu Siyue. In the past, even when he was furious with her, he would never harm her. He would rather endure it himself than force or hurt her. She realized now how mistaken she had been. Profoundly so. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao began pounding on the door. Shen Jiwan, are you going to open the door or not? Do you want me to lose my temper? Shen Jiwan was genuinely frightened, her limbs turning cold and trembling slightly. The door was thin and could not withstand his forceful banging. The loud thuds echoed ominously. There were no other people in the restroom, only Shen Jiwan and Zhou Xiao. She couldn't help but recall how, in her previous life, Zhou Xiao had crushed her with his truck, leading to her demise. He did not resemble the gentle demeanor he portrayed. Rather, he was like a devil, hiding his true self deeply. Shen Jiwan, have you fallen for Fu Siyue? Have you changed your heart? You don't love me anymore. We promised to elope. How could you go back on your word? Zhou Xiao had lost all patience. His fists clenched as he hammered on the door. The flimsy wooden barrier could not hold for long. He raged. If it weren't for me saving you, you would have died in that accident long ago. How could you be so ungrateful? Wan, we promised to leave together. How could you betray me? Shen Jiwan's eyes reddened, her fingers trembling violently over her phone, her heart racing in panic. It wasn't you who saved me. Stay away from me. How could it not be me? It was me, Wanwan, it was me. Meanwhile, Fu Siue had already arrived at the establishment, where the manager had long received word and had been waiting anxiously. The manager presented a tablet to Fu Siue, displaying the surveillance system, which indeed showed Shinjuan and her friend entering the premises, confirming that Shinjuan was indeed within the club. Soon, the manager pulled up a video clip, revealing Shinjuan exiting a private room alone, staggering towards the restroom at the far end of the corridor. Shortly after she emerged, another woman followed closely behind, and not long after, Zhou Xiao appeared unexpectedly in the corridor. Also making his way towards the restroom, Fu Su instantly recognized them. Realizing that Shinjuan was in danger, that he promptly commanded the manager to lead him upstairs. ANC quickly urged the manager to guide them. And upon seeing the video, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Fu Siue's expression grew, increasingly serious and tense. His strides were brisk, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged with suppressed rage, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. The manager was drenched in sweat, fully aware that the man before him was a notorious figure in S-City, known for his ruthless methods and not to be trifled with. If anything were to happen tonight, it would spell disaster. When Fu Siue reached the restroom door, he noticed a maintenance sign with Zhou Xiao and Shinjuan inside. The ANC wasted no time in kicking the door open, revealing Zhou Xiao and Shinjuan. The stall door was also kicked open by Zhou Xiao, causing Shinjuan to fall into his grasp. Particularly under the influence of alcohol, she was in a vulnerable state. Unable to resist, despite her best efforts, she was no match for him. Firmly held in his embrace, as he drew closer, the foul scent on his body made Shinjuan feel nauseous, prompting him to slap her. At that moment, someone burst through the door. Fu Su happened to witness her being held by Zhou Xiao, her clothing disheveled, her face flushed, a vision of chaotic beauty. Upon seeing him, Shinjuan looked at him as if he were a savior descending from the heavens. Her gaze filled with helplessness and fragility as she uttered his name. That single utterance shattered Fu Siue's composure, compelling him to demand, "Release her." Zhou Xiao, however, dismissed Fu Su's presence, coldly retorting, "What if I don't?" A chilling aura emanated from Fu Siue, especially from his bloodshot eyes, a clear indication that he had not rested well in days. This lack of sleep only fueled his agitation, particularly at the sight of the girl he cherished being violated by such filth. He struggled to maintain his composure, coldly reiterating, "I will say this once more. If you do not wish to die, let her go, now." Tears lingered at the corners of Shinjuan's eyes, presenting a pitiful sight, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain doll. Utterly defenseless to Fu Siue, she trembled, calling out to him. Initially believing her fate was sealed, her phone had been smashed by Zhou Xiao and discarded into the toilet. She couldn't believe Fu Siue's arrival. It felt like a dream. The moment their eyes met, Fu Siue's gaze softened, and without hesitation, he swiftly advanced and delivered a forceful kick to Zhou Xiao's knee while he was caught off guard. Zhou Xiao cried out in pain, instinctively loosening his grip, allowing Shinjuan to immediately launch herself into Fu Siue's arms. Fu Siue caught her firmly, enveloping her in his embrace. She trembled violently, her complexion pale. Instinctively, she clutched his shirt, inhaling his familiar scent, finally exhaling in relief. ANC and the club manager swiftly moved to subdue Zhou Xiao, who in a fit of rage shouted, "Let her go, Zhuan! You can't leave me like this!" Shinjuan clung to Fu Siue, her body weak and soft from the alcohol, finding solace in his hold. "That I feel so unwell." "Fu Siue," she murmured, her heart fluttering, feeling utterly vulnerable. "That we'll go home soon, my dear." Fu Siue's gaze softened immensely, his concern palpable as he held her tightly. "Is it really you, Fu Siue? Am I dreaming?" He enveloped her frail form in his coat, the crisp scent of pine surrounding her, a fragrance she adored. She couldn't help but burrow into his warm chest, feeling safe only in his embrace. "That I," in a low and soothing tone, he affirmed, "It is I." "How wonderful," she sighed, feeling comforted. Zhou Xiao watched in disbelief as Shinjuan nestled into Fu Siue's arms. His eyes reddened with indignation. Just as he was about to speak, ANC covered his mouth, preventing any outbursts, awaiting Fu Siue's decision. "That I have warned you repeatedly to stay away from her," Fu Siue reiterated, the murderous intent within his gaze unmistakable. Each time Zhou Xiao appeared, Shinjuan would find herself in peril. Zhou Xiao's face was etched with defiance, unable to comprehend how Shinjuan could have grown so close to Fu Siyue. Initially, he had thought her affection for Fu Siyue was merely a ruse to provoke him, but it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that Shinjuan had truly turned her affections towards Fu Siyue? No, it couldn't be. Zhou Xiao refused to accept this reality. He had invested everything into Shinjuan, brainwashing her for years, leading her to believe he was her savior. After dedicating so much time and effort to orchestrate this plan, he could not bear to see it unravel. Boss, what shall we do with him? Perhaps we should confine him here, allowing him to experience the torment that the lady has endured. Tit for tat is indeed a fitting approach. Fu Siyue began to speak, but then Shinjuan, trembling, interrupted. Fu Siyue, please do not resort to unlawful actions. The Fu Siyue furrowed his brow, tightening his grip around her waist, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Are you defending him? No, not at all, she replied, her remaining rationality urging her to prevent Fu Siyue from becoming like Zhou Xiao. Biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, she added, I do not wish for you to get hurt. And C interjected, boss, why not take him to the police station? He has been stalking and harassing the lady, which is a criminal offense. Shinjuan couldn't help but think that this might be for the best. Sending him to the police would allow them to handle the situation. Fu Siyue nodded in agreement. Very well, let us take him to the police station. Understood, boss, that I will see to it immediately, ANC continued. What about the situation with the lady? Given that this incident has occurred, she cannot possibly return to the director's office now. She will need to head home first. Inform them in my name. Fu Siyue replied, his reputation formidable enough that no one in S City would dare disregard it. ANC understood the directive and promptly set about his task, having honed his skills over the years of working alongside Fu Siyue. Once the situation was under control, Fu Siyue lifted Shinjuan effortlessly into his arms. Feeling her weight was alarmingly light, he frowned, realizing she was far too thin. Shinjuan remained obediently nestled against him. Her cheeks flushed, her grip on his shoulder tight. Her delicate fingers felt boneless, soft and frail. She seemed unsure where to place them, so they instinctively sought refuge within his clothing. Her small hands were a distraction, causing Fu Siyue to tense up significantly as a wave of warmth surged through him. Through the fabric of his shirt, his body temperature rose, while Shinjuan remained blissfully unaware of the effect she was having on him. He fought against the urge to admonish her as they stepped into the elevator. Just then, Xing emerged from a private room, catching sight of Fu Siyue entering the elevator, seemingly cradling someone. Seeing Fu Siyue, there sent a jolt of anxiety through Xing. What could have possibly happened? Just as she intended to head towards the restroom, she was startled to see Zhou Xiao being escorted out by several men. She quickly stepped aside, pretending not to know him. Watching Zhou Xiao being taken away, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Qiuhe, unable to reach Shinjuan, was growing increasingly anxious, just as she was frantically searching for her. And C suddenly appeared at the doorway of the private room. Back in the car, Shinjuan felt an overwhelming heat, her breath warm against the cool air that Fu Siyue settled her on his lap. And the driver promptly closed the door, starting the engine as Fu Siyue commanded, drive. Yes, Mr. Fu. The partition between the front and back seats obscured their view of one another. Shinjuan felt alternating waves of heat and cold. Curling her legs closer to him, murmuring, I don't feel well. How much did you drink? He leaned down, catching a whiff of the alcohol on her, immediately discerning that she had consumed quite a bit. As she had been wearing high heels, Fu Siyue personally removed them, noticing her ankles were cold. His hand enveloped her delicate foot, the slightly coarse texture of his palm warming her, dispelling the chill. Not much, she mumbled, already losing her sense of consciousness under his deep, mellifluous voice, utterly defenseless against it. Not much. How could you be this intoxicated? Fu Siyue chuckled softly, his voice low and enticing, reverberating in her ear, his chest vibrating slightly as he spoke. Not much is how much. Shinjuan nuzzled against him, her thoughts muddled, her words slurring. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Why were you drinking? She mumbled, seemingly unaware of her own words. He leaned in closer, straining to catch her murmurs. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, fingers intertwining as she gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with intoxication, playfully exclaiming, You're so handsome. Who are you referring to? You, of course. Who am I? You are Fu Siyue. Even in your drunken state, you can still recognize me. She lifted the corners of her mouth, her back supported by his arm, as she restlessly perched on his lap, adjusting her posture before inching closer to him. Gazing at his face from such proximity, she found him undeniably handsome. His eyes, the high bridge of his nose, and his slightly pursed lips were captivating beyond measure. Her heart melted, and her entire being felt remarkably soft. How had she failed to appreciate such a striking husband in her previous life? How could she have mistaken him for someone else? "You are my husband. How could I possibly fail to recognize you?" His Adam's apple bobbed as he tightened, the faint scent of her fragrance overwhelming him, especially as she called him husband. That it was utterly intoxicating. "What did you call me?" "Husband," she obediently repeated, her gaze dreamy, utterly enchanting. She was like a bewitching sprite, a creature destined to steal his heart. And indeed, she had undergone a significant transformation, previously clamoring for divorce. She now exhibited an entirely different demeanor toward him, a complete turnaround. Yet he felt as though it were all surreal. Was this truly her? Chapter 11. Unaware of her flirtation, igniting passion, Shinjuan had completely lost consciousness. Oblivious to her own flirtation, igniting flames of desire. Her voice was both delicate and sweet, each husband resonating deep within the core of the man. Thankfully, his self-control was remarkably strong, and considering her inebriation. Even with her in his embrace, within easy reach, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. He preferred mutual consent above all. "Gigi, please don't fidget. Be good," that he murmured, his warm lips brushing against her forehead intentionally, sending a ticklish sensation through her. Just as she instinctively reached to scratch, he caught her hand. His palm caressed the skin of her arm, yet she craved more intimacy, longing to press closer for solace. Though it only provided a modicum of relief, she was still in torment. Thus, she arched her back, leaning more heavily against him, taking on a hint of initiative. The woman in his arms began to squirm restlessly. Fusue furrowed his brow, issuing a low warning. "You mustn't move." She ignored him, pouting her rosy lips and leaning in closer, emboldened by her growing audacity. Her small hand slipped beneath his shirt. Teasing the nape of his neck, he grasped one of her hands, while the other ventured to his chest. Attempting to unbutton his collar, he sighed in resignation, realizing she was genuinely intoxicated, resembling a frisky little kitten, mischievous and disruptive, yet undeniably alluring. "That I want to show you something when we get home." Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a cat that had caught a tantalizing scent, her gaze growing more seductive. "Can I really see it?" After all, she had never laid eyes on it before. "Yes. That's wonderful." She then chastised herself for being so forward, yet he was the man she had longed for, her beloved. A man for whom she would risk everything. Upon arriving home, the little woman who had been so eager to see him had curled up in his arms, fast asleep, her expression sweet and serene, utterly defenseless, as if she were murmuring in her dreams that "I'm sorry. Fusu, please don't ignore me." That he listened for quite some time before realizing she was apologizing to him. This was a far cry from the Shinjuan he had once known. How could she possibly apologize to him? Yet here she was truly in his embrace. This was no dream. It was real. "Gigi, no matter what transpires, you need not apologize to me. That I do not wish for you to endure any grievances." The next afternoon, Shinjuan awoke naturally, groggy and disoriented, her head pounding. After a considerable time, she recalled fragments of the previous night. She vaguely remembered being carried back by Fusiu, but could not recall anything beyond that. Shinjuan sought her phone to contact Xiaohe, only to remember it had been broken and discarded in the toilet by Zhou Xiao. She was without a phone. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a new phone on the bedside table, brand new. She hastily picked it up. It had already been set up, and there was a contact number she recognized as Fusiu's. Clutching the phone, she dashed out of her room without even changing out of her pajamas. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted the driver just about to leave. "Chen Shu," she called out. Hearing her voice, Chen Shu quickly turned around. "Madam, how may I assist you?" "Where is Fu Zong?" "Mr. Fu went to the office this morning." "Is there something you need from him?" "Has he already gone to the office?" It made sense. He was a workaholic. After all, he had spent their first year of marriage abroad, expanding overseas markets. "How did I get home last night?" Did anything happen? Her memories were hazy. Chen Shu recalled the events from the car the previous night, sensing that their relationship had improved significantly, as the young lady would not have clung to Fu Zong for affection otherwise. Having been by Fu Siyue's side for many years, he had witnessed the efforts Fu Siyue made for her, hoping for their relationship to flourish. Perhaps it was Fu Zong's dedication that had swayed her heart, rekindling their bond. Thus, Qinshu deemed it necessary to mention, well, nothing much happened, except that you were quite affectionate with Fu Zong. Xin Zhuan, trembling, inquired, did I do something inappropriate? Well, if you must know, yes. Qinshu cleared his throat awkwardly. You insisted on undressing Mr. Fu, and you even ruined his shirt, but oh no, oh no. Xin Zhuan thought silently to herself. A lifetime of reputation, ruined in an instant. Would this make Fu Siyue think she was desperate and insatiable? Would her impression be further tarnished? Unable to contain herself, she slapped her left hand against her right, then her right against her left, scolding herself for being so reckless. Returning to her room, she called Xiao He, both to assure her of her safety and to inquire about the previous night. From Xiao He's tone, it seemed she was not at all worried, instead laughing as she informed her. You have no idea. Your Fu Zong was incredibly dashing last night. What? You mean you don't even remember? I truly got carried away. It was my first time drinking red mixed with white. How could I not be intoxicated? The memory filled her with regret. Had she known, she would have acted differently. Xiao He laughed even louder. Let me tell you, your Fu Zong was a true powerhouse last night. Xin Xing, that vile woman, plotted against you, even hiring paparazzi to take unflattering photos of you. Zhou Xiao colluded with Xin Xing, attempting to ruin your reputation and prevent you from taking Director Guo's role, locking you in the restroom. Thankfully, your husband arrived just in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Thank goodness Fu Siyue had come when he did. Otherwise, she might have faced a terrible fate. I think I recall some of it. What happened to Xin Xing and Zhou Xiao? Xin Xing feigned innocence, claiming ignorance, while Zhou Xiao was taken to the police station by your husband and is currently detained there. As fragments of memory returned. Warmth spread through Xin Zhuan, bringing her joy, yet she felt guilty for the trouble she had caused Fu Siyue. Xiao He continued, by the way, after your husband took you away, he had his assistant greet everyone. And Director Guo inquired about your relationship with Fu Zong. Being as astute as I am, I said nothing and skillfully deflected the question. Absolutely do not reveal anything. Of course, not that I know you don't want to rely on Fu Siyue's connections. So, I remained silent. However, Director Guo may have guessed something. He mentioned wanting to start filming earlier and asked if you could arrive on time. That's no problem. She was determined to continue shooting this drama. Since Xun Xing was involved, she could not let the opportunity slip away. As for other matters, they would have to wait. Does your husband know you're filming? He doesn't have any objections. Does he? Chapter 12. Zhuan's injury on set. Fu Zong's heartache. I haven't told him yet. Xin Zhuan was uncertain whether he would agree. The thought of this momentarily sapped her confidence. Wan, you must tell him soon. Since you know he was the one who saved you back then, the man you love should be him. Your relationship is now entirely different. You must be attuned to his feelings. Xiao He's heartfelt advice was for her own benefit. 18 noon. Xin Zhuan made a point to call Fu Siyue, wanting to ask when he would return, oblivious to the fact that it was NC who answered the phone. Madam, hello. Mr. Fu is currently in a meeting and cannot take your call. I apologize. I didn't mean to disturb him. There's something you need from Mr. Fu? I can relay your message once the meeting concludes. NC spoke earnestly, even as the person he was referring to stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, ignoring the call. Xin Zhuan felt certain that Fu Siyue was upset with her for not answering. The misunderstanding between them had grown far too deep. It was also her fault for trusting the wrong people, falling victim to Xin Xing and Zhou Xiao's schemes. After marrying Fu Siyue, her attitude toward him had been appalling. It was only natural that he would not trust her now, and it would take time for him to change his perception of her. She could not rush it. Thus, she resolved to invest more effort into their relationship. I have no urgent matters to discuss. By the way, I wanted to ask, wasn't he on a business trip? Why did he return so suddenly last night? And C answered truthfully, Mr. Fu finished his work ahead of schedule and returned. How did he know I was at the entertainment venue? Ansi hesitated for a moment and said, I happened to pass by. President Fu had arranged to meet a friend at the venue and unexpectedly saw you there, which led to this fortunate encounter. So that was the case. Xin Zhuan felt an urgency that was becoming unbearable. Could it be that Fu Siyue would think she was on a date with Zhou Xiao? Wouldn't that deepen his misunderstanding of her? Madam, is there anything else you need? No, nothing. Wait, there's that I'll be visiting a friend's house in the next few days. Could you please inform him? Shin Jiwan, fearing to mention to Fu Siyue that she was joining a film crew, quickly found an excuse to divert the conversation before hanging up. Ansi, hearing the busy signal, put his phone away. Since the call was on speaker, Fu Siyue had heard everything and there was no need for him to relay the information, that he found it puzzling. The boss was evidently worried about the lady, yet reluctant to answer her calls that it was rare for her to reach out to him. Despite not understanding why she seemed transformed lately, appearing closer to the boss, he wondered if she had been bewitched. The silent man finally spoke. In the name of the corporation, we will cover all investments for her project. Understood, boss. Ansi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. See, he couldn't resist after all. Shinjuan had no time for regret and soon began filming under Chihuahua's arrangements. As a novice actress, she lacked reputation and connections, merely a blank slate in need of guidance. Chihuahua even invited an acting coach to the set to provide her with intensive training. Fortunately, Shin Jiwan was diligent and hardworking. Once she set her mind to something, she would not falter. Director Gu's project had garnered significant attention since its inception, and many fans of the original novel voiced their concerns about the unheralded Shun Jin being cast in the most substantial role of the lead female character, sparking discussions online about her background. However, they uncovered no useful information, leaving a void. After half a month of filming, she had finally adapted to the crew's lifestyle, quickly learning and improving, earning praise from the director. This, however, irked Shin Xing, who had joined later and felt resentful of Shin Jiwan. Coincidentally, they had a scene together today, prompting Shin Xing to create obstacles. The drama was set in the Republican era, necessitating form-fitting kipeos that accentuated the figure. Even with her solid dance background, Shin Jiwan struggled to endure wearing such attire daily, especially while riding a horse, which posed a significant challenge. She had a deep-seated fear of horses since childhood, a weakness Shin Xing was well aware of, having grown up together. Chihuahua expressed concern, suggesting to Shin Jiwan that she discuss with the director the possibility of changing the scene or using a stunt double. Shin Jiwan bit her lip in contemplation, her strong-willed nature compelling her to declare, "No need. I want to see how Shin Xing plans to scheme against me. Besides, if I evade this time, I cannot escape next time. But what if something goes wrong? This is too risky. Chihuahua, you know my character. If I do something, I must do it well. Since I've started, there is no turning back that no wonder Mr. Fu finds you challenging. However, you must be cautious not to fall into her trap." Shin Jiwan harbored a plan in her heart, smiling as she reassured, "It's fine. Trust me." Soon, they commenced filming the scene. Shin Jiwan followed the script, escaping barefoot from the warehouse in her qipao, swiftly mounting the horse. Shin Xing, portraying the third female lead, was supposed to assist her in mounting. Director Guo observed from behind the monitor, while Chihuahua stood anxiously just outside the frame. Fearing any mishap, Shin Jiwan managed to mount the horse, her face pale and a cold sweat forming on her forehead. She instinctively glanced at Shin Xing, ready to deliver her lines, but Shin Xing smiled and reached out to pat the horse's rear. The horse, seemingly uncontrollable, reared up, and Shin Jiwan, unable to secure the reins, toppled backward, and in an instant, she fell from the horse, the world spinning around her. Although there were protective mats, she lost consciousness. Chaos erupted on set. Meanwhile, at the Fu Corporation building, Ansi suddenly received a call, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed into Fu Siyue's office, failing to knock, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad. The lady has been injured while filming. She fell from the horse and is now in a hospital for emergency treatment." Fu Siyue rushed to the hospital, arriving while she was still undergoing examinations, with no news available. Chihuahua stood by the ward door, and Fu Siyue wasted no time questioning her. How did she get hurt? His expression was icy, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze, including Chihuahua. "Speak." His tone was unbearably impatient, akin to a frigid cavern. "That I'm sorry. I failed to protect Jiwan." Chihuahua apologized while recounting the day's events. Fu Siyue exhaled heavily. "Falling from a horse? Really? Aren't you her friend? Don't you know that horses are her greatest fear?" Chapter 13, he was surely still angry. How to placate him? Inside, undergoing examination, Shin Jiwan had awakened. Through the wall, she faintly heard Fu Siyue's voice and hurriedly attempted to get out of bed, only to be stopped by the doctor. "You haven't completed your examination. Don't move." Shin Jiwan was reluctant to cooperate. and the doctor's voice alerted Fu Siue outside the door. Miss Shun, please lie back down. The examination isn't finished. Doctors and nurses rush forward, urging her not to move, that I'm fine. No need for further examination. She insisted, anxious to hear Fu Siue's voice, which seemed so close. Was it real, or merely her imagination? During this time, he had not sought her out, nor had he sent a single message. All her attempts to reach him had vanished without a trace. And he must still be angry, misunderstanding her entanglement with another man. That wasn't the case. She had merely mistaken Zhou Xiao for him, and now that she understood the truth, she would never wrong him again. Miss Shun, aside from dizziness, are you experiencing any other discomfort? The examination results are in, the doctor inquired, holding her chart. That no, nothing else. Can I go now? I recommend you continue to rest in bed. Avoid getting up unnecessarily. Fortunately, there are no major issues. The bones and head are unharmed, but there are soft tissue contusions. Xinjuan nodded, aware that while she had aimed for a safe landing, she still experienced dizziness from the impact. Thank you, doctor and nurse, she said, complying and lying still. The doctor replied, rest here. I'll step out to fetch your family. All right. After a while, someone pushed the door open. Xinjuan did not look up, assuming it was Chihuahua, and mumbled, I knew Xinxing had ill intentions. Luckily, I reacted in time and wasn't caught in her scheme, though I still suffered. Chihuahua, my head is spinning, and I thought I heard Fu Siue's voice. It must be a hallucination. How could he possibly come? As she spoke, her voice gradually became more plaintive, tinged with tears. Xinjuan had never doubted Xinxing before, feeling sorry for her due to her unfortunate background and unremarkable status within the Xin family. As the elder sister, she had tried to assist her as much as possible, unaware that she was merely digging her own grave. Standing at the doorway, Fu Siue halted, his heart tightening upon hearing her words. How could his little wildcat endure such injustice? Chihuahua, why are you silent? Xinjuan, not hearing Chihuahua respond, looked up to find the impeccably dressed Fu Siue standing there, not only hallucinating, but also imagining things. She rubbed her eyes vigorously to Fu. Why would I not come? After a long pause, Fu Siue retorted. Earlier, he had inquired about her condition with the doctor, relieved to hear that there were no major issues. Only minor injuries, which allowed him to breathe a little easier. It had only taken a moment of inattention for another incident to occur. This little troublemaker, who previously only caused chaos for others, was now constantly in peril herself, and she had just claimed Xinxing was scheming against her. Fus narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. Those who dared to plot against his woman were truly courting death. Could it be that I am indeed hallucinating? Xinjuan pinched her cheek, feeling the sharp pain confirming her reality. The Fu Siue watched her actions, a mix of helplessness and affection washing over him. This little silly cat still believed she was dreaming. Xinjuan promptly sat up, and the man strode over to her bedside, slightly bending down to lean closer, his handsome face looming large before her. She could smell the pleasant scent that enveloped him, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Did she still think it was an illusion? Xinjuan was already feeling a bit dazed, but now she was even more so. How could this man be so extraordinarily handsome, with a voice so melodious, especially with him so close? Just a slight lean forward and her lips would almost brush against his. She had truly been blind before. Utterly blind. How could she have failed to recognize him? You! How did you come here? How did you know I was in the hospital? Last time at the bar, she had been schemed against by Zhou Xiao and trapped in the restroom. And it was he who had come to her rescue, pulling her from danger. This time, after her injury, he had appeared just in time at the hospital, right in front of her, upon seeing him. Her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of security. It felt as though with him around, there was nothing to fear. He slightly lowered his head, his enticing lips parting just enough to allow his breath, almost imperceptible, to caress her neck, igniting a wave of warmth and desire that left her blushing. Why did you choose this profession? Fu Siue did not respond to her, but instead posed a question of his own. I don't have a reason, she stammered, her rationality in disarray, her words tumbling out unchecked. She was apprehensive that Fu Siue might disapprove of her choice to pursue this path, so she hesitated to reveal her intentions, hoping to achieve some success first before confiding in him. You wish to be an actress? Fu Siue inquired again. Yes. After all these years, I had no idea you harbored such an interest. She felt a pang of guilt. Unable to meet his deep, penetrating gaze, fearing her self-control would falter, and she would break down that I'm sorry. Have I caused you more trouble? Was she still too headstrong, thus bringing him inconvenience? The thought twisted her heart. There were many reasons she wanted to become an actress. She had danced since childhood, but aside from that, she lacked other skills. Moreover, she had squandered too much time over the years. When Xiaohe had approached her, suggesting she try acting, she decided to give it a shot. There was also another reason. She wanted Xinxing to pay a price. Her head hung lower, appearing increasingly pitiful, like an abandoned kitten without anyone to rely on. Fu Xiyue did not intend to blame her, nor did he feel she had caused him any trouble. But she was undeniably different from the person she used to be. Occasionally, he found himself questioning whether she had some ulterior motive, whether she was still plotting to leave him. But it seemed, at present, that was not the case. That Fu Xiyue straightened, saying, "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. There is no trouble in that. Are you saying I can continue being an actress? You want to be unhappy?" Not at all, as long as it wasn't about leaving him. He was willing to let her try whatever she desired. Really. She felt a surge of joy, emboldened by the thought that he still cared for her. Seizing the opportunity, she bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she said, "But you haven't replied to my messages lately. I thought you no longer wanted to see me. Is that not the case? Does your husband not need to coax you to sleep?" This little wildcat, he could see right through her little act of feigning innocence. She was trying to appear pitiful. But he knew she had sent the messages to the wrong account, that he had two accounts, one personal and one for work. She had messaged his work account, which was managed by his secretary. What? Xinjuan's eyes widened in shock. Did that mean her playful emojis requesting kisses and hugs had been seen by his secretary? The last message she sent was an emoji asking him to coax her to sleep. "I am mortified, utterly mortified. Oh dear family, I am mortified." She quickly covered her face, wishing to disappear. Little did they know, she had gone through a fierce internal struggle before sending those emojis, ultimately hoping to charm him. Yet, the intended recipient had not seen them, while the inappropriate audience had. The little wildcat had instantly lost her sharp claws, transforming into a harmless little kitten. Her cheeks flushed, and she could hardly believe it. She had no words left to face him, so she began to feign unconsciousness that, "Oh, my head is spinning." So dizzy that Fuxi's lips curled into a silent smile. This little wildcat had turned into a little fox. Thinking he couldn't see through her act of dizziness, "I asked there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? My head, it's dizzy. The doctor said I need to rest well, so I'll take a nap now. Please don't disturb me if there's anything urgent." She planned to pretend to be a dead ostrich and stick to her act. That Fu Xiyue's smile widened, his voice dripping with temptation. "So, your husband does not need to coax you to sleep." His tone rose at the end, enchanting and captivating. She was nearly overwhelmed. Hearing such words in person was even more embarrassing. She dared not open her eyes. Continuing her charade of dizziness, that Fu Xiyue silently chuckled, his gaze softening further, fortunately not exposing her ruse, allowing her to rest properly. Xiaohe waited at the door for a while, and upon seeing Fu Xiyue emerge, she cautiously approached, still fearful of him. This time, she had overlooked her duty, failing to take proper care of Sheng. ANC was also waiting at the door of the ward. "Mr. Fu, how is the madam?" "She fine. Did you complete the tasks I assigned you?" "Everything has been done as per your instructions. That I've confirmed that the horse madam was riding was startled and caused her to fall. I have the video from the scene as well." Xiaohe was taken aback by their swift action, having even obtained the video already. "Mr. Fu, is that video of Wanwan falling off the horse?" And C replied, "Yes, Miss Chio. Can you let me handle the video? In truth, it was my negligence that caused Wanwan's accident, that I feel responsible and want to make amends, ensuring she doesn't suffer in vain." And C looked to Fu Xiyue, awaiting his response. That Fu Xiyue turned to Xiaohe, his expression inscrutable, yet he said, "That is acceptable." Xiaohe sighed in relief. "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Xiyue said nothing further and turned to leave. As he had other matters to attend to, ANC sent the video to Xiaohe's email, saying, "Miss Chio, please don't take it personally. Mr. Fu is not targeting you, that he is simply overwhelmed with concern for our madam." Xiaohe nodded, understanding. She knew how deeply Fu Xiyue loved Xinjuan, willing to do anything for her. When Xinjuan was injured, he was naturally anxious, and she was as well, having almost let something happen to Xinjuan. After obtaining the video, Xiaohe immediately contacted a paparazzo she knew, asking him to release it online. Shin Jiwan was hospitalized for one night, but had no serious issues and soon returned to the set to continue filming. She did not want to delay the crew's progress due to her own circumstances. Even Chiu, he couldn't placate her. Chiu felt guilty about Shin Jiwan's injury, but Shin Jiwan reassured her. It's nothing, just a minor issue that I'm quite resilient and won't easily come to harm. Besides, having experienced death once, she cherished her life more than anyone else, and she would take care of herself to avoid any accidents. Only then did Chiu feel slightly better, saying, "That said, your Mr. Fu is truly terrifying that I can't fathom how you've managed to be with him for so many years. I'm terrified to death." He only appeared cold and indifferent on the surface, but he was actually very gentle and kind to her. Yet, when she thought about it, it seemed his gentleness was reserved solely for her. The video of Shin Jiwan falling from the horse was uploaded online, and coincidentally, it captured Shin Shing in the act of riding, the angle perfectly clear. Soon, the situation exploded. Isn't that Shin Shing? What is she doing? Does she harbor a deep-seated hatred for her? Is she trying to harm her? Is Shin Shing really that low quality? How despicable! What background does she have? How can someone so malicious be an actress? By what right does she get to be a public figure? This young lady is so pitiful. Is she all right? How is she doing? Shin Shing was more famous than Shin Jiwan, no longer a newcomer, and had a certain level of recognition. The video quickly climbed the trending list, implicating Shin Shing in Shin Jiwan's near-fatal accident. That evening, during Shin Shing's regular livestream, a flood of people suddenly surged into her chat, bombarding her with comments. "Despicable woman. How dare you continue to live stream? I never expected you to be this kind of person. I used to like you so much. Your thoughts are so malicious. You should just exit the entertainment industry. Unfollowing and trashing you. Goodbye. Exit the entertainment industry." Shin Shing was at a loss, the comments flying by so quickly that she couldn't grasp what was happening. "What are you all talking about? I don't understand." Shin Shing, still trying to process, instinctively looked to her assistant outside the camera, asking them to find out what was going on, wondering if someone was slandering her again. The assistant hurriedly checked on their phone and, realizing what had transpired, quickly showed the screen to Shin Shing. The live stream continued. But after learning about the situation, Shin Shing hastily ended the broadcast, not even reaching 10 minutes. She immediately contacted her manager. "Who filmed this? This is slander. How the company mitigate the impact quickly by trending searches now." The manager, also furious upon hearing about the trending issue, retorted, "You think it's that easy to remove? Do you think our company has that kind of money to casually retract trending searches? What do we do then? Am I just to be vilified? Look at how many people are cursing me. Why should I endure this? Please remain calm. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Let us first seek out Shin Jiwan for a discussion and extend an apology if possible." Before the agent could finish, Shin Shing interjected, "Apologize? On what grounds should I apologize? She usurped my leading role. Why should I owe her an apology? It is her own fault for falling off the horse. What does that have to do with me?" Asking her to apologize to Shin Jiwan. Dream on. Chapter 15. The voice of the meeting was so enticing. Suddenly, the assistant, with a look of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Sister Shing, Sister Ya, the live stream is still on. What did you say?" Both Shin Shing and her agent wore identical expressions of shock as they hurriedly snatched the phone to discover the live broadcast was still ongoing, meaning their earlier conversation had been aired to the public. The barrage of comments flooded in, with the viewership skyrocketing to over 100,000. That it was worth noting that Shin Shing typically only attracted a few thousand viewers, with tens of thousands being a rare occurrence. What did it mean now to have over 100,000? Shin Shing, you are truly that kind of person. Are you really the benevolent little fairy everyone speaks of? Wow, what a revelation. Shin Shing, you don't resemble a leading lady at all. Face the reality. A venomous woman. Don't you have any awareness of the insults directed at you every time you star in a drama? Negative news seems to follow. Oh, you really believe the public is blind? Get out. The comments became increasingly harsh, and the situation escalated, trending on social media. Shin Shing's face turned ashen as she hastily grabbed the phone, desperately attempting to clarify to the camera, "It's not what you think. I was rehearsing lines with my agent. Please stop commenting. I was just reading a script. Why would I deceive you?" No one believed her flimsy excuses, and her past misdeeds resurfaced. Male co-stars and the second female lead she had previously collaborated with revealed how she had orchestrated smear campaigns against them, leveraging their lesser fame to shield her own reputation. "We heard everything, And we recorded it, they asserted. How outrageous. Just because you come from a wealthy family, you think you can act so arrogantly. Shouldn't a rich heiress be more virtuous? Shen Xing struggled to articulate her defense. Tears welled in her eyes as she feigned innocence, explaining to her fans, "I'm not what you claim. I never intended to harm anyone or by trending topics that I was merely rehearsing my lines. And my agent was just helping me with them. Who would believe your pathetic lies? You are indeed a master of deceit." Still, no one was convinced, and with tears streaming down her face, Shen Xing ended the live stream. Only after confirming it was truly off-air did her expression shift, her heart seething with rage as she instinctively blamed Shen Jiwan, convinced she was behind this scheme, always wanting to compete and take everything for herself. Qiuyi showed the video to Shen Jiwan, who nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "I'm glad my fall wasn't in vain." Shen Xing continued to speak ill of her in her live stream, believing she had signed off, only to realize she had not. Yet another live mishap that landed her in hot water. But she deserved it. Karma was relentless. Shen Jiwan had not anticipated this facet of Shen Xing. Back at the Shen household, Shen Xing had always appeared obedient and filial, a stark contrast to the person in the video. Had she not faced her demise once, Shen Jiwan would have been oblivious to how deeply Shen Xing concealed her true nature. Having already paid the price for misplaced trust, she had been granted a second chance by fate. This time, she would not be deceived again. Those who had plotted against her would face consequences. What Shen Xing endured was far from sufficient. This was merely the beginning to AS for the video. Shen Jiwan suddenly recalled and asked Qiuyi, "Where did this video come from? Did you orchestrate this?" "It wasn't me. How could it be?" While I suspected Shen Xing might take some action, I never anticipated she would be so direct in scheming against you on set. "Then who filmed this?" "It was your family's Mr. Fu's assistant who provided it to me, that I suspect it was likely arranged by Mr. Fu himself. Just look at the clarity of the video. It's unmistakable." Shen Jiwan felt a surge of emotion, unconsciously biting her lip, deeply moved. Just like in her previous life, Fu Su always silently did a multitude of things for her without her awareness. The following morning, Shen Jiwan rose early to apply her makeup and don a quipeo. As she finished her look just as dawn broke, she began another day of shooting. The scene requiring her to ride a horse was res hot upon her return. While Shen Xing was too intimidated to cause any trouble and complied obediently with the filming, Shen Xing was also present on set, and during their scenes together, her eyes remained disdainful, harboring malice. Shen Jiwan observed this but chose to ignore her. Her focus was solely on performing her own duties. The majority of the crew was aware of Shen Xing's predicament, having seen the trending discussions online. Wherever they went, whispers about Shen Xing's situation followed, and even the director took note. The incident was escalating, and despite Shen Xing's agency issuing statements to refute the rumors, they failed to quell the public outcry. Shen Xing had no choice but to adopt a low profile, refraining from updating her Weibo or making public statements, pretending to be invisible, hoping the storm would pass. Yet, unbeknownst to her, another expose was released, revealing the collapse of her wealthy heiress persona, alleging that the designer bags and clothing she had flaunted were counterfeit, and questioning how a true heiress could wear knockoffs. Initially, Shen Xing had intended to lay low, but now she could no longer remain still. Unable to contain herself, she messaged Shen Jiwan, pleading for mercy and even calling her sister. Upon seeing the trending topic, Shen Jiwan grasped the situation, but even if she hadn't been responsible for it, she had no intention of aiding Shen Xing. This was all a result of her own actions. Shen Jiwan promptly deleted Shen Xing from her contacts, having not communicated with him for quite some time. He seemed busy, though he responded to her messages, albeit briefly. She sent him a message, hoping to engage in some light conversation. "Good evening, dear. What are you busy with?" Holding her phone, she cleared her throat and sent a voice message. He replied quickly, but it was text, not his voice. Not much. Observing his curt response, she felt a chill in his demeanor. She followed up with a text, "Are you feeling tired lately?" His reply was simply, "Not tired. May I voice chat for a bit?" She missed him terribly. If it weren't for the filming schedule, she would have flown to him immediately to Shirt that moment. He was concluding a meeting in his office. Clad in a plain black shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone, the hem tucked into his trousers, accentuating his lean waist. Her hands trembled as she initiated the voice call, her heartbeat quickening in anticipation. With a resonant click, The call connected, and his deep, alluring voice filled the silent room, captivating her entirely. Chapter 16. Unable to restrain herself, Shinjuan, who had always been sensitive to sound, found herself enchanted by Fu Siue's voice. Although she had previously appreciated his voice, her attention had been elsewhere back then. Now, hearing him speak stirred something within her. Fu Su, and I'm here. His voice was particularly husky, and upon hearing her soft, kitten-like tone, it felt as if a feather had grazed her skin. Before she could respond, he inquired, "Why are you still awake so late?" She turned on her side, wrapped in a cozy blanket. Her voice tender and soft. "I can't sleep." He didn't seem angry, displaying genuine concern instead. Lowering his voice, he asked, "What is keeping you awake?" Shinjuan bit her lip, feeling a surge of emotion. His voice made her feel weak. Lying amidst the soft bedding, as if floating on clouds. "Because I miss you, dear." The last two words escaped her lips lightly, sweetly, an intentional tease. Having not seen him for a while, she genuinely longed for him. She sensed that he might still harbor some resentment over her recent antics. Although she had declared her intent to stay married and sweetly called him dear, he likely had not fully come around yet. "Little vixen, are you starting to act up tonight?" Fu Siue's brows furrowed slightly at the term dear, his expression darkening as he paused for several seconds before slowly responding, his voice laced with desire. "What do you miss me for?" She bit her lip tightly, internally screaming for help, wondering why his voice sounded so enticing. What else could she want from him? Did he not realize that speaking to her in such a manner at night was nothing short of temptation? It was overwhelming. They had been married for 3 years, maintaining a platonic relationship without crossing boundaries. She couldn't help but nibble on her fingers, feeling a rush of warmth in her chest. Regretting having wasted so much time on that scoundrel Zhou Xiao instead of appreciating such a wonderful man. "Are you home now? Alone?" she asked, suddenly anxious, as if she were committing a crime. "Did I in the office?" "I am by myself." She couldn't help but swallow hard, her breath becoming slightly erratic and heavy. Much like her heart at that moment, Fu Siu suddenly spoke in a low voice, his tone laced with amusement. "Has the little wildcat spring arrived?" Little wildcat. Was he referring to her? Shinjuan felt herself on the verge of breaking down, her breath catching as she realized that just hearing his voice over the phone was almost too much to bear. Help, this was truly too enticing. She could even envision him, impeccably dressed in a shirt in his office, calling her a little wildcat, that "Don't you miss me?" Her voice was both sultry and sweet, utterly captivating, but Fu Siu did not respond. She waited in silence, the other end of the line devoid of sound. After a long while, there was still no reply. Hopeful for his response, she was met with disappointment, gathering her courage to ask again. She was suddenly interrupted by a deep male voice. "It's getting late. You should rest, that I have things to attend to." Just like that? Was that it? Shinjuan couldn't believe it. She had been so forward with him. Yet he remained unresponsive. "Good night," Fu Siu concluded, and hung up the phone. Shinjuan stared at her phone screen in disbelief. He had truly hung up? Of course, she refused to let it end there. She couldn't believe he could be so indifferent. Sitting up, she took a selfie, adjusting her pose. Leaning against her pillow, adorned in a delicate nightgown that revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulder, her skin as fair as snow, and her long hair cascading softly over her shoulders. Her natural beauty shone through, and the ambience of the selfies was irresistibly alluring. After taking several shots, she promptly uploaded them to her moments, setting the visibility to only Fu Siu. She awaited his reaction. Certain he would check her moments, he would, despite his usual reluctance to post himself. After all, they had known each other for many years, and had been married for 3, yet had never shared any intimate moments. It was understandable that he was still adjusting. Fu Siu had a gathering that evening with friends, and he had hung up the phone to avoid further temptation. His self-control around her was difficult to maintain. Xiang Yichin prompted him in their group chat to hurry over. As everyone was waiting for him, Fu Siu leisurely refreshed the screen, noticing that the little wildcat had changed her profile picture to her own selfie. Clicking on the profile, he saw her moments had been updated, and his brows furrowed in concern, his breath momentarily halting as he scrolled through 3 photos, each progressively bolder than the last. That he frowned, quickly swiping a few times before making a video call to her, which rang for quite some time without being answered. His frown deepened, realizing that her moments might be visible to others. He grew anxious. She should be the only one who could see them, that he also recognized that she was likely deliberately ignoring his call. Thus, he immediately sent her a message. Delete the photos from your moments. The tone was unmistakably commanding. Shin Jiwan was preparing for bed when she heard her phone buzz. Picking it up, she saw it was a message from Fu Siyue. After reading it, she chose not to reply, feeling justified for his earlier dismissal. He was still concerned about her. It was just that he was being stubborn about it. She had previously saved his contact as the cold and unyielding Fu Siyue. But now she bit her lip, struck by inspiration, and swiftly changed it to Gidge. Husband felt too direct, but Gidge struck the perfect balance, hinting at a touch of restraint that a few minutes later, he sent another message. Is that all right? His tone seemed to be coaxing her to delete the photos. She couldn't help but smile, replying, Gidge, only you can see them. He still cared. He was just being difficult about IT, that IT was returned now to be proactive in guarding him. Fu Siyue sent 3 ellipses, realizing he had fallen into her trap. She had intentionally posted those daring and provocative photos to her moments, set to be visible only to him, with no one else able to see. Fu Siyue couldn't help but smile helplessly. At least it was just for him, that he replied. Do you need me to coax you to sleep? Yes, she needed it. Her heart screamed internally, though she maintained her composure. Asking him, then what will you say to coax me? After sending the message, he sent a voice note, causing her fingers to tremble as she pressed the answer button, that he lowered his voice. Have you showered? I took a shower after work today. I like to stay clean. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, though she couldn't see his expression. Are you lying on your bed? Sweetheart, turn off the light. The photos she had taken were all with the lights on. Hearing him call her sweetheart sent shivers down her spine, as if an electric current had coursed through her. Chapter 17. Preparing to participate in a program. She had never had this opportunity before. Now that she was filming on set, it was inconvenient for him to visit her, as he didn't want to trouble her. In truth, thinking this way, adjusting the mood on the phone was quite pleasant. Certainly better than the previous turmoil. Yet, she was afraid of turning off the light and quickly replied, Can we keep the light on? I'm afraid to sleep alone. Sorry, then let's keep it on if that's fine. We can use a night light. She turned on the small night light, lying back down with her phone, listening to his voice. Tell me a story. I'll fall asleep listening to you. All right. What story would you like to hear? Grimm's fairy tales. The only stories she could think of were from Grimm's fairy tales. Thus, Fu Siyue began to recount one of the tales in his rich, deep voice, narrating steadily, his rhythm impeccable. The sound of his breathing during pauses felt as if he were right beside her. Gradually, she fell asleep, her breathing becoming even that moment. Fu Siyue had already gotten into the car, one hand still holding his phone. Just as the driver was about to speak, he gestured for him to remain silent, gently asking, Gigi, are you asleep? No response. She was truly asleep. Only then did Fu Siyue turn off the microphone on his phone, ensuring he wouldn't disturb her. He could still hear her gentle breathing as she slept. Just the sound of her breath brought him joy. This was something he had never experienced before. The driver noticed the smile on Mr. Fu's face, seemingly connected to the young lady. When Fu Siyue arrived at his destination, Xiang Yichen and the others were already there. Drinks in hand, as Fu Siyue approached, Xiang Yichen came over, saying, Bro, you're an hour late, but let's not dwell on that. You owe 3 drinks, right? Earlier, Xiang Yichen had been left alone abroad, facing a group of foreign clients without anyone to support him. He had endured considerable difficulty, and now that he was finally back home, Fu Siyue had sent him to tackle the most challenging project, that he was determined to seize this opportunity to retaliate. Fu Siyue readily accepted the cup and downed 3 drinks with ease, his tolerance well honed over the years. The people present were all childhood friends, having grown up together in the same neighborhood, knowing each other inside and out. Among the 4 of them, only Fu Siyue was married. When he had gotten married, his friends were astounded, expressing disbelief, claiming he was making a grave mistake by marrying young. In fact, they still believed Fu Siyue was making a poor choice and considered his wife to be somewhat irrational for pursuing a poor young man instead of cherishing such a good man as him. In their circle, opinions on Shun Juan were quite critical, yet they could do nothing about it since Fu Siyue was fond of her. Hey Fu, why are you wearing headphones and on a call? At this, everyone turned to look, intrigued, as Fu had never used wireless headphones, that he offered no explanation. She was asleep and had not hung up, so he continued listening to her breathing. Xiang Yichen and Tang exchanged glances. Sensing something was off, especially Tang Yi, who leaned in to whisper to Xiang Yichen, "Is Fu Siwei acting strange lately? Look at his expression. Is he going crazy over that woman?" "How would I know?" "You ask me, I ask who?" Xiang Yichen was equally curious about what was going on. Meanwhile, Fu Siwei's attention remained on the sound in his headphones. He could hear her turning over and mumbling a few words. As if talking in her sleep, that it was irresistibly cute. He appeared like a young man in the throes of first love. Xiang Yichen and Tang Yi exchanged incredulous looks, and just as they were pondering, Fu Siwei shot them a cold glare, causing them to immediately avert their gaze and feign ignorance. Xiang Yichen dared not provoke Fu Siwei, who always had the upper hand. He had never managed to retaliate. Tang Yi had a slightly better standing. Their relationship was more of collaboration rather than hierarchy, so he wasn't as fearful, yet he still refrained from provoking Fu Siwei. However, the more he observed Fu Siwei's demeanor, the more he felt something was different today. He seemed less cold and more subtly cheerful, with a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Was spring truly here? They all felt a sense of enchantment. The following morning, Xinjuan awakened and instinctively reached for her phone, only to discover it had powered off. The back of the device was exceedingly hot to the touch at that moment. Qiuhe entered, knocking at the door to rouse her, reminding her that it was time to head to the set for filming. Xinjuan didn't dwell on it too much. She washed up, changed her clothes, and hurried off to the crew. Xinxing's scenes were set to conclude today. She played the third female lead, a mere supporting character with little significance. Today, the two of them had their final confrontation scene. And as always, Xinjuan remained vigilant, acutely aware that Xinxing might attempt some petty trickery. Surprisingly, throughout the shooting, Xinxing behaved herself, appearing almost pitiable. That seemed the previous live broadcast incident had profoundly affected her. However, Xinjuan felt no sympathy. She had not forgotten that Xinxing was the very person who wished for her demise, and there was no way she would show leniency. The filming of this project ended 3 months later. Throughout those 3 months, Xinjuan had remained with the crew, diligently completing her first film. Upon its conclusion, the crew hosted a wrap party, attended by all available actors, including Xinxing. Director would praise Xinjuan effusively, even stating that if there were opportunities for future collaboration, she would be the first choice for the lead role. This was indeed a testament to her abilities, and Xinjuan was naturally delighted. As for Xinxing, she attracted no concern. Following the live incident, her reputation in the industry had suffered considerably, resulting in the loss of several endorsement deals, albeit from lesser-known brands. Soon, the film was released, and Xinjuan found herself thrust into the public eye, her fame gradually rising. During this period, she also signed with the same agency as Qiuhe, officially debuting as a new actress. Thanks to this film, her popularity surged, attracting the attention of numerous advertisers and related variety shows. Xinjuan had little interest in participating in such shows, as she was currently overwhelmed with work, leaving her no time to visit Fu Siwei. They maintained contact solely through their phones, but such communication felt insufficient. Suddenly, the agency brought forth a notice, insisting that she participate in a dating reality show. Qiuhe vehemently opposed this, yet the agency's stance was unyielding, determined to have Xinjuan take part. Qiuhe was aware of Xinjuan's marital status and could not fathom why she would be sent to engage in such a show. The agency bluntly stated, "The opposing company is offering far too much money." After much deliberation, Jiwan is the most suitable choice to as a newcomer. Her fame is not particularly high. This is merely an experiential opportunity that could benefit her acting career and provide exposure. Qiuhe attempted to protest further, but the agency interrupted her. "Let me be frank, Qiuhe. The company is not faring well, and the overall environment is unfavorable. Cultivating a newcomer is no easy task. If we have a chance to earn, we must seize is exposure worth compromising our integrity." Qiuhe was taken aback, utterly incredulous. "That is indeed the reality, that if you refuse, we will proceed with the contract, and you will owe tenfold in damages." Upon hearing this news, Xinjuan suddenly realized that in this industry, newcomers without connections or background are regarded as mere tools. Chapter 18. Gigi endures injustice. He went back to negotiate with the agency, but to no avail. The decision had been made, and they had confirmed Xinjuan's participation in the reality show. Qiuhe was left speechless with anger, yet Xinjuan reassured her, knowing that in the eyes of the company, As long as she could generate profit, she held no power. Shinjuan did not invoke her family background, nor did she seek Fu Siu's assistance. The agency remained oblivious to her true identity. She was unlike Shin Xing, who reveled in showcasing her status as the beloved daughter of the Shin family. Shinjuan wished to rely on her own abilities to also uphold Fu Siu's dignity, proving that she was no longer the same Shinjuan of the past, and she aspired to change the Fu family's perception of her, demonstrating her commitment to self-improvement. Therefore, she steeled herself to participate in this program. Moreover, given the agency's firm stance, she had no choice. Participation was mandatory, or else she would face the hefty penalty. He felt she had inadvertently burdened Shinjuan, never anticipating that it would lead to such a disadvantage. Shinjuan comforted her in return, assuring her that as long as they achieved results, others would not dare to look down upon them. Eventually, it would be they who called the shots for this reality show. It was widely acknowledged that such programs inevitably involve scripted personas. Everyone understood it was merely a fade, and she had no intention of genuinely engaging in romance. Before long, the recording of the show commenced, with episodes airing just 2 days later, allowing for simultaneous filming and broadcasting. Upon entering the recording phase, participants were required to surrender their phones, leaving Shinjuan unable to contact Fusu even if she desired to. The show's format featured 3 male guests and 3 female guests, necessitating a week of continuous dating, with filming capturing their daily interactions. Throughout the process, there would be intermittent activities designed to facilitate their acquaintance. And those who garnered higher popularity would also participate in live broadcasts, engaging with viewers directly. Participants in the recording hailed from various walks of life, including ordinary individuals, minor celebrities, and even mysterious guests from diverse professions. On the first day of filming, they were prohibited from disclosing their identities or professions, only permitted to exchange names and ages. Shinjuan certainly preferred to keep her identity concealed and thus asked the production team if she could use a pseudonym. The team consented to the use of an English name, and she introduced herself as Rora as filming commenced. Chiohe anxiously fretted for Shinjuan, who, due to the show's regulations, was forbidden from contacting her or disclosing any outside information, having even signed a confidentiality agreement. Shinjuan was thrust into the recording, where only 2 male guests were present alongside the 3 females, while 1 male guest was billed as a mysterious participant. Set to appear the following day, Shinjuan harbored no interest in the male guests. Having come this far, she could only accept the situation. She remained acutely aware of her identity and feared being exposed in a way that would undermine her. Maintaining an image of quietude and decorum before the cameras, she distanced herself from the male guests, opting instead to bond with the female participants. The 5 of them gathered on the sofa for conversation, dozens of cameras capturing their every move. Shinjuan nestled in a corner, clutching a pillow, presenting an air of tranquility as she introduced herself. "My name is Rora, my English name." After her introduction, the short-haired girl sitting beside her cheerfully chimed in, "Hello everyone, I'm Vicky, also an English name." Shinjuan found the encounter somewhat lacking in excitement, her mind wandering, when a male guest named Zhou Wei fixed his gaze upon her, pointing and asking, "Rora, is your name Rora?" Upon hearing her name called, Shinjuan snapped back to attention, replying, "Yes, that's right, I am Rora." "Rora, what a lovely name, just like you, so adorable," Zhou Wei complimented with charming directness, his eyes unyielding in their focus on her. Clearly intrigued by Shin, in a setting where women outnumbered men, the atmosphere was one of tentative exploration, yet Zhou Wei was refreshingly forthright in expressing his admiration for Shinjuan. She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her scalp tingling, yet she mustered a polite thank you in response. Another male guest, Su Li, opted not to use an English name, instead introducing himself with his real name, displaying a friendly demeanor towards all 3 female participants. Eager to assist whenever needed, during the lunch hour, Zhou Wei inquired if Shinjuan knew how to cook. Internally, she screamed, "Why does he keep singling me out? Please don't take an interest in me. I am merely here to fulfill a contract, an emotionless tool. Why does Zhou Wei keep fixating on me? I don't know how to cook." "Really? Then I'll teach you. Thank you, but I might end up blowing up the kitchen." "Then you're quite hopeless. How can a girl not know how to cook?" Zhou Wei insisted, firmly inviting her to join him in the kitchen. Shinjuan found herself reluctantly compelled to learn cooking. With no objections from the others in the kitchen, Shinjuan kept her distance from him, but whenever he moved closer, she would step away, determined to avoid being filmed together. She now very believed this would deter his interest. Only for Zhou Wei to suddenly ask, "Are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" "No, no. I have social anxiety." Shen Juan began to offer excuses, internally pleading for an escape. Why is this so torturous? If only Fu Siyue were here, I wouldn't feel this way. Zhou Wei boldly approached her, seizing her wrist and pulling her closer. "Come here. I'll teach you how to cook." Zhou Wei's actions were quite audacious. Without her consent, he had touched her, and her impression of him soured instantly. However, she found herself unable to escape, casting a desperate glance towards Qiuhe, who stood just outside the frame of the camera. Unfortunately, Qiuhe was powerless to assist. She, too, was distressed but unable to intervene. Thus, Xinjuan endured a day fraught with discomfort, as Zhou Wei showered her with attention, seemingly determined to attach himself to her. The most outrageous moment came when Zhou Wei sat across from her at the dining table, using his own chopsticks, which had already touched his mouth, to serve her food that he seemed unfazed by the saliva that lingered on his utensils. But for Xinjuan, it was a form of torment. He offered food to others with the same pair of chopsticks, despite the presence of communal chopsticks that Xinjuan had specifically prepared. The second female guest, Yang Jing, voiced her discontent, refusing to eat the food he had served. After enduring a long and arduous day, Xinjuan returned to her room, only to be confronted by the numerous cameras surrounding her. Deepening her sense of despair, she curled up in a corner, clutching her pillow, feeling utterly dejected. Yang Jing approached her to inquire, "Are you feeling unwell?" "What is wrong?" Xinjuan propped herself up, shaking her head as she replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just not accustomed to it." Yang Jing offered her a few words of comfort, gently patting her shoulder. Qiuhe, in a state of great anxiety, rushed to consult the chief director of the program, imploring whether they could replace Zhou Wei, who was simply insufferable. The director firmly stated that it was not possible, as filming had already commenced, and the edited footage was scheduled to air live that very evening. "Are you jesting? This is utter nonsense," he exclaimed. "This is also the will of the investors. Money speaks volumes." Chapter 19, he wore a shirt that exuded a captivating allure of restraint. Meanwhile, Fu Siyue had finally completed the last project, having toiled tirelessly to secure it. Just as he was about to revel in his success, NC approached him with some news that, "Mr. Fu, I have some bad news." That ANC hesitated, but Fu Siyue coldly interrupted. "Please elaborate. You instructed me to investigate the company where your wife is employed, and it appears they have signed her up for a dating show, placing her directly into the role of a female guest." "To my knowledge, filming has already begun." Fu Siyue furrowed his brow. "Could you repeat that? A dating show? Who dares to act so presumptuously?" And C quickly clarified, "It was the agency your wife signed with that took the initiative to secure this program. By the time I learned of it, it was too late to intervene. Your wife has already begun recording." The stern features of Fu Siyue were now tinged with an inscrutable emotion as he slowly inquired, "Where is it being filmed?" "In the neighboring city, at a seaside villa in City S that depart immediately." His wife had been thrust into this program against her will, and as her husband, he could not possibly remain idle. And C respectfully responded, "Yes, I will arrange for transportation right away." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and cautiously he suggested, "Sir, I have an idea that may or may not be feasible. Why not you also participate in this program? This way, you can assist your wife in extricating herself, and it provides an opportunity for you both to cultivate your relationship. Furthermore, making your presence public could deter those who harbor ulterior motives regarding your wife." And C's suggestion referred to Zhou Xiao, whose intentions towards Xinjuan were alarmingly transparent. Had it not been for her previous naivety in defending him, Fu Siyue would never have allowed Zhou Xiao to act so wantonly. This was a prime opportunity. Zhou Xiao was a ticking time bomb, and his intentions were clear. He aimed for Xinjuan. Although he had been confined, he was now free and likely to make his move, creating a sense of unease that ANC's proposal was not without merit. Zhou Xiao was the last person Fu Siyue wished to encounter, and he was even more reluctant to allow Zhou Xiao to continue pursuing Xinjuan. Although they had yet to divorce, their relationship was precarious, lacking a solid foundation. This moment presented a chance to foster their bond, and it was crucial for Zhou Xiao to understand that Xinjuan was his and no one could take her away. Ultimately, Fu Siyue nodded in agreement, permitting NC to execute the plan. ANC, being astute, swiftly contacted the production team and, employing a few tactics and funds, successfully secured a spot for Fu Siyu while persuading the team to amend the rules, allowing him to appear as a mysterious guest. That, of course, Fu Siyu did not reveal his true identity. He donned an exquisite, ghostly mask and transformed into night for the show. The production team permitted aliases, but the true identities would be unveiled at the end of the program. With a slight alteration to his appearance, he was unrecognizable. Consequently, he arrived at the recording venue the following afternoon at the seaside villa. Fu Siyu stood tall, his impressive physique radiating an air of elegance and affluence. Even concealed behind the mask, his remarkable features could not be overshadowed, nor could the noble aura and formidable presence he exuded be overlooked. Come quickly, the mysterious guest has arrived. Is that him? Yang Jing, enjoying the view in the courtyard, suddenly noticed a figure approaching their villa. He's so tall. But why is he wearing a mask? How intriguing. Wei Ku was drawn closer. The male contestants, too, approached with curiosity, observing the masked protagonist. That moment, the director clarified, due to the special nature of our mysterious guest's identity, he must wear a mask for the time being. Ultimately, it will be removed, contingent upon whether our mysterious guest finds a suitable romantic match. That if he does, it will be the chosen partner who unveils his face. Yang Jing could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "This production team is truly clever. I am in awe." Shen Zhuan, meanwhile, was on the spacious terrace on the second floor, engrossed in her book, oblivious to the events unfolding below. It was only upon hearing the director's announcement that she realized the mysterious guest had arrived. Oh, he has arrived, so what? She thought indifferently, wishing to become invisible, hoping to swiftly endure this week and return home. Fu Siyu scanned the area, failing to spot Shen Zhuan. Politely greeting those around him, he inquired, "Aren't there 3 female guests?" His voice was deep and enticing, a rich timbre that neither overwhelmed nor felt overly sultry, exuding an air of sophistication that sparked the imagination. Wei Ku eagerly volunteered. "She seems to be upstairs. I will fetch her. Please don't take offense. She may not have realized you were coming. It was quite sudden." Yang Jing couldn't help but think, who was being impolite? No one knows when the mysterious guest will arrive. Why speak of Shen Zhuan in such a manner? This could tarnish Shen Zhuan's image before the mysterious guest. As Wei Ku ascended the stairs, Shen Zhuan happened to be descending, cradling a cushion in her arms. Wei Ku remarked, "Where have you been? The last male guest has arrived, and everyone is waiting for you. You should come meet him." Shen Zhuan's head was spinning from spending too much time under the sun upstairs. And now, as she stepped inside, her vision blurred. Before she could comprehend the situation, Wei Ku tugged her downstairs, nearly causing her to stumble and fall on the last few steps. Fu Siyu instinctively rushed forward to steady her, grasping her arm, while she instinctively clutched the only support available to her, his arm, allowing her to regain her balance and avoid a fall. Wei Ku, startled, exclaimed, "I apologize. That was unintentional." At that moment, Fu Siyu's voice resonated. "Are you all right?" He deliberately lowered his voice, modulating it in a way that made it difficult for her to recognize him. Shen Zhuan replied with a soft quickly releasing her grip and gazing up at the masked guest with a puzzled expression. Why did his voice sound so familiar? It was somewhat reminiscent of Fu Siyu's, yet not quite. Moreover, how could Fu Siyu possibly participate in such a variety show, given his status and background? He would never engage in something so trivial. Surely, she was imagining things, perhaps longing for him too much had led to this misconception. Additionally, his attire did not align with Fu Siyu's style. He typically favored shirts and suits, which suited him exceptionally well, exuding an alluring restraint. This male guest, well, how should one put it? He simply did not resemble Fu Siyu. "I'm all right, thank you," she said, regaining her composure and offering her gratitude. Wei Ku couldn't resist rolling her eyes in disdain, regarding Shen Zhuan's infatuation. "Hello, I am Knight," Fu Siyu addressed her, and behind the mask, he silently added, "Your Knight, exclusively yours, Gigi." Chapter 20. Fu Siyu's sole purpose was her. After reflecting on the recent events, Shen Zhuan concluded that her previous approach was misguided. She could not extend kindness to everyone indiscriminately. Perhaps adopting a more aloof and haughty demeanor would create an impression of a wicked, Black Lotus character, thereby prompting others to ignore her. The mere thought thrilled her. Shen Zhuan's inner imp began to flourish. Thus, without so much as a glance at the enigmatic guest before her, she turned and strode toward the sofa with an air of arrogant beauty. Hidden beneath the mask, Fu Siyu raised an eyebrow, silently smiling to himself. This girl had not recognized him. Wei Ku, intrigued by the mysterious guest, took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, knight. Does your name mean rider?" "Indeed," Fu Siyu replied. "Are you a foreigner?" she inquired. "Not at all, by the way. Let me show you to your room," Wei Ku offered, filled with curiosity, as she led him upstairs to view his accommodations. A gesture of goodwill. The other two male guests approached to greet him, aware that every action was being recorded by the cameras. "Thank you," he responded. Upon hearing his voice, Wei Ku complimented, "You have a lovely voice. Are you a voice actor?" Not at all. Fu Siue's responses were succinct. Despite his few words, an air of aloofness and distance surrounded him. Yet Wei Ku found him quite captivating. Meanwhile, Xinjuan had retreated to the yard to swing, feeling the constant gaze of the cameras capturing her every move. The director had mentioned that the program would transition into a live broadcast format in the later stages, and the thought of enduring this for another 5 days was tormenting her. It was only the second day, yet she felt as if time had come to a standstill. The lively atmosphere indoors starkly contrasted with her solitude outside, and she secretly wished to remain invisible, to be treated as a mere specter. Yet, her desires were thwarted as all the guests had now arrived. 3 male and 3 female participants. They received a message from the production team stating that within 1 hour, they needed to identify their preferred partner from their first meeting and invite them to the rooftop that evening to stargaze together during the live broadcast. An hour. Xinjuan had no one in mind and simply wished to disengage. Although she lacked a preference, someone had chosen her. Within 5 minutes of the announcement, Zhou Wei approached her. "Ruola, why are you here alone?" Xinjuan, recalling her intended persona, feigned indifference and nodded slightly. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off today," Zhou Wei remarked as he sat beside her. The proximity compelled Xinjuan to shift away, much to Zhou Wei's amusement, perceiving her actions as endearingly bashful, that he directly inquired. "I just wanted to ask, do you enjoy watching the moon?" Implicitly, he was asking if she was interested in an evening rendezvous. "I'm afraid we still need time to adjust," Xinjuan declined, wishing to avoid any romantic entanglements. She preferred to remain a solitary single dog. Descending from an upper room, Fu Sui caught sight of the people in the yard and felt a sudden heaviness in his gaze as Wei Ku approached him. "Knight, if you need anything, feel free to ask me." "Thank you." Fu Siu's politeness only accentuated the sense of detachment he exuded. By the way, did you understand the rules just announced? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I arrived earlier and might have a better grasp. Fu Siu paused momentarily, gazing outside, seemingly lost in thought. Wei Ku followed his line of sight and spotted Xinjuan in the yard. "That girl sitting there is called Ruola. The guest beside her is Zhou Wei. They seem to have a mutual interest. It feels like there's chemistry between them, even with a mask obscuring his features." Fu Siu radiated an air of chilling authority. Before Wei Ku could react, Fu Siu strode towards the yard, heading directly for Xinjuan. She was still preoccupied with maintaining her aloof facade, but Zhou Wei was undeterred, clearly intent on asking her out. "Hello," Fu Siu suddenly appeared behind them. Upon hearing his voice, Xinjuan turned, and in that fleeting moment, she felt an intense familiarity emanating from this enigmatic guest. Yet it was impossible for Fu Siu to be here. He simply could not be. She quickly dismissed the thought. Zhou Wei stood up, returning the greeting. Fu Siu, surveying the surroundings, inquired, "May I speak with Miss Ruola for a moment?" The air thickened with tension at his request, leaving Zhou Wei visibly uncomfortable, yet obliged to comply, as it was still the phase of mutual introductions. He could pursue Ruola, and so could others. Tonight's date was about mutual selection. Zhou Wei hesitated. Speechless, Fu Siu's voice grew more somber, taking on an entirely different tone. "What's the matter? Have you two reached an agreement?" Xinjuan had no desire to date Zhou Wei, nor was she interested in the mysterious guest. She simply aimed to fulfill her obligations without attracting trouble, thus wishing to avoid both. With Fu Siu approaching, she seized her chance to extricate herself. "Still not finished. Are you also here to discuss tonight's date with Ruola?" Zhou Wei stated directly. Fu Siu showed no hesitation. Since their conversation was incomplete, he simply replied, "Then I will wait here." Xinjuan was bewildered by his directness. Was he not concerned about the awkwardness? He was genuinely standing by, waiting for them to finish their discussion. Zhou Wei, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, awkwardly relayed the details of the date to Xin, urging her to consider it carefully before departing. Wei Ke, who had been anticipating Fu Siyue's arrival, was taken aback to see him approach Ruola instead. Wasn't she the one who had spent the most time with him? Meanwhile, Yang Jing and another male guest had successfully connected, swiftly determining the details of their date. Yang Jing noticed an undercurrent among the four, sensing something intriguing, and pulled the other male guest to observe. "I can't shake the feeling that this mysterious guest has his sights set on Ruola," she mused. With the others gone, only Xin and Fu Sue remained in the yard. Xin, wary, distanced herself and cleared her throat, stating, "I believe it's a bit fast for us to discuss this on our first meeting. Given that we don't know each other well, that I in the following moment." She was prepared to refuse, yet the masked man spoke. "Ruola, may I call you Roro?" She was taken aback, gasping softly, her face reflecting sheer shock. Fu Siyue observed her exquisite features, her misty eyes, and the subtle upward curve of her eyelids, enhanced by light makeup, her rosy lips and white teeth, and her wavy, ash-blonde hair. She was undeniably beautiful. Moreover, it was clear she did not recognize him. Silently, Fu Siyue thought to himself, "What a little fool. How could she not recognize me?" But upon reflection, it made sense. Despite being married for years, they had spent little time together, leaving no opportunity to truly understand one another. Thus, this rare moment was a chance to start anew. He slightly tilted his head, showcasing his chiseled jawline and prominent Adam's apple, standing tall at nearly 6'2", even in her high heels. She barely reached his chin. Xin, despite being of considerable height, felt diminutive in his presence. Suddenly, she felt parched and disoriented. Just as she was about to speak, he continued, "I'm new here and not familiar with the surroundings. Would you kindly show me around?" He refrained from discussing the evening's date, opting instead for a courteous request to explore together, providing an opportunity for mutual acquaintance. Xin, intent on declining, found the words caught in her throat, and instead said, "I'm not very familiar either. I only arrived a day earlier." She had hardly explored the area and was unsure herself. The man nodded slightly, his voice still resonating with charm. "Shall we explore together?" Her mind was spinning, as if the very presence of Fu Siyue had rendered her dizzy. Only he could provoke such a reaction in her. Her heart raced inexplicably, completely beyond her control. She stood there for several moments, and when she finally regained her senses, she found herself trailing behind him. The villa was situated by the seaside, offering a serene environment. As evening approached, the sea breeze intensified. Xin, clad in a knee-length chiffon dress, struggled to keep the fabric from billowing in the wind, fearing exposure. Just then, a figure slipped off his jacket, deftly tying it around her shoulders to shield her dress from the gusts. She caught a whiff of the faint scent of cedar from the garment, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Did I apologize? The sea breeze is rather strong. I shouldn't have brought you here." The man's melodious voice resonated above her, causing her heart rate to spike even further, as if it no longer belonged to her. "Then let us head back. It seems that continuing forward leads to the beach." She instinctively tightened her grip. She turned abruptly. However, the force of her movement nearly caused her to stumble. Once again, the man steadied her, his hand briefly resting on her waist before he promptly withdrew it, exuding an air of politeness and restraint. "Are you all right?" He inquired once more. "That I'm fine, thank you," she replied, a touch flustered. "No need." He chuckled softly, his voice slightly husky. "You are quite adorable." Instantly, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing uncontrollably as if it might leap from her throat. Her emotions were a whirlwind. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely believed that this mysterious guest was Fu Siyue, but that was impossible. Fu Siyue would never stoop to participate in such a show. With his status and position, how could he lower himself like that? No, it couldn't be. She couldn't allow her heart and body to betray her for another man. She repeatedly reassured herself that this individual merely resembled Fu Siyue, causing her to mistake him for her husband. Any racing heart or flushed cheeks were undoubtedly a result of her feelings for Fu Siyue. Indeed, that must be it. Soon returning to the villa, Xin had rehearsed her refusal all the way, but just as she was about to speak, he suddenly whispered in her ear, "I won't force you, but this is also an opportunity. However, I am more eagerly anticipating your response." With less than 5 minutes remaining until the hour-long journey concluded, Yang Jing had already made her choice and was merely waiting to witness the unfolding drama of others. Particularly, upon seeing Shen Zhuan in a state of intense inner turmoil, Yang Jing approached her and inquired, "Have you not yet made up your mind?" The two shared a non-competitive relationship, and their rapport was somewhat amicable. Furthermore, during Shen Zhuan's moments of distress, Yang Jing had previously offered her comfort, which greatly improved Shen Zhuan's impression of her. The true reason for Shen Zhuan's inner conflict was something she could not divulge to Yang Jing, thus intensifying her struggle. "Would you like to hear my advice? Is that permissible?" "Of course," she replied. Yang Jing then whispered, "Do not be overly anxious. It is merely a date and does not signify anything substantial. Just relax and act according to your own heart's desires." Her heart's desires? But she could not entertain such thoughts. She was already committed to someone else. Participating in this show felt like courting divine retribution. And the notion of casually dating was beyond her capabilities. That on the production side, preparations were well underway. The footage from the first day's recording had already been edited and released online, sparking considerable discussion within just a few hours. Starting from the third day, the live broadcast would commence, meaning that the audience could witness the guests in the villa every minute of the day. Naturally, private moments would remain unseen, as guests required time for rest and personal care. As for the date scheduled for the following evening, only Yang Jing and her chosen partner managed to secure a date, while the other 4 guests did not on the morning of the third day. All guests received a text from the production team, informing them that a live broadcast would begin at 6 o'clock that morning. The online discussion soon ignited with fervor, particularly focusing on Shen Zhuan and Night. Shen Zhuan had recently starred in a drama that was currently airing online, garnering a modest level of fame. Some adored her, while others loathed her. Many were astonished to see her suddenly appear on a dating show. Night, on the other hand, captivated audiences with his striking appearance. Even behind a mask, his noble and aloof demeanor shone through, particularly accentuated by his magnetic voice, which was simply enchanting, especially after the second day's episode aired. His interactions with Ruola became exceptionally eye-catching. His gentle and courteous nature, particularly his invitation for Ruola to go on a date, was perfectly timed and made it hard for anyone not to be smitten. The production team deliberately sought to portray them as a couple, skillfully guiding the narrative through both camera work and post-production text, making their shared moments visually delightful and harmonious. Currently, the comment section was abuzz with discussions about their potential pairing. "He is so gentle. I am in tears. Truly, what a gentleman. His hand is a gentleman's hand. Help, that voice is lethal. Does it really exist? Ruola, please agree to him." Chapter 22. Playing games, Night's choice. Night means a night, right, Roro? He calls her Roro. Oh my. Roro owes Night. Help. Night is far too proactive. I can guarantee his choice is definitely Ruola. Some recognized Ruola as the actress Shen Zhuan and began commenting in the live chat. "Ruola is Shen Zhuan. Wow, sister, that Cheongsam is stunning. Even in casual wear, she looks fantastic. Her figure is perfect. Night has exceptional taste. Does he still not know Ruola's true identity? I am so curious about Night's real identity. What does he do? What does he look like?" The show had just begun airing, yet it instantly garnered significant attention, with live viewership numbers rapidly climbing into the hundreds of thousands. The production team could hardly believe their eyes. It was still early in the morning, barely past 8 o'clock, and so many people were tuning in. Shen Zhuan, still processing everything, was informed by Yang Jing that the live broadcast had commenced. Yang Jing had already changed her outfit and applied her makeup, eagerly awaiting Shen Zhuan's rise. "What's wrong? Still not awake?" Yang Jing remarked, noticing Shen Zhuan's dazed state upon waking, finding her irresistibly adorable, a charm that no girl could resist. Shen Zhuan, wrapped in her blanket, rolled over and suddenly asked, "Yang Jing, how does that mysterious guest eat with a mask on? He must take it off, but we just can't see it. By the way, how come you declined his invitation for a date? You wouldn't believe it. Last night, I had a candlelit dinner with Chen Ruojuan, and overall, it was quite romantic." Yang Jing's face radiated happiness, causing Shen Zhuan to sigh internally, though she was genuinely happy for Yang Jing, whose chosen partner was both handsome and eloquent. Yang Jing urged Shen Zhuan to get up and join her for breakfast, as the others had already risen. In a spontaneous moment, she helped Shen Zhuan with her makeup and chose her outfit. "I have excellent taste. Look, you suit a slightly more dramatic makeup style. It's glamorous and elegant, perfect for you. Shin Jiwan, having not rested well the previous night, felt disoriented and was half-heartedly pushed downstairs by Yang Jing. The comments were now filled with inquiries. When will Ruola wear the Cheongsam again? That Cheongsam is simply exquisite. I want to see her wear it again. I second that. Me too. Is Ruola dressing up beautifully to meet Knight? We share Ruola's curiosity. Why hasn't he the camera captured Knight? Can we switch and see what he looks like? Exactly. We can watch, but the guests cannot. Unbeknownst to Shin Jiwan, who could not see the comments. The rumors about her pairing with Knight had already spread. When she and Yang Jing descended the stairs, she surveyed the room, but found no sign of Knight. Yang Jing curiously asked, "Has Knight not woken up yet?" "It seems he has stepped out," Chen Ruojuan replied. Yang Jing then engaged in sweet banter with Chen Ruojuan, the two discussing breakfast options. Shin Jiwan, still dazed, was soon approached by Zhou Weili, who offered her coffee and asked, "Ruola, you're awake. I prepared breakfast for you. Would you like to eat a little?" "Thank you, but I'm on a diet and only eat oatmeal." This was no lie. She was indeed on a diet. Heaven bear witness. Zhou Weili quickly responded, "Then I shall make you some oatmeal." "That no, really. That's unnecessary." Nearby, Vico quietly observed others in the villa, especially Shin Jiwan, while sipping milk. Vico could no longer wait. He stood up and approached Shin Jiwan, asking, "Ruola, I saw Knight with you yesterday afternoon. What did you two talk about?" Shin Jiwan sensed Vico's intent and pondered for a moment before replying, "Not much, really." "Not much? What does that mean?" Even though Knight and Ruola did not successfully arrange a date the previous evening, Yang Jing and Shin Ruojuan had successfully paired up for one that still, Vico remained concerned about Knight's brief interaction with Ruola. "What if I don't want to share?" Shin Jiwan lifted her chin, disliking Vico's probing tone. "Even if I did discuss something with Knight, there's no obligation to tell you, right?" "Oh, if you don't want to share, that's fine. I was simply asking." His tone was tinged with sarcasm, clear to anyone listening. The comment section erupted. "Seriously, that way of speaking is incredibly uncomfortable. Why should she tell you anything? Who do you think you are to demand an explanation? This is a show. And everyone is in the phase of getting to know each other. What is it to you?" "Exactly. If Ruola chooses not to tell you, then she's simply 1T. Let me inform you. Knight said Ruola is adorable. Knight even draped a coat over Ruola to keep her warm. I'll discreetly share this with you, Vico. Knight said Ruola is incredibly cute." The number of viewers reached nearly 50,000, with the majority drawn in by Shin Jiwan's allure. Initially motivated by curiosity, many were completely captivated by her beauty and personality after watching a few episodes. Who does not appreciate a charming young lady with striking looks? A lovely figure, a touch of pride, yet an inherently kind heart. Immediately following this, the production team orchestrated a surprise by introducing a mini-game, wherein the male contestants would engage in a challenge. The victor of the evening would have the privilege of accompanying their chosen female contestant to the seaside for a luxurious tent camping experience. Arranged by the show, Knight returned to the villa, still donned in his mask, his tall, slender figure exuding an air of aloofness and intimidation, as if no one could approach him with ease. He harbored little interest in the game show, lazily scanning the room until his gaze fell upon Shin Jiwan. His deep-set eyes darkened with intensity as he observed her. Shin Jiwan was clad in a fitted, low-cut little black dress that accentuated her delicate waist, giving her an appearance that was both soft and alluring. Her skin was as pale and translucent as snow, and the sunlight streaming in illuminated her form, revealing no imperfections. She resembled a piece of uncarved jade. Her makeup for the day lent her an air of seduction, yet it was not garish. Her beauty was versatile, capable of being both enchanting and innocent, with a physique that could drive men to madness, though she remained blissfully unaware of her own effect. The production team then announced the rules of the game, which were straightforward yet challenging. Push-ups. This game required the cooperation of the female contestants, as the male contestants would choose a willing female partner to perform push-ups with. The female contestant would lie on a yoga mat while the male contestant executed push-ups on top of her. The one completing the most repetitions would be declared the winner. Chapter 23. Push-ups on her. This game was a test of physical endurance for the men, revealing who among them maintained a regular fitness regime. As the rules were laid out, the atmosphere grew charged with various intentions. Knight, however, was the first to act, his purpose clear as he strode toward Shin Jiwan, a charming smile gracing his lips. his enticing voice echoed. Oh, may I have the honor of inviting you to join me for this game? Upon hearing his voice, Shinjuan questioned her own perception, wondering if she was imagining things. The familiarity of his voice intensified, and as she lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locked through the mask he wore. Her heart raced uncontrollably, disbelief washing over her as she realized, Fu Siua, what? Is it really him? Those eyes are unmistakable. She had not scrutinized him closely yesterday, her mind a chaotic whirl, but now, upon recognizing him, she was engulfed by the surreal realization that this was indeed Fu Siua. Was she dreaming? You Fu Siua silently smiled, then chuckled softly. Are you willing? My right object. Before Shinjuan could respond, the comment section of the live broadcast erupted. Oh my god, is that a confession? So soon? This is so straightforward and bold. If it were me, I couldn't resist. Please take off the mask. I beg you. I want to see what you look like. Me too, please. Ruo quickly agreed to him. I want to see him do push-ups. Shinjuan couldn't help but pinch her arm, her blood racing, her cheeks aflame. That of course. She was willing. It was Fu Siua after all. 1,000 times yes. Since it was Fu Siua, what was there to wait for? Charge forth, she thought, blushing as she nodded, her willingness evident. Knight's smile deepened, the corners of his mouth curving upward, his eyes sparkling with mirth, for she had recognized him. This time, he did not delay. Just as his words fell, Zhou Wei approached, unwilling to relinquish Ruo so easily and eager to engage her in conversation. Ruo, don't agree so quickly. I would also like to invite you. Yet Knight interjected, apologies, but she has already expressed her willingness to join me that I haven't even spoken yet. Even so, she would not accept your invitation. Knight replied with calm confidence. Not necessarily, Zhou Wei countered, turning to Shinjuan in a last-ditch effort, that I hope you will give us another chance later, an opportunity to understand each other better. Knight stepped forward, positioning himself between Shinjuan and Zhou Wei, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear without actually touching her cheek. This gesture was sufficient to capture all her attention. He leaned in slightly, his gaze solely fixed upon her, exuding a fiery intensity that a moment later, he drew back, flashing her a smile that left her breathless. This smile was intoxicating. She found herself momentarily suspended in time, unable to breathe. What was he doing to her? Help, someone save me. He is far too charming, she thought, overwhelmed by the warmth radiating from his proximity and the potent allure of his presence that it felt as if they were the only two in existence. Isolated from the world, Yang Jing, witnessing the unfolding scene, could hardly contain her laughter and whispered to Qinruojuan, I told you, this knight is clear in his intentions. Just look at his technique and speed. It's unparalleled. Qinruojuan smiled shyly. Do you think he can win? Regardless, I want to enjoy a romantic moonlit night by the sea, she replied. All right, Qinruojuan nodded in agreement. That Knight chose Shinjuan, and she accepted. They formed one couple, leaving Wei Ku and Zhou Wei as the remaining pair. Comment section. Did you see that? I'm about to suffocate. That hair-tucking move is too seductive. Ruo is blushing. And she looks so adorable. This is too delightful. I can't wait to see what Knight looks like. What does he even look like? Help, I'm terrified of disappointment. Please, dear heavens, do not let me down. As the game was about to commence, the 3 female contestants lay on the yoga mats prepared by the production team, having changed into athletic were to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. The male contestants also donned workout attire, taking their positions. Although the game seemed simple, it required considerable physical strength. Is Knight really going to do push-ups on Ruoro? Ah, is that true? Is this a scene I can witness without spending a dime? Help, I can already envision it. Go Knight, go. I hope he lives up to his physique. Lying on the yoga mat, Shinjuan's face flushed as she thought about Fu Siue's impending push-ups atop her. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Everything was unfolding far differently than she had imagined. First, he had appeared as a mysterious guest in a mask, and she had failed to recognize him immediately, only feeling a strange familiarity. Now he was to do push-ups on her, with so many cameras recording this moment that it felt utterly scandalous, as if they were engaging in something forbidden under the glaring sun. Damn it, why am I feeling this way? If Fu Siue finds out, I will be utterly humiliated. What was she thinking? Suddenly, a shadow enveloped her as Fu Siue positioned himself above her, one hand resting beside her face. And he even had the audacity to engage her in conversation. Snapping back to reality, she gazed at the man so close to her. Though masked, his presence was palpably real. His eyes, his breath, and the faint scent of pine surrounding him enveloped her, rendering her weak in her knees. Chapter 24. No date last night, so I will compensate you today. No, I wasn't thinking about anything, she stammered, nearly biting her tongue in her flustered state. Her heart raced. For the person she had longed for was now so near. It seemed he understood her predicament, having joined this show, and his actions from the previous day were now explained. She felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity because it was indeed him. The flush on her petite face deepened, her starry eyes glistening with moisture, exuding an air of vulnerability that was irresistibly endearing. Countless cameras captured their every expression, broadcasting their intimate moment live online. The chat room erupted with excitement, even more animated than the participants themselves. One-handed push-ups. This is incredible. Oh my God, someone take off Knight's mask, quickly. Will the mask fall off? I want to see. This man's arms are too enticing. Help, he exudes boyfriend material. Cover your eyes. I'm embarrassed. This scene is too steamy. I want him to do push-ups on me too. In the live broadcast room, a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Deep within, Shinjuan silently cried out in despair, her heart echoing with pleas for help. Though they remained unvoiced, the director's team announced the commencement of the countdown. The male guests from the three groups began their push-ups. Shinjuan bit her lip, unable to help but avert her gaze slightly, too daunted to meet his eyes. The emotions swirling within them were overwhelmingly intense. The longer she looked, the more she feared losing her composure. As Fu Siwa executed his push-ups, performing them with one hand while the other two groups relied on both, his singular prowess was evident from the outset, showcasing his exceptional physical ability. 21, 22, 23, counted a staff member beside them. Keeping score, the other two groups failed to notice him, but a fleeting glance revealed their astonishment, particularly Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei was the first to falter, collapsing, and Wei Ku, who had never been fond of Zhou Wei, felt a wave of disgust at his greasy antics. Were it not for their forced partnership, she would never have consented to play alongside him. Utterly useless, Wei Ku couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Clad with a microphone, her words were captured with crystal clarity. Zhou Wei's face turned red with embarrassment, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, devoid of energy to respond. The comment section of the live stream erupted in laughter. Yang Jing and Qin Ruojuan's pair continued to persevere, with Qin Ruojuan's face flushed and glistening with perspiration, still managing to hold on thanks to her regular training. 101, 102. Shinjuan began to worry. They were nearing 100 repetitions, and it seemed the adjacent group showed no signs of stopping. She feared he might not endure. Knight, she softly called out to him, her voice gentle with a hint of sweetness, almost flirtatious, that Fu Siwa acknowledged with a breathless response, his breathing slightly ragged. Yet he remained composed, effortlessly continuing his motions in her presence. He was determined to exert himself even more. Was he not? Conflicted, Shinjuan bit her lip, the flesh sinking in, her lips full and luscious. Exuding temptation, Fu Siwa's gaze deepened, fixating on her lips as his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, accompanied by a soft swallow. Drawing closer, she caught sight of his throat's movement. Her heart softened, and she couldn't resist voicing, Knight, if it becomes too much, don't push yourself. Your health is paramount. Fus silently chuckled, choosing not to respond. 131. Qin Ruojuan beside them finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, flipping over just before the last second without falling onto Yang Jing. 132. Fu Siwa managed a few more before ceasing. His breath heavy, but his demeanor still poised, he rose with one hand supporting himself, maintaining an air of elegance despite his labored breathing. In his mind, images of her face, her lips, and her fragrance captivated him, entwining his thoughts that a mere touch had rendered him utterly addicted. Truly, he was a man of remarkable strength. Knight has won. How incredibly masculine. Those arms could lift me effortlessly. The viewers were ecstatic, the chat room buzzing with excitement. This isn't scripted. I want them together. They are simply perfect. The live stream had gone wild with fervor, and it was no surprise that Fu Siwa claimed the top spot that the evening's romantic beach 10 awaited. The director's team sought confirmation. May I ask, male guest number 3, is your chosen partner Miss Ruola, who played the game with you? Once the game concluded, Shinjuan swiftly offered him a bottle of water. He accepted it, murmuring a soft thank you, while her expression radiated concern. Are you really all right? Her worry was not for the ranking, but for his well-being. Are you concerned about me? He inquired. Of course. She replied earnestly. How could I not worry? This game was quite intense. He leaned slightly closer, his gaze locked on hers. This evening, would you care to join me for a date? Did it even require an answer? He had fought hard to win, and she was undoubtedly willing. Of course. I would, she responded, feeling that exhilarating rush once more. Despite a bit of sweat, he bore no unpleasant odor. Instead, the scent of cedar enveloped him, intensifying in her proximity, making her feel weak and giddy. His heart seemed entirely captivated by her, his focus solely on her. This is a promising beginning, Fu Su thought, his gaze burning with intensity, exuding an undeniable allure. Since we missed our date last night, I shall make it up to you today. What others have, you shall have too. The comment section erupted once again. Wow, what did I just hear? He missed last night's date and is compensating today. Help! The chemistry was palpable, and viewers were entranced. Give her everything. I'll bring the tent. Hurry! As the excitement mounted, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation. Chapter 25. The date, enveloped in an air of restraint, before the date even commenced. The comment section was abuzz, more eager for the evening's beach rendezvous than Shen Juan herself. Before the official date began, Shen Juan had time to prepare. After the game, she and Yang Jing returned to change clothes. Concerned that Yang Jing might feel disheartened, Shen Juan was relieved to see her friend in high spirits, helping her select an outfit that don't wear that expression. I want to be unhappy. Besides, I already had a date with Chen Ruojuan last night. And stargazing upstairs was quite romantic. Shen Juan smiled, pinching her cheek playfully. You're adorable, truly. Yang Jing eagerly picked out her attire for the evening. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she leaned in to whisper several suggestions in Shen Juan's ear. By 7 o'clock, Shen Juan arrived at the beach as promised, where night awaited her. The night was hazy, with the moon sinking and the stars fading. The sea breeze was brisk, and the evening air was cooler than during the day. The tent, lights, roses, and barbecue setup were all perfectly arranged, a feast prepared for the evening's stars, complete with champagne. The ambience was enchanting, ideal for a date between two singles. Given the sandy beach, Shen Juan opted for flat sandals. Wearing a delicate dark pink dress with a flowing design, the back featuring a tie-up design and a low neckline that accentuated her fair, slender neck and revealed her exquisite collarbone, embodying a graceful beauty. This attire was captivating and drew all eyes, particularly Fu Siue, whose gaze flickered with astonishment. His girl had truly blossomed, each smile and frown breathtakingly lovely. Upon seeing her back, his breath hitched, his eyes darker than the night sea. As she approached him, her nerves intensified, partly from his identity as Fu Siue and partly due to the many eyes upon them. Despite his mask, his mature and distinguished aura was utterly mesmerizing. She felt like a princess, his princess, belonging solely to him. Her heart raced, her body warm, as if aflame. Although it wasn't their first meeting, this was their inaugural date, and in the setting of a reality dating show. It was a scenario she had never anticipated. Finally standing before him, the brilliant lights enveloped him in an ethereal glow. She truly felt as if she were dreaming de Fu night. She nearly blurted, almost uttering his name. But she quickly corrected herself. De Fu Siwa smiled, slightly bowing, his eyes sparkling as if holding the essence of countless stars, his lips parting to reveal that familiar voice that sent her heart racing. Good evening, my princess. Good evening, my prince. The comments exploded. I think I'm going to faint. Why does that phrase sound so charming coming from Night? That deep voice, that striking appearance. Is this a confession? Truly, it's so efficient, absolutely direct. This is straight out of a drama, but they truly match so well. I'm so envious. This height difference is incredible. I'm all for it. Quick wall slam. My mind is filled with their script. Can we remove the mask? Please indulge my imagination. And it wasn't over. This was merely the beginning to Fu Si. I then asked, may I hold your hand? Such gentlemanly charm. His words were bold, yet his actions were filled with chivalry. That contrast within one person was simply extraordinary. Even Shen Juan found it hard to resist his charm. It was simply too alluring. Of course, she replied, pressing her lips together, her heart racing, cheeks flushed, and her body temperature uncharacteristically high. Her gaze inevitably fell upon him, following his every movement. Knight guided her to sit on the Chinchio platform, a romantic setup arranged by the production team. As night fell, the seaside lights grew increasingly enchanting. Knight squatted beside her, wearing nothing more than a simple white shirt and black trousers, which did little to conceal the aura of elegance that surrounded him. Notably, his fair hands, with prominent knuckles and visible veins, radiated an undeniable allure, exuding an irresistible masculinity. The seaside, Shinjuan, on a whim, decided to remove her sandals, letting her bare feet sink into the sand, which felt slightly coarse. This action brought a sliver of rationality back to her mind. "Knight, is your hand all right?" she asked, her voice trembling uncontrollably, startling even herself. Knight chuckled softly. What if I said it's not? Indeed, after doing so many push-ups, especially one-handed, he must have sustained some strain. "Then can I help you with a massage?" She blurted out, genuinely wanting to assist him, without any ulterior motives. However, Knight was captivated by her choice of words. Massage. That would be best reserved for a more opportune moment. His words brushed against her heart like a feather, leaving a profound imprint despite their lightness. "That if I miss this chance, I want to recognize you next time," she teased. "Next time? You mean you want to recognize me?" he replied, his tone laced with amusement, his voice rising at the end. "Who knows when the next time will be?" He chuckled helplessly. "Can I decide that?" Shinjuan quickly agreed. "Well, that's fine then." As he stood up, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of his shirt just enough to reveal a glimpse of his abs, a sight that left Shinjuan gasping internally. She couldn't help but want to gaze longer, but in the next moment, he turned away, leaving her with nothing to see. What a pity! How she longed to touch that chiseled physique. Such thoughts were far too eager. She hastily covered her face, afraid to meet his gaze. Just moments ago, she had kissed him, unwilling to consider divorce. But that had been so rushed, without even a chance to savor the moment. Regret washed over her, especially since she hadn't had another opportunity since. The sea breeze dispersed some of the heat from her cheeks, and she took a deep breath, still feeling uncomfortably warm. "Just end it for me. I can't take it anymore." "Not just Ruah. I am anxious too. What should we do next?" "Hurry, I want to see." Surely, no one could resist such a man, whose every gesture exuded an air of restraint. Chapter 26. Don't overthink it. Taking a breath. Shinjuan noticed Knight was busy, so she rose and walked over to him. I want to help you." Her words came out in gasps. She was losing control. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she feared she might actually fall ill. "Help me." His voice grew deeper, returning to the familiar timbre she knew so well. "Yes, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Then please roll up my sleeves." "Did I ask that all?" "It seems rather simplistic." She mused. Knight stood still, waiting as she leaned closer, marveling at his height, especially since she was barefoot and only reached his shoulder. She had never realized he was this tall. Even a simple white shirt seemed to carry an air of sophistication on him, a testament to his exceptional looks. The previous Fu Siyue had given off a mature elegance, while the current Fu Siyue was entirely different. This was her first time on a date with him under such circumstances. "What are you standing there for?" As she drifted off in thought, Knight's voice broke through, his head lowered as he gazed at her, their faces mere inches apart, his scent enveloping her. She instinctively looked up at him. "Help!" Why are his eyes so captivating? His eyelashes are long and thick, simply enchanting. What was she supposed to be doing? Her mind blanked for a moment, completely forgetting her task. Knight chuckled softly, his laughter rich with charm. "You need to help me unbutton my shirt." "Unbutton?" She recalled, wasn't she supposed to roll up his sleeves? Her gaze fell to the buttons below his collarbone, and for a fleeting moment, she yearned to peel his shirt back and see his abs again. Just that brief glimpse had almost unraveled her composure. No. How could I be this desperate? Shinjuan admonished herself. "Get a grip. Don't think such inappropriate thoughts." She reached out to assist him in rolling up his sleeves. Standing before him with downcast eyes, dutifully preparing his shirt. The camera captured this moment perfectly, making it appear as if he had encircled her in his embrace. The scene was breathtaking, the atmosphere charged with intimacy. Even she felt as though he was holding her. "All done," she murmured, satisfied with her work. "Thank you. Did I ask there anything else I can help with?" Just as she finished speaking, Shinjuan felt something crawl across the top of her foot, letting out a startled yelp as she instinctively stepped back, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Knight was quick to catch her, pulling her into his arms. What happened? There was a bug crawling on my foot, she exclaimed, panic-stricken at the thought of insects. The bug has gone. It's all right now. Did it bite you? Knight bent down, inspecting her foot with concern. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm that no, I'm fine, thank goodness. She placed a hand on her chest, relieved as Knight rose. He noticed her sandals lying nearby. He picked them up and squatted before her, saying, Rua, lift your leg. Was he going to help her put on her shoes? She hesitated briefly, but obediently raised a foot, to her surprise. He even wiped the sand off the bottom of her foot, which tickled, causing her to flinch. Bear with it, Rua. Put your shoes on, he gently instructed. She bit her lip, but they're dirty. Rua isn't dirty. Rua is clean everywhere, he replied earnestly. This only made her blush deeper, her cheeks aflame. Meanwhile, their fans in the live stream were in an uproar. I've been waiting, and he hasn't disappointed. Knight is so considerate. Rua rolled up Knight's sleeves, and Knight is putting Rua's shoes on. It's a delightful exchange. I'll bring the bed over. Hurry up. Hey, keep it classy upstairs. This is something we can't see even if we pay. I'll donate $9. You can get your marriage license right here. Oh, someone come and help me get rid of my anxiety for them. Others without dates chatted in the villa. Unable to approach the seaside, Deviko's displeasure was evident on her face. She glared at everyone, sitting on the sofa and ignoring anyone who tried to speak to her. Yang Jing, however, was in high spirits, playing tarot cards with Shinra, unaffected by the mood around them, seemingly enjoying themselves. Viko couldn't help but comment. You two seem to be having a good time. Why not be happy? We are, Yang Jing replied. Viko crossed her arms, suddenly standing and pacing, then approached the camera, asking, Director, can I go to the seaside? You only said the first place could date their chosen partner. You didn't say others couldn't join. Yang Jing looked puzzled. Isn't a date just between two people? But can't I go to the seaside to see the moonlight? That doesn't interfere, right? I suppose that is permissible, Yang Jing conceded, remaining silent as Viko walked toward the sea. Meanwhile, the camera captured Knight preparing ingredients for a barbecue, all provided by the production team, requiring no further preparation. Shin Jiwan sat nearby, watching him work, taking the opportunity to calm her nerves. If she didn't take a breather soon, she feared she might collapse from the tension. Suddenly, the camera panned to Viko, who had not approached but chose to sit a distance away, holding a cup of water. Her presence was noted by the filming crew. It appeared she was alone, creating a solitary image as the camera focused on her. The comment section lit up with confusion. Didn't they say the seaside was for a date? Why is she here, sitting there? What does she mean by that? Why is she trying to steal the spotlight? What is the leading lady doing? Maybe she just wants to see the moonlight. If she wants to see the moonlight. Why is she sitting in that corner? It's clearly stealing the show. Tonight's main event should be Knight and Rua, right? What is Viko doing? Fans were puzzled, noting that a date should involve two people. So why was Viko insisting on sitting there, stealing the camera's focus? It appears that the production team has sensed the trending dynamics and shifted the focus of the camera towards Viko. It is certain that this scene will be edited out in post-production. At present, Shinjuan is without her phone and is oblivious to the barrage of comments, remaining unaware of the events that have transpired. After sitting for a while, Viko notices that no one is paying attention to her, so she stands up and walks towards the tent. That I end chapter 27. His little wildcat is feeling jealous, and of course, he must first appease her. I can already smell the delightful aroma. It's so enticing. Can I join too? Viko approaches and speaks up. The moment Shinjuan hears Viko's voice, she sees her standing next to Knight, who discreetly creates distance, ensuring they are not in the same frame. Any discerning observer can tell that he is avoiding any semblance of impropriety. Do you want to eat too? After Knight steps away to fetch some condiments, he casually inquires. Out of courtesy, he means no other implication. Yes, may I? I hope it won't disturb you, and Ruola. Viko glances at Shinjuan, ostensibly seeking her approval, yet she is hardly concerned. Without waiting for Knight's response, Viko continues, Knight, what are you grilling? I can assist you, no need. Knight replies, clearly aware that Viko's eagerness is unwarranted. He doesn't even bother to glance in her direction. However, he does offer a polite reminder. Be careful. Watch out for sparks from the fire that might land on your skirt. His words are purely out of courtesy and gentlemanly decorum. Viko's smile grows even sweeter. All right, thank you for your concern. No need. This scene does not sit well with Shin Ji-won, especially with Vico standing next to Knight, that this is not supposed to be her date with Knight. Why is Vico allowed to come over and converse with him? Why is Knight even speaking to Vico and cautioning her about the embers? Shin Ji-won's possessiveness over the man she fancies is intense, and she certainly does not wish for any other interested females to be around him. As for the production team, they are unlikely to intervene, particularly since the events are being broadcasted live, and every action is under scrutiny. How romantic. Is this all prepared by the production team? Everything is here. Seaside barbecue. Moonlight, flowers, and wine. It's all so splendid, Vico exclaims, unreservedly seizing a bottle of champagne prepared by the crew, as if she were the star of the evening. Shin Ji-won, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, purses her lips but quickly feigns indifference, maintaining a cheerful facade. Yes, it was arranged by the production team. Have you had dinner yet? Would you like to eat together? I can grill for you. It's far better for her to grill than for Knight to serve Vico. Isn't it? Vico responds, Ruola, will you grill for me? That would be wonderful. I'm in quite a predicament. I don't know how to grill meat, to be honest. I've never barbecued anything myself. What is she saying? Shin Ji-won is not someone to be easily bullied. She maintains a smile. I was wondering why it hasn't rained today. It was you who left me speechless. Shin Ji-won is seething inside. Vico, oblivious to the pun, genuinely believes Shin Ji-won intends to barbecue for her. She meticulously selects the food she likes, arranges it on a plate, and hands it to Shin Ji-won, saying, then Ruola, thank you for your trouble. I don't like too many seasonings. Just a little will suffice. How audacious. She truly dares to instruct her on grilling. Knight, having overheard their exchange, approaches Shin Ji-won, his masked visage concealing his expression. He softly advises, be a dear and sit to the side. The smoke is heavy, and it might irritate you. Vico wants grilled meat, and I'll help her with that. It's no trouble. She wants to eat? She nods that if she wants to eat, why must you be the one to grill it? Vico immediately feigns innocence, interrupting, I mentioned I would do it myself, but since I can't, Ruola, look at you. You said you'd help me. If this airs and I'm misunderstood, I'll surely be scolded. Shin Ji-won wears a perplexed expression, wondering why this person sounds so grating and sarcastic that, of course, she is not the type to be easily intimidated. Anyone can feign innocence, and she is no exception. It's fine. If it airs, it doesn't matter. Everyone has eyes. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream are buzzing to, oh, how pretentious. This was supposed to be a date. Do you understand what a date is? Why must you meddle in someone else's date and fear being scolded? Didn't she just say, I don't know how to grill meat, to be honest. I've never barbecued anything myself. Isn't that what you just said? Spare me, I'm truly at my wit's end. What a green tea princess, is it Vine Via perhaps? Ruola is so adorable. Don't let her get to you. Stand your ground and don't let her ruin your date. Knight can't grill for her. You may only grill for Ruola? Exactly, yes. At this moment, Cho-hee is also watching the live stream. Feeling anxious, yet unable to contact Shin Ji-won. She worries that Shin Ji-won might be at a disadvantage, but thankfully, it doesn't seem too severe. As for the male guest named Knight, Cho-hee increasingly feels he resembles someone she has encountered before. Online discussions are also swirling regarding Knight's true identity and appearance, sparking immense curiosity. Cho-hee's greatest concern is that Shin Ji-won might be captivated by this male guest if Fu Siua finds out. It could lead to chaos. First, it was Zhou Xiao, and now another Knight has appeared. Things are spiraling out of control. Cho-hee senses an impending crisis. The popularity of this program is rising, and it will inevitably reach Fu Siua's ears. Once he learns of it, everything will be in disarray. Cho-hee promptly takes action, heading to the filming location to discuss the matter with the director, that if this information spreads, the repercussions could be significant. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continues. The grilling situation has ignited a controversy and even trended on social media, with Shin Ji-won once again making headlines. Noticing Shin Ji-won's furrowed brow and her visibly distressed expression, Knight surmises she may be feeling jealous. Beneath his mask, a smile plays at the corners of his lips as he presents a plate of grilled meat before her, asking, Are you hungry? Is this for me? Who else could it possibly be? His deep voice carries a warm chuckle. His little wildcat is indeed feeling jealous, and he must first soothe her. In a moment of whimsy, Shin Ji-won softens her tone and sweetly calls out, Thank you, brother. Her voice reaches Knight's ears, sending a delightful shiver through him. And oh man, can resist the charm of a woman sweetly calling him brother. If it weren't for the ongoing show, he would indeed want to pull her into his embrace and indulge in her affection, coaxing her to call him again, that he licks his back molars, murmuring, "What a predicament! What? The seaside winds are fierce." And she fails to catch his words. Nothing. The two of them converse as if the world around them is faded, completely oblivious to Vico as presence nearby. In Chapter 28, Am I Not Easy to Please? After a while of watching, Vico realizes she is no longer entertained and turns to leave, abandoning any further desire for barbecue. Shinjuan harbors no other thoughts. She merely yearns for solitude with Fu Siyue. That singular notion occupies her mind. Did I ask for the other participants in the program? If they cannot become friends, then they shall remain mere acquaintances. With Vico gone, there are no further disturbances. However, Shinjuan feels a hint of disappointment. Her cheerful mood has been dampened. This was supposed to be a date for two, as arranged by the production team. Why must someone disregard that? Knight's keen eyes catch the melancholy in Shinjuan's gaze. Her emotions are clearly written on her face. The Tio maintain her figure. She eats sparingly. Knight observes her delicate bites, her refined mannerisms making her appear quite demure, akin to a little kitten. Are you full? Yes, I am. After all, in his presence, she cannot indulge too much. Overeating might lead to a little belly, especially since she is wearing a skirt today, that if she were to have a belly, it would be utterly embarrassing. Knight smiles warmly, his voice possessing an indescribable allure. She harbors an idle persona, particularly in front of him, and instinctively pulls in her stomach, fearful of revealing any signs of a little belly that am I not easy to please. She playfully bites her lower lip, a hint of anticipation lacing her inquiry. Yet Knight merely responds with a non-committal suggesting a hint of disinterest. This ain't quite what she expected. Does he not find her easy to please? After a brief pause, both of them speak simultaneously. Knight, you think? They simultaneously halt, gazing at each other. What is wrong? Knight, embodying his gentlemanly demeanor, inquires about her concern. Why did you decide to participate in this program? This question is not directed at Knight, but rather at Fu Siyue, who has assumed the Knight persona and donned a mask. What is his true intention for being here? Shinjuan is eager to uncover that answer, yearning to hear it directly from him. While others may not comprehend why she poses this question, she is acutely aware of her motivations. Knight does not respond immediately. After a few seconds, he asks, "Are you very concerned about the answer?" Shinjuan gently bit her lip, her thoughts disrupted by his retort. It seemed she had anticipated his response, only to find her eagerness waning inexplicably. She felt a profound unease, as if her entire psychological state had shifted. She couldn't help but think that perhaps his purpose for being here was her, yet she longed to hear him articulate the answer. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting a melancholic emotion that evoked a sense of pity in others. He suddenly leaned closer to her, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. It was night by the seaside. An undeniably romantic setting, yet numerous cameras were trained on them. Her courage faltered. She felt uncomfortable and instinctively turned her face away, avoiding his gaze and looking elsewhere. I saw there as some wine. Would you like to join me? She asked, deciding against pursuing the answer she sought, feigning nonchalance as she sought out the wine to steady her nerves. The little one, deprived of his answer, seemed to deflate, her small face etched with disappointment. Knight sighed softly. Feeling somewhat helpless, he returned to the tent to fetch a small orange blanket, draping it over her shoulders as he observed her fumble with the bottle. Speaking gently, the night breeze is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. He leaned in closer, covering the tiny microphone tucked within his shirt collar to prevent it from picking up their conversation. His voice dropping to a whisper, "My answer is quite apparent." With that, he released his hand. Her previously cooled blood surged hot once more, coursing through her veins. She widened her eyes slightly, her heart reviving in an instant. As the glow of her former self returned to her visage, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for needing his verbal affirmation for something she already knew. I'm sorry. Why the sudden apology? She stammered, uncertain how to articulate her feelings. Having grown up amidst indulgence and arrogance, no one had taught her how to express herself. She had navigated many aspects of life alone, including the complexities of love. In her past, she had been selfish and blind, failing to recognize that the person who truly cared for her was Fu Siyue. The man before her now, took a brush with death for her to awaken to this truth. A price too steep to pay. Without a second chance, she and Fu Su might have irrevocably missed each other. Her own demise might have been inconsequential, but she had dragged Fu Siua down with her, costing him his life. Overwhelmed by emotion, she momentarily lost control, her thoughts drifting to sorrowful memories, enveloped in sadness. Night gazed into her eyes, sensing the melancholy within. It seemed she had weathered much, her eyes reddened. His heart tightened with concern, his gaze never leaving her. You are not difficult to care for. You must believe that you are wonderful, the very best. You are a unique existence, akin to the moon in the sky. That a faint smile broke through her tears. Yet she shyly averted her face, murmuring, "Thank you." Night suppressed the urge to pull her into his embrace. The moment he saw her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he had yearned to hold her close and comfort her. But now was not the time. Instead, he gently ruffled her hair, his touch tender and light. Shinjuan huffed softly, regaining her composure, while Night opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for her. Reminding, "Do take care not to drink too much, just a little." She nodded, accepting the glass and taking a delicate sip, recalling the last time she had overindulged at Director Gu's gathering, where she had been outmaneuvered by Xin Xing and Zhou Xiao. Yet, now she was with him, it felt safe to indulge. Being with him made her feel secure. This sentiment sent the live stream audience into a frenzy. How charming. "Ah, save me. I'm utterly exhausted. Please help." The implications of her trust in Night were not lost on the viewers. Does this mean that with Night around, getting drunk is no issue? Does it imply a level of trust? I beg you, can we just have them confess their feelings and get together already? I'm going mad. Where's that annoying Vico? Can't you see? Don't crowd in. Night's heart belongs to Ruola, only Ruola. Let us name the ship I'm supporting. Kalala K for Night, La for Ruola. I'm truly shipping Ruola. LOL, what about naming it Night of Ruola? Chapter 29. The softness of her way, Shinjuan had indeed drunk too much, feeling pleasantly tipsy as she sat cross-legged in the tent. That it was still early. And when she looked up, she unexpectedly locked eyes with the man standing in the moonlight. He was breathtakingly handsome, and with just a glance, he could easily captivate her. Oh, why did I join this program? If only there weren't so many cameras, I could be wild, perhaps due to the wine. Her mind was a whirl of chaotic thoughts. Night, noticing her dazed expression and slightly flushed cheeks, deduced that she had indeed had too much to drink. The shawl on her shoulders slipped, revealing her smooth, delicate shoulder and the enticing v-neckline. Below that lay a realm of temptation. Unaware, she reached out to him, her eyes sparkling, her voice sultry. "Come here for a moment." This gesture seemed to beckon like a playful invitation to a puppy. Yet he was no mere pup. He was a wolf, capable of devouring without leaving a trace. Night raised an eyebrow, but complied. Bending down before her. Even at this angle, he towered over her. "Why are you so tall? It's exhausting having to look up at you all the time," she complained, her expression adorably petulant. Night adjusted her shawl with a serious demeanor. "Isn't it good that I'm taller? But it's so tall. I have to keep straining to look at you. It's tiring. Then I shall lower my head and bend down for you. Shall I?" She was not only a little wildcat, but also a little drunkard, both alluring and teasing. The more he looked, the more he was captivated, his heart and gaze ensnared by her charm. "That sounds lovely." She squinted playfully, bracing herself on the ground to stand, yet her limbs lacked strength, and she stumbled forward. The man crouched before her reacted swiftly, grasping her arm but only catching her shawl, leaving her to topple right in front of him. It was an undeniably awkward position, with less than 10 centimeters separating her cheek from his belt, its metallic sheen glistening under the light. The cameras focused intently on them, igniting another uproar in the live stream. Oh my goodness. What have I just witnessed? Will we get banned for this? Is there still a live stream? Screenshot? Record it. Sisters, what is happening here? I am reporting this. Calm down, calm down. They just want to ship their couple. The number of viewers soared to unprecedented levels, reaching tens of millions, with even more fans eager to support the ship. Shinjuan, still not fully intoxicated, remembered they were live, and with numerous cameras trained on them, she hastily attempted to rise, her mind feeling rusty and sluggish. Night chuckled softly, helping her up. His palm inadvertently brushed against her waist. The thin fabric barely separating them, she felt an electrifying sensation coursing through her. Her breath quickened, softly calling out to him, Apologies at no need. I don't mind you taking advantage of me, he replied playfully, devoid of malice, and instead found her adorable. Her cheeks flushed deeply, recalling their earlier antics, mortified by how embarrassing it was. Surely everything had been captured. Had she ruined her reputation? Would he think her desperate? Kneeling before him, this posture was undeniably indecorous, and she chided herself for overindulging. Wine had clouded her judgment. Knight observed her distressed expression. Clearly troubled by recent events, he leaned in slightly, adjusting her shawl, his lips brushing against her sensitive neck. Whispering softly, "Your waist, my dear, is so soft." Shinjuan felt as if her mind had exploded, the words echoing in her ears. "Your waist, my dear, is so soft." At IT was the first time he had called her my dear. And in front of so many witnesses, the live stream. Help? Would she faint from embarrassment? Would others hear? Will they hear? She whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, fearful of the microphone picking it up. Not at all. He chuckled. My mic is broken. Since just now, there has been no sound, and aside from her, no one can hear. She widened her eyes, feeling a mix of survival after a calamity and a sense of loss. He reached out to touch her hair again and said, "I'll go change the microphone. Will you wait for me here?" "Okay, sure." Knight turned and would have changed the microphone, fastening it again before returning. By then, Shinjuan had already adjusted her emotions. Though her cheeks remained flushed, the warmth lingering stubbornly. Tonight had truly been exhilarating. She felt dizzy from the flirtation, her heart racing like thunder, the rhythm completely thrown off. She dared not drink any more alcohol, and it was only after the right ear segment concluded that Knight walked alongside her back to the villa. To match her pace, he walked slowly, his long legs allowing him to cover 3 or 4 of her steps, with just one. That it was only later that she realized he had been taking care of her all along. From the very beginning. Upon returning to the villa, only Yang Jing approached to ask if she had enjoyed herself, while Vico stood nearby, observing coldly, slamming his cup down before turning to head upstairs. "I had a great time, really," Yang Jing remarked. "I can tell. I'm so envious that you're not too bad yourself." The wind had picked up, and it had grown a bit chilly. I'll head upstairs first. "Go ahead." Just as Shinjuan ascended the stairs, Knight followed closely behind, the door of her room. Shinjuan hesitated for a moment, then turned to wave at him, saying, "Thank you for today. You worked hard." The grilled meat was delicious, and the moonlight was beautiful. "Well, you're wonderful too. So gentle." She did not hold back in her compliments. That Knight's smile deepened, his gaze filled with infinite tenderness, evoking a sense of involuntary enchantment. When Shinjuan met his gaze, it felt like a fish deprived of oxygen, unable to resist breathing harder, as if she might drown in his gentleness. "Good night, good night." Knight watched her enter her room, and once she closed the door, he returned to his own room. Shinjuan collapsed on her bed, clutching her pillow tightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. Recalling the events of the night, her heart felt sweet, akin to indulging in honey. This was utterly overwhelming. If this continued, she might truly combust with emotion. Her forehead, cheeks, and ears, all undeniably warm. Chapter 30. Asking him to call her baby in the steamy bathroom, Shinjuan stood before the mirror, her hand instinctively tracing her waist. Recalling Fu Siue's words, "Baby's waist is so soft, yes, it really soft." Why doesn't she feel it herself? Having practiced dance since childhood, particularly folk dance which requires great flexibility, could that be the reason? She couldn't help but picture his abs. What would they feel like? Hard as stone, perhaps? The thought made her breath hitch once more, her chest rising and falling rapidly, utterly entranced by the notion. She dared not dwell on it, especially at this late hour. Thoughts of restricted imagery were far too tantalizing. Yet, what could she do? He was simply irresistible, especially when he called her baby, after only a brief separation. She yearned to hear his voice again, longing for it intensely. Unfortunately, her phone was nowhere to be found, and having just concluded the live stream, the absence of her phone made time drag excruciatingly, each moment stretching into eternity. Thus, she found herself sleepless, tossing and turning throughout the night, leading to a groggy awakening the next day. Just as she rose, her PD approached her. "Rolla, your manager is here. She needs to speak with you." "Don't put on the microphone yet. The cameras are off. She wants to chat." Soon Shoei also arrived, closing the door behind her. The PD added, "Don't take too long. Wrap it up quickly." After saying this, the PD left them to converse. Chiu-hee, what brings you here? Shin Jiwan asked, still half asleep. There is trouble. My dear, to make a long story short, please keep your wits about you and don't let that dog of a man deceive you. You have a husband. This show is just a game. Don't take it seriously. Shin Jiwan looked puzzled, her mind still foggy from sleep. Who was this dog man? Night, Chiu-hee exclaimed, her voice rising with urgency. I saw your live stream last night. If Fu Cus sees it, it will be a disaster. I know you're not the type to fall for every man, and I trust your judgment. But please, don't let things get serious with Night. Finally, it clicked for Shin Jiwan. Chiu-hee was referring to Night, who was indeed Fu Cus. They were the same person. Time is limited. Listen to what I say. I have to go now. Understand? Stay strong. With that, Chiu-hee hurriedly departed, leaving Shin Jiwan, who was still groggy from the previous night's lack of sleep, struggling to comprehend her words. Soon a new day began. But Shin Jiwan felt exhausted. After the excitement had faded, she began to feel drowsy, especially as the production team announced new rules, which she barely registered. Clutching a pillow, she slumped onto the single sofa, desperately wanting to sleep. The previous night's live stream had garnered over 30 million viewers, trending on various platforms, and Shin Jiwan's account gained several million followers. Yet this was not the most sensational aspect. The most intriguing was the mystery surrounding Night's identity and appearance, which piqued the curiosity of many fans. Countless fans were trying to uncover Night's background, but despite the time that had passed, nothing substantial had surfaced as for his appearance. No one had any idea, further heightening the fans' intrigue. The current buzz was exactly what the production team had hoped for, and they had not anticipated such an explosive reaction. Following last night's seaside rendezvous, Ruola and Night were now perceived as a couple in the eyes of the fans. Their chemistry was palpable. Every glance exchanged sparked a flurry of emotions, and even a single look suggested an undeniable intimacy. Moreover, Night's refusal to remove his mask only deepened the mystery surrounding him. Seeing Shin Jiwan lazily resting on the sofa, Night brought her a cup of honey water, crouching in front of her. Gently asking, Ruola, are you feeling unwell? She opened her eyes, rubbing them a bit. She couldn't admit that her sleeplessness stemmed from the sheer happiness of the previous night, which had left her cheeks still warm. Night reached out to touch her forehead, which was quite hot. It was evident she was unwell. Immediately, he removed his microphone and requested a doctor from the production team to check on her. The team had a medical team on standby, and soon a doctor arrived to examine Shin Jiwan, confirming she had a mild fever and would not be able to participate in today's activities. Night remained by her side throughout, even personally feeding her the medication, his actions exceedingly tender. Perhaps the pill was too bitter. She grimaced, nearly spitting it out, but Night quickly soothed her, saying, "Be good, don't spit it out. Taking the medicine will make you better." "But it's really so bitter. I dislike pills more than traditional Chinese medicine." She protested that if you take your medicine, I'll give you some candy afterwards to take away the bitterness. "Then I want milk candy." "All right," he smiled helplessly, finding her childlike nature endearing. Finally, with a furrowed brow, she swallowed the bitter pill, downing a large glass of water to wash away the unpleasant taste, then extended her hand toward him. "My candy? Not at the moment, but I'll get it for you later." "Fine. How about resting in your room for a while?" Disregarding the curious glances from others, Night gathered her in his arms and carried her back to her room. Although Shin Jiwan was unwell, her mind remained alert, and with so many eyes upon her, her face grew even redder. "I can walk by myself." "Feeling shy?" he teased, a faint smile gracing his lips. "That of course. So many people are watching. This is still a show. Yet you were so eager to cling to me, calling me husband and saying you didn't want a divorce when we were alone." "No shyness there," he whispered, his voice low as he leaned in close. She felt utterly mortified. How could he remember so clearly? She didn't dare to reflect on it. Once in her room, he opened the door and gently placed her on the bed. She immediately burrowed under the covers, revealing only her misty eyes. "Sleep well. Rest properly." Night gazed at the woman lying on the bed, her cheeks slightly flushed, and suddenly felt a surge of desire, wanting to consume her entirely. However, his remaining rationality intervened at that critical moment. "Not here, at least not in this place." "Could you call me baby again?" she shyly asked, catching him off guard. "I want to hear you call me that. It sounds so beautiful. I can't help but want to hear it again." She mustered all her courage to finally voice her wish. This little wildcat was utterly captivating. since she had requested it. He found no reason to refuse. Baby, sweet dreams. He sat at the edge of the bed, slightly leaning forward, his breath brushing against her cheek and neck, his thin lips slightly parted. Chapter 31. When someone slandered her. President Fu immediately came to her defense. Until he departed, closing the door behind him, she felt increasingly lightheaded, her entire being aflame with heat. She was truly on the verge of being seduced to the point of weakness. Quietly, she set a new goal for herself. Next time, she must catch a glimpse of his abs, while simultaneously listening to him call her baby, "Dada." How I crave him. Help me, mommy. How much I desire him. Even feeling unwell, I still long for him. It was as if every drop of blood in her body was clamoring. She no longer wished to be part of this wretched program, yearning to return home. To confine him in a room, bind him to the bed, and have him call her baby. But alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Lost in her wild imaginings, she inadvertently drifted into slumber. Due to her illness, Shin Ji-won was absent from the entire day's recording of the show, leaving only the other 4 guests to appear during the daytime livestream, with Knight also missing. Fans flooded the livestream with inquiries as to why neither Shin Ji-won nor Knight was present, for they yearned to see the two of them together. Disappointment loomed as the beloved couple was nowhere to be found by nightfall. However, fans were revived with excitement as Shin Ji-won and Knight finally made their appearance. The former, just awakened, resembled an adorable little rabbit, unmade up yet strikingly beautiful, while the latter busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner solely for her. "At long last, we waited for you. Fortunately, I did not give up. Is Roro feeling better? Are you all right?" This natural beauty is truly captivating, her complexion radiant and rosy. Oh, how I long to caress her cheeks. Knight can cook, and a man who can cook is simply irresistible. I adore him. You are not the only one. I share your sentiments. Does Roro feel the same? Surely last night was too romantic, so much so that Roro fell ill, right? Haha, do take care to keep cool. If I were in your position, I would be burning with desire too. How could one not when faced with such a man? I am curious about what Knight truly looks like. Someone, quickly, reveal his mask to me. 1111, where's the ID? Let me see his true appearance. Brother, do you not tire of wearing the mask? Do not get too carried away. One must discern the individuals involved. This Roro is not as innocent as she seems. She is quite adept at charming men. What gossip? Spill it that I have the scoop, so let's discuss it quickly. It's quite simple. She is straddling 2 boats, her romantic history is incredibly rich, and she almost eloped with a man. Wow! Is that true? How scandalous! My goodness, do not speak carelessly. Do you have evidence? This is mere nonsense that I do not believe it. It cannot be true. I know Roro in real life. She is quite capable to not be deceived by her innocent facade. Be wary, my friends. How could she be capable? Present your evidence. Thus, they all began seeking proof from the informant, but that individual never reappeared. Meanwhile, the trending topic escalated as screenshots of the comments made about Roro in the live stream circulated. Reigniting the heat, the program proceeded smoothly. Even when the production team noticed the comments, they refrained from informing the guests. Shin Ji-won remained oblivious to it all, her illness recurring. She had initially recovered from her fever, only for it to resurge that night. Knight then proposed taking her to the hospital, and the production team dared not object. Well aware of Knight's esteemed status, they certainly did not wish to offend him. Shin Ji-won was utterly dazed, unclear even how she had gotten into the car. Suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, her body rendered weak, that Fu Se removed his mask after exiting the program and called in C to drive. He cradled her in his arms, tenderly whispering to her, "Endure a little longer. We will reach the hospital soon." "How long?" she murmured, feeling excruciating discomfort, her frail form collapsing against him. Seeing her in such distress pained him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to alleviate her suffering. Wishing he could bear it all for her, ANC, standing nearby, was drenched in sweat. It was merely a fever and cold, not a serious ailment. What would happen if she were truly gravely ill? He was indulging her far too much. The usually decisive man transformed entirely in the presence of the woman he cherished, and ANC could only think that Shin Ji-won was a beguiling enchantress, capable of bewitching one's very mind. While NC was lost in thought, his phone rang, and he hurried outside to answer, fearing he might disturb the peacefully slumbering Shin Ji-won. After the call, C felt a sinking dread and rushed back to report to Fu Siyue. President Fu, there has been a situation. Someone is digging into the mistress's past online that I have contacted public relations to handle it, and the platform has removed it, but it has still garnered attention. Some are even investigating your identity. The DOE know who it is. Fu Siyue's expression turned icy, sending chills through the AI, or the ITS, Xing had never been at peace, continually seeking ways to undermine Xinjuan, especially upon learning that she had joined the show and gained popularity, something she had not anticipated, thus making her even more uneasy. That Fu Siyue was well aware of Xing's every action against Xinjuan. Previously, he had refrained from taking action due to Xinjuan's feelings. However, now that Xing had targeted Xinjuan, he would not let this matter rest. Do you need me to instruct you on how to proceed? And C immediately understood his employer's intentions, having worked by his side for many years. Understood, President Fu, I will handle this matter meticulously. Good. NC promptly exited the hospital room to commence arrangements. Soon, information about Xing surfaced online, not as slander, but rather a compilation of her own deeds. For instance, colluding with a bigwig in the industry, she had proactively sent ambiguous messages to him, hoping to secure a role in his film. Furthermore, she had engaged in a public spat with a second female lead in the same drama, personally contacting marketing accounts to buy trending topics to smear her rival during the drama's airing. Late at night, Xing and her team were in utter disarray, bewildered by the sudden influx of revelations about her. The entries were accompanied by explosive tags. Xing was frantic, having never anticipated her past would be so thoroughly exposed. Who possessed such power? A figure suddenly emerged in her mind. Chapter 32, The Woman I Hold in My Palm with Tenderness. A day passed, and Xinjuan finally broke her fever, her complexion returning to a healthy glow, her condition significantly improved. The moment she opened her eyes, she found Fu Siyue absent, replaced by Chihua, who kept vigil. You have finally awakened. Are you feeling any discomfort? How long have I been asleep? You slumbered for an entire day. Your Mr. Fu just departed as you regained consciousness. Had I known, I would have asked him to wait a while longer. Was he here the whole time I was sleeping? Xinjuan, still in a daze from her illness, struggled to comprehend. Indeed, he was here the entire time. You have no idea how profoundly he gazed at you. My goodness, it made my heart race. Xinjuan bit her lip, a suspicious blush blooming on her cheeks. That it was such a delightful feeling to be cared for and cherished by Fu Siyue. Previously, she had perceived it as poison, but now that she understood his genuine affection, guilt washed over her. After resting for a while, Xinjuan suddenly recalled something and inquired, Has there been any negative news during my absence? Did anyone recognize me on the show? Has anyone criticized me? Criticize you? Absolutely not. Everyone is fervently shipping you, and is that true? What about Fu Siyue's identity? No one knows. Rest assured, your Weibo account has gained millions of followers. And your popularity has soared. Of course. Most of this is thanks to your pairing with Mr. Fu. Fans are eager to catch a glimpse of his true face. There are already entries discussing his appearance. With views reaching tens of millions, Xinjuan clutched her chest, feeling as though she was caught in an overwhelming storm. It feels as if I have reached the end of the line. It's all over. Fans are strongly requesting the production team to provide a special segment just for the two of you. They no longer wish to see anyone else. The production team had approached me to discuss this matter. But I mentioned that I could not make that decision. They would need to consult Mr. Fu. What will happen then? Are they truly going to have Fu Siyue remove his mask? What if he is recognized? Her voice dwindled as she spoke, her anxiety growing. Originally, she should not have participated in such a program due to her marriage. Had it not been for the company's machinations, she would never have agreed. This situation only escalated, filling her with dread. That I am so worried about dragging Fu Siyue down with me. He is different from me. I can disregard my reputation, and I can endure any criticism. But he cannot. That I do not want him to suffer the same fate. Autumn, he understood her feelings. Who would wish for someone they cared about to be scolded? The two individuals in the hospital room remained blissfully unaware that Fu Siyue stood just outside the door, having clearly overheard their conversation, including the words spoken by Xinjuan. His precious one was actually concerned about him, deeply worried that he might be reprimanded. How thoughtful of her. What a predicament. He was becoming increasingly captivated by her. As for how to resolve this matter, it was unnecessary for his dear to fret. He would handle it with care. Fu Siyue pushed the door open and entered. Upon his arrival, Autumn, he, ever perceptive, immediately fell silent and exchanged glances with Shen Juan. Seeing him made Shen Juan's heart race uncontrollably, a sensation akin to falling in love that I'll step out for a moment. Take your time chatting. Call me if you need anything. Autumn, he said hurriedly before leaving them alone. With only the two of them remaining in the room, a lengthy silence ensued until Fu Siyue finally broke it, inquiring, "Are you feeling better? Is there any discomfort?" No matter when or where, his voice was always so deep and enchanting, it could make one feel almost euphoric that no, I'm fine now. She wore a loose hospital gown, which made her appear exceedingly slender. The oversized collar revealed a delicate collarbone and the fair skin of her chest, as white as snow to Tio the man. This sight was undeniably alluring. His throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed. Recalling the softness of her waist he had briefly touched, he could still remember that sensation, and that was merely a fleeting contact. If he were to know, rationality urged him to halt his thoughts. He could not let himself spiral further, or the situation might indeed spiral out of control. Fu Siyue, I have something I wish to ask you. Shen Juan, unaware of his current musings, felt her spine tingle under his deepening gaze, which rendered her voice softer. That it concerns the show we participated in. I heard from Autumn that it seems to have gained quite a following, with many people paying attention to us. She bit her lip in hesitation. What I mean is, perhaps we should refrain from airing the show for now, so that your identity remains undisclosed. And then, you should avoid participating in the show for the time being. Find some excuse. And you? I'm fine. I didn't volunteer for this show either. Consider it merely a promotional appearance. You know, someone like me at the bottom rung requires exposure. It's just a matter of generating some buzz. If I were to withdraw midway, wouldn't you be ridiculed? Fortunately, Fu Siyue had already discerned that her intentions were for his sake, worried that this matter might end poorly and affect him. This little wildcat, did she think he was oblivious to her motives? It was of no consequence. After all, your identity is different from mine. I end my line of work. Criticism is unavoidable regardless of the circumstances. He pondered thoughtfully, nodding as he pulled out a chair beside the hospital bed and took a seat. His movements were calm and graceful as he unfastened the button of his suit jacket, exuding an aura of refined restraint that rendered her heart soft. What should she do? Her heart screamed internally. Just this single action had charmed her. How utterly disgraceful. Don't come so close, it feels like I might ignite again. Then let us make it public that She was caught off guard, her very soul seemingly shaken. There's no need to conceal our relationship. I shall bear all the consequences. That he had resolved to shoulder everything himself. Refusing to let her, a mere girl, face the repercussions alone. Such behavior was beneath a man. Fu's declaration left her momentarily speechless, and she was reminded of all he had done for her in their previous life. In this life, it was no different. Everything he did was for her. That I cannot allow my woman to be on a show, subjected to the advances of other men. Nor can I permit you to face all the negativity from the outside world alone. Even if it does get exposed, it matters not. To me, you are paramount. Before she could process his words, a torrent of his affectionate sentiments washed over her. The woman I hold dear in my palm. I cannot bear to see her suffer even the slightest pain. Her heart felt as though it might cease to beat. In that moment, all she could hear was his voice, which was utterly intoxicating. Be good, do not fear. He leaned closer, his distinctly defined hand gently resting on her head. Even if the sky falls, I shall be here. Chapter 33. The mask removed due to Shen Juan's illness. The recording was temporarily halted. The production team made slight adjustments in response to the overwhelming demand from the audience, as Night S fans fervently requested a special episode featuring just the two of them. Thus, the team communicated with Fu Siyue, who responded affirmatively. Shen Juan had heard from Autumn that there were many fans who adored them, and not as many who criticized them. Those who liked them were far too busy to voice any disdain. Shen Juan also felt there should be a follow-up. If she were to ship the couple, she wouldn't want the beloved pairing to vanish midway. There needed to be closure upon her discharge. The production team arranged for a special live broadcast featuring the two of them. They also discussed with Fu Siyue whether he would consider removing his mask to reveal his face to the fans. Fu Siyue did not provide an immediate response, and the production team refrained from pressuring him, mindful of his status. When the live broadcast commenced, Shen Juan faced the camera, sincerely stating, "Hello everyone, I am Ruala." I sincerely apologize for the halt in recording due to my illness. I have caused you all quite a bit of trouble. The comment section erupted in unison. It's all right, it's all right. Illness is unavoidable. As long as you're fine. Oh, Night is here too. You two truly complement each other. Just be together already. It's just great to see you back safe. I've been waiting for you both. Finally, I can see you. Do you know how I've been holding on these past 2 days? I've missed you both so much. So when will Night remove his mask? I'm so curious to see what he looks like. Night, please let Mama have a glimpse. Just one look. I'm a Mama fan. Shinjuan could hardly keep up with the comments, but her sharp eyes caught the mention of Mama fan, making her laugh, covering her lips as her eyes turned crescent-shaped. Night, standing behind her, affectionately ruffled her hair. Even without seeing his expression, one could tell he wore a look of indulgence that's so sweet. You two are just too sweet. The head patting was a killer move. I want to pat the goose's head too. Goose, hurry up and confirm your relationship with Night. Go for it. Is Night too ugly to show his face? Just as Shinjuan regained her composure, she noticed someone claiming Fu Siyue was ugly. Help! Where is he ugly? He is too handsome. She couldn't help but defend Fu Siyue. I'll let you in on a secret. Night is not ugly at all, that you've seen him. Haven't you? Ah, how can you peek? We want to see too. Let Night out. Hurry, I want to see his face. His face. Thus, the comment section descended into chaos, with everyone clamoring to see his face. Shinjuan took a deep breath, biting her lip, feeling somewhat anxious inside. She wished to reveal the truth to the fans. She no longer wanted to hide, especially since this secret couldn't be kept for long. The number of people who liked them was growing. The internet harbored no secrets. Hiding it only filled her with guilt, especially with so many fans who adored them. In the past, she wouldn't even have dared to imagine this, but now it was all out in the open. However, revealing it would still impact Fu Siyue, and she truly didn't want him to be affected. At that moment, Night leaned in slightly, placing a hand on her shoulder. He didn't look at the camera, but rather at Shinjuan, pinching her nose playfully. It's settled. You can only see it. Wow, what kind of romance is this? Well, he is clearly biased towards Roro. Biased, I don't care, I want to see too. Mama wants to see too. Is this the damned love? My ship is so sweet. Shinjuan's mind went blank. She couldn't utter a word, her breathing quickening. Night's voice, slightly hoarse, explained, but with so many people supporting us, I think there is no need for me to continue wearing this mask. I hope Ruarua can help me take it off, right? Of course, why not? That's wonderful. Hurry and help him take it off. Come on, Ruarua, I can't wait any longer. Tonight my tears are for you both. Shinjuan bit her lip, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She was terrified. How could she dare? If his identity were exposed, it would undoubtedly affect him and his career. Night could see her concern and smiled gently at her. Take it off, all right? I've been waiting for you to remove my mask for a long time. The live chat urged her on, and even the crew present at the recording site grew tense. Are we really going to do this? Yes, don't be afraid. Trust me. His tone was resolute as he comforted her. Her hands trembled as she grasped the mask on his face. Just then, the camera adjusted, shifting to capture them from the front. Yet it was actually his profile that was visible. This implied that upon removing the mask, what would be revealed was his side profile. Fans were glued to their screens, eager to discern his features. That he clasped her hand, which was icy, a clear indication of her nervousness. The moment he unveiled his mask, he revealed a profile that seemed meticulously sculpted by the hands of a deity, flawless. With deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, alluring lips, and sharply defined jawlines, leaving onlookers in awe. Even though this face was exceedingly familiar to her, she found herself utterly captivated. So handsome. XN, he is just too stunning. Mom, someone is electrifying me. He is simply too gorgeous, help. You two are such a perfect match. Kiss him. Hurry up and kiss him. I finally understand why Rolla looked down on Zhou Wei and instead favored Night. If I were in her shoes, I would choose Night too. The live stream erupted with excitement, and the number of fans shipping the couple surged. This show had completely catapulted them into stardom. Rolla's Night became a sensation across the internet, resembling a fairy tale, sweet and utterly ship-worthy. After the show concluded, Shinjuan's greatest concern did not materialize. The internet was flooded with fans shipping the couple. She felt as though she had been living a dream that felt all too surreal. Moreover, no one online seemed to be digging into Knight's background. It was as if there was nothing to uncover. Conversely, due to this show, she had amassed countless followers, her status rising dramatically. Even before the show ended, numerous business inquiries were pouring into her company, all seeking collaboration with her. Her debut drama also gained significant attention because of the program, and a combination of various factors had propelled her into the public eye. Fu Siyue also had an account, consistently using the name Knight, without any alterations, verification, or profile picture, and the only account he followed was Shinjiwan's. Since the show aired, he had been unearthed by netizens, transforming a seemingly dormant account into one with millions of followers in an instant. His account bore no signs of life, devoid of any posts, the only remarkable feature being his following of Shun Jiwan. It was only at Xiao He's reminder that Shun Jiwan returned the follow, having been offline for about a week, feeling as if she had forgotten how to navigate the internet. Chapter 34. Upon returning home, Xin Xing was the first to lodge a complaint. After glancing around, she found an array of screenshots and GIFs from her and Night Show, particularly an abundance of GIFs from the final day of the live broadcast. Despite only capturing half of Night's side profile, she could not help but be entranced. It was simply too stunning. Just that side profile made her heart race and her cheeks flushed at that moment. Her phone rang, and upon closer inspection, it was a call from her family, the Shun household. Jiwan, come home for dinner tonight. Grandpa has something to discuss with you. A rich, venerable voice resonated, belonging to Shun Jiwan's grandfather. All right, I'll return tonight. It had been a while since she last visited home. After being away for so long, it was indeed time for a return. Additionally, she had matters to discuss with her family. Specifically related to Xin Xing, Xin Jiwan informed Xiao He about her need to head home that evening, specifically requesting leave from the company to postpone her evening schedule. Later that night, upon returning to the Xin residence, a servant approached to assist Xin Jiwan with her coat. A Huang, where's my grandfather? He's here, and Miss Xing has returned as well, Ma Huang replied. That is perfect. Since Xin Xing was also back, she wouldn't need to exert herself searching for anyone. She could settle both old scores and new ones at once. At that moment, Ma Huang leaned in closer, whispering, Miss, let me tell you something else. Miss Xing returned this afternoon, and upon arrival, she sought out the old master, crying for quite some time, seemingly speaking about you. Ma Huang had always cared deeply for Xin Jiwan, especially since her mother had passed away. It was Ma Huang who had taken care of her, feeling sorrowful that Xin Jiwan had grown up without a mother while her father was too busy to attend to her. Hearing Ma Huang's words, Xin Jiwan scoffed lightly. Thank you for the heads up, Ma Huang. I appreciate it. Just then, Xin Xing appeared, assisting the old master downstairs, her face still bearing traces of tears, clearly having been crying. Grandpa, Jiwan is back. I've missed you so much. Xin Jiwan approached, lifting her skirt and sweetly pouting to her grandfather. Miss me? If you miss me, why didn't you come home sooner? The old master's tone held a hint of reproach. Yet his gaze remained gentle, ultimately revealing his fondness for Xin Jiwan. And I'm back now. Aren't I? Grandpa, please don't scold me. If you do, Jiwan will feel foolish. Little rascal, always getting into mischief that you're not as obedient as your sister. Speaking of which, Jiwan, I have something to ask you. Please answer truthfully. As he spoke, the old master's expression grew serious. Xin Xing lowered her head, her shoulders shaking slightly, still sobbing. Grandpa, please go ahead, Xin Jiwan said. Sensing that Xin Xing had likely been the one to complain first, she was curious to know what exactly Xin Xing had told their grandfather. Have you been bullying Xin Xing while you were out? Xin Xing told me that you were deliberately making things difficult for her, purchasing dirt to attack her online. I've seen those contents. Is it truly your doing? The old master was usually amiable, but he had a particular fondness for Xin Xing due to her status as an adopted daughter, while Xin Jiwan, as a blood relative of the Xin family, was still a member of the clan. No matter what in truth, Xin Jiwan had previously treated Xin Xing well, but after certain events unfolded, she had come to see Xin Xing's true nature. Grandpa, you're quite trendy. You even know what dirt is. Of course, your grandfather is not old. I'm quite young at heart. Almost let you lead me astray. You better explain yourself. Just look at how Xin Xing is crying. Xin Xing adopted a pitiful demeanor. Sister, is there a misunderstanding between us? I haven't done anything to harm you. Truly did in front of their grandfather. Xin Xing shamelessly put on an act, her innocent facade making Xin Jiwan feel nauseated. She had the audacity to complain first. Xin Xing, Have you forgotten the things you've done? What have I done? I haven't done anything. You've truly misunderstood me. The reason I returned to find Grandpa was to have him help us clear up the misunderstanding. You secretly went on a show to date other men. I haven't even dared to mention it. Wait, what did you say Juan did? The old master immediately seized the crux of the matter. Questioning further, Grandpa, I didn't want to say it at first. My sister went on a show and dated another man on it. This matter is known to brother-in-law as well, and he is still defending her. I couldn't stand it. My sister has gone too far. Juan, is what Xinxing saying true? Juan was on the verge of laughter, struggling to keep a straight face. That you've watched my show? If you had truly paid attention, you would have recognized Fu Siyue, right? If you can say that, then clearly you haven't watched it closely. That I certainly watched it. Otherwise, how would I know you were on such a show? For the sake of attention, sister, you've truly gone too far. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The old master's cane struck the floor heavily. Xinxing continued her act. Grandpa, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Xinxing, everything must be supported by evidence. You claim I'm flirting with other men. Fine, present your evidence. Without evidence, I will not concede. Xinjuan truly wished Xinxing would take some time to seriously examine who the person she was dating on the show was. Juan is right. We need evidence. Xinxing, do you have a video? Show it to us. The old master was not easily swayed, insisting on evidence rather than taking Xinxing's word at face value. Seeing Juan's demeanor, Xinxing's heart sank. This was not the reaction she had anticipated. Had she overlooked something? Furrowing her brows, she said, Sister, I mean no harm. Please don't misunderstand, and I'm not trying to complain to Grandpa. Didn't you just report to Grandpa? Then why are you hesitant to present it? A simple search online reveals everything. Doesn't it? The old master observed Xinxing, noticing her hesitance, and began to harbor doubts. Do you need me to help you pull up the video? A deep voice suddenly resonated, and as Xinjuan turned to look, she was met with the sight of Fu Siyue, impeccably dressed and exuding a mature aura. Her heart raced, a flurry of emotions swirling within her. After the show, they both had their own schedules and had not seen each other again. There were interviews to attend, and they had been quite busy. Especially him, that it had indeed been almost a week since they last met. Upon her return, she informed Fu Siyue. How was it that he was here as well? Xinxing's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Fu Siyue. How did he come back? Hello, Grandpa. Fu Siyue greeted, standing beside Xinjuan. Dada, Siyue has come. The old master furrowed his brow, clearing his throat. Why didn't you inform me before returning home? Juan told me you were missing me and wanted to give you a surprise. So she returned first while I came a little later. That as he spoke, a gentle smile graced Fu Siyue's face as he looked at her. Did you forget that I was waiting for you in the car? Chapter 35. His lips were perfect for kissing. In the old master's memory, the relationship between the two had never been good. The notion of them returning home together was utterly inconceivable. I forgot that as she regained her composure. She played along with Fu Siyue, her curiosity piqued about why he had returned as well. She had guessed it that Fu Siyue appeared somewhat helpless, in the next moment. He turned to Xinxing and inquired, What did you just say? If I heard correctly, were you referring to Ji's appearance on the show? Indeed, it was Xinxing who had brought it up. At a critical juncture, one could not deny the fact that their grandfather was watching their brother-in-law. How did you come to know about this? Of course I know. How could I not? A meaningful smile lingered at the corners of Fu Siyue's lips, which sent shivers down Xinxing's spine. She had always held an inexplicable fear of this brother-in-law. If she had known he would return tonight, she would have stayed away. What a coincidence it was that they crossed paths. It must have been Xinjuan's doing, undoubtedly. Old Master Xun did not wish to discuss this matter in front of Fu Siyue, as it concerned the reputation of his granddaughter. Just as he was about to change the subject, he heard Xinxing say, Sister, since brother-in-law is here, why don't you directly apologize to him and confess? I believe brother-in-law will surely forgive you. Xinjuan found Xinxing's words amusing. Since Xinxing wanted her to apologize, she could comply. She turned to Fu Siyue, her tone softening several degrees. I'm sorry that I failed to clarify things with grandfather and Xinxing, causing unnecessary misunderstandings. That Fu Siyue did not interrupt her, allowing her to continue. He was curious to know what she was up to. Xinjuan bit her lip and glanced at old Master Xin. Grandfather, it's not as Xinxing described. She didn't even watch the show but insisted that I was involved with another man. She is slandering me. Old Master Shin's sharp gaze shifted between the two sisters. Since they had already opened up, there was no need to conceal anything further. He could only clarify matters in front of Fu Siyue. Xing, why are you afraid to present the evidence you claim to have? Look, grandfather is already quite upset. Why are you still hesitant to bring it forth? Xing had no intention of letting this matter slide. Now that it had escalated, she would not allow Xing to have an easy time. Since you are afraid to present it, shall I assist you? Xing pulled up the video of the show and showed it to Xing. Is this the person you are referring to? The one I am supposedly in a relationship with. Fu Siyue remained emotionless, simply waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Sister, don't you feel any remorse? Are you trying to anger grandfather on purpose? Didn't you say you wanted to see the video? I have already found the evidence for you. Xing handed her phone to Old Master Shin. Grandfather, this should be the show, Xing mentioned. Please take a look. Old Master Shin donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the footage. Isn't this Siyue? Upon hearing this, Xing's shock was palpable. Grandfather, what did you just say? Fu Siyue confirmed. It is me. I appeared on the show with Gigi. How is that possible? No way. Xing swiftly grabbed the phone from Old Master Shin, and now it was clear as day. The person in the video was indeed Fu Siyue, and there was even a side profile of him without the mask. Before, she had been uncertain, but having seen Fu Siyue's face, she could recognize him from just his profile. Xing explained, I truly did not expect Siyue to join the show for my sake. He was wearing a mask, and I nearly didn't recognize him. No, it cannot be. That is my brother-in-law. It is indeed him. Xing playfully blinked, revealing that it was Fu Siyue who had appeared on the show. The widely discussed couple was indeed Fu Siyue and her. Xing immediately defended herself, but that is not my fault. I didn't recognize him. I had no idea that was my brother-in-law. Old Master Shin was also taken aback and, ignoring Xing, turned to Fu Siyue. Is this man truly you? Did you appear on the show with Gigi? Yes, Fu Siyue nodded. Grandfather, it was I who participated in the show. Grandfather, the situation is this. I intended to sign a contract with a company, which arranged for me to appear on the show. Since it was the company's plan, Siyue was concerned for me and, under the guise of anonymity, joined the show to help me out. Xing's expression changed drastically. She had not realized that the person was Fu Siyue. Who would have thought that he would appear on such a program? Given his personality and usual conduct, how could he possibly partake in such a show? Old Master Shin remarked, Siyue, how could you allow her to act so recklessly? This circle is a major pitfall. Are you going to indulge her antics? Although Old Master Shin believed Xing's explanation, the matter was not trivial for the Shin family, especially considering Fu Siyue's status and the potential complications from being associated with this circle. I'm sorry, grandfather, that in the face of his elder, Fu Siyue naturally displayed great respect and wished to take responsibility upon himself. Xing, not wanting Fu Siyue to bear the brunt of Old Master Shin's reprimand, quickly interjected, grandfather, it was my fault, but I also want to pursue things I enjoy. Rest assured, I promise not to cause any more trouble. I will behave. Please don't blame Fu Siyue. It is all my fault. If there are any reprimands, direct them at me. Old Master Shin initially intended to scold both of them, but upon hearing Xing's words, he felt as if the sun had risen from the west. It was previously inconceivable for Xing to defend Fu Siyue. Did their relationship improve due to their participation in the show? If so, then they could participate in as many shows as they wanted, as long as they were happy together. Old Master Shin then looked at Xing, apologized to your sister. Grandfather, Xing protested, feeling utterly wronged that in the future, I do not wish to see such incidents again. Gigi is your sister. Sisters should unite rather than create discord over trivial matters. With Old Master Shin's words, Xing reluctantly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Yes, I'm sorry. After the brief farce concluded, Xing went upstairs to change her clothes. Just as she entered her room, a tall figure followed her in. As she turned around, she found herself enveloped in the warm embrace of the man, causing her to gasp in surprise, only for her lips to be gently silenced by his fingertip. She looked up at him as he leaned down, his voice low and husky, laced with an inexplicable tenderness. Are you happy now? Her breath quickened as she asked. What happiness? Xing had not succeeded. Aren't you happy? What a little rascal. She was clearly overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet she feigned ignorance, perhaps a little happy. But not as happy as when you are protecting me. Now that they were no longer on the show, without cameras around, she could reveal her true feelings without holding back her affection for him. Feeling a bit shy, she feared her face would flush again under his gaze, prompting her to desire some distance, hoping that her racing heart would go unnoticed. Sensing her attempt to break free, he tightened his embrace around her waist, drawing her closer. Their breaths mingled, indistinguishable from one another, as her gaze fell to his lips. His lips, no matter the angle, were perfect for kissing. Chapter 36. Flirt, flirt, flirt. What position to kiss? What are you thinking about that you shouldn't be? Fu Sue suddenly interrupted her daydreaming. Feeling as though her thoughts had been laid bare, she became flustered, her gaze flitting about. Given the rare opportunity to be alone with him, she mustered her courage and asked, "If I say it, will you indulge me?" She implicitly acknowledged his insight into her thoughts, that Fu Sue paused momentarily, a hint of loss of control flickering within him. But it was fleeting that he quickly regained his composure, his voice deepening with temptation. "What is my darling desire?" Of course, it was him. What she wanted most was undoubtedly him. His presence, his heart, his abs, and for him to call her darling every day. Such thoughts seemed overly forward, revealing her desperate longing. Maintain some decorum, Shinjuan. Even if he is your legally recognized husband, you shouldn't be too overt. A girl naturally yearns to be cherished and adored a little more. She pressed her red lips together, enhancing her innocent and pure demeanor, though there was a hint of seduction in her eyes, both innocent and alluring, making it hard for anyone to look away. "Darling, don't you want to say something?" Fu Sue waited for a moment, his mouth dry, and finally spoke up. His usual calm demeanor unraveled in her presence that on the surface, Shinjuan appeared composed, but internally, she was a tempest of emotions. "Why are you helping me so much? Chio, he told me that your company is involved in the investment of my first drama. The day after I appeared on the show, you came to IS everything you do for me." Fu Sue did not confirm nor deny her words. His deep, affectionate gaze locked onto hers, as if wishing to trap her in his embrace forever, though he did not confess. He also did not refute, he was simply too tall. Her gaze fell to his lips once more as she softly instructed, "Fu Sue, lower your head." Upon her command, he slowly complied, recalling her previous complaint about his height and how her neck ached every time she looked at him. He effortlessly cradled her waist with one hand. Lifting her up, that in an instant, she found herself seated on the table as he released her, now propping himself up with one hand beside her, firmly confining her in his embrace, leaving her with no means of retreat. "Did I ask this all right?" Even though she sat on the table and he stood, she still fell short in height compared to him. Yet it was sufficient. She tilted her head slightly, wrapping her arms around his broad shoulders. "I was just pondering how to kiss you." His darling is quite proactive, yet there is nothing inherently wrong with that. It is the first time he has been so directly flirted with by her. "Why are you silent?" Observing his lack of reaction, she felt a mix of anxiety and nervousness, her cheeks burning fiercely. "How does my darling wish to kiss?" Fu Sue chuckled softly, his eyes slightly raised, and his words elicited a flurry of tantalizing thoughts. The mere mention of the word posture conjured countless suggestive images, especially for her. Particularly when he referred to her as darling, she found it impossible to resist the allure of his melodious voice calling her by such an endearing term, filled with indulgence. She bit her lip, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her gaze clouded with a misty allure that "I look forward to it, that in truth." She had not anticipated how to kiss him, and now that the words had escaped her lips, there was no turning back. As she desperately sought to amend her slip, Fu Sue added, "Well, this is quite the predicament, that oh dear, how mortifying." She had merely spoken out of impulse, not knowing how to approach the matter. Now, she found herself being flirted back. "Do you have any good suggestions?" As the saying goes, one must not lose their aura even in defeat. She steeled herself to toss the question back, that a kiss, after all, requires both parties to feel comfortable and enjoy it, does it not? "I can accommodate my darling's preferences." His voice brimmed with tenderness, utterly indulgent. Shinjuan's cheeks burned fiercely, her head spinning. For the first time, she realized how enticing a man who could engage in conversation could be. It was shameful to admit, but she found herself captivated by this approach. The man, typically serious and unsmiling in the eyes of others, exhibited a teasing charm before her. The key was that he was indeed exceptionally handsome, his every expression striking just the right chord without crossing any lines. directly resonating with her. How had she never noticed how wonderful he was before? Regret washed over her. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated, mirroring her own rising temperature. That you're blushing. Are you feeling unwell? Fu Siue's hand inadvertently brushed against her arm, and he frowned slightly in concern. Why did that slip out? She was not sick. Rather, she was simply flustered by his teasing. Hence her warmth. Is something bothering you? She whimpered, shaking her head vigorously. No, I'm perfectly fine. Did he seem to grasp the situation? Raising an eyebrow slightly. Darling, you are positively radiant. I apologize. It is my fault. Fu Sue, oh dear. She felt herself overheating, truly on the brink of fainting. Her heart raced, a blend of tension and anticipation. Fu Siue smiled. Fully aware of her thoughts, he too yearned to kiss her in various ways. However, he needed her heart to be completely his, such as a man's nature, possessing a strong desire for ownership over that which he cherishes. His possessiveness surpassed that of the average man, bordering on obsessive. Otherwise, he wouldn't love her so fiercely or indulge her so freely. She remained unaware, yet when she eventually discovers his hidden depths, one wonders if she might fear him. I reward you, my good girl. Fu Siue's heart softened. He leaned down, his hand wrapping around her waist, through the fabric, pressing against her warm, soft body, planting a fervent kiss on her forehead. That singular kiss sent Shinjuan into a frenzy of nerves. He did not linger long, pulling back slightly, allowing her to breathe in fresh air and feel a hint of coolness, regaining a sliver of composure. I have work to attend to tonight. Contact and see if you need anything. So he wouldn't be staying. Shinjuan felt a twinge of disappointment, still ensnared in the lingering atmosphere. She wanted to say something more, but Fu Sue adjusted his wrinkled clothing, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. He left without even staying for dinner. After finishing her meal, Shinjuan felt dejected and ascended to her room to rest, lost in thought. Just then, Chiohi called, her voice brimming with excitement. Darling, my darling. You are simply amazing. I love you so much. I knew my judgment was spot on. Chapter 37. The CP is real. So sweet. I didn't get to kiss Fu Siue as I had hoped. So I'm not in the mood, Shinjuan admitted. The program you participated in with Mr. Fu has skyrocketed your popularity. Film and business offers are flooding in, all wanting you to collaborate with him. Don't you have anything to say? I don't know what to say. What next? Please continue. Her mind was still clouded with thoughts of Fu Siue's kiss, even if it was just on her forehead. You should be happy. This is a good thing. Initially, Chiohi had no idea that Knight was Fu Siue until she recognized him unmasked during a live broadcast. It was no wonder Shinjuan was unresistant to his advances. He was the real Fu Siue. If he was willing to lower himself to accompany Shinjuan on the show, it indicated her significant standing in his heart, an unprecedented occurrence that had attracted numerous fans. Chiohi envisioned a bright future for Shinjuan, knowing that if she maintained this trajectory, she would undoubtedly rise to stardom. It's a good thing, but what did you want to discuss with me? Was it just to share this news? Ahem. On that note, the dating show has reached out to me again. Since you two are currently so popular, many fans are fervently requesting to see your offline lives together. Offline lives? Yes, a tailor-made program where the main characters are, of course, you two. Shinjuan, bitter lip, appearing conflicted. That I fear that may not work. Previously, I was compelled to join that program due to company reasons. It was an accident, and I worry it might impact Fu Siue's career, that if the Fu family were to find out, it would only provoke my mother-in-law's disdain. Our relationship is already tenuous. 1-1, I understand this may put you in a difficult position, but I believe it's worth a try. He doesn't necessarily have to appear on screen. I've already discussed with the production team, and they can film him without showing his face, just capturing his voice or occasionally his hands. This way, the mystery remains intact. The last time he appeared, only half his face was revealed, stirring quite a buzz. Although everyone wants to see his full face, they are more interested in your next chapter together. Think of it as acting, albeit in a rather unique production. Shinjuan was nearly swayed. She genuinely wished to spend more time with him. Perhaps participating in the show would grant them more opportunities to be together. Yet she remained uncertain, unsure of his willingness. After all, this was not his career or his work. That if it truly becomes too burdensome. That is fine. I have other scripts in hand. Shall we explore those first? All right, Chiohi, give me one night to ponder this over. That I'll also ask him about his stance. Good, I'll await your news. After ending the call, Shinjuan began to contemplate seriously. However, her mind remained clouded until she inadvertently opened Weibo and was bombarded with messages. Upon checking, she found many comments criticizing her. Are you and Knight just putting on an act? Are you truly together? If so, why no follow-up news? Are you playing with fans' feelings? Why so long without any updates? Did you finish filming the show only to block and delete everything afterward? Is this the current state of reality shows? These comments were relatively mild. There were far more unsightly insults and private messages flooding in. Shin Jiwon was perplexed. What was going on? She was genuinely with Fu Siyue and had no intention of deceiving fans. They simply had not been active on Weibo. Why all the sudden backlash? After browsing through the comments, she realized it was due to their lack of presence online. Fans believed they were being deceived. Thinking they weren't truly together, or that they would simply take the appearance fee and part ways after the show to INA Flurry, Shin Jiwon contacted Chiohee for clarification. Chiohee hesitated, explaining, I didn't want to mention it because I feared it would affect your reputation in the future, which is why I discussed it with the production team about making a show. However, I also understand your predicament, that if it becomes too burdensome, we can issue a clarification statement. That is all right. Chiohee, I understand the situation now. You don't have to shoulder everything alone. Feel free to discuss any matters with me. Autumn Hee, too, feared causing her concern and adding to her stress, which is why she refrained from speaking up. Shin Jiwon was well aware of this and held no resentment towards Autumn Hee. After all, no one had anticipated such circumstances. After much contemplation, Shin Jiwon concluded that it was essential to address her fans. After discussing with Autumn Hee, she decided to write a Weibo post to clarify her relationship with Knight. Autumn Hee concurred, permitting her to proceed with the message. Thank you, dear fans and friends, for your unwavering support. My name is Shin Jiwon, and I am a budding actress who recently embarked on my career. By a stroke of luck, I participated in a dating show, where I was fortunate enough to meet him. He is exceptionally talented and gentle, truly an outstanding individual. As for the rumors circulating online lately, they are not true. My relationship with Knight is not an act. It is genuine, and we are sincerely drawn to one another, though we have maintained contact recently. But since he is not part of the entertainment industry, he has not been in the public eye. However, we are not deceiving anyone. Our feelings are authentic. Her explanation was clear and sincere, and she also apologized to her fans for not being more active on Weibo. Following the release of this statement, an overwhelming number of comments and likes flooded in. Instead of feeling relieved, Shin Jiwon found herself burdened with worries, especially concerning Fu Siyue, unsure of how to explain the situation. Before long, fans noticed that Knight's account had suddenly liked Shin Jiwon's latest Weibo post. She had articulated her thoughts with clarity and sincerity, even apologizing to her fans for her lack of engagement on Weibo. Mere minutes later, Knight shared Shin Jiwon's post without any accompanying text. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. An account that had never posted anything before had shared its first post, directly related to Shin Jiwon. This thrilled their fans. Wow, I can't believe my eyes. Knight is online. He has shared Rola's Weibo. The couple they adored was real, and their hearts swelled with emotion. Please, engage more, share more pictures. I just want to see you both spreading sweetness. In Chapter 38, using a photo of my beloved, shouldn't it be so? Is it really Knight himself? I can't quite believe it. Could it be a fake account? Just beneath this comment, a minute later, Knight replied, It's me. The comment section erupted with excitement. Knight replied to me, But are you and Rola truly together? Yes, we all want to know. Is it Jiwon? I just want to know if you two kept in touch after the show. Are you really together? Curiosity swelled among everyone regarding whether the two had indeed become a couple after the show, just as sweetly as portrayed. Shin Jiwon was continually tagged to check Knight's Weibo, and she saw her own post being shared and liked by him in his comment section. She noticed his replies to fans, confirming the authenticity of the account. The only person he followed was her. Just as she contemplated reaching out to Fu Siyue, she noticed his new post, a somewhat blurry image, dimly lit, yet unmistakably revealing a woman's profile, characterized by dark hair and red lips, radiant and enchanting. Unmistakably Shin Jiwon. Despite the absence of words, merely sharing a picture allowed fans to confidently affirm their relationship, that if they weren't together, why would he post her photo? The first post was a share. The second was a picture. She was elated. Finally, the couple I ship has achieved happiness. How wonderful. They are truly together. The atmosphere was one of playful ambiguity, signaling something undeniable. She savored the moment, feeling blissful. Last night was not a date. But I shall make it up to you today. What others have, you shall have too. The couple is successfully united. No one should sleep tonight. Absolutely thrilling. Rolla X night. Standing strong. They must stay together, please. Are you two together now? Was the photo taken recently? I can already imagine. You two aren't engaging in anything secretive, are you? Sister, stop being coy. Put your clothes back on. Even if something were to happen, you can't let her know. A fan refreshed the page and was astonished to see that the originally bare account now sported a profile picture. None other than the one Knight had just posted, featuring Shun Jiwan herself. Fans found it impossible to sleep that night. Shin Jiwan felt the same way. She noticed Fu Siyue's account now had a profile picture of a photo she had previously shared. How could he have seen it? Had he saved it as his avatar? This was an overt declaration. Nervously, Shin Jiwan began to bite her fingers and quickly messaged Fu Siyue, sending him a screenshot of his account. Did you change your profile picture? He replied, yes. Upon receiving his definitive response, she was utterly captivated. She rolled around on her bed with her phone, unable to quell her excitement. Fearing the revelation of her emotions, she hesitated to send a voice message. Opting to continue with text. Why did you use my photo as your profile picture? Using a photo of my beloved, shouldn't it be so? His words were assertive, laden with a sense of entitlement that brooked no argument. In the city enveloped by night, the neon lights twinkled, signaling prosperity that a luxury car cruised down the road, with Ansi acting as an assistant, reporting work matters to Fu Siyue, who still had social engagements to attend at this late hour. Fu Siyue reclined in his seat, eyes closed, hands casually resting on his lap, occasionally tapping a rhythm, seemingly calculating something, akin to a hunter poised to ensnare his prey. After a while, his phone finally buzzed. She had replied. Opening the device, the chat window revealed her message. Thank you. She even sent a charming cat emoji. This made Fu Siyue realize how significantly her demeanor had changed. Ansi, peering through the rearview mirror at the man in the back seat, noticed a faint smile gracing his lips, suggesting he was in a good mood. Suddenly, he summoned the courage to ask Fu Zong, may I pose a question? Speak freely. It seems that the young lady's character has changed quite a bit lately. Those around were well aware that Shin Jiwan had previously kept her distance from Fu Siyue, her heart seemingly elsewhere, regardless of his earnest efforts, especially Ansi, who had been by Fu Siyue's side for many years. Had never witnessed him treat any woman with such care. He had once thought Shin Jiwan ungrateful, blinded by ignorance, fervently wishing for her to see who truly had her best interests at heart. Was it possible that his wishes had been granted? Fu Siyue responded with a low, and after a moment, added, let bygones be bygones. Do not mention the past in her presence. That he had ceased to dwell on past events. As long as Shin Jiwan was his, intricately connected to him, that sufficed. Understood, Fu Zong, Ansi promptly replied. Ansi continued, by the way, Fu Zong, the young lady's manager contacted me, mentioning another show that they wish to invite you to participate in. Seeking your opinion, Fu Siyue was well aware of the situation. He replied, I have agreed. Ansi was not surprised by this. It was typical of Fu Siyue to blur the lines between personal and professional matters. Whenever something concerning Shin Jiwan arose, he became particularly attentive, unconditionally agreeing to everything, even participating in a dating reality show, which was entirely unlike his usual composed demeanor that in recent times. The only two displeased individuals were Zhou Xiao and Xin Xing. Zhou Xiao, having been incarcerated for a period, lost his job upon release, and the apartment that Shin Jiwan had rented for him was reclaimed by the property management. When he attempted to contact Shin Jiwan, he discovered he had been blocked, rendering him unable to find her. His life had transformed overnight, that he then sought out Xin Xing, who was in no better spirits. She had grown weary of pretending and bluntly confessed. Isn't it because Shin Jiwan is now inseparable from Fu Siyue, participating in dating shows and flaunting their affection? Your misfortune has brought me down with you. Zhou Xiao slammed the table in frustration. That wretched woman. Xin Xing was equally struggling. Her career faced suppression, with previously secured endorsements gradually terminating their contracts with her. The fact that the parties involved preferred to pay cancellation fees rather than continue working with her indicated her being blacklisted. The only one capable of orchestrating such a situation was Fu Siyue. Who else could it be? Zhou Xiao, I don't understand. Weren't we progressing well according to our plan? Why has she suddenly changed her attitude towards you and reconciled with Fu Siyue? Could it be she discovered that the one who saved her was Fu Siyue, not you? No, that is impossible. Our plan was so meticulously crafted. How could she possibly know? In Chapter 39, that waist so slender. Truly a captivating beauty. Xin Xing smiled, gazing at Zhou Xiao, saying, Zhou Xiao, I can't shake the feeling that we've both been played. What do you mean? Xin Zhuan must have realized the truth. Otherwise, how could she have undergone such a transformation? Even if Zhou Xiao was unwilling to accept this reality, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. Otherwise, he could not explain Xin Zhuan's drastic change. After pondering for a moment, Xin Xing remarked, if this continues, we'll inevitably end up with nothing, especially since Fu Siyue is firmly on her side. With him around, it will be challenging for either of us to reach Xin Zhuan. What are you implying? Indeed, dealing with Xin Zhuan is rather straightforward. She has recently risen to fame and is currently in a crucial phase of her career, where any negative information could be detrimental. Therefore, it falls upon you to approach the Fu family, to be forthright and clarify the situation. The Fu family is prominent and well-respected. If they were to discover the true nature of their daughter-in-law, would they continue to tolerate such circumstances? It is no wonder that you possess such insight into Xin Zhuan. Your years of enduring hardship within the Shun household have not been in vain. Xin Xing beamed with satisfaction, acknowledging that she owed gratitude to the Shun family for fostering her, allowing her to experience the life of a privileged young lady. Albeit a fabricated one. Prior to the recording of the show, Xin Zhuan participated in a jewelry showcase event, which attracted a considerable number of enthusiastic fans. Despite this being her first encounter with such an occasion, she exuded confidence in front of the camera and her admirers, displaying poise rather than trepidation. As the host guided the proceedings, they referenced her recent program and engaged in discussions about topics of interest to her fans. Is our Ruola still in contact with that gentleman after the show? A fan shouted from the audience. Before Xin Zhuan could respond, the crowd eagerly chimed in, of course, they are in touch. The news on Weibo has spread like wildfire. And everyone knows about it, especially the shipper fans. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Xin Zhuan recognized that her connection with him had stirred quite the excitement among her followers. The host, noticing her discomfort, suggested, shall we ask one final question? Or perhaps invite a fan to pose one. The microphone was handed to an eager fan, who asked, Ruro, when did you first notice him? Surely, you couldn't see what he looked like at first. Because he possesses an irresistible aura, she replied, as the video of this moment circulated online, eliciting a flood of comments exclaiming sweet, 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 and marveling at their mutual affection. Xin Zhuan's schedule was increasingly packed, often extending into the late hours. That on the day of the recording with Fu Siyue, she found herself overwhelmed with nervousness on the way to the venue, her heart racing uncontrollably, gripping Qiuhua's hand tightly. Her anxiety was palpable. Qiuhua teased her, it's not your first time meeting Mr. Fu. Why are you still so anxious, especially after being married for so long? I was naive back then, in the 3 years of our marriage. I hardly spent more than 10 days with him. It's a countable number, Xin Zhuan retorted. Given that they were about to record a program, her nerves were entirely justified. Now that you have this opportunity, make the most of it and connect with him. You must put in your best effort during the live broadcast. Once they arrived at the dressing room, Qiuhua had selected a little black dress for her. But Xin Zhuan shook her head, stating, I wore black last time. It's too dark. Let's try a different style. I knew it. You want to leave a good impression on him, Qiuhua remarked knowingly. Xin Zhuan did not deny it, wanting to make a favorable impression given their limited time together. In the end, she settled on a form-fitting dress with an alluring backless design, which accentuated her delicate waist and revealed a generous expanse of flawless skin, adding a touch of sensuality with its lace-up detailing. She hoped that Fu Siyue would notice her choice. Teacher Xin, the program is about to commence. Are you prepared? Before the show began, she reviewed the script, ready for the first episode where their initial meeting would revolve around a date. However, the male lead was notably tardy. The production team had kept this information from Xin Zhuan, intending to announce it only after the live broadcast commenced. As the live stream began, millions of viewers tuned in, eagerly awaiting updates. Hello, Ruola. Is there anything you'd like to say to your devoted fans? The director's voice echoed, prompting Xin Zhuan to respond. Hello, everyone. It has been a while since we last met, she greeted, her face illuminated on the screen, captivating even from a close-up. She is still as stunning as ever. How can someone be so beautiful? Fans exclaimed, enamored by her presence. Where's Night? Why is she here alone? Just as Shen Juan was about to respond, the long-awaited figure finally arrived. Don't worry, now will be joining us shortly. You've been informed he is running late due to prior commitments. The director reassured the audience. Shen Juan, uncertain about Fu Siue's delay, suggested, per the script, to perform a dance for her fans. With years of dance experience, she executed the movements gracefully, the dress enhancing her fluidity and allure. As she danced, Fu Siue appeared, witnessing her performance for the first time. The beauty of the moment was breathtaking, rendering him momentarily speechless, stirring a desire to keep this enchanting sight solely for himself. Chapter 40. Enthusiastic as fire. Do not hold back. As the atmosphere grew lively, it was Shen Juan who felt shy, her long absence from dancing taking its toll, leaving her breathless, sensing a penetrating gaze. She instinctively met the eyes of the man standing a short distance away. Their gazes locked. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Fu Se regarded her with an intensity that seemed to exclude all others, his eyes brimming with warmth. Shen Juan found herself captivated by his gentle demeanor, momentarily forgetting that they were live. The fans in the stream began to speculate. Is Knight here? Did Ruola just see Knight? That look must mean she saw him. Shen Juan bit her lip, her heart racing as he approached her, their connection palpable. Knight is here, someone from the crew announced, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. Fu Siue reached her, but did not reveal his face, the camera capturing only his silhouette, adding an air of mystery. Dressed in a black shirt, he emanated an aura of aloof elegance. Ruo, he called softly. A voice that struck her heart with overwhelming force. That I heard it. Knight is here. That voice is mesmerizing, the fans exclaimed, urging her to respond. Quickly, return his call. Don't hesitate. The enthusiasm is palpable. She felt herself drowning in his tender tone. Overwhelmed by curiosity about who Knight truly was, pondering whether he was part of the industry, having never heard of him before, that I suspect he is a powerful figure. The fans theorized, eager for a glimpse of his face. Please show us his face. I just want to see what he looks like. They pleaded, their excitement palpable. Shen Juan was nearly overwhelmed by his tender demeanor. It was simply too gentle. That kind of gentleness struck her like a bolt from the blue. Especially that soft voice that brought back memories of when she was 16, journeying alone abroad in search of her mother. Having been overly sheltered by her family, she had never faced hardship nor been deceived, allowing her to trust anyone without reservation. She easily believed a stranger who claimed to know her mother and where she could be found, and thus was lured into a vehicle, treated like merchandise to be sold. Just moments before being sent off to a ship, she overheard the woman making a phone call. Realizing then that she had been tricked that very moment, she spotted a big brother appearing at the eastern dock. And in desperation, she sought his help. She came perilously close to death, only to be saved by him. Afterward, she sustained injuries and spent a considerable time in the hospital. When she awoke, her grandfather had come. But the big brother who had rescued her was nowhere to be found, until Zhou Xiao appeared, impersonating him and claiming to be her savior. Shen Juan snapped back to reality, only to find Fu Siu standing before her. She blurted out, "Where have you been?" Fu Siu raised an eyebrow, then smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for being late." What Shen Juan wished to ask was where he had gone after saving her. She had searched for him for a long time and instead found Zhou Xiao, mistaking him for Fu Si. It was her own fault for not remembering what he looked like. Just now, Roro's dance was quite captivating, as if awakening from a dream. She realized they were still live streaming. Quickly regaining her composure, her voice barely a whisper, "Thank you." Even the staff on site could sense the warm and ambiguous atmosphere between the two, especially in their gazes, which were filled with deep affection, making onlookers believe in love. Fu Sue remained off camera, and though fans could not see him, they were already in a frenzy upon hearing his voice. If they could see his face, they would surely go wild. Once Fu Siue arrived, the formal recording began. The program was divided into two formats: live streaming and on-site recording, allowing fans who missed the live broadcast to watch the recorded version, which offered more footage and clearer visuals. As the recording commenced, Shen Juan felt somewhat at a loss, her emotions tumultuous. Merely seeing Fu Siue stirred her restless heart, observing the subtle expressions on Shen Juan's face. The CP fans scrutinized her every reaction as if under a magnifying glass. Ruo's cheeks are a bit flushed. Haha, so adorable. She is blushing. Ruo doesn't care about appearances, does she? If it were you in front of Knight, Who could possibly remain unembarrassed? I know I couldn't. You must hold it together. Don't be timid. Shinjuan happened to see this comment and inwardly lamented. Timid? She is timid, utterly so. How could she not be when faced with Fu Siyue? She truly cannot withstand it. She could hardly recall how the program was being recorded. Her thoughts wandered, merely following the script, for the mere presence of Fu Su made her heart race. Although Fu Su did not appear on camera, this only piqued the curiosity of fans further. The camera focused on his hands, which were long, well-defined, and impeccably clean. Truly a boon for those who adored hands. This heightened fans' curiosity about his appearance, sending the topic trending. How exquisite are Knight's hands? Another trending topic featured Shen Jiwan. How shy is she in front of her partner? Clicking on the entry revealed images from Shen Jiwan's live stream, her eyes sparkling with light, filled with affection. Yet some passers-by remarked, is this how new actors debut now? Can they date and appear on dating shows? Typically, idols are discouraged from dating during their group activities, but our Jiwan is merely Ruoro. She is not an idol, just a budding actress. Although she lacks formal training, her acting skills are commendable, and her personality is delightful. There's nothing wrong with her dating. Do you not fear annoying people by constantly trending? It tarnishes public perception and could backfire. Apologies, miss. We mean no offense. We are merely devoted to our ship. Oh, you're a Xing fan. Everything you post is about Xing. What do you want me to enlighten you on regarding your idol? So, you're a Xing fan. No wonder. Quickly hold on to our Ruruo and run. Chapter 41. Accompanying her at night was more than just simple company. Xing's reputation was rather tarnished. Especially after her previous persona as a wealthy heiress collapsed, leading many fans to wake up to reality and unfollow her. Business endorsements dwindled significantly, and some extreme fans resorted to online harassment of other entertainers, voicing their grievances incessantly. Meanwhile, newcomer Shin Juan was basking in the limelight, landing the leading role in her first drama, with resources pouring in abundantly. This stirred discontent among some of Xing's extreme fans, who launched a smear campaign against Shin Jiwan. However, such negative rumors were swiftly suppressed, with posts deleted as quickly as they were made. Shin Jiwan learned of this only after recording the program. As Chiohe had been monitoring the online sentiment, as her manager, she had to keep a close eye on various matters, especially during this delicate period, ensuring that negative news did not affect Shin Jiwan. Again, it's Xing. I've received word that she has been trying to undermine you. Even the rumors regarding your scandal were instigated by her. She is truly formidable, scheming at every turn just to target you. Shin Jiwan understood, replying, don't worry too much. She can't stir up any significant trouble, that a little vigilance will suffice, that I suspect her next move will be to expose my connection with Zhou Xiao. But you were deceived. It's not your fault. That's my own oversight. I mistook him for the one who saved me back then. But fret not, I won't allow them to succeed. She felt no fear, utterly composed, and since her years with Zhou Xiao had lacked any substantial intimacy, she couldn't blame herself for not harboring any desire for closeness with him. Not even holding hands, which she found herself resisting. Chiohe nodded, suddenly recalling something. Right, we need to head out. Mr. Fu is waiting for you. The first day of filming was neither lengthy nor complicated, and it was quickly wrapped up, especially given Fu Siyue's limited schedule. Shin Jiwan changed her outfit and hurried outside, where she found Fu Siyue leaning against the car door, smoking, his head slightly bowed as night fell, the streetlights illuminated behind him, the flickering flame of his cigarette glowing in the dim light. Even in the simple act of smoking, his movements exuded an air of calm elegance. Shin Jiwan slowed her pace. The closer she got to him, the faster her heart raced, and she could distinctly feel her ears growing warm. Upon hearing her footsteps, Fu Si turned his head to look at her, promptly extinguishing his cigarette. Though Shin Jiwan was not fond of men who smoked, she found herself strangely unbothered by Fu Siyue's habit. In fact, it intensified the aura of restraint surrounding him, rendering her weak at the knees. She was tempted to discover the taste of his smoke. Was it as irresistible as he was? Oh, she mustn't dwell on it. The thought was far too tantalizing. Have you been waiting long? She managed to control her voice, striving to keep it steady. During the recording, her voice had trembled excessively, especially with him nearby, creating an intense sense of urgency. No, Fu Siyue replied, his thoughts lingering on the moment spent waiting for her. He could wait forever. He had been waiting for her for nearly a decade, ever since he was 18. She might not even remember. What comes next? She asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. After the program concluded, he had quietly leaned in to tell her he would wait for her at the back parking lot, intending to leave together afterward. The staff had all but confirmed their relationship. Otherwise, how could they exude such warmth? Even if they departed together, no one would bat an eye to Fu Sue anticipated her shyness, which was why he mentioned waiting for her in the parking lot. What do you wish to do next? Fu Sue inquired, lowering his voice in response, giving her the power to decide, deliberately waiting for her answer. What did she want to do? Was anything permissible? Her eyes sparkled with an innate brightness, not from colored contacts, but from her naturally dark, luminous irises, which seemed to exude innocence and effortlessly entice him. Fu Sue said, "That depends on you. That if I were to make a rather excessive request, would you consent?" Like what? Fu Sue narrowed his eyes, a potent emotion unfurling within them. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the dress she wore today, tied at the back with black ribbons into a bow. Several times, he had nearly reached out to tear it apart. The more exquisite something was, the more it ignited a desire to destroy it. His proclivities were undeniably unconventional, but they were exclusively reserved for her, never intending to harm her, though they certainly would startle her. Thus, he had always held back until the very last moment. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhuan, the man before her was exerting tremendous restraint over his emotions. She lowered her gaze, bit her lip, lifted her skirt slightly, and stepped closer, saying, "Well, if it's excessive, can I say it? What does my darling wish to do excessively?" He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that her words were laden with profound meaning. The craving he had painstakingly suppressed surged back to the surface. Externally, he had to maintain a facade of composure, presenting himself as the epitome of virtue. Words lingered on her lips, yet she hesitated to voice them. It was simply too overwhelming, truly, utterly excruciating. How could she possibly articulate them? Why was she silent, biting her lip? She slightly raised her gaze, only to meet his intense, profound stare, which rendered her body even more pliable. He too exhibited patience. If she remained silent, he would not depart, adding, "If you don't speak soon, the crowd will only grow, my dear." "Are you intending to address me in front of others?" "No, certainly not." All she wished to convey was whether he could accompany her tonight, that it had been an eternity since he had spent time with her. Apart from their time together during the recording of the show, even during their recent visit to the Shen family, he and T lingered for a meal and left shortly thereafter. She longed to be with him a little longer, to nurture their relationship, but he did not respond immediately, his expression imbued with significance that if you are busy, it's quite all right. Your matters take precedence. Today, it was rare for him to carve out time for the recording, and she understood he had been exceedingly occupied. "That do you wish for my company?" He inquired that if it's nighttime, it involves more than mere companionship. The weight he placed on the word companionship was palpable, and he paused before continuing. Shen Zhuan felt her breath hitch. She grasped the implication of his words. Was it of a more intimate nature? If she had not misunderstood, her heart raced with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Entwined with a myriad of complex emotions, that it appeared that what he envisioned differed from her expectations. His gaze lowered, revealing a flicker of disappointment. "What were you thinking?" she asked swiftly. "What did you say?" "My dear." She was on the verge of biting her tongue, flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 42 is his physique appealing. Not merely appealing, but tantalizing. Oh well, let us just go for it. Why hesitate now, especially when she did not oppose intimacy with him? Moreover, she genuinely adored his lips. Reflecting on their few, somewhat rushed kisses, she lamented not having savored the taste. This is disastrous. If he were to hear my thoughts, he would undoubtedly consider me a little minx. Yet, she reasoned, it was no different from the time she had forcefully kissed him to avoid divorce. The more she pondered, the more suffocating it became. Just then, she felt a firm grip on her shoulder, pulled into his embrace, and simultaneously heard his voice whisper in her ear, "Stay still. There's a situation." Instantly alert, her hands found no place to rest. Through his shirt, she felt his warmth radiating. Getting the car, he positioned himself to open the car door, guiding her inside before settling in himself, promptly closing the door and instructing C to drive. Only then did Shen Zhuan realize there was someone else in the car. Hadn't C overheard everything she had said to Fu Sue, such intimate words, and he had been privy to them? She cast a reproachful glance at assistant In. "You were in the car the whole time. Why didn't you say anything? And C, feeling the heat of her gaze, was nearly burning with embarrassment, recalling Adu's lyrics. I should be under the car, not inside. Did I didn't hear anything? Ah, you heard it. Shinjuan was beside herself, and he claimed he heard nothing, attempting to deceive her. Assistant, is that true? If you're lying, I will have your head. Her expression was fierce as she threatened him. She believed she was intimidating, yet to Fu Siue, she resembled a small, feisty kitten, all fluff and no bite. And C was nearly in tears. Will boss say something? Save me. Fu Siue's voice was laced with amusement. Let him drive first. Once we're home, you can deal with him. C thought. Just indulge her. Just indulge her. Madam, I truly didn't hear anything. Stop bringing it up. Shinjuan felt on the verge of tears. Fu Siue, look at him. He keeps bringing it up. Meanwhile, someone was complicit in the mischief, attempting to placate her. My dear, don't be upset. Tomorrow I'll send him to the Philippines. You can't be this cruel, boss. And C felt deeply wronged. He dared not voice his complaints, fearing Madame would retaliate against him. Did he wish to eavesdrop? No, he had simply been in the car the whole time. Throughout the ride, and C felt as if he were walking on pins and needles, the piercing gaze from the back seat threatening to devour him. He was trembling, not daring to glance at the rearview mirror. This madam was far more demanding than before. It was utterly overwhelming. Only Fu Siue could manage her. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Liaobei. Their residence, located in an area where every inch was precious, boasting exceptional privacy, and being the most affluent residential district in the city. This was both Fu Siue and Shinjuan's marital home. Their sanctuary. Once they exited the car, Shinjuan continued to glare at C, emphasizing, forget what just happened. Yes, 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 madam. I shall forget immediately. Fu Siue chuckled helplessly, his mood remarkably buoyant, gazing at her with tenderness, upon entering the house. Fu Siue instructed the other servants to attend to their tasks and not to bother them, gently taking Shinjuan's hand as they ascended the stairs. Still fuming, she recalled that C had overheard her intimate words with Fu Siue. Feeling both embarrassed and angry, such private matters should never have been exposed. As they ascended, guided by Fu Siue, they entered the study. The study? Huh. She snapped back to reality, a puzzled expression on her face. Why are we in the study? You promised to spend the night with me. Is this work? Fu Siue led her into the study and then disregarded her, moving to the desk, opening his computer, and sitting down to work. That he even initiated a video conference, treating her as if she were invisible, engaging in a meeting with the people on the other end. Chapter 43. Shinjuan endured the meeting for 20 minutes, waiting patiently until she finally succumbed to sleep. Originally, she had intended to wait for him, but eventually, she dozed off. When his meeting concluded, he noticed the small figure curled up on the sofa, clutching a pillow. Her face was clean, having removed her makeup after the program, her complexion pale and tender, her lips slightly pouty and pink, as if beckoning him to pluck a rose. That he bent down to scoop her up. A petite bundle, slender yet perfectly so, with the right amount of curves. That as he laid her on the bed, she turned over, causing her skirt to ride up slightly, revealing her snowy thighs. His gaze darkened instantly, heat coursing through him, and he quickly averted his eyes, tightening his grip on his fingers, before rushing to the bathroom and turning on the shower, letting the cold water wash over him. Only then could he momentarily suppress the heat within him. In her presence, his self-control was utterly inadequate. That if this continued, losing control was merely a matter of time. That he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Realizing this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. During the meeting, he had continually glanced at the sofa, noticing her drowsiness, and had lowered his voice considerably. The partner on the video call had inquired why his background didn't resemble an office. He had softly replied, at home. My wife is asleep, so we'll conclude here. The other party quickly expressed understanding and surprise, leading to the meeting's conclusion. Shinjuan awoke to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. Realizing she was in her room, lying on the bed. Following the sound, she noticed the bathroom door was open, and Fu Siue stood at the threshold, wrapped in a towel. His physique rivaled that of a model, with muscles perfectly proportioned, featuring defined abs and a V-line. His skin a healthy hue, exuding masculinity. Fresh from the shower, droplets of water still cascaded down his body, the towel snugly secured around his waist, accentuating the V-line. Help? Is this a free show? She inhaled sharply, her cheeks aflame, utterly unprepared, and this sight revealed the abs and V-line she had longed to see. How delightful it would be to plant roses on his abs. So tempting, a new dream blossomed within her, one of adorning his abs with beautiful flower buds, one after another. As she regained her composure, Fu Sua had already approached her, the temperature in the room skyrocketing. Her ears and cheeks burned crimson. At such close proximity, she was at a loss where to direct her gaze. The towel appeared to bulge ominously. Her mouth felt parched, her forehead overheated, especially with him standing and her seated. This position was perilous. Oh no, it was identical to that day at the beach. They could not recreate that moment. She abruptly attempted to rise, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she lost her balance and fell forward, her legs turning to jelly, leaving her unable to stand. Yet, it was Fu Siu's swift reflexes that rescued her, as he effortlessly encircled her delicate waist with one hand, while the other drew her closer. Ensnared within his embrace, he was unclothed, and her hand brushed against his chiseled chest, so warm, so hard. She couldn't help but swallow, entirely oblivious to her surroundings, that he had just emerged from a cold shower. His skin still cool to the touch, yet his body temperature surged rapidly. Still, her warmth surpassed his. "Darling, is it pleasant to touch?" he inquired, lowering his head slightly, his breath warm against her ear, causing her neck to flush a rosy hue. He observed how unexpectedly sensitive her fair skin was. Why was she so responsive? "Are you satisfied with me?" "Absolutely satisfied," she stammered, her mind betraying her, her words tumbling out clumsily. Unable to form coherent thoughts, she felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Truly distressed, he was not in a much better state. His earlier thoughts were reignited. She whimpered softly, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? It seems my darling is dissatisfied and does not wish to see me." "Shall I put on some clothes?" "No." She immediately denied this interpretation, shaking her head vigorously, "that I simply feel embarrassed. I can hardly bear to look at you." "Why is that? Am I some kind of beast?" His voice was laced with playful seduction, his gaze burning with intensity, taking in all her subtle movements. To be honest, her current demeanor was simply too adorable to articulate, beyond words. "Did you not express a desire for me to accompany you tonight? If you cannot bear to look at me, how can you expect me to keep you company?" She thought about it, but who could have anticipated his allure? It felt as if he were draining her very essence, leaving her anxious about tomorrow's program. Would her fans notice and mock her? That would be utterly humiliating. "I recall you mentioning wanting to kiss me. Must you speak so candidly about such matters?" She realized he was doing it on purpose, intending to catch her off guard. "Please stop." Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing, frozen in his embrace. "Too afraid to move. That weren't you the one who teased me first?" He chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes, softening the intensity of his desire. "Are you now denying it?" That simply won't do. No matter what, he was determined to extract some sweetness from her tonight. Otherwise, he would be restless, thinking of her all night long, perhaps even resorting to another cold shower. His breath grew heavier, slightly muddled, especially as he exhaled. She bit her lip, her heart in turmoil, attempting to glance up at him. Her flushed cheeks resembled ripe peaches, her body growing increasingly pliant, lacking strength. "What do we do then? Let me fulfill my promise to you from last time, shall we?" His gaze settled on her lips, so tender and inviting. He yearned to savor the intoxicating essence they held. "That don't bite your lip, release it," he instructed. She had lost her senses, complying obediently, her eyes wide as she watched him lean in closer. Yet she anticipated the touch that never came. Instead, she heard his husky, restrained voice ask, "May I?" Every drop of blood in her body seemed to scream with anticipation, her chest tingling as if electric currents coursed through it. At this juncture, he was still seeking her consent. Should she express any reluctance, he would undoubtedly halt. Such matters required mutual investment to yield the deepest satisfaction, but he remained a gentleman, considering her feelings that so gentle and chivalrous. Who could resist? She certainly could not. But just as she uttered her thoughts, he grasped her chin, tilting it upward, and a soft kiss landed upon her lips. That in a flash, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, escalating with intensity. This kiss was more earnest and profound than any before, marking their true union in a kiss, providing her with an exquisite experience, far surpassing the time she had kissed him forcefully. However, The hand gripping her lower back was a bit too assertive, holding her firmly in place, as he took complete control of the situation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally withdrew from her lips. Their foreheads touching, her gaze dazed and misty, staring at him in bewilderment. Both of their breaths were uneven. Hers was particularly erratic, her cheeks aflame, entirely leaning against his chest for support. Such a good girl. He sighed, genuinely pleased. But, darling, remember to breathe. Kissing allows for it. He even instructed her on how to breathe, for she had been holding her breath throughout, consumed by anxiety and anticipation, forgetting how to inhale. Oh no! Her inner turmoil erupted, feeling utterly embarrassed, realizing how inexperienced she appeared. Such a humiliation. Yet despite this, her heart brimmed with sweetness. How wondrous it was to be with him. How do you manage to be so skilled? Fusa chuckled softly, his chest rising and falling slightly. I've learned to provide my darling with the most delightful experiences. Truly remarkable, she mused, realizing she might just combust from this. Though she felt utterly wonderful. She couldn't help but compare her previous bold kiss to this one. It paled in comparison, leaving her feeling inadequate. Fusa steadied his breath, his gaze lingering on her luscious, crimson lips, longing for another taste. Yet sensing her feverish warmth, he decided to hold back for now, allowing her a bit of time to recover before fully indulging. All right, it's getting late. You should bathe and prepare for bed. He tenderly stroked her hair, as if soothing a child. Chapter 44. Please don't cry on Night's shoulder later. The entire night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, the taste of him lingering on her lips. He had chosen to sleep in the guest room, not sharing her space. She had expressed a hint of disappointment, which he perceptively detected. His reasoning was simple. I want to pressure you until you're ready. I desire your complete devotion. Only then did she understand his intention. He remained the same as ever, loving her deeply, caring for her in every way. Meanwhile, Fu Siue, in the guest room, took another cold shower. As if to quell the lingering heat within him, standing under the cascade of water, he tried to suppress the overwhelming sensations. Suddenly, he brought his finger to his lips, recalling the sweet taste of her kiss, an exquisite flavor that felt addictive. The next morning, as Shen Juan drowsily heard someone knocking at her door, she turned over and mumbled, "Come in." The butler entered. "Young madam, it's time to wake up for breakfast. What time is it?" "It's nearly 7:30. What? Already 7:30? She jolted awake, realizing she had a recording to attend. Was she going to be late? Where was Fu Siue? The young master left early. He asked me to come and wake you after he had departed. Why didn't he wake me? The butler smiled gently. The young master wanted you to rest a little longer, believing you must have had a restless night. Shinjuan wondered how he could possibly know such things. It was infuriating. Her sleeplessness was not by choice, all due to that electrifying kiss before bed. The mere thought of it sent her heart racing, her breath quickening. She could not dwell on it any longer and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. Fu Siue had left early, having spent the night awake, feeling no fatigue. Closing his eyes, the sweet memory of her kiss lingered in his senses, amplifying in the silent room. Today, they were scheduled to record an outdoor program. "Mr. Defu, did you not rest well last night? You appear quite unsatisfied," and C remarked, internally chuckling at the thought of overhearing their conversation in the car the previous night, but he anticipated that the young madam could so adeptly entice Fu Siue, engaging in a delightful exchange. Even he could sense the shift in the young madam's attitude towards Fu Siue, so different from before, to the point where he occasionally questioned if she was indeed the same person. "Never mind." Fu Siue frowned slightly. "Just drive the CARWY the way, Mr. Fu. I received a call from the old residents this morning." "What was it about?" And C swallowed nervously. They inquired if it was true that you and the young madam were in the headlines together. Given that the young madam often browsed the internet for dramas, she would certainly have seen the trending news about them, especially since Fu Siue had appeared prominently. Fu Siue realized it was futile to hide the matter. Since they were already on the program, it was only a matter of time before the Fu family became aware. "What did you say?" And C coughed. "I mentioned that the signal was poor," and hung up. "Clumsy," Fu Siue remarked, his lips curving slightly. "Next time, have her call my phone directly." ANC found it challenging to handle the young madam. It was not entirely his fault that Fu Siue understood her better than anyone else. And now that she was aware of the situation, she was bound to dig deeper. "Understood, Mr. Fu." Shinjuan was delayed by around 10 minutes and had already received a scolding from Chiohi on the way. Acknowledging her mistake, she hesitated to admit that it was due to Fu Siyue. Upon arriving at the recording venue, she straightened her posture and first offered an apology to the director. After all, as a newcomer just starting her career, she needed to show respect to her seniors and the hard-working staff. The director and other crew members were left with a more favorable impression of her. She hurriedly prepared for makeup and changed her outfit. Ready to begin the recording for the day, Fu Siyue had arrived at the venue ahead of her, and as soon as she entered, they commenced the day's filming. The production team had prepared a mystery box, wherever they drew from. That would be the location for their date. To enhance the program's entertainment value, the director specifically asked Shinjuan about her greatest fears. Shinjuan timidly replied, "I'm afraid of escape rooms. Anything like hiking or the zoo is fine, just not an escape room that I fear confined spaces." This revelation caught Fu Siyue off guard, as it was the first time he learned of her fear of escape rooms. From the beginning of the recording, she dared not look into Fu Siyue's eyes, not merely because of what had transpired the night before. Now, let us draw the paper slips that we have several locations prepared. One of which is an escape room, that I hope it's not that one, the director said. Ruoruo, today's date will be decided by you. You will draw. However, the director secretly hoped for an escape room to maximize the show's appeal. How amusing. The director insists that Ruoruo draws. It's almost comical how fears seem to manifest. The comment section was filled with sympathy for Shinjuan, with fans believing that it would undoubtedly be the escape room. What one fears most often comes to pass. Trembling, Shinjuan extended her hand into the mystery box, fumbling as she muttered, "Please don't let it be that." She grasped a piece of paper, gritted her teeth, and resolved, this must be it, upon revealing it. Her heart sank. Why is it an escape room? This is disastrous. She couldn't suppress her wail upon seeing the words on the slip, her vision blurring as she felt faint at Asia's top-rated horror escape room. With tears welling in her eyes, she lamented, "Didn't we say it was a date? Is this really appropriate? Production team, are you trying to make this difficult for me?" The director jokingly responded, "In truth, we have many other romantic locations suitable for a date, but for the sake of dramatic effect, we added this escape room to enhance the intrigue. Ruoruo, we believe in your capabilities. Help, I absolutely cannot do this. It's terrifying." Shinjuan noticed comments in the feed labeling her a coward, and she quickly retorted, "Who's a coward? I'm not scared of the escape room at all." Fu Siyue, having heard her confession of fear, initially planned to suggest a game change to the production team. However, upon hearing her boldly state, "I just said that casually. I'm not scared. It's just a date. We can go anywhere. Let us do it." The staff nearby chuckled that it was evident to all that Shinjuan was merely feigning calmness, and the fans in the live stream were thoroughly entertained, flooding the comments with remarks about how adorable Ruoruo was. Expressing a desire to take her home and pinch her cheeks that I, too, am utterly charmed by Ruoruo. Her versatility is delightful. As they approached the filming location, a gust of chilly air swept through, sending goosebumps across Shinjuan's skin. She had always kept her distance from such places, never daring to approach, even though she had experienced death once. Ironically, having died made her even more fearful. This is too frightening. I can't handle it. Yet there was no turning back. Steeling herself, she followed Fu Siyue into the foreboding setting, the cameras capturing every moment. The castle-like escape room was dimly lit, and she could barely see, cautiously stepping behind Fu Siyue. Upon entering the first room, ominous drumbeats echoed within, resonating like a heartbeat in her chest. "Knight," she whispered that Fus turned back, his concern evident. "Yes, I'm here to not let go of my hand," she pleaded, gripping his arm tightly. Fearful of him releasing her, that I won T. "Don't be afraid." Perhaps it was a steady voice that bestowed upon her a modicum of security, prompting her to take that initial step, gradually following in his stride. The first door revealed nothing but an empty room devoid of any furnishings. The Fu Siyue turned to her, noting her palpable fear, and with a resigned smile tinged with tenderness, he enveloped her in his embrace. Shielding most of her body with his own, her hands clutched tightly at his shirt, nestled against him, exuding an air of helplessness and vulnerability, reminiscent of a forlorn little wildcat. "Rui dear, these are mere illusions. There is nothing to fear," he reassured her. For Fu Siyue, such trivial matters held no terror. They were child's play. Yet it was precisely these trivialities that managed to frighten his precious one profoundly. Did I know they are just tricks to scare children? Though she professed understanding, her heart could not help but tremble with fear. You too are a child. Thus, her fear was deemed acceptable. He would not mock her. Chapter 46. Startled, my dear. There is no need to feel awkward with me. Following the previous adage that one must possess what others have, another sentiment emerged. You too are a child, and he affectionately called her my dear. What a delightful pairing. This intimacy was palpable. Their interactions were simply too sweet for the fans to resist. Although the camera never captured Fu Siyue's face directly, always opting for side profiles or silhouettes, his popularity remained unscathed. That Fu Siyue did not consciously evade the camera. Even a fleeting glimpse of his profile sent fans into a frenzy. His chiseled features were unparalleled, surpassing even those of contemporary male stars. Coupled with his refined and captivating voice, the combination was utterly irresistible. Noticing the tremors of the person in his arms, he tightened his embrace and gently urged, "Do not fear. Close your eyes and follow me." Did I end that moment? She could hardly recall her earlier bravado. Her mind was a blank slate, rendering her speechless. "Rest assured, I will take care of you." With each step Fu Siyue took, she mirrored him, her fingers gripping his shirt tightly, obediently surrendering herself to him. However, this phrase bore a deeper significance for Fu Si. Did I end this moment? She was unable to discern it. Naida's protective stance over Ru was undeniably gallant. How sweet. The progression of their relationship was swift. And I find myself utterly enamored. I am beyond ecstatic. Night assured Ruorua that she could trust him. How thrilling. Ruo, muster some courage. Did you not claim to be unafraid? Are you not meant to protect Night? Hurry and protect him. How amusing. It turns out she is a paper tiger. How adorable yet timid. Someone lock the door to the secret room. Release the spirits, quickly. Upstairs, the sisters must be intoxicated with laughter, nearly scaring Ruo to death. Many others joined in the laughter, reveling in Ruorua's current timid demeanor. Shinjiwen was oblivious to her newfound notoriety, now affectionately dubbed Little Timid One by her fans. Little Timid One was like a startled bird, flinching at every sound. Her legs felt weak, her complexion pale, trembling in his embrace. Biting her lip to stifle a scream, Fu Siyue paused, contemplating their next move. Just as he halted, the trembling figure in his arms asked in a quavering voice, "Why have we stopped? Is there something there?" "There is something," he replied. What is it?" "There are 2 doors, each adorned with talismans that I am deliberating which path to take. Do not fear. There is nothing terrifying around. It is merely a small room. Would you like to open your eyes and see?" "And no, I think I will pass," she insisted, resolutely keeping her eyes shut throughout. "Are you truly not going to take a look?" "Shall I?" she inquired hesitantly, gradually calming down, realizing her behavior was indeed quite embarrassing. Slowly, she released him and opened her eyes, her palms clammy with cold sweat from the fright. As her eyes adjusted, the dimly lit room became discernible. True to his word, there was nothing dreadful to behold. Was it merely a psychological effect? How mortifying! Had all her cowardly antics been recorded? Realizing her embarrassment, Shinjuan felt as though tears might spill forth. "I have utterly humiliated myself." The fans were overjoyed, tears of sweetness streaming down their faces, while others laughed heartily, for no one's joys and sorrows resonated quite like those of Shinja. Fu Siyue reassured her, "There is no shame. No one will ridicule you." "Really?" "Yes, truly." The more he gazed at her, the more she appeared endearing and pitiful, softening Fu Siyue's heart. He could not bear to frighten her any further, for she was even more timid than he had anticipated. Fu Siyue glanced between the 2 doors, pondering which path to choose, allowing her to decide. "That I do not know." Did I in the dim light? The surroundings felt ominous, and she dared only to focus on the floor, instinctively drawing closer to him. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. Just do not leave me behind." "Very well," he responded gently. This date was indeed extraordinary. She would surely remember it for a long time. That Fu Siyue's smile grew increasingly indulgent. And this moment was perfectly captured by the camera. Although the image was not particularly clear due to the dim lighting, one could vaguely discern the outlines of their features, which sufficed. Handsome. So handsome. I finally glimpsed Knight's face. Where? Quick, screenshot it. Was he smiling at Rora? How incredibly gentle. He radiates warmth. Ultimately, Fusu made the decision to proceed through the right door. That as he pushed it open, a chilling draft rushed forth, accompanied by terrifying sound effects that echoed menacingly, sending shivers down one's spine. That Fusu remained unfazed while Shin Jiwen's face turned ashen, her terror palpable. "Oh, do not fear," he shielded her behind him, casting a glance down at her. Her complexion was ghostly pale as she grasped his sleeve, her nerves fraying. "I can manage." She closed her eyes once more, her mind racing back to the harrowing memories of her previous life. Convinced of the existence of inexplicable phenomena. "Knight, are you not afraid?" "Not at all. There is nothing to fear." Her spirits plummeted, sinking into the melancholic recollections of her past, her eyes betraying an unmaskable sadness as she murmured, "I am sorry." Why the sudden apology? This apology had come far too late. That Fu Siua sensed her emotional turmoil and softly reassured her. "Have you been frightened? Shall we retrace our steps and leave?" She remained still, clutching his shirt tightly. Fu Siua instinctively began to call her name. But just as he uttered the first syllable, the door through which they had entered slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Shun Jiwen further, prompting her to burrow deeper into his embrace. "It's all right. Do not fear. It's merely the door closing." Fu Su gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, patiently soothing her distress. "I am so useless. I've caused you trouble, my dear. There is no need to feel that way. Protecting you is my duty." Fu Su comforted her for a while, displaying no trace of impatience. Once her emotions stabilized, he asked, "Shall we continue, or would you prefer to return?" "I can manage. I am no longer afraid." Fu Su encouraged her. "If it becomes too much, it is perfectly acceptable to give up." "I cannot give up, Knight. I am fine." Truly. Fu Su studied her for a moment, and then replied with a gentle smile, "Very well." Chapter 47. Now he finds himself irresistibly drawn to her, unable to extricate himself from her allure. Having come this far, they must stride forth with heads held high. Her mood lifted once more, catching Fu Siue off guard as he shook his head in exasperation. The tide of public opinion shifted. Some emerged to mock and deride, leaving snide comments. "What a good actress. She claims it is all fake yet acts so terrified. Who is she trying to impress? Is it not normal for a girl to be afraid?" "Of course, but why does she keep burying herself in his embrace? Is she trying to garner pity? Even if they were to kiss right there, it wouldn't matter. Have they not seen their variety show? They are a couple, the kind that is together. Indeed, most girls would be frightened. It is only natural." And Rua did express her fear of escape rooms from the very beginning. It is hardly her fault she drew the short straw. "Raise your hand. I am a girl, and I too would be afraid that if I were with my boyfriend, I would hide behind him as well. That I know your fandom is large and powerful, but I can't argue with you. I just feel she is acting. I don't understand why this guy is interested in her. How ridiculous. Are you envious? What does it matter to you who he likes? Besides, Rua is not lacking in admirers. She is a beautiful young lady. I suspect this person harbors a grudge against women. Why must they demean her so? What is wrong with them? Ignore such individuals. They are simply starved for affection. Which is why they speak such nonsense. Exactly, just disregard them." As the events unfolded, Fu Siua found himself immersed in solving puzzles while Xin Zhuan gradually regained her composure, assisting him in the search for clues and items. Despite her lingering anxiety, she was startled by an NPC that appeared unexpectedly, causing her to jump back and nearly collide with something hard. Quick as a flash, Fu Siua pulled her behind him. Confronting the NPC that was masquerading as a ghost, he was not menacing. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Please do not frighten her. She is already quite scared." The NPC, seeming to respect his words, soon departed. Once they emerged from the dim confines of the escape room and were greeted by the sunlight outside, Shin Jiwan let out a choked sound, unable to maintain her balance any longer. Weak and trembling, she crouched down, her complexion as pale as a ghost, appearing utterly lost in full view of everyone. Fus lifted her effortlessly into his arms, cradling her as one would a princess. Instinctively, she clung to his shoulders, locking eyes with him. "I can't stand," she admitted, to which he responded with a gentle smile, "I know, so I'll carry you." He then praised her. "You did remarkably well, my dear. I in such a frightful situation. You even aided me in finding clues. That is truly impressive." Yet, she still felt a twinge of fear, her voice barely a whisper, resembling that of a frightened child. Why am I still so terrified? At the sight of her distress, Fu comforted her softly. Look, all of that was merely a ruse, wasn't it? Besides, you have me here. Nearby, a mother and her child had just exited the escape room. The little girl sobbed, Mommy, that sister is just as useless as I am. You always say I'm timid, but that sister is scared too. She has so grown up yet still needs to be carried. The mother quickly covered her child's mouth, reprimanding softly. What are you saying? You mustn't speak like that. Is she referring to me? Shun Juan pondered, glancing down at herself. Did a child truly look down upon her? How embarrassing. Please let me down, she urged. Did I ask your leg feeling steady now? He inquired softly, his tone layered with meaning that made her mind wander to inappropriate thoughts. Why does that sound so suggestive? She panicked internally. She hastily replied, No, I'm fine now. The mother-daughter duo remained nearby, with the little girl continuing to watch Shinjuan, who felt a deep urge to vanish from sight. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized even children were laughing at her. Yet Fu Sue refused to set her down, carrying her towards a nearby Saif instead. Shinjuan wished she could bury her head in the ground like an ostrich, desperate for him to release her before more people noticed her predicament. Please stop moving, my dear Daesh, she squirmed slightly, his voice reached her ears, warm breath causing a faint tickle. Let me down, please. I can walk on my own. I assure you, I can. Fu Sue smiled slightly, his presence enveloping her. She felt small and delicate in his arms, evoking a protective instinct within him. Not willing to ask nicely. Then I must insist, she murmured, biting her lip, her voice soft and sweet, almost pleading. Brother. Originally intending to call him by a more intimate term, she had to settle for this one. Hoping it would suffice, his reaction to the address was quite pronounced. She felt emboldened to call him this before the cameras. He finally halted, standing beneath a tree's shade where dappled sunlight fell across him, bestowing a serene, timeless quality that momentarily distracted her until she heard him say, So obedient, truly you are. Perhaps it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a docile state, rendering him utterly captivated. Even moments ago in the escape room, he had nearly lost control. The sight of her sweet, compliant demeanor stirred an instinctual desire to possess, almost overwhelming him. Did her sweetness and charm belong to others before him? For instance, Zhou Xiao. He believed he could suppress jealousy. Yet thoughts of her previous affections for other men tightened the strings of his heart. Threatening to snap at any moment, he was uncertain of what he might do if that were to happen. Fu Sui gently set her down, supporting her until she found her footing. Shinjuan, now blushing furiously, instinctively took a step back to breathe in the fresh air. Being near him felt stifling. Are you feeling better now? He asked softly once more. Yes, she replied. Fans watching their sweet interaction went into a frenzy, exclaiming how forbidden it felt to hear her plead and call him brother. How could anyone resist the charm of a beautiful girl calling for her brother? The sweetness was overwhelming. They felt as if the two had been together for ages, especially with the tender tone Fu Sue used, dripping with affection. Please, you must ship them. If you don't, I shall be heartbroken. The sweetness was almost too much to bear, especially from Ro, who was adorably timid yet lovable. After completing the recording in the escape room, they took a brief break before filming continued into the evening. Finally concluding a long day. For Shin Jiwan, this day had been a whirlwind of emotions. Once the filming wrapped, Fu Siyue escorted her to his car, unashamedly in full view of others. Chapter 48. What must be done to ensure my dear does not have nightmares? Chiyo-hee also shared the ride. Sitting in the passenger seat, as they drove away, the atmosphere in the back seat felt distinctly charged. Intimidated by Fu Siyue's formidable presence, Chiyo-hee dared not utter a word. Not even daring to breathe. She felt guilty, recalling how close she had come to causing Shun Juan trouble at the last drinking event, an incident that had led to Fu Siyue scolding her. She didn't hold a grudge. Rather, she found Fu Siyue somewhat unnerving and felt like a glaringly bright light bulb in the car. After a while, Shinjuan requested Ansi to play some music. Sensing the peculiar tension in the air, Ansi casually selected a song called Goodbye Happiness. Upon hearing the lyrics, Ansi quickly changed it as the mood in the car grew heavier. Thankfully, Fu Siyue remained silent. In fact, his silence was what made it so chilling. However, the music provided a slight relief from the awkwardness. Chiyo-hee pulled out her phone and messaged Shinjuan. Your Mr. Fu's aura is terrifying. Shinjuan, hearing her phone vibrate, looked at the message with raised eyebrows and replied, "It's all right, stay calm. He won't harm you." Choi responded, "I genuinely believe he might. If anything had happened to you at the last gathering, he would have taken matters into his own hands." This reminded Shun Juan of how Zhou Xiao had caused her demise in a past life, only for Fu Siyue to avenge her. She replied, "Do not worry about the past. You are safe with me, my dear Juan. You are the best. Kisses and hugs. By the way, you mustn't be late tomorrow. It's the final recording session. And there are other plans afterward. Your schedule is packed, so prepare yourself. QAQ." Before long, Choi reached her destination and exited the car. Shinjuan bid her a warm farewell. Waving as Chio, he gave her a concerned look. Shinjuan couldn't shake the feeling of heading to the gallows. As she turned her gaze back, she noticed the man beside her, his long legs slightly apart, the fabric of his trousers accentuating the shape of his thighs. He had a sculpted abdomen and a tantalizing V-line. Surely his leg muscles were equally impressive. Help! Why was her mind spiraling again, filled with such impure thoughts? She quickly turned her head, shaking it vigorously to dispel the images clouding her mind. This was far too dangerous. Gigi. Suddenly, Fu Xiu called her by that name, the name he alone used. During the show, he had referred to her as Ruruo, but Gigi sent a tremor through her heart, as it felt uniquely his. She turned to face him. The evening was late, and the car was dimly lit, casting shadows that highlighted his jawline with striking clarity. As he spoke, his alluring Adam-s apple bobbed enticingly. It was intoxicating. "Are you feeling better?" Fu Siwa asked, leaning slightly forward, his tone tender. Shinjuan bit her lip, her heart racing at his proximity. After a moment's hesitation, she confessed, "I still feel a bit uneasy." That NPC was quite frightening. She referred to the NPC that had startled them earlier. Now that the cameras were off, she felt emboldened to speak more freely. Just as Fu Siwa opened his mouth to respond, she added in a soft, almost playful tone, "I'm afraid I might have nightmares tonight." Her expression was adorably mischievous, akin to a cunning little fox. With such a blatant implication, how could he misinterpret it? His voice dropped to a husky whisper. "So, what must I do, my dear, to ensure you sleep soundly?" "Oh dear," she thought, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Although still shy, her heart raced as she met his gaze, irresistibly drawn to him. "Could you stay with me tonight, brother?" Yet, that was merely her innermost desire, a sentiment she felt too bashful to voice aloud. Moreover, with an assistant present in the vehicle, she had already been eavesdropped on by Ansi yesterday, and now she must avoid giving him any further opportunities. Fu Siyue remained patiently awaiting her response. In this matter, he exhibited extraordinary forbearance, not in a rush. Although he occasionally found himself losing control, that he had long since determined that she was the one with whom he wished to spend the rest of his life. Thus, investing a little more patience in her was of no consequence. Although he was a businessman, driven by profit, she was an exception, a unique exception. "Darling, why are you silent?" Fu Siyue inquired once more. She glanced at the front seat and whispered, "Lower your head. I'll speak to you quietly, that it's inconvenient with others around." She could only confide in him alone. Ansi, upon hearing this, realized he was unwanted and, feeling dejected, withdrew. Fu Siyue complied by lowering his head, his gaze fixated on the person drawing ever closer. Her heart raced, especially when her eyes fell upon his lips, the memory of last night's kiss vividly etched in her mind. What should she do? She found herself wanting to kiss him again. No, she had to restrain herself. She continually reassured herself, in truth, "With you here, I am not so afraid." Fu Siyue nodded slightly, comprehending that his darling implied she did not require his company that evening. She was taken aback. How could he guess her thoughts? Last night, my darling fell asleep before I could keep you company. May I extend that to tonight?" Fu Siyue proposed, speaking in a tone only she could hear. His eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at her unblinkingly, his deep, tender eyes radiated profound affection, a gaze that could ensnare anyone completely. She, too, found herself unable to refuse, with nowhere to hide, his words. Her ears began to heat up, and with a hint of reproach in her tone, she replied, "Weren't you working last night? You made me wait too long, and I fell asleep. I apologize. It was my fault." In truth, he had purposely used work as an excuse to divert attention, and his apology now was sincere, devoid of any pretext. As they spoke, they arrived at the doorstep. The car came to a halt. And although Ansi did not wish to disrupt the atmosphere, he still remarked, "President Fu, we have arrived home." That Fu Sue acknowledged him with a sound of agreement. Shinjuan's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt, eager to disembark, not to escape him, but to breathe in some fresh air, to catch her breath. Otherwise, she feared she might not withstand the tension. However, she could not achieve her wish. As she opened the car door, she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, pulled back gently, and found herself seated on his lap. The fabric was too thin, and the warmth was palpable, indistinguishable as to whose heat enveloped whom. He even reached out to shield her head, preventing her from bumping against the car's roof. Such meticulous care was utterly disarming. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her anxiety palpable. "That I intend to sincerely apologize to my darling." Chapter 49. Once I indulge, I become addicted to you. Ansi, aware that he should not intrude upon the blossoming affection between his boss and the boss lady, quietly exited the vehicle. Even Shinjuan did not notice when Ansi departed, as all her focus was consumed by Fu Siyue, who held her seated upon his lap. "What have you done? Why do you want to apologize to me?" Shinjuan's voice trembled slightly, the intimacy of their position overwhelming her. "I wish to apologize to you because my possessiveness is too strong." That Fu Siyue's breath grew heavy as he gazed intently at the darling perched upon his lap, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable possessive longing, an almost obsessive yearning that had previously been well concealed. Now, it was laid bare before her that he wanted her to comprehend the depth of his emotions, yet he feared that such unguarded revelations might startle her. After careful consideration, he resolved to be forthright. "Why do you say that?" In her heart, she was acutely aware of how deeply he loved her. Having endured all that had transpired, she had long understood what kind of person he was. His love bordered on pathological obsession. "Once I indulge, I become addicted to you. That I desire to kiss you, to possess you. Everything about you is mine to owe him." Shinjuan represented the most exquisite treasure in the world, and having tasted her, he found himself unable to let go. She was his very soul, his very life. He would willingly give everything for her. Shinjuan felt utterly weakened, her bones turned to jelly by his words. His confessions were intoxicating, rendering her spellbound. "What should I do?" she thought, her mind swirling with thoughts of him. "Yes," she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, that if he truly wished to act on his desires. She was entirely unguarded, lacking the strength to resist. She felt utterly powerless. "What can you do?" His dark, brooding eyes seemed to light up for a moment. "What is my darling saying? I mean, it is indeed possible." Faced with such a man, handsome, charming, excelling in every regard, and most importantly, in love with her, how could she not be moved? Her heart had long since belonged to him. Shinjuan felt utterly drained, her hands instinctively finding their way to his shoulders. Barely able to maintain her posture, Da Fu Siyue's gaze fell upon her rosy lips, his palm cradling the back of her head, yet he did not hasten to kiss her. "Do you understand what I mean?" "My darling." Shinjuan was rendered speechless, her nerves frayed. All she could do was nod gently. Receiving her response, Fu Siyue's breath grew even heavier, the emotions within his gaze swirling tumultuously, especially as she sat so obediently upon his lap, allowing him to manipulate the situation. "That I asked my darling willing." If he desired everything from her, would she truly acquiesce? Shinjuan felt dizzy from the teasing, unable to articulate a single word, her entire being aflame. Is my darling consenting? Silence was tantamount to consent, that if she continued to remain silent, he would not hold back. Shinjuan struggled to regain even a semblance of rationality, realizing they were still in the car. This was inappropriate. She pressed her hands against his broad shoulders and softly said, I am afraid." She possessed theoretical knowledge, having heard about such matters, and naturally felt apprehensive, instinctively rejecting the advances. Da Fu Siyue's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips, while the emotions in his gaze were suppressed. Despite the lingering desire in his breath, he regained his composure and stated, "Then let us not proceed in that manner." "Not that way." She bit her lip harder, her small hands weakly clutching his shirt, her fingers brushing against his buttons. "No, that's not what I meant." Da Fu Siyue chuckled softly. "I understand what my darling means." It is of no consequence. His hand, which had been cradling her neck, moved to her cheek, his thumb gently stroking her luscious lips. "That don't bite your lips, darling." "Let go." She obediently complied. "That don't bite them, if you must." Let it be me who does. Shin Jiwan trembled lightly, as if an electric current had coursed through her, leaving her feeling giddy and electrified, even the tips of her fingers buzzing with sensation. No, no, please stop, she pleaded, feeling utterly overwhelmed that Fu Su paused momentarily, observing her flushed face, and chose not to tease her further. Then my darling must step out of the car we are headed home. She had initially harbored hopes for something more, especially after his words about biting being his privilege, believing he might kiss her. However, oh no, what should I do? I cannot take it any longer. How could there be a man so beguiling, each phrase driving her to the brink of madness? Ultimately, Fu Su carried her into the house. At this hour, the servants were resting. Even if they were awake, they would discreetly avert their eyes. Lacking the courage to intrude upon the scene, they made their way to the room. She dared not meet his gaze, fearing his enchanting influence would ensnare her once more. This man possessed an inexplicable allure, a magic that was beyond comprehension. After placing her on the sofa, he assisted in removing her high-heeled shoes. After a day spent in them, her delicate feet bore the marks of red indentations, starkly visible against her fair skin. He held her ankle. Shinjuan felt uneasy. Her already feeble body felt even weaker, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her foot. Don't hold on. It's dirty. It's not dirty. Her feet were dainty and fair, far from being unclean. He cradled her small foot in his palm, making it appear even smaller. Fu Siyue and Shinjuan both felt their minds slightly numb, their bodies and hearts rendered utterly soft. Could you please get up? He remained half squatting before her, not rising but instead asking, Isn't wearing high heels tiring? Isn't it for beauty's sake? It's not tiring. You get used to it. Besides, I want to stand beside you without feeling out of place that you're too tall. If I don't wear high heels, the height difference is too great. Although there is an undeniable charm in the disparity of height, she still yearned to effortlessly reach his height for a kiss, so that it would not require effort. It is my fault. The issue lies with me. This cannot be blamed on you. Fu Siue's gaze fell once more upon her face, his voice hoarse. Why did my darling suddenly apologize to me in the secret room today? Shin Juan was momentarily taken aback upon realizing he still remembered this matter, feeling somewhat dazed. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze, silently responding within her heart, It is because I let you down in my previous life. A mere apology cannot mend anything, yet I yearn to express my regret to you. She felt a profound sense of guilt. Had she not been granted a chance at rebirth, she might never have witnessed the depth of his love for her. Fu Siue. She lifted her eyes, pressed her lips together, and called out his name softly before leaning in to kiss him. She intended merely a brief kiss, but as she tried to pull away, the next moment, his arm encircled her, pressing her back against the sofa. Chapter 50. His gentle assault. Kissing her once again, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, surrounded by the crisp, pine-like scent that was uniquely his. Impenetrable and filled with masculinity, he lowered his head to gaze at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, while his eyes concealed an insatiable desire. She had nowhere to escape, only able to slightly tilt her neck back. Her gaze filled with helplessness and a hint of confusion as she looked at him. I am here. Fu Sue's slightly rough fingertips brushed against her cheek, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear with tenderness. When his fingers inadvertently brushed against her delicate earlobe, she shivered, as if his touch were electrifying. What is it? Fu Su raised an eyebrow, his hand resting beside her body in nothing. Her breath quickened. The earlobe he had touched now felt overly sensitive. The most sensitive parts of her body were indeed her earlobes and the nape of her neck, areas not to be trifled with lightly. However, it seemed that when it came to him, she felt no resistance, not a single thought of defiance crossed her mind. Feeling sensitive? He inquired again. Her gaze wandered aimlessly. She initially thought she was the one teasing him, believing the power lay with her. Yet after a few exchanges, it became evident that she was thoroughly outmatched. When they recorded the show together, he was impeccably dressed, restrained and courteous, maintaining a strict decorum. But once the show ended and they were alone, he transformed into an entirely different person, his desires unabashedly evident. She could scarcely breathe. Her heart screamed in helplessness, wondering what to do. He clearly had no intention of releasing her, once more leaning closer. The distance between them diminishing, their breaths becoming tangled, indistinguishable in their intensity. Seems like my precious one is sensitive in her earlobes. How delightful. How could he even utter such words? Such audacity. Are you not going to answer my question? The person beneath him had fallen utterly silent, her lips, now tinted with a faint glow, parted slightly, breathless and dazed. Why had she suddenly felt the urge to apologize, remembering his disapproval of her biting her lip? She gently nibbled on her lower lip, her voice soft as she replied, "It's nothing." She could not reveal to him that she was someone who had died once. Such a revelation would surely baffle someone who had not experienced it, perhaps even leading him to think of her as mentally unstable. Therefore, she chose silence. Really nothing? Yes, Fusua's lips curled into a silent smile, sensing her reluctance to speak while also perceiving the secrets she harbored within her heart. Otherwise, why would her eyes have revealed such desolation in the confined space? Since she was unwilling to share now, he decided to wait until she was ready. "You seem quite flustered, my dear." Shinjuan mustered the last remnants of her rationality. You are not any better, we are all the same." She huffed, he sighed inwardly, feeling a profound satisfaction at her playful retort. Although their bodies remained apart, his heart felt at ease. That's so. Does my precious one enjoy it? He boldly admitted, with nothing left to conceal. That's so straightforward. He questioned whether she savored his chaotic breath, acknowledging that his current state was a result of her presence. Shinjuan felt as if she were on the verge of losing her mind. Her heart racing wildly, her body growing weak, that he was truly melting her resolve. How could it be that just moments ago in the car had not been enough? Why must he continue to provoke her? She would surely suffer from insomnia tonight. Fusua, however, remained patient, awaiting her response. "Do you not wish to tell me?" She retorted. "Then, do you like it?" "My dear is disobedient." I asked first. That Fusua raised an eyebrow. His gaze lowering, his heart stirred. The enchanting figure beneath him was irresistibly charming, her innocent eyes only fueling his desire to tease her relentlessly. "That I won't care." She finally regained her voice, striving to keep it steady. "And what if I want to kiss you? Will you care then?" "I will care, but can I really stop you?" She replied softly. Her heart, which had only just begun to calm, raced once more, her cheeks burning with heat. Deep within, she could not help but anticipate. Who could resist Fusua? She certainly could not. This man had an irresistible allure that captivated her entirely, making it impossible to withdraw. As he had stated. He brought forth an exquisite sensation, leaving her heart sweetened, as if she were basking in a honeypot. Will my dear look forward to it? To be kissed by him? Would she? He desired nothing more than her anticipation, aiming to elevate her expectations to their utmost heights. Thus, in the car moments ago, despite their proximity, he had restrained himself. "Yes," she murmured, her voice surprising even herself with its sultry tone. Fusua's lips curled upward, lifting her delicate chin, gradually leaning closer, their breaths intertwining, indistinguishable from one another. My dear's voice is truly melodious, especially her gasps. Her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, burning with embarrassment. How could he be so shameless? He disregarded all conventions, his gentle assault relentless. "Please do not say that. If you do, I shall ignore you." Her lips grew increasingly rosy, her demeanor more compliant. "Would you truly be willing to ignore me?" The answer was, of course, that she could not bear to noticing her hesitation. He grew intrigued, asking, "A kiss, perhaps, or not?" He placed a choice in her hands, allowing her to decide. Shinjuan wavered, feeling as though she had unwittingly wandered into a meticulously crafted web, waiting for her to willingly ensnare herself. What should she do? After a moment's hesitation, she softly spoke. "Yes, my dear is so obedient. Of course, I shall indulge you." She widened her eyes, as if this were her very request. Such a game of desire and restraint. How could he be so cunning? Before she could voice her protest, he seized her chin once more, his fingertips caressing her supple lips with lingering tenderness. Her mind went blank, his warm hand once again gripping the nape of her neck, tilting his head slightly, stealing her breath away in less than a second. Breathless and frantic, their hearts raced chaotically. Both lost in the moment, nearly consumed by it. It felt like an eternity before he finally released her, leaving her flushed and breathless, her gaze dazed as she struggled to avoid his eyes. Lowering her head instead, Fusu chuckled softly, his voice husky. Before pulling her into his embrace, he seated himself, mirroring the position they had occupied in the car. After a moment of regaining her breath, her heart felt as if it might melt, overwhelmed by the sweet recollections of his words. each one more tantalizing than the last. She had never realized he possessed such a talent for seduction, and now that she had experienced it, she found herself helplessly ensnared. Lowering her gaze, she sought to reclaim some semblance of rationality, that if she lingered by his side any longer, she would surely face another sleepless night. "I shall return to my room," she stammered, flustered. Chapter 51. My thoughts of you have made my hands tired having tasted the sweetness of the moment. Fusi wore a faint smile, releasing his hold around her waist. His gaze steady as he observed her hasty retreat. She truly was adorable and sweet, a delightful experience that lingered in his mind. Surely, after all that had transpired, she would not have nightmares tonight? Indeed, Shinjuan did not experience any nightmares that night. Instead, she dreamt of him. And that dream was filled with allure, bordering on the ristude. As she prepared to rise, she was surprised to find Fu Siue still present, seated at the dining table, waiting for her to have breakfast. "Good morning." Upon hearing her footsteps descend, Fu Siue looked up at her. "Good morning." The servants brought her breakfast, announcing, "Madam, please enjoy your meal." "Thank you." The breakfast was simple, devoid of extravagance, yet nutritionally balanced, perfectly suiting her palate. "Did you sleep well last night?" Fu Siue asked leisurely, sipping his water. "Yes." "Did my dear have any nightmares?" The mention of the previous night caused her heart to race. As she recalled the enticing dream she had experienced, "Oh, none at all." Fu Siue nodded, his expression calm. "That is good." Inside, she trembled. She felt like a paper tiger, utterly cowardly. She had never been this timid before. How could a mere kiss and dream transform her into someone so apprehensive, unable to meet his gaze? Shinjuan cleared her throat, hesitantly inquiring, "What about you? Did you rest well?" It was a casual question, one she posed without much thought. Little did she know, Fu Siue replied, "I did not rest well." Why not? Could it be that he had experienced a dream as well? What a coincidence that would be. Shinjuan could not help but let her imagination run wild, unable to control the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. His demeanor remained serene, his tone low. "I was thinking of you so much that my hands grew tired." Today, he donned a black shirt, his pupils exhibiting an unfathomable depth, and his words were starkly simple and direct. Shinjuan felt an unbidden dryness in her throat, particularly upon hearing his utterances that "I miss you." He said, "My hands ache from longing." What audacious words! Especially as Fu Si maintained a serious demeanor, exuding a hint of the restrained allure of a gentleman with a hint of debauchery. The button at his collar remained undone, revealing a tantalizing collarbone beneath which lay the contours of a well-defined chest, and concealed beneath his attire were 8 sculpted abdominal muscles and the alluring line of a merman. Curiosity piqued. She asked him, "What is it that you miss about me?" Shinjuan feigned calmness. She could not remain passive and allow him to tease her unchallenged, for she too was capable of initiating flirtation. "What do you say, darling?" Here we go again," she pouted playfully. "I wouldn't know. I wasn't there. I saw nothing. If she had been on site, she would have likely succumbed to his advances. After all, she had enjoyed a full night's rest and was brimming with energy. Unlike the previous day, when she was easily overwhelmed. "Are you wishing for a live broadcast?" Fu Siue's tone lifted at the end, as if he had grasped something, realizing that she desired to witness it. Why hadn't she mentioned it sooner? Her head felt warm, and a shiver coursed through her. Oh dear! Shinjuan suddenly regretted having teased him. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and she felt the urge to escape. A smile danced at the corners of Fu Siue's lips as he watched her hurriedly retreat in her slippers. His eyes were filled with a tender, affectionate warmth as he closed his notebook. Today was supposed to be the final day of filming, but just as Fu Siue helped Shinjuan into the car, an unforeseen incident occurred that as soon as she settled into the vehicle. She received a call from Xiao-He. "Darling, there's been a situation. Today's recording has been canceled and postponed. Please do not go out for the time being." "What happened?" "Earlier this morning, someone leaked damaging information about you online, targeting you specifically. The situation has escalated, and although we promptly issued a clarification, we cannot withstand the relentless attacks from malicious individuals." The recording venue arranged by the production team was also vandalized. Shinjuan quickly checked the news online and was greeted by a barrage of trending topics. Shinjuan's infidelity exposed, Shinjuan's chaotic private life before debut, the financial backers behind Shinjuan. Who would have thought? She seemed so innocent, Yet here she was caught in such scandalous rumors. What a farce! Is it so easy for anyone to become a celebrity nowadays? The threshold for entry is alarmingly low. It occurred to her that the sudden surge in trending topics was indeed a sign of impending disaster. Could fans please refrain from supporting just anyone? Stop boasting about how great your idol's figure is. How beautiful she is. It's rather insipid. The IT was absurd. Genuine emotions are the cheapest currency of all. Thankfully, she had not invested too deeply in any ship that if this were true, what then of Night? If Rolla lacked sincerity. After all this time, she was left with nothing but this. Truly outrageous. The comment section was polarized, with some believing the accusations while others remained skeptical, igniting heated debates. Shin Ji-won's own account was also embroiled in the scandal, as was Knight's. Many fans who had previously championed their ship swiftly recanted their support. Chiohee was referring precisely to this matter, noting the gravity of the situation. As Shin Ji-won absorbed the unfolding online chaos, Fu Siyue received news of his own. Suddenly, her phone was snatched away, and she looked up to meet Fu Siyue's gaze. Shin Ji-won bit her lip, yearning to articulate something, yet found herself rendered speechless. She was not afraid of the negative publicity. Rather, she worried about its impact on Fu Siyue. She was unperturbed by the situation herself. This scheme was peculiar. Someone had invested heavily in these trending topics. Clearly unwilling to spare any expense, she silently chuckled to herself, suspecting who might be orchestrating this behind the scenes. That a segment of her fans remained steadfastly supportive, unwavering in their belief in Shin Ji-won, and they were determined to uncover the individual behind this malicious plot. This incident was traceable. The timing of the trending topics was too fortuitous and rather considerate, coinciding with the early hours of a workday. Surely, a considerable sum was spent on this. It was laughable. Did they not require evidence when purchasing trending topics? She had initially thought there might be concrete proof, only to find it was merely the musings of a small account. Rolla, who had previously avoided male guests like the plague on the show, was now accused of infidelity. The irony was amusing. Haha, I just recalled how Rolla used to dodge male guests. Some fans circulated clips of Shin Ji-won on the show, showcasing her attempts to evade male attention, looking somewhat flustered. The comments beneath were filled with laughter. As a result, the narrative quickly shifted, and the tide of public opinion began to change. The account that had leaked the information ceased to provide updates. The moment the news broke, Fu Siyue instructed NC to leverage his connections to trace the IP address of the account responsible for the leak. That IT wasn't long before they had a lead. It was Shin Xing. Fu Siyue's expression darkened, a chill settling over his demeanor, and a smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with mockery. Shin Xing was truly restless. Having been spared once before, she still clung to her ambitions. It hadn't been long since the last incident, and here she was, stirring up trouble once again. Clearly underestimating him, Fu Siyue coldly commanded, "Inform the Shin family that this is my directive. They are to sever ties with Shin Xing." Is that truly necessary? NC was taken aback. After all, Shin Xing was a foster daughter of the Shin family. While she may be adopted, she was treated as a biological daughter, and her standing within the Shin family was on par with Shin Ji-won's. Chapter 52. Returning to the Fu residence, his protection. Fu Siyue. Do you have an alternative perspective? NC quickly clarified, "No, I'll attend to it immediately." ANC dared not voice any dissent, though he harbored a flicker of concern regarding the potential fallout between Fu and the Shin family, who were not to be trifled with. However, considering that Shin Xing had already involved Shin Ji-won, it was clear that tolerance was no longer an option. Fu Siyue toyed with a metallic lighter, his gaze as deep as ink. Following the morning's revelations, the scheduled recording had been canceled, and he returned home with Shin Ji-won, choosing to stay by her side. Upstairs, Shin Ji-won was perusing the online commentary, which was decidedly mixed and exceedingly polarized. Chiohee urged her to ignore it, assuring her that the company was handling the situation and negotiating the timing for the final recording. The unexpected disruption had thrown their plans into disarray. Shin Ji-won's mood remained unaffected. She was well aware of who was behind the chaos. Notably, Shin Xing had refrained from mentioning Fu Siyue, clearly aware of his formidable nature and choosing not to provoke him. This was rather surprising. After some contemplation, Shin Ji-won decided it was time to make her own statement, despite Chiohee's insistence that the company would manage everything. Refreshing her feed, she was taken aback to see the latest comments urging her to check Knight's Weibo. What had once been a solitary post on his account now displayed 2 updates, the latest being just a minute old. She is not that kind of person. As for the rest, we will proceed through the appropriate channels and will be contacting our lawyer. The post had already amassed 6-figure shares, with an avalanche of comments flooding in. Shin Juan had not anticipated Fu Siyue's public defense of her, nor his unabashed favoritism, expressing unyielding trust in her character. Gzhit that moment. Fu Siyue's voice resonated from outside the door. Shin Juan hastily opened it. As assistant him left, they had been discussing matters in the study, and she had instinctively made herself scarce. Yes. Fu Siyue glanced at her, noting her bare feet on the carpeted floor, which shielded her from the chill. I'm sorry. Have I caused you more trouble? Shin Juan spoke politely, her demeanor exuding an endearing sincerity, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Indeed, you have, he replied, his expression stern as he nodded. Her heart swelled with guilt at his response. She scratched her head, pondering how best to placate him. What about you helping me out on your account? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Fu Siyue raised an eyebrow, taking a step closer. His towering presence and increasingly intense gaze made her heart race. What did I do wrong? She asked, tilting her head to meet his fiery stare. Did I end the absence of others? The atmosphere was ripe for escalation, especially as she found herself easily captivated by him, her thoughts a jumbled mess. I am quite obedient. Where have I faltered? Is it not enough to be obedient? Simply saying thank you renders you disobedient. Fu Siyue chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on her crimson lips in broad daylight. His desires stirred once more. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted the moment. It was Fu Siyue's phone. He shifted his gaze away to answer, his brow furrowing slightly. He was about to hang up but paused to inform her before taking the call. It was a call from the Fu family estate. Shin Juan exhaled in relief, taking a deep breath as her heart raced once again. Is now a bad time? No problem. I understand. You need not worry. I am well aware. Fu Siyue quickly ended the call, then gently pinched her dainty nose, asking, do you have any plans for today? Is there anything going on with your company? Originally, the day was meant for the final recording. But with its cancellation, she found herself with an unexpected day of leisure. No plans. Why? Would you like to accompany me back to the Fu residence? In the past, she seldom returned to the Fu residence, only making the journey once a year during the New Year celebrations. He was aware of her disinclination towards his family and himself. Yet now, it seemed a tad different. She appeared momentarily stunned. Hesitating for a few seconds, Fu Siyue, sensing something, withdrew his gaze and remarked, if you do not wish to return, it is of no consequence. Everything should revolve around her preferences. Why not go back? Shin Juan acutely detected a fleeting sadness in his eyes, which tugged at her heartstrings, recalling her past misdeeds, leaving her with an undeniable discomfort. I will change my clothes. Please wait for me. All right. Having not visited the Fu residence for such an extended period, Shin Juan felt a twinge of anxiety. Her previous transgressions weighed heavily on her conscience. Perhaps noticing her unease, Fu Siyue reached for her hand, reassuringly stating, if you prefer not to return, it is perfectly fine. How could that be? I'm just a bit nervous. Her voice was soft and tender as she apologized to him for her past mistakes, including their previous quarrel over divorce. Fu felt a tightening in his throat. He had always been uncertain of her feelings towards him. However, if he continued to doubt her now, the issue lay with him. Maintaining a calm facade, he replied, the past is the past. Soon, they arrived at the old Fu Manor, a stately villa that exuded a sense of history. Each time Shin Juan visited, she would leave in haste, as she was not very familiar with the place. Thus, she followed Fu Siyue closely as he led the way. Mrs. Fu awaited them on the living room sofa. Upon their arrival, she cleared her throat and said, please, have a seat. Fu Siyue gestured for Shin Juan to sit on the opposite sofa, and a servant promptly brought tea. Shin Juan instinctively expressed her gratitude, which startled the servant. Mrs. Fu raised an eyebrow at this unexpected display of politeness. Fu Siyue then instructed the servant to withdraw. Mrs. Fu spoke again. Juan, I hear you are now acting in films? Yes. What prompted this sudden change? Anticipating Mrs. Fu's reaction, Fu Siyue interjected before Shin Juan could respond. It's not sudden. She simply sought something to occupy her time. You know better than I what that environment entails. There are all sorts of people. I fear for Juan's well-being in such surroundings, Mrs. Fu countered, shifting the conversation. Moreover, I am still waiting to hold my grandchild. Once again, this topic arose that Fu Siyue had previously made his position clear to Mrs. Fu. Yet she persisted in bringing it up in Shun Zhuan's presence that he interjected. As I have mentioned, this is a matter I have discussed with you that I recall, but it seems this is not merely your concern. It is Zhuan's as well, that if I'm not mistaken, Zhuan, you recently visited the hospital for a checkup and were informed that you cannot conceive, correct? Shin Zhuan's heart sank at Mrs. Fu's probing inquiry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Siyue, seemingly unfazed, adopted a colder demeanor. That is enough, Siyue. I understand you are defending her, claiming you dislike children. Yet the truth is she is unable to bear them. Isn't it? Mrs. Fu's tone shifted as she pressed that Fu Siyue's brow furrowed, but he remained silent, responding coolly, I have stated that I do not like children. Her inability to conceive does not conflict with that. Only then did Shin Zhuan comprehend that Fu Siyue was shielding her by claiming his aversion to children. Did he also know of her difficulties in conceiving? Mother, it is my fault. Please do not blame him. Fu Siyue drew her behind him protectively. That Mrs. Fu's reaction was a mix of irritation and amusement. When did your relationship become so amicable? With an unflustered demeanor, Fu Siyue replied, It has always been good. In contrast, Shin Zhuan felt a pang of guilt, while Mrs. Fu remained skeptical of his words. Zhuan, I have arranged for a doctor, an expert in this field. Please find time to consult with him, even if you do not wish for children. It is essential to maintain your health. Shin Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Thank you for your concern, mother. She had expected Mrs. Fu to resent her inability to bear children, but this was not the case. Even Fu Siyue seemed surprised by this, tightening his grip on Shin Zhuan's hand, unwilling to let go. Zhuan, I have only one son. I hope you can live happily with him, that Dio not be afraid. If he mistreats you, come home, and I will stand up for you. That will not happen. He would never mistreat me. Though slightly embarrassed, she spoke with conviction. He is wonderful, truly wonderful. She did not hesitate to sing his praises. Mrs. Fu was taken aback, sensing that Shin Zhuan had changed from her former self. They remained at the Fu residence until evening, when Mrs. Fu finally allowed them to leave, initially wishing to have them stay the night. On the way back, Fu Siyue's phone incessantly buzzed with work-related calls. Shin Zhuan understood he was busy, likely due to the time he had devoted to accompanying her for the show recordings. Causing him to fall behind on his schedule, biting her lip, she pondered aloud, Is something the matter? It's nothing. That if there is something important, you should attend to it. I can manage getting home by myself. How considerate of you, Fu Siyue replied with a faint smile. Though he indeed had pressing matters, nothing was more important than her. Indeed, I am now quite understanding and obedient. That Fu Siyue's voice deepened. Then I can do as I please? My word is law. The implications of his words sent a shiver down her spine, leaving Shin Zhuan speechless, her ears flushing with heat. This man possessed an uncanny ability to make her surrender effortlessly. With the driver present, she felt uneasy and stiffened her neck, refusing to respond to Fu Siyue. However, did not press the issue, aware of the delicate balance he must maintain that he had nearly lost control the previous night. Her charm and allure were meant solely for him. Before leaving, Mrs. Fu gifted Shin Zhuan a delicate jade bracelet of exquisite color, undoubtedly valuable. Although she had previously regarded such jade pieces as outdated, she found herself quite fond of this particular bracelet. Upon returning home, Fu Siyue indeed had matters to attend to. With an apologetic tone, he said, I must step out. I cannot accompany you tonight. That's all right. You take care of your business, that I won't run away. All right, he smiled, but before departing, he had one final task. What is it? As he drew closer, she realized what he meant. A farewell kiss. This time, it was more fervent than before. No longer the gentle caresses of their previous encounters, that he lifted her effortlessly, placing her on a high bar stool, surrounded by his collection of various wines that as she perched there, her legs dangling, he firmly held her waist. Dominating the kiss, that he tilted his head slightly, requiring her to lower hers, leaving her hands unsure of where to rest, ultimately finding their place on his shoulders. The kiss ignited a warmth throughout her body. This position felt entirely different from being cradled in his arms. It was a new sensation each time he kissed her, growing more profound and intense with every encounter. She found herself powerless against his allure, her heart and body leaning towards him, yearning for more, yet hesitant to be overly forward, as she was a lady. The words of Mrs. Fu lingered in her mind, momentarily distracting her that a sudden sharpness on her lips brought her back to reality. He had nipped at her in displeasure at her distraction. "Ouch!" she gasped, her eyes widening as she inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment that you're not focused. Tears welled in her eyes, her body melting into a puddle of desire to "No, I'm not. Little rascal, do you genuinely not want me to let you go?" "I truly don't. Because you were distracted, I intend to punish you for it. You no longer wish to leave." "Really?" Shinjuan playfully smiled, her mischievous spirit surfacing as she deliberately adopted a more seductive tone. "Then, dear brother, would you please stay?" His greatest weakness lay in her calling him brother, a forbidden phrase that I want your punishment. I would like to see what it entails." Her breath became erratic, her heart racing. Fingers tracing circles on his shirt, her words dripping with seduction, the Fu Siua paused, inhaling deeply as he exhaled a heavy sigh, his breathing becoming labored. "That's so?" "Not particularly itchy, just somewhat bothersome," she teased, her words laced with an irresistible allure. It was as if his muscles tightened further, his entire being coiled with tension. "So, you are deliberately tempting me." "Why, dear brother, you are so easily tempted." She no longer felt fear. Her courage had grown bold. And it was intentional. She relished the thrill of teasing him. His hand slid downward, neither too gentle nor too harsh, delivering a single playful slap to her dairy, in that moment. She became acutely sensitive. Her entire being focused on the spot he had touched, causing her breath to hitch, and she couldn't help but let out a soft, prolonged Fu Siua was taken aback upon hearing her soft utterance. His pupils darkened, and he lost control in an instant. He grasped her chin again, kissing her fiercely, this time leaving no room for her to respond, as if he were a wild beast unleashed. Before her enchanting presence, who could withstand such temptation? At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. The butler was descending. This household still held other inhabitants. As the footsteps drew closer, Shinjuan regained her composure, feeling a slight resistance. Her cheeks flushed. There were others present. Chapter 54. Emotionally charged, longing to possess her completely. "Were you frightened?" The staircase leading to the bar was a perfect blind spot, shielded by a row of wooden screens. Even if someone were to witness them, the butler would dare not speak, choosing instead to silently retreat, unwilling to disrupt his master's desires. "No more teasing," she gasped, her delicate face flushed and tender, her starry eyes tinged with a seductive allure, making her appear both pure and desirous. A lethal combination in his eyes that he truly could not bear it. He longed to claim her entirely, to mark her with his essence. However, it was not yet the right time. Caring too much, he wished to create the most beautiful memories for her, ensuring that her heart and mind were willing first. She needed to acclimate to all that he was, to prevent her from being frightened when he inevitably revealed his true self. Perhaps Fu Siua's sense of urgency had overwhelmed her, for she had forgotten that someone was approaching, only coming to her senses when it seemed no one was there. She steadied herself against his shoulder, rising slowly, unable to conceal her excitement, biting her lip as she asked, "Are you really not leaving? It's been quite a while. Surely you wouldn't truly hesitate to depart?" "I must go." Fu Siua, slightly more composed, felt his body tense further, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Did I need to release you?" His voice was hoarse, his hands encircling her waist. "Can you maintain your balance? That waist is so soft and slender. It looks as though it might snap with just a little pressure." She pressed her lips together, recalling his earlier admonition that she was not to bite her lip but to allow him to do so. For reasons she could not fathom, that phrase lingered in her mind. That it was all too intoxicating. Today had been yet another day of being sensually ensnared. "That I can maintain my balance. You should go." "I won't tease you any longer," she replied, not daring to provoke him further, her lips still tingling from the kiss. The Fu Siua endured for a long while before convincing himself to release her. Stepping back, "That if you need anything, call me. Get some rest." She obediently nodded. "And you were quite well behaved earlier. I shall reward you next time." "Reward? What do you desire?" "Anything you wish for," she replied, her eyes sparkling in an instant, her mind racing with the idea of planting roses on his abdomen. This was her current utmost desire, and with each passing moment, her anticipation grew. After Fu Siua departed, Shinjuan took a moment to collect herself before stepping down from the high stool. Turning a corner, she spotted the butler standing rigidly, as still as a statue. "Young madam," he greeted. Without sparing him a glance, Shinjuan dashed upstairs, Before bed, Chihuahua called, informing her that the situation had been resolved. Legal letters had been sent, and the account that had leaked information had been banned. With this matter settled, it was now her turn. Xinjuan chuckled and asked Chihuahua, "Do you know Xinxing's recent schedule?" "Her schedule?" I inquired. "She has no work. Didn't you hear her persona has collapsed? A lot of dirt has been dug up about her, from wearing fake designer brands to her identity as a wealthy heiress. And buying blackmail against her peers to business endorsements dare approach her now. Has she really crumbled so quickly?" "Not entirely. There is a variety show looking for her, but I'm not yet aware of the details. It seems there are still programs interested." Shun Juan calculated. That simply would not do. She had to ensure she appeared on the show. "Darling, do you have any ideas? Just tell me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. If I can't help, there's always President Fu. Just approach him." Chihuahua chuckled inwardly. Shin Jiwan recalled an outdoor competitive reality show from a certain television network, where the participants played games quite fiercely. Why not this one? Like that? I'm worried she might refuse. She still has the audacity to be choosy. If she refuses, her agency will accept. The little devil in Shin Jiwan's heart stirred with excitement, eager to offer Xinxing a chance. Allowing her to believe she hadn't been entirely shut down, only to embarrass her on the show and let her experience the feeling of being fully blacklisted. Chihuahua understood her intentions. All right, let her face some hardships. But speaking of which, does President Fu know you've recognized him? Well, noted I haven't found an appropriate moment to tell him. Shin Jiwan's confidence waned. She still hadn't found the right opportunity to discuss it with him. Isn't President Fu curious as to why you suddenly became so obedient? Now that you mention it, why isn't he curious? He hasn't asked me about it. Moreover, it's been 3 years. You've been married for so long. And he hasn't touched you. Chihuahua clicked her tongue. Did I mean? He must have incredible restraint. How can he not be moved with someone as warm and captivating as you in his embrace? Enough with the teasing. This only shows he possesses gentlemanly decorum and does not force me. Chihuahua couldn't comprehend. Really, after 3 years, one would think Fu Siue would have lost his patience, especially considering your figure is quite remarkable. How is he so capable of restraint? You need to keep a close watch, darling. Now that Knight's identity is public, many are taking notice, and there will inevitably be some fervent fans. You must exercise caution. Indeed, after Knight's identity was revealed, he attracted numerous fans, some of whom might be extreme. Chihuahua had offered her a timely reminder. Thus, before bed, Xinjuan sent a message to Fu Siue, cautioning him to be vigilant against being followed. There was genuine concern, as someone had been digging up Knight's true identity online, in the following days. Xinjuan attended various engagements arranged by the company, busy from dawn till dusk. During this period, there was little opportunity to meet Fu Siue. They stayed in touch, but conversations on WeChat were often hindered by time zone differences. She couldn't check her phone constantly, only managing to glance at it during travel. The online backlash had subsided after the company issued a clarifying statement and sent legal letters, bringing the matter to rest. One afternoon, after finishing a photo shoot, Xinjuan took a brief break, only for commotion to erupt in the studio. Xinxing had learned of Xinjuan's schedule, and upon discovering she was shooting that day, had come directly to confront her. Xinxing stormed in, her presence immediately drawing the attention of others. Xinjuan, you are truly ruthless. You dare to employ such despicable tactics against me. I am also a daughter of the Shin family. I share the Shin surname. How could you have your grandfather sever ties with me? Xinjuan remained unfazed, though internally perplexed. She hadn't done such a thing, even if she had often wished to. However, she could never bring herself to hurt her grandfather's feelings. I'm sorry, but we are currently working, and the shooting schedule is tight. If you have something to discuss, please do so later. Chihuahua interjected, stepping in front of Xinxing to block her approach. Xinxing didn't even glance at Chihuahua. Her eyes locked on Xinjuan. You must clarify your motives. How could you treat me this way? I even called you sister. How deep is your hatred for me? I entered the entertainment industry, and you followed. The roles I wish to play, you snatch away. Did I know you are more capable than I, for grandfather only dotes on you. How can you be so cruel? Chapter 55. Missing him. Her thoughts took a turn. Xinjuan sighed, propping her chin on her hand. Are you finished speaking? If so, I must return to my work, sister. What do you mean by that? Xinxing, initially choked with emotion, faltered upon witnessing Xinjuan's indifference. Stop calling me sister. We are not that familiar. How can you be like this? What have I done? Xin Zhuan didn't wish to engage with Xin Xing at the moment. Primarily because they were still in the midst of filming. She could deal with her later. Fuming, Xin Xing's resentment grew, recalling the series of humiliations she had suffered at Xin Zhuan's hands. The anger became an insatiable fire within her. Unable to be swallowed down, Xin Xing boldly stepped past Xiuhua and approached Xin Zhuan, lowering her voice. "Then aren't you afraid I'll expose that Knight is Fu Siyue? That you two have been married all along and are deceiving your fans on the show? Aren't you worried about the backlash?" Xin Zhuan chuckled softly, her demeanor calm. "Then go ahead and say it. Xin Zhuan, you truly aren't afraid? Afraid? I fear your future will be far more difficult. Can Zhou Xiao support you?" Xin Xing gritted her teeth, fingers clenched tightly, her anger distorting her features. Xin Zhuan crossed her arms, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Xin Xing, don't be frightened. This is merely the beginning. You will only grow more fearful from here on." "Xin Zhuan, do you dare? Whether I dare or not, you'll find out if you try." Xin Xing bit her lip, her gaze fixed on her. Xin Zhuan added, "Stop staring. Your colored contacts might pop out." It'd be quite a spectacle. Xin Xing's complexion resembled that of a wilted vegetable. The others present were all industry peers, accustomed to such occurrences. In this circle, almost anything can transpire, especially the fierce competition among female artists for resources. It is not uncommon for disputes to unfold live on set, much to the delight of the audience, who feign disinterest while indulging in the latest gossip. Gossip knows no boundaries of profession, age, or gender. Someone discreetly recorded a segment and uploaded it online, with the focal point undoubtedly being Xin Zhuan and Xin Xing. The prior incident, where Xin Xing schemed against Xin Zhuan during filming, resurfaced. And coupled with the current revelation, fans swiftly began to suspect that Xin Xing was behind the smear campaign against Xin Zhuan. That I wondered why such coincidences occur. It seems someone was afflicted with jealousy. I shan't name names, but that individual has a notorious history, which is utterly repugnant. Who could have anticipated that the rivalry among female artists would escalate to such an extent, spilling over into the filming location? It must be said, each should rely on their own merits. If one cannot accept the new talent, let them prove themselves through their abilities, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. How is it that there are still fans of SX attempting to defend her? Are you not aware of the true nature of your idol? Even attempts at whitewashing are futile. The truth is as stubborn as quicklime. Take, for instance, the incident where Xin Zhuan fell from grace. There is no justification for that. The video clearly captured Xin Xing engaging in dubious actions, causing the horse to bolt. Did you think our Zhuan, as a newcomer, could be bullied at will? Xin Xing, leave the entertainment industry. Not long after, a trending topic erupted. Xin Xing, get out of the entertainment industry. Within less than an hour, the view count exceeded 10 million, and many bystanders were eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. Once filming concluded, Xin Zhuan heard from Qiu He that there was a new scandal circulating online. Curiosity piqued, she took a look and found Xin Xing being condemned to leave. Yet, she felt little joy, for it was insufficient. She recalled how she had been schemed against by Xin Xing and Zhou Xiao in her previous life, enduring all that suffering and torment. It was only right that Xin Xing experienced similar tribulations. Suddenly, Xin Zhuan remembered something and asked Qiu He, "What about the program featuring Fu Siyue? Is the final episode not being filmed?" I communicated with the production team that IT was your Fu Zong who lacked the time. The producers reached out several times but received no response. However, I suppose it is understandable, given your Fu Zong's busy schedule. He is indeed quite occupied. He rarely responds to messages anymore. Feeling a tinge of melancholy. Despite understanding the demands of his work, she was reminded of the photos from today's shoot that needed to be shared on Weibo. Qiu He scrolled through her phone, reviewing upcoming schedules. "Let me update you on recent work. Brace yourself, there is quite a bit on your plate. Their essay magazine cover shoot, and I've negotiated a new drama for you that I must emphasize that this drama is exceptional." Xin Zhuan obediently sat beside her. Though her mind was somewhat elsewhere, overwhelmed by the knowledge that her time no longer belonged to her. Later that evening, upon returning to her hotel for rest, Xin Zhuan called her grandfather, hoping to verify the claims made by Xin Xing. "Grandfather, it's me, Zhuan. Why are you still awake at this hour?" The old man's voice was robust. "Are you not awake either?" "Zhuan, what is it you wish to ask? You must promise to be honest with me." "Speak." Cautiously, Xin Zhuan inquired. "Xin Xing contacted me today, claiming that our family is severing ties with her. Indeed. Shinjuan appeared perplexed. Why did her grandfather seem so unfazed? Shouldn't he be upset? Why the suddenness? Her grandfather replied. It is not sudden. Siua spoke to me about it. Fu Siua. What did he discuss with you? He addressed the matter concerning Xing grandfather. You're causing me great anxiety. Could you please answer my questions more directly? What does the Shun family's disassociation with Xing have to do with Fu Siua? Shin Jiwan was utterly baffled, especially since her grandfather was so leisurely, keeping her in suspense. The old man chuckled. Why the rush, my dear? I'm not anxious at all. Please just tell me quickly how this relates to Fu Siua. He stated that Xing has been harming and scheming against you, once he elucidated the entire situation. I concurred. Fu Siua said this. Who else? Xinjuan unconsciously bit her lip. Aren't you saddened? After all, Xing, knowing what Xing has done these past years, I am well aware. Despite not being of blood relation, I have regarded her as family. However, her current actions have left me deeply disappointed that if severing ties is necessary, then so be it. If this continues, I fear I may lose both of my granddaughters. Grandfather, human nature is inscrutable that I believed I could care for this child. Yet, Shinjuan bit her lip harder, feeling a touch of sadness and despondency. She simply did not wish to see her grandfather distressed. Enough of that. You needn't worry. At my age, I have weathered all manner of storms, that as long as you live well with Siua. That is all that matters, that I have not misjudged him. He treats you well. Which brings me peace of mind. After hanging up, Shinjuan tossed and turned in bed, eventually deciding to call Fu Siua. She rarely took the initiative to contact him. Fu Siua answered swiftly, and through the phone. She heard his familiar, deep voice. Still awake, he inquired. Shinjuan bit her lip and murmured, I missed you a bit. Fu Siua fell silent for a few seconds, evidently surprised by her candidness, and a smile crept onto his lips, tinged with desire. What do you miss about me? Why did this man always speak in such an alluring manner? Was it her who was overthinking? Chapter 56. Stand still. I'll come to you to know. It could not possibly be her fault. It must be Fu Si's. Did he not say he missed her? Why had he grown silent? His voice was even more enticing, low and captivating, as if whispering sweet nothings in her ear, stirring her heart. Shinjuan turned over, and he too heard a rustling sound, then asked, Are you finished with your work? Yes. Where are you now? In my hotel room. She replied obediently to reassure him, adding, In S City, did I ask anyone else in the room? I'm sleeping alone. A playful devil within her grinned, having been teased earlier. Now it was her turn for retribution. She lowered her voice, sweetly asking, What are you doing right now, dear brother? What does my baby say? His end of the line carried the sound of a breeze, indicating he might be outside. The term baby sounded so delightful that I don't know. However, he feigned ignorance, seriously changing the subject. Be good. It's almost midnight. Time for bed. I asked that all. Shinjuan protested. How can it end there? No further discussion. Fu Siua chuckled, recognizing her surprise, and deliberately maintained his serious demeanor, softly saying, Be good. It's time for bed. What could Shinjuan do? Feeling a surge of annoyance, she playfully replied, Then I shall sleep. By good night. That moment, standing nearby, Xiang Yichen felt as though he were hallucinating and pinched his arm, which hurt quite a bit, confirming that this was not a dream but reality. Brother, was that little sister-in-law on the phone? Xiang Yichen had never held a favorable impression of Shinjuan, and the term little sister-in-law rolled off his tongue awkwardly. Fu Siua responded with a nonchalant, but swiftly changed the subject. Is everything settled? Yes, everything has been arranged according to your wishes. Fu Siua nodded, his demeanor starkly contrasting his earlier phone call, reverting to his usual cool composure. Is there anything else? Xiang Yichen chuckled. Brother, to be honest, I saw the program with you and little sister-in-law online. So, are you back together? Fu Siua displayed little emotion, revealing nothing of his feelings. We've always been well. Always well? Who was it that drunkenly lamented, She doesn't think of me? It was undoubtedly him. Xiang Yichen was not forgetful. It was a pity he and T recorded it, or it could have served as evidence today. Xiang Yichen was astonished that the esteemed leader of the Fu family would participate in a dating reality show alongside his own wife, that if this were to leak, it would undoubtedly become sensational news. Xiang Yichen was also curious about how Shun Jiwan had transformed. She was entirely different from before. What had prompted such a sudden change? Fu Siua was lost in thought regarding her earlier words. disregarding Xiang Yichen entirely, and turned to leave. Since she missed him, he might as well go check on her. Shinjuan awoke around 10 in the morning. She had a variety show to record in the afternoon, having been invited as a guest for just one episode, which would extend late into the night. The recording venue was vast with blinding lights. By the end of the episode, Shinjuan could barely keep her eyes open. Once the program concluded and she was about to leave, Chiohe received a phone call, informing her that a crowd of fans had gathered outside, awaiting Shinjuan. Chiohe recognized that among the fans were several professional haters, known for digging up dirt on celebrities rather than genuine fans. Coincidentally, Chiohe had a history with those particular haters, and they recognized her as well, that if they managed to capture Shinjuan on camera, they would certainly show no mercy. Shinjuan was unperturbed. However, Chiohe warned that those haters were notorious for causing traffic jams, making encounters with them particularly troublesome. They are all seasoned veterans, unafraid of the police, coming in and out, seemingly unaware of how many times they have entered the palace. Chiohe called the driver, instructing him to bring the car in and wait by the back door. A black Maybach was parked by the roadside. Ansi glanced at his watch and said, "Mr. Fu, this is the place. The young lady is recording a program here tonight, and it should be wrapping up around this time." Ansi had already inquired about Shinjuan's schedule, and without needing to be prompted, Chiohe would report the details to Fu Suyue. After all, Ansi worked for Fu Suyue, and it was only natural for him to be informed about Shinjuan's itinerary. Before they even got out of the car, they noticed a throng of photographers gathered at the entrance. That Mr. Fu, it seems these individuals are specifically here to capture images of artists. You cannot get out. Or else it would be problematic if they recognize you as Knight. Ansi had not forgotten Fu Suyue's alias. Knight Fu Suyue paid no heed, instead sending a message to Shinjuan, inquiring about when she would finish. Shinjuan responded with an angry emoji, still upset over his deliberate coldness towards her the previous night. That Fu Suyue directly called her phone, and she answered promptly. "Have you finished recording?" he asked. "Yes, I'm getting ready to leave. Can you come out?" Fu Siyue's voice turned soft as he whispered, "I'm here to pick you up, Dada. You're here." On the other end of the line, the little one sounded surprised, her voice several octaves higher, clearly astonished by his presence. "How did you get here? Where are you?" "I don't know the way out. Please don't come in. Be careful not to be photographed." Shinjuan's immediate concern was for him, fearing that if he were recognized, his identity as Knight would be compromised. This thought touched Fu Siyue's heart, prompting him to speak even more gently. "Stay put. I will find you. Don't be good. Listen to me." Shinjuan instinctively wanted to tell him not to enter, but upon hearing his voice, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, as if nothing else mattered. That in reality, the driver was already on his way. But Fu Siyue's arrival had taken her by surprise. The call remained connected, and as she heard the commotion on his end, her heart raced in excitement. After a brief cacophony, Fu Siyue's voice rang out again, asking, "Are you on the third floor?" "Yes." Shinjuan pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the anticipation of their imminent meeting. Her anxiety barely contained as Fu Siyue approached, though some noticed him and whispered among themselves. They dared not approach due to the cold aura he exuded. His attire suggested he was not part of the entertainment circle, but rather a behind-the-scenes mogul. His striking profile caught the attention of a few girls. Yet no one recognized him as the enigmatic Knight. The mystery of Knight only heightened the intrigue, and just the sight of his half-exposed profile drove fans wild. Chapter 57. Flirtation. The unraveling in the lounge in the backstage lounge on the third floor. Shinjuan's phone suddenly lost signal, and the call was interrupted. Upon learning that Fu Siyue had arrived, Chiohe's eyes widened in disbelief that he really came. "Did you tell him my schedule? Otherwise, how would he know to come directly?" Suspicion rose against Chiohe, who blinked innocently. "Isn't this something we shouldn't discuss?" "Oh, you little informant, did you spill everything? So he knows my itinerary in detail." "Of course. I was worried he wouldn't understand, so I even made a PowerPoint presentation." Chiohe replied with a teasing smile, eager for praise. Shinjuan retorted, "Where's her 40-meter-long knife? Why didn't you tell me? This little informant is secretly feeding him information." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "That must be your Mr. Fu. I'll get it." Chiohe rushed to open the door, but instead of Fu Siyue, it was a member of the production crew. "Is teacher Shin here? We need her for a follow-up interview." "I apologize for the delay." Seeing it wasn't Fu Siyue, Shinjuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly composed herself. "No problem. I haven't left yet." She followed them to the interview area, to reshoot a segment. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she returned and turned the corner, spotting Fu Su waiting at the lounge door, tall and commanding. Exuding a magnetic presence that drew immediate attention, Fu Su raised an eyebrow and extended his hand towards her. His voice low, "Aren't you coming over?" Shen Zhuan stood frozen, momentarily captivated by his stunning appearance. It felt as though an eternity had passed since they last saw each other, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Wait, how did you get in?" "I just walked in. But didn't anyone stop you?" Fu Siyue raised an eyebrow. "Is there anyone who would dare stop me?" He playfully tapped her nose. "Are you tired? All done? Should be fine now. I was called for a follow-up, but I can't leave yet. There are people waiting outside." Qiuyi suggested. "How about this? Zhuan, you leave with Mr. Fu, and I'll wear your clothes, put on a hat and mask. And leave first. The car is already here, and they will surely follow me, allowing you to leave with Mr. Fu. But what if they latch onto you? And isn't there your rival? It's just a rival. As long as they don't follow you, it's fine that I'm just an agent. Nothing will happen that I'm mainly worried they might fabricate stories about you." With no other options, Fu Siyue agreed to Shen Zhuan's plan. "Don't worry. Ansi is here too. If anything happens, he will assist Qiuyi. Ansi knew Qiuyi well and would help her if needed." "All right then, Qiuyi, be careful." Qiuyi gave her an assuring gesture, signaling everything would be fine. After changing clothes, Qiuyi donned the hat and mask, her figure resembling Shen Zhuan's enough to confuse anyone, especially in the evening light. "Keep an eye on WeChat and wait for my message." Shen Zhuan nodded in agreement. Qiuyi swiftly departed and closed the lounge door behind her, leaving only the two of them inside. Shen Zhuan sat on the small sofa, resting her chin on her hand, her expression betraying her worry. Her little face scrunched up in concern. Fu Su called Ansi, asking him to assist Qiuyi, worried that with so many people outside, a woman alone might encounter trouble. After hanging up, he noticed Shen Zhuan's worried expression and couldn't help but smile. Still worried. "Not really. Qiuyi has more experience. She should be fine, that I'm mostly worried about what I didn't say," she murmured, biting her lip. "Worried about what?" She hesitated, glancing at him, her starry eyes slightly narrowed. She recalled how he had intentionally given her the cold shoulder the night before, and his sudden appearance now felt deliberate. She huffed and turned her face away, not wanting to continue the conversation. Fu Su stepped closer, half squatting down, his long fingers gently lifting her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. In that instant, something ignited within her heart. "Why did you stop speaking? I'm afraid of influencing you, that I didn't expect you to come on the show as Knight to help me out, that if it's revealed later, fans will surely think I was deceiving them on purpose. But that is not the case, that it was purely coincidental. If I were to act affectionately with another male guest on the show, the consequences would be even worse, now that Knight's identity was well known. Many were watching his every move, scrutinizing him under the public eye. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, recalling many things, including events from her past life. The emotions swelled within her, overwhelming her, seeing her tear-filled eyes. Fu Siyue felt a pang of pain in his heart. He had never seen her eyes reddened, nor could he bear to see her cry. He swiftly embraced her, one hand cradling the back of her neck and the other resting on her slender waist. "My dear, you care about me." The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Inhaling his familiar scent, she felt both bashful and indulgent, reluctant to let go. It's all right if it gets exposed. It's not a big deal. That he truly dismissed it from his mind. She gritted her teeth, still unable to shake her anxiety. "That I don't care what others think. I only care about you." This utterance is undeniably filled with affection. Her heart quivered intensely as she tilted her head back to gaze at him, her eyes shimmering like those of a fawn, deep, bright, and glistening at the corners, exuding a captivating charm that stirred the fervent desires within him. His hand glided to her lips, which were luscious and inviting, seemingly beckoning him to indulge. She sensed something and did not flinch. Her heartbeat quickened, and as she slightly parted her crimson lips, ready to speak, her words were silenced by his warm kiss. His tenderness and patience were wholly devoted to her, even in their kiss, caring for her, guiding her on how to respond. In the stillness of the lounge, the only sounds were their gradually labored breaths, while outside the corridor, staff members continued to pass by. The door was not locked, and anyone could enter at any moment. When Shen Zhuan heard voices nearby, her attention was diverted, and in a moment of distraction, she was gently pressed back onto the sofa He withdrew his lips from hers, only to leave a searing kiss upon her collarbone. Chapter 58. She certainly knows how to flirt. Every sensory nerve in her body heightened. Her pupils dilated involuntarily as she felt his lips trailing downward. His restless hands, undeterred by her loose clothing, ventured beneath, lifting her hem to reveal her delicate waist. She had exchanged outfits with he, and now wore her clothes, which carried a scent that was not her own, that he was not fond of this. Not even women were exempt from his possessive nature. He yearned to claim her entirely, even the scent that belonged only to him. The heat was overwhelming. His palm felt almost scalding against her skin. She bit her lip, letting out a soft gasp. Though they were not alone, his lips brushed against her sensitive skin, murmuring a response. The outside world continued bustling, and she feared being seen, dreading the humiliation it would bring. Such absurdity. Deep down, she retained a hint of modesty. At home, she could flirt freely, for that was their private sanctuary, familiar and safe. But here in the Station S lounge, their actions felt dangerously exhilarating. Please don't, she suppressed her voice, unsure of where to place her hands. The lounge became the stage for their passionate encounter. She wished to deter him, yet her half-hearted resistance only encouraged him further, that a sharp intake of breath escaped her as she winced slightly. Her brow furrowing. Be gentle. Her voice was too soft. Tinged with a tremor, he was stirred by her allure, intensifying his advances rather than retreating. Shinjuan felt a rush of anxiety, pleading, "Darling, please don't." This version of him instilled a certain fear. Hearing her call him darling, he finally paused, refraining from further teasing, and pressed a tender kiss to the corner of her mouth. "Good girl, call me that again." Fearing his continuation, she complied obediently, her voice becoming even more sultry as she called, "Darling, don't you like this?" He exuded an intoxicating allure, his eyes brimming with fervent emotion that left her increasingly unsettled. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, nearly spilling over from fear. "What's wrong?" I'm on my period," she stammered. He acknowledged her with a sound, the atmosphere shifting as he realized her reluctance stemmed from this reason. Her body trembled softly, and she genuinely feared what might have transpired had he not paused. The thought itself was ludicrous. Did men become like wild beasts when aroused? Yet she was both frightened and intrigued. Alas, she had been led astray, utterly ruined. In truth, she did not entirely detest his behavior. His occasional loss of control indicated her significance in his heart. She felt a swell of pride that she could evoke such a response from him. Curiosity ignited within her as she pondered the extent of his limits, eager to test just how far his passion could go. But not now. This place was far too intimidating. Fu Siua took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Just then, Shinjuan's phone chimed, a message from He. Being cradled in Fu Siua's warm, tight embrace made it hard for her to breathe, and she gently prodded his ribs. Whispering, "My phone is ringing," Donkey nodded, holding her a moment longer. Feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she was inexplicably drawn to touch his Adam's apple, something she had longed to do, especially as he tilted his head slightly, showcasing an exquisite, sensual line. "Restless, are we?" Not wanting to leave. Fu Si maintained his restraint, yet she, unperturbed, initiated the flirtation. Shinjuan chuckled softly. "Not at all. I'm merely curious, testing the feel. This is a man's most vulnerable area." Dante touched recklessly that it's quite sensitive. Her cheeks flushed deeper, yet she dared not touch again. That Fu Siua adjusted himself, lifting her in his arms and shedding his jacket over her shoulders. The oversized suit jacket enveloped her petite frame, accentuating her delicate beauty. "Let us go." Fu Siua clasped her hand, leading her outside. Shinjuan felt a pang of anxiety about being seen, lowering her head as memories of their earlier indiscretions in the lounge flooded her mind, a guilty conscience akin to that of a thief. It felt like dancing on the edge of a blade, thrilling yet perilous. She feared she would never forget this night. He, mistaken for Shinjuan by the lurking paparazzi, spotted her and immediately rushed over. Seeing them approach, He sprinted, one hand pressed against her hat. Fearful it might fall off, having received Fu Sia's instructions, assisted He by opening the car door for her. Once inside, He messaged Shinjuan, only for their vehicle to be intercepted by the paparazzi, who pounded on the windows, relentlessly inquiring about Shinjuan and Night. Was also trapped inside the car. which belonged to Fu Siyue, unable to exit. After a while, Xiaohe received a message from Shen Jiwan, stating she was already in the nanny van with Fu Siyue, and they had driven off. Xiaohe sighed in relief, waiting a moment before removing her hat and mask, revealing her face with a beaming smile as she opened the car door innocently, asking, "Still lurking here? Damn it, I've been duped." "Xiaohe, it's you again." The paparazzi, who had previously held a grudge against Xiaohe, only realized they had been tricked upon seeing her face, their expressions turning green with rage. Xiaohe beamed with delight. The stark contrast to their fury igniting her joy. Finally freed, Shen Jiwan released a long breath. The nanny van provided by the company was decent, if not top tier. Fu Siyue's long legs remained awkwardly positioned. They sat facing each other, the atmosphere once more thick with tension, replaying the earlier scenes in the lounge in her mind. She felt too bashful to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Fu Siyue's eyes burned with intensity. Fixed on her, as she yawned, he broke the silence, asking, "Tired?" A little. It was nearly 2 in the morning. After a long day of busyness, she was indeed exhausted. The hotel was nearby, and they returned swiftly, only to find more paparazzi waiting outside. Fu Siyue noticed first, draping his suit jacket over her head and whispering, "There are still people taking photos. Don't look up, follow me." Shen Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, fearing night might be photographed. Without giving her time to react, Fu Siyue enveloped her in his embrace and headed into the hotel. Once inside, the threat dissipated. The paparazzi, undeterred, attempted to sneak into the hotel but were intercepted by security, who forbade them from bringing any recording devices inside. Damn it, they almost captured it. That person must be Knight. They had moved too swiftly, not realizing the close call. Inside the elevator, Fu Siyue dialed in C, instructing him, "Have you arrived at the hotel? There are still people lurking outside. Check their camera that they're wearing black, military green pants, carrying a bag, and wearing glasses. Itsa man." Yes, President Fu. Chapter 59, Good Girl, Utterly Captivating. Upon returning to the hotel, Fu Siyue headed to her room. She closed the door behind them, leaving just the two of them alone, in a situation where a solitary man and woman shared a space. Should Fu Siyue wish to act upon his desires, she truly felt powerless to resist. The hotel room was infinitely more favorable than the station's lounge. She still wore his coat, her hair slightly disheveled, exuding an alluring chaos. "Make yourself at home. It's a bit messy. Please don't mind." Shen Jiwan welcomed him as if he were a guest, feeling slightly shy about sharing the same room. Fu Siyue discreetly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no unusual circumstances were present before retracting his gaze and approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing the curtains shut. With a soft rustle, Shen Jiwan jumped slightly at the unexpected sound. "It's not messy. It's quite tidy," Fu Siyue replied, his intense gaze fixated on her. The previously diminished temperature rose once more. Shen Jiwan felt warmth envelop her as hope flickered within, yearning to fulfill the unfinished business from the lounge. "Why don't you sit for a moment? I need to remove my makeup. Wearing it for too long is harmful to my skin." She needed a moment to collect herself, to clear away the lingering thoughts that clouded her mind. Fu Siyue nodded slightly, "All right." She turned and dashed towards the bathroom, shutting the glass door behind her. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she noticed her cheeks were flushed and her lips a delicate pink. She reached up to caress her lips, as if his lingering taste remained, the sensation of their kiss vividly etched in her memory, soft, warm, and moist, igniting an insatiable desire within her. The pivotal factor was that someone's skills were remarkably adept. Just a single kiss had caused her to surrender completely. After removing her makeup, water splashed on her collar, and as she tugged at it, she heard Xiaohe's voice approaching, seemingly drawing nearer. "Xiaohe, are you all right?" she inquired. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Who do you think I am?" It was quite a spectacle earlier. You should have seen the looks on those paparazzi's faces when they realized I wasn't you. Their expressions turned green. It was utterly hilarious. Xiaohe laughed unabashedly, her mirth abruptly tempered by a piercing gaze. Catching sight of Fu Siyue, she quickly realized that lingering too long would intrude upon others' private moments. "Wanjun, take care of yourself, Mr. Fu. I entrust her to you. Let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. I must take my leave now." With that, Xiaohe hastily departed, closing the door behind her with great consideration. Why did she run off so quickly? It's as if she saw a ghost. Shen Jiwan mused, perplexed. and to leave without saying anything about handing me over to Fu Siyue. What was that all about? She hesitated, almost stuttering. So, are you staying here tonight? Fu Siyue's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Did I ask that what you desire? What do you mean by that? She thought, feeling the weight of his half-spoken words, that if she guessed incorrectly and he didn't mean anything by it, she would be mortified. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, the flesh yielding and appearing plump and inviting. Fu Siyue leaned closer, and she instinctively recoiled until her back met the solid wall behind her, leaving her with no retreat. The pressure he exerted was overwhelming. Before she could utter a word, he asked, "Darling, is that lip biting a signal for a kiss?" With that, his slightly rough fingertips grasped her chin, compelling her to look up at him. This position was perfectly suited for a kiss. Her face flushed once more, and she quickly released her breath, her lips deepening in hue as if adorned with lipstick, sweet and enticing. "That you're truly delectable," he mused, sweet to the core, utterly addictive. "Darling, are you reluctant to respond?" The taut string of her thoughts snapped, her chest heaving with anticipation. Summoning her courage, she declared, "I want to kiss you. Did I want to continue what we started earlier?" The Fu Siyue was taken aback by her compliance. His gaze darkened, thick with longing as he replied, "However, I cannot guarantee that this will remain a simple kiss." The restraint he had managed to uphold was swiftly dismantled by her admission. The yearning he had suppressed burst forth, taking root and growing into an insatiable desire. "What else do you wish to do?" She blinked, overwhelmed with anxiety, her mind racing. "Did I want you?" Her shirt collar was damp, disheveled, revealing the faint trace of his earlier affection, evidence that she belonged to him, his woman. Shen Jiwan, lacking experience, found herself utterly unequipped to withstand Fu Siyue's advances. After a prolonged silence, her mind blank, Fu Siyue lowered his gaze, a mix of exasperation and tenderness washing over his features. "Are you frightened? Why has your voice abandoned you?" Shen Jiwan let out a soft whimper, uncertain how to react. Should she take the initiative? It felt daunting. She was terrified. "What do you desire, darling?" The question circled back, leaving her in turmoil. She longed to express her feelings, yet the words eluded her. "That I want." Fu Siyue's voice was soothing, guiding her gently. "Such matters are natural. There is no need to be shy in my presence. Just articulate your true feelings." That he paused, allowing her time to absorb his words. "That if you feel this is moving too quickly, I can wait until you are ready to completely surrender yourself to me." Wait? Could he truly wait? She was caught between anticipation and fear, terrified of losing this precious connection. "Darling, your allure is intoxicating." His next words struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her heart in shambles. I've never experienced anything like this before. How can he say such things with such nonchalance? His sweet nothings are utterly lethal. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She found herself unable to resist his charm. The intensity was overwhelming, raw and unfiltered. "Darling, oh, I don't want to be so unrestrained." Yet he calls me darling. Taking the initiative, she wrapped her arms around his broad shoulders, rising onto her toes to kiss him. Not breaking away did I end that moment. She felt a surge of embarrassment as she struggled to close her eyes, her entire being aflame with emotion. After some time, they slowly parted, foreheads resting against one another, their breaths heavy and labored. She whispered, "Fu Siyue, it's not too fast. We're married. We've been married for 3 years. 3 years, and nothing has transpired. It's too much to ask of you." She didn't want him to feel disappointed again, nor did she want him to wait any longer. 3 years of his unwavering protection and love weighed heavily on her heart. She couldn't bear to make him wait any longer. It pained her deeply. Despite his evident struggle to contain himself, he remained gentle and considerate of her feelings, prioritizing her above all else. Upon hearing her words, Fu Siyue tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her firmly against him. His throat bobbed as he rasped, "So, darling, is that what you desire? What do you want if this person is yours?" "I want..." She buried her head in his neck, leaning against his shoulder. "Fu Siyue, I really like you." Chapter 60. She could not refuse him. "That if this were yours, I want..." Her words echoed in his ears, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, nearly overwhelmed by her affection. How could she be so sweet? Fu Siyue's muscles tensed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom her declaration of fondness, especially with the emphasis on very. Yet to him, it still felt insufficient. His voice dropped low and husky as he pressed, "How much do you like me?" A lot. A whole lot in this more intimate setting. She felt a bit more liberated. Her shyness dissipating. Not enough. Darling, his heart stirred with ripples of emotion, a feather brushing against him, sending waves of longing through him. His darling was irresistibly sweet, akin to rich cream, rendering him utterly captivated. What about this? She grew bolder, her cheeks aflame. But she gathered her courage, her small hand resting on the button of his shirt. The little wildcat began to stir, growing restless. Brother, I like you so much that I want to fulfill any desire you have. Her breath was uneven, her heart racing, waves of warmth washing over her chest. This implied that he could do as he pleased, granting him free rein, a dangerous temptation for any man. Fusiua grasped her restless hand, lowering his head to capture her rosy lips in a fervent kiss. After a few moments, he pulled away slightly, his voice hoarse. For matters like this, allow me to take the lead. You need not exert yourself. Darling, he spoke. He deftly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the chiseled abs and tantalizing V-line she had yearned to see. Her gaze instinctively fell, her heart racing as if it might explode. Her cheeks burned, and she could hardly dare to look further. Not looking anymore, she lowered her head, fearing she might ignite in flames. Utterly unable to meet his gaze, the arrow is knocked, darling. I've given you the opportunity, and you cannot regret it now. On several previous occasions, he had extended opportunities to her. All she had to do was slightly furrow her brow to convey her reluctance and resist his advances, and he would refrain from pressing further. However, now, she declared her affections for him, proclaiming her fondness with fervor. Shinjuan held no regrets. How could she possibly feel remorse when her feelings were so overwhelming? Her eyes sparkled with unbridled love for him, radiant and luminous. She gazed into his eyes, unabashedly revealing her yearning and affection for him, which accumulated day by day like grains of sand forming a towering edifice, or like a multitude of rivers converging into a vast sea, breathtaking in its grandeur, as if to be penned into poetry. Her adoration had finally blossomed in the desolate wilderness of silence. He could no longer restrain himself. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to spiral out of control. A singular desire to cherish her enveloped him, under Juan's mix of anticipation and nervousness. His kiss descended upon her, not merely upon her lips but cascading downwards to complete the unfinished narrative. Despite the overwhelming intensity, he still kissed her with tender gentleness, as if fearful of causing her discomfort. The garment she wore became an impediment, swiftly discarded. With her eyes half closed, she caught a glimpse of his fingers wandering across her body, the veins on the back of his hands subtly protruding. A strikingly sensual sight, especially against his fair skin that accentuated the visibility of his veins. Her mind was teetering on the brink of oxygen deprivation, her breaths quickening. It was not merely her heart that softened, but her entire being felt as if it might dissolve into liquid. Her back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, while the warmth of the man before her enveloped her, creating a dichotomy of sensations, oscillating between heaven and hell. Shinjuan possessed a figure that was indeed alluring. Her years of dance training had left her devoid of any excess flesh, her proportions exquisite, undeniably possessing the ability to drive him wild. It was precisely because of her that she could effortlessly stir his desires. She wished to suggest planting roses upon his abdominal muscles, the kind that exuded a bewitching allure, perfectly suited for him. Yet, before she could voice it, he had already marked her neck and collarbone with vibrant love bites, a testament to his satisfaction with his handiwork. The corners of his lips curled into a smile as his warm lips brushed against her ear. Whispering, "Baby, why are you so obedient?" she responded, her voice a husky murmur. I have always been well-behaved. Then my good girl must agree to one more thing. What is it? You must not film kissing scenes. And you must refrain from physical contact with the opposite sex. But acting inevitably involves. Her awareness was hazy, her reaction sluggish. Only then realizing he might feel jealous of others, she nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I promise you. Truly, you are my well-behaved darling." Fusua's voice grew even more gravelly, refraining from taking further action, even though she was almost within his grasp, merely needing his willingness to claim her. Yet at this moment he still hesitated. Such a magnificent woman, he was reluctant to consume her entirely. Next time, perhaps, he would not be so soft-hearted. He inhaled deeply, exhaling softly. In an instant, if one did not pay close attention, they would scarcely perceive the sound he made. But she heard it, her senses heightened, capturing every nuance. To her surprise, the sound of his breath was intoxicating, invigorating her. "Your voice was so captivating just now," she remarked. "It is exceedingly sensual." Enraptured by Fu Siue, she found herself enchanted. "Do you truly enjoy my voice that much?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips. "I adore it immensely," she affirmed, "including you as a whole." Fu Siue articulated each word slowly, his voice still laden with desire. "Darling, if you tease me further, I truly shall not let you go. Dada. Why would you release me? I am fully prepared." Yet, to her astonishment, he appeared to consider giving her a reprieve. That moment, emboldened, she lifted her head, embodying the spirit of a playful seductress. Her enchanting gaze and lips, once kissed by him, now even more alluring, rendering her irresistible. Her hands wrapped around his waist, and even though her cheeks burned with embarrassment, she took the initiative, pleading, "Please, brother, do not let me go, all right?" Fu Siue's mind seemed to explode with a sudden realization, as if something had detonated within him. Her voice, both sultry and enticing, drove him to the brink of madness. Before she could fully comprehend, he swept her into his arms, and instinctively, she clung to his shoulders, drawing closer to mere steps. Fu Siue reached the edge of the bed, setting her down before leaning over her, trapping her between the bed and his arms. Here, it was far more comfortable than being pressed against the wall, and it was warmer, sparing her from excessive torment. She raised her gaze, willingly reciprocating his kiss, their lips pressing together fervently. Her hands, weak and languid, draped over his arms, sliding down until he grasped them, lifting them above her head and pinning them against the pillow. His large hands easily restrained both of hers, preventing her from moving freely as he dictated the rhythm. This position was undeniably intoxicating. Rather than feeling any aversion to being restrained, Shinjuan found herself responding with a gentle arch of her back. He was ablaze with a surge of hormones. Exuding an aura of restraint, he maintained a tender demeanor, his voice a sweet whisper in her ear, calling her baby as he showered her with kisses. She lacked the strength to push him away or refuse him. This man, in his obsessive and fervent love for her, would go to any lengths to protect her. How could she possibly reject him? Chapter 61. A brief separation. Can my darling stand firm? The process felt interminable for Shun. At a crucial moment, the man paused, kissing her as if she were a rare treasure, unwilling to mistreat her. She had completely succumbed, her eyes misty, exuding both allure and vulnerability. Seeing her gaze, he felt his heart swell with sweetness, and yet another kiss fell upon her collarbone as he murmured, "My darling, you are truly breathtaking." His precious one was simply too beautiful, utterly captivating him. Unbeknownst to her, the time had slipped away. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room. They had spent a wild night, neither having slept. Shinjuan was tormented by sweetness, nearly succumbing to sleep multiple times, only to awaken again. Meanwhile, the man beside her exclaimed, "Baby, I wish for you to stay with me a little longer." Shinjuan nearly bit her tongue, genuinely admiring his ability to remain spirited despite an entire night without rest. Yet, she felt utterly exhausted. The Fu Sue's voice was husky, laced with a hint of amusement, as he tenderly chided, "Darling, you truly need to exercise more." Her face flushed crimson, realizing it was also due to the absence of protective measures. For her sake, Fu Sue managed to restrain himself, not solely focusing on his own desires. She turned her head, wishing to bury her face in the pillow, unable to contain herself as she playfully pouted. "Husband, I have work tomorrow. Please do not tease me, or I shall not be able to rise." She still had a flight to catch, and fatigue was overwhelming her. Fu Siue continued to coax her. "Then, baby, please say something sweet." "What should I say?" "Tell me you love me." Fu Siue yearned to hear it, unable to get enough. Being adored by her felt intoxicatingly sweet. "That I like you very much. I like you the most." He could not tire of it, relishing her words that I love Fu Siue the most. She repeatedly offered sweet affirmations, each one met with his eager response, her tone soft and sweetly endearing. He sighed contentedly. "Such a good girl. Why are you so endearing, my darling? You are simply too obedient. May I finally be free? I am so tired, sleep." "My darling." He finally allowed her to rest, ceasing his playful antics, covering her with a blanket. She felt both hot and cold, nestled securely in his embrace, and grew warmer still. "You are quite warm," she remarked. "That is all due to you, my darling." That he had yet to calm down, the blood within him still raging, unlikely to settle any time soon. Shinjuan let out a soft hum, her heart fluttering with sweetness, her eyelids growing heavy as she slowly drifted into slumber, murmuring just before sleep claimed her. "I cannot get up." "That is quite all right," Fu Sue replied, his deep voice rich with magnetism. Soon, the person in his arms fell into a deep sleep, and the day began to brighten, the curtains unable to shield against the encroaching light. His lips brushed against hers once more, a gentle kiss accompanied by a soft chuckle. Though they had not reached the finality, he had thoroughly captured her heart. The more exquisite the moment, the more he wished to savor it until the very last second. Upon awakening from her slumber, Shinjuan initially feared she would miss her schedule, only to find herself nestled in Fu Siyue's embrace. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were in the car. "Have you awakened?" The person in his arms stirred, and Fu Siyue's attention immediately shifted to her, planting a kiss on her forehead. She now sat upon his lap, leaning against his chest in a posture reminiscent of a delicate bird. "Where are we headed?" Shinjuan asked, still drowsy and disoriented, that on the way to the airport. "The airport. He mentioned you at work. I initially considered rescheduling for you, but then decided against it. Naturally, he would support her unconditionally in pursuits that brought her joy." Shinjuan hastily searched for her phone to check the time, wriggling slightly in his embrace, only to find her waist firmly held captive, preventing her from moving freely. His deep, commanding voice rumbled above her. Tinged with desire, "Darling, do not squirm." Awakened from her reverie, she instantly ceased her movements. That he chuckled softly, letting out a sigh. "Did you perhaps overestimate my self-control?" This statement lingered in her ear, spoken in a tone meant solely for her. With the one he longed for nestled in his arms, he had little restraint remaining. Shinjuan dared not move, feeling fatigued, lazily leaning against him, and changed the subject, asking, "What about Chiohi?" "She has already gone to the airport to check in." Fu Siyue was aware of her itinerary. She would be away for 3 days and would return only to join the cast for filming. This implied that their time together was limited. After a brief pause, Shinjuan suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired, "By the way, regarding the program we both participated in, when will you have time afterward?" Since Fu Siyue had been rather busy, the production team had yet to arrange a meeting with him, and with Shinjuan also preparing to start filming, her availability was even more constrained. Fu Siyue's hand rested gently on her soft waist. Recalling how tender she had been last night, causing a warmth to surge within him, he thought, "I will wait for you whenever you say." This program was under contract, and it was somewhat regrettable that they had not finished recording the final episode due to previous complications. She desired to provide closure, both for herself and for her fans, an ending that was as significant as the beginning. After some contemplation, she proposed, "I will discuss it with Chiohi later. Please outline your schedule so we can negotiate accordingly." She needed to accommodate his schedule as well, recognizing the importance of his work and that it should not be compromised for the sake of their program. Fu Siyue sensed her consideration for him. "All right." Upon arriving at the airport, he stepped beside her, supporting her waist, and softly asked, "Can you stand steady? Are your legs sore?" "Please don't say that. It's broad daylight, and NC is here. How can you be so direct?" He maintained a serious demeanor, reverting to his usual elegant gentleman persona. "Fine, I won't mention it tiring." Observing her cheeks flush, he felt a delightful amusement in teasing her, a playful intimacy that belonged uniquely to them. "Get some good rest on the plane. Don't overthink it. I have work and can't accompany you this time. If you miss me, just call or message me. My phone will be on 24/7. After their intimate moment last night, their relationship had grown closer, and the distance between them had diminished. He repeatedly reminded her, his tone reminiscent of a concerned elder, speaking more than usual. Shinjuan did not mind his fussiness. In fact, it added a touch of warmth to his character, making him feel more approachable and endearing. She nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will remember." Fu Siyue was reluctant to let her go, wishing he could keep her by his side at all times to feel at ease. Chiohi had been waiting for a while, and upon spotting Shinjuan, he also noticed Fu Siyue. "Call me when you arrive, darling." Fu Siyue held her hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Chapter 62. Are you intentionally provoking me? Playing coy, Shinjuan suddenly recalled that it was the hotel from which Fu Siyue had carried her away. Chioi stood off to the side, patiently waiting, not wanting to intrude. Shinjuan felt dazed and foggy. Still not fully awake from last night's insufficient rest, and as for how she had entered the bathroom last night, she dared not dwell on it, as it had been due to someone carrying her inside. The memories were far too intimate, and in public, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if her thoughts could be easily read by others. Her legs still ached slightly, even without the final act. It felt nearly complete. The impending separation left her feeling a touch reluctant, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the corners delicately lifted. With you holding on so tightly, how can I leave? The warmth of his palm was almost searing. And in comparison to last night, it was even more intense. She could not help but recall the vivid scenes from the previous night, and it dawned on her, she had completely succumbed to her feelings. Fu Suyue still did not release her hand, using his other hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, exposing her delicate, fair ear. The touch of his fingertip sent a rush of warmth through her. And her earlobe instantly flushed. Her eyes shimmered, unsure of how to meet his gaze, that he let out a barely audible sigh, his voice slightly husky. I am not inclined to let you go. Did I mention last night that you shouldn't let go of me? Yet you chose to be gentle instead. She murmured softly, a hint of mischief in her tone. How dare you? You scoundrel. I have given you opportunities, yet you insist on being soft-hearted. But in truth, it was his affection for her that made him reluctant to part ways. Fu Siyue squeezed her palm gently, lowering his voice. You are provoking me on purpose, aren't you? Letting you off this time while you play coy. Brother, I am wrong. I will not tease you anymore. Shinjuan quickly reined herself in, realizing that he had been waiting for quite some time. It was nearly time for her to leave, that I must go now. Fu Siyue nodded, lifting his hand to adjust her mask and hat, struggling to suppress the urge to keep her by his side. All right, go on in. He released her hand, watching as he proceeded through security. Her small suitcase had already passed through. And suddenly, Shinjuan turned back, rushing towards him. She swiftly removed her mask, her cheeks flushed, and planted a fleeting kiss on his lips, a soft, ephemeral goodbye. Taking advantage of his surprise, the little imp grinned triumphantly and dashed away before he could react. Fu Siyue brushed his lips where she had kissed him, the sweetness of the moment gradually spreading through him, filling every corner of his being with joy. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. He truly found it increasingly difficult to let her go on the plane. Chioi could not help but exclaim, her voice filled with awe. The earlier scene had felt like a scene from an idol drama. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Particularly when Shinjuan had rushed towards Fu Siyue. If captured on film, their fans would surely go wild. While the moment had felt unembarrassing at the time, now Shinjuan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Covering her face and pretending to sleep, ignoring Chioi, did I say, how was your night with President Fu? Was it a delightful evening? Chioi leaned closer, teasing her. Please stop. I beg you, let me be. Come on. It's nothing to be shy about. We're all adults here. You know what I mean. Chioi, ever the gossip, noticed Shinjuan's flushed cheeks and sultry gaze, instantly recognizing what had transpired the previous night. Is it true that Mr. Fu has completely captivated you? Did he meet your expectations? Cornered, Shinjuan could only respond vaguely. Yes, it was wonderful and impressive. It seems our dear Juan has completely surrendered beneath President Fu's tailored trousers. Here, let me show you something. What is it? As she spoke, Chioi swiftly retrieved her phone, tapping a few times before presenting it to Shinjuan. Upon viewing it, Shinjuan was left dumbfounded, internally screaming. Chioi, you little vixen, you're even bolder than I am. Darling, learn a thing or two from me. Ha. This is a good thing. I must treat you to one that once you wear it, you'll ensnare your dear President Fu. Men love this sort of thing, believe me. After sending Shinjuan off, Fu Siyue returned to work, his schedule tightly packed. If it weren't for a matter requiring his personal attention, he could never have borne to let her leave. Especially after having tasted a hint of sweetness the previous night. Meanwhile, the uproar surrounding Shun Xing's withdrawal from the entertainment industry intensified online, with her falling popularity and crumbling reputation due to numerous scandals and accusations against her. Her management company was in disarray. The trending topics were impossible to suppress, and the negative press about Shun Xing continued to escalate. The unsavory details from her past had been unearthed, leaving no stone unturned. Even her identity as a wealthy heiress was stripped away, revealing the truth about the Shin family. Shin Xing received a flurry of termination and legal letters, one of which was from Fu Siyue's side, due to her using a burner account to spread damaging rumors about Shin Jiwan. She realized that Fu Siyue was retaliating on Shin Jiwan's behalf, targeting her. Was it possible that he did not care at all about the trivial matters between Shin Jiwan and Zhou Xiao? After much contemplation, Shin Xing decided she could not rely on Zhou Xiao and had to take matters in her own hands. She could not remain passive any longer. Thus, she discreetly sought out Fu Siyue. At the Fu group, the receptionist was reluctant to let a stranger into the building. Upon learning that Shin Xing had no appointment, she blocked her entry. Shin Xing announced her identity. "I am the sister-in-law of your President Fu. My surname is Shun." After some time, the receptionist reported to higher-ups only to find they had no record of her. The receptionist politely replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Shin, but it seems you may be mistaken. President Fu's assistant has stated that he does not know you." Shin Xing's face paled, her meticulously applied makeup crumbling in an instant. "That's impossible. You must be mistaken. Surely you haven't contacted my brother-in-law. I am indeed his sister-in-law. I'm afraid you must leave, that if you do not comply, I will have to call security." Furious, Shin Xing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palm, "that I will not leave. Please relay my request for him to meet with me, or else I will expose all of his wife's scandals." With no way out, she decided to go all in. Moments later, Shin Xing was finally ushered into Fu Siyue's office. Fu Siyue stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the city as if surveying his domain. "Sister-in-law," Shin Xing timidly called out upon entering. Fu Siyue did not turn, his aura heavy and imposing, creating an invisible barrier that made it difficult for anyone to approach. "What do you intend to expose?" Fu Siyue's voice was chillingly cold, as if one were ensconced in an icy cellar. In Chapter 63, "I teach you, little girl, where is the experience of seduction?" Shin Xing trembled within, her heart filled with fear of Fu Si. "Brother-in-law, I did not intend to cause any trouble. I merely wished to see you." Without waiting for Fu Siyue to respond, she continued, "I wanted to inform you that my sister has actually wronged you. I could not bear to see you kept in the dark, which is why I created a pseudonym online to speak of this matter. Brother-in-law, I assure you, I am not as the internet suggests. The my relationship with my sister is quite close. How could I ever wish her harm? I simply wanted to give her a wake-up call, to let her know that her actions are misguided." Her words struck a chord, sounding almost sincere. Fu Siyue's lips curled slightly, seemingly touched by her earnestness. "Brother-in-law, I know you may not believe me, that I in your heart. My sister is undoubtedly the most important. It is precisely for this reason that I do not wish for you to be deceived any longer. She has actually been with Zhou Xiao for quite some time." Fu Siyue nodded slightly, his gaze icy and his voice as deep as ever, devoid of any emotion. "Wait a moment. What is it, brother-in-law?" Fu Siyue raised an eyebrow, turning around with a hint of confusion. "Did the Shin family not inform you? You are no longer a part of the Shin family. Why do you still call me brother-in-law?" "No, that is a misunderstanding. How could I possibly not be a part of the Shin family?" Shin Xing's expression changed abruptly, quickly morphing into one of grievance. "That it must be that my sister still harbors some misunderstanding towards me. That I do not blame her. After all, she is the favored daughter of the Shun family. It is only natural that grandfather dotes on her more. The one who expelled you from the Shin family was me." As Shin Xing attempted to feign vulnerability to elicit Fu Siyue's sympathy while simultaneously tarnishing Shun Jiwan's image. She was met with this revelation. What did that mean? Her eyes widened in disbelief. That wasn't it Shin Jiwan who had cast her out? With a hint of disdain, Fu Siyue replied coldly, "It seems you have misunderstood." Shin Xing was taken aback. "Why would you do that?" Fu Siyue mocked. "Is it difficult to comprehend why? Do not assume I am unaware. I am well aware of what you have done to Shin Jiwan. Brother-in-law, it is not as you think that I harbor no ill intentions. I merely feel that my sister has gone too far. She marries you yet entangles herself with others that I simply cannot stand by and watch. Any reasonable person would agree that it is my sister who has erred. I am trying to help you." Fu Siyue could not be bothered to engage with her further, nor was he inclined to show any expression. "Who taught you to entertain such fanciful notions? Sister, brother-in-law. Do not let me hear you call me that again. The blood that flows through your veins is not of the Shin family. Even if it were, I would not spare you." Fu Siyue's eyes turned icy, as if shrouded in an unbreakable frost, instilling a chill in her bones. Xing stood rigidly, her limbs trembling. She had not anticipated that Fu Siwa would side with Yuan. She should not have sought him out today. Instead, she had shot herself in the foot. It is truly not like that. There is no need for you to argue that I have no interest in what you have to say. Should I discover that you continue to entertain thoughts that do not concern you, I can assure you, you will not remain here for even a day. He was not a man known for his leniency, particularly towards those who sought to harm Yuan, and if you do not believe me, feel free to test it. The man's words were laced with danger, serving as a stark reminder that in truth, Xing's situation was already dire. Her career was suffering, her popularity dwindling, and she faced exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Yet, he had the power to make her circumstances even graver, to the point where she could not remain in this city. He was entirely capable of such a feat. Xing was well aware of this. Yet she felt indignant, a deep-seated resentment brewing within her that by the end of the month, Yuan joined a new production. Though she was not cast as the lead, but rather the second female lead, and a villain at that, portraying a well-executed villain could still be quite captivating. She wished to challenge herself, especially as a newcomer. More challenges would allow her to learn more. The absence of intimate scenes was a relief. If someone were to find out, it would surely incite joy. Though there were few intimate scenes, one did involve the second female lead seducing the male lead, which was still a bed scene. The very first scene she filmed upon entering the production was this one. Yuan was momentarily stunned. There was no avoiding it. The filming location was relatively remote. The nearest hotel was a 30-minute drive away, making transportation inconvenient. Moreover, it was a period drama, requiring the wearing of qipaos to fit into the qipao. Yuan refrained from eating anything after 4 in the afternoon, relying solely on water. He worried she would not be able to endure it. Yet it was evident that Yuan was determined and hard-working, showing no signs of being pretentious. When Fu Siwa was absent, she seemed to transform into a different person, exhibiting a newfound independence. Once filming commenced, Yuan quickly immersed herself in her role as a pitiful villainess whose tragic background led to a warped character. She fully embodied the emotions, and soon the first scene was completed. By the time they wrapped up around 11 at night, Yuan boarded the shuttle bus, where he handed her a tablet. Xing is currently being sued by numerous advertisers. She will likely face substantial compensation. Yuan felt no sympathy. It served her right. However, the variety show you mentioned has no further updates. No one wishes to collaborate with Xing now. She is like a rat crossing the street, and who would dare partner with her? Yuan could guess the reason. It was a pity. He refreshed the page, suddenly noticing a trending topic. Xing's benefactor has been revealed. Curious, they clicked on it, and he was taken aback. Yuan glanced over, her brow furrowing tightly. The headline read, around 2 p.m., Xing was spotted at Fu's building, rumored to have a close relationship with the young and wealthy CEO of Fu Corporation. Accompanying the article were several photos of Xing exiting Fu's building, clearly taken surreptitiously, featuring only Xing. In Chapter 64, the sweetness of the evening was replenished. This must be false. Do not believe it. Xing is a person who will stop at nothing, employing the most despicable tactics. She must have bought this trending topic to provoke you. Yuan was well aware. It was simply Xing's desperate attempt to grasp at straws. Did she really think a few solo shots would be enough to ignite rumors about her and Fu Siwa? How Navi Fu Siwa held a prominent position, possessing vast wealth and influence, a veritable mogul. Though his corporation invested in film and television, he himself remained detached from the entertainment industry, maintaining a low profile and an air of mystery. The public knew only of Fu Siwa, the CEO of Fu Corporation, with no further information available. With this revelation, no one believed there was any connection between Xing and Fu Siwa. It was a far-fetched notion. Xing was neither an award-winning actress nor a top-tier celebrity. It was implausible for her to have any association with the CEO of Fu Corporation. Her intentions were easily discernible. Those unaware might be momentarily deceived, while those in the know would merely feel repulsed, viewing her as desperate for attention. Yuan rested her chin on her hand, suddenly curious about Fu Siwa's reaction. Upon returning to her hotel room to rest, she sent him a message on WeChat. Within a minute, he replied. Deliberately, she sent a frowning emoji, saying nothing more that Fu Siwa called her immediately, and upon answering, he inquired, "What happened? Who upset you, darling?" Hearing his voice, Shinjuan initially intended to tease him. Yet she hesitated, unwilling to provoke his concern. Nothing, just sent a random emoji. What are you doing? Working. Still working overtime. His work often demanded his personal attention, as he preferred not to delegate important matters. That sounds exhausting. You must take care of yourself and not overwork. Fu chuckled softly, his voice still enchanting. Even through the phone, it effortlessly tugged at her heartstrings. Are you worried about me, darling? Shinjuan turned over in bed, her mind involuntarily drifting back to that intimate night, as vivid as if it had occurred just the previous evening. Of course not. She feigned contradiction, refusing to acknowledge it. Fu Siwa played along, teasing her further. So my darling does not care about me? I see how it is. Once the food is gone, you forget your kinda. Please stop teasing me. I can hardly take it. She nearly forgot to ask him about Shun Xing. Her breathing became increasingly erratic as her delicate hand gently patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. How could I possibly be like that? Do not slander me. Just moments ago, she had been ensnared in a trap. And now he was reaping the rewards. Fu Siwa continued to seduce her. So, my darling, does that mean you admit to caring for me? She huffed softly, her temper flaring, unwilling to let him have the upper hand. She desired to hear more of his mesmerizing voice, especially when he was out of sight. What to do? He sighed heavily, his breath laden with emotion. What is it? I miss you, my darling. Everything feels off without you by my side. Who could resist his sweet nothings? They flowed from him effortlessly. She thought he was troubled, yet he only continued to tease her. She felt as if she were being devoured, utterly defenseless against him. Compared to his prowess, her petty tricks were mere child's play. She was no match for his audacity, that he could speak with a straight face, delivering words that rendered her cheeks aflame and her body weak. Leaving her defenses utterly shattered. That I still have some time here, and it would be inappropriate to ask the crew for leave. The second female lead has a substantial role, after all, as a villain. She softly explained to him. Once I finish filming this project, I will come to find you, all right? Good, he replied. Though she could not come to him, he could certainly visit her. He simply chose not to mention it. Needing to wrap up his work first, in truth, Shinjuan also wished to inquire about Shun Xing's visit to him. But upon reflection, she chose to trust him. Shun Xing's self-directed and self-starring farce was hardly worthy of her attention. And there was no need to trouble Fu Siwa over it, so she refrained from bringing it up. Brother, may I have a good night kiss? I must sleep now, for I have to rise early tomorrow. She feared delaying his work. Fu Siwa chuckled softly. How should one kiss? My darling, demonstrate for me. Otherwise, I shan't know how that he was once again attempting to ensnare her. Was he not? She knew his game well. This man was perpetually scheming. However, she relented, willingly indulging him, allowing him his way. With exaggerated playfulness, she delivered the good night kiss. Afterward, she earnestly inquired, Did you learn, brother? It's your turn now. Quite sweet. I've tasted it. That tonight's sweetness has been replenished. Thank you. My darling. Fu Siwa's tone was serious, his voice steady and particularly charming. Shinjuan exclaimed, Aren't you going to kiss me back? Let us save that for when we meet. Don't say you don't want it then. Besides, I selfishly wish to keep you in anticipation. If I satisfy you too quickly, you won't yearn for it anymore. Fu Siwa was genuinely toying with her emotions, guiding her slowly into his embrace. Shinjuan felt utterly flustered, on the verge of tears. Do not speak so enticingly. It is too overwhelming, igniting my passions. His blatant seduction was utterly unreasonable. She felt drained, completely out of energy. She longed to know what his kisses felt like. But she had fallen into his trap. Fu Siwa, the seemingly refined and abstinent man, left her without any means to imagine further. I must sleep now. I won't speak with you any longer. Good night. She hurriedly ended the call, fearing she would not sleep at all if she lingered, not wanting to awaken the next morning to the makeup artist Jess about looking like a panda. Fu Siwa smiled wryly as the call ended, envisioning her hastily hanging up and diving into her blankets. That's so adorable. My darling is truly delightful. That he then opened his web browser, seeing that the trending topic from earlier had been retracted. He had instructed C to handle it, for the trending topic was the handiwork of Shun Xing right under his nose, that he had already given her one chance. Yet Shun Xing failed to appreciate it, continuing her petty schemes. Thus, he could not be blamed for turning ruthless. After Shinjuan joined the crew, she had not been active on Weibo. The fans of the Night couple were relentlessly urging them to engage online. As for Night, he was not one to frequently post, and Shin Ji-won's silence only exacerbated the fans' desperation for content. They were truly frantic, their pleas overtaking the trending topics, rallying loudly for updates, even contacting the production team to hasten the release of the final episode. The production team worked through the night to clarify via Weibo that they were in discussions with Shin Ji-won and Night, but due to scheduling conflicts, there had yet to be a time for filming the concluding episode. They urged fans to remain patient, assuring them that good news would arrive soon. Not only the fans were anxious, the production team was equally concerned. With Shin Ji-won's rising fame, scheduling would only become more difficult in the future, particularly since Night was no ordinary person but a significant figure in the industry. The troublemaking Shin Shing had been thoroughly sidelined by the company, left without work or press releases, and embroiled in lawsuits. Effectively ruining her career, as Fu Siyue had stated, Shin Shing's situation was dire, and Zhou Xiao's was even worse. Zhou Xiao, now devoid of funds, sought Shin Shing out, just as he had once sought money from Shin Ji-won, treating her as a mere cash cow. All his living expenses were covered by Shin Shing. Meanwhile, Shin Ji-won was thriving, amassing fans and achieving great success, while Shin Shing had become a pariah, reviled by all. Upon seeing Zhou Xiao, Shin Shing felt a surge of anger, snapping at him. "Can't you think of a way to help? Weren't we supposed to expose Shin Ji-won to the Fu family? Why are there no updates? What have you been doing lately?" Chapter 65. No shame. He will care for you and soothe you. Zhou Xiao, completely dispirited, puffed on his cigarette. "What do you think I'm doing? Playing games? What else can I do? How can you still have the mind to play games? Do you think I'm a fool like the previous Shin Ji-won, supporting you?" Zhou Xiao scoffed. "What is it? Miss, have you been bullied again? How dare you say that? Because of your terrible idea, I had to create a fake account to leak information. Did you really think Fu Siyue would be so naive? He found out immediately, and I was foolish enough to trust you. I had already suspected it." "What do you mean by that?" "I was merely testing Fu Siyue's feelings toward Shin Ji-won," Zhou Xiao replied, putting down his game controller, lighting a cigarette, and exhaling smoke, "that we might as well go big. After all, you have no way out, and I'm in the same boat." Shin Shing frowned. "What do you mean?" "Let us not hold back. We could kidnap Shin Ji-won and demand money from Fu Siyue. Once we have the money, we can escape." Zhou Xiao had contemplated this plan for quite some time. He had initially intended to eliminate Shin Ji-won, but that night, she failed to show up, causing their plan to fail. Now, with Shin Shing's situation ruined by Shin Ji-won, and Zhou Xiao having spent over half a month in police custody due to Fu Siyue, he felt the need to settle the score with Shin Ji-won. "That I thought you were reluctant to take action against Shin Ji-won. She didn't come that night, causing us to waste so much time planning. Did you think I warned her not to show up?" Zhou Xiao detected the insinuation in Shin Shing's words that "I suspect you and her are too close, and you leaked the information to her." They both suspected the other was playing tricks behind their backs. Zhou Xiao was not entirely convinced of Shin Shing's intentions, especially since Shin Ji-won had undergone a drastic transformation, suddenly enamored with Fu Siyue. "Shin Shing," Zhou Xiao said, "since we've reached this point, let us speak plainly. Have you fallen for Shin Ji-won?" "Love her? I love her money more." Zhou Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Can love pay the bills?" "I approached Shin Ji-won initially for her wealth. She had none, but the Shun family is rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collaborated with Shin Shing to scheme against her, meticulously setting this elaborate trap." The news of Shin Ji-won going abroad was also leaked by Shin Shing. The woman who deceived Shin Ji-won was a pawn Zhou Xiao had arranged. The original plan was for Zhou Xiao to heroically save Shin Ji-won. But an unexpected twist occurred when Fu Siyue intervened and rescued her. Zhou Xiao could not allow that plan to fail. After Fu Siyue saved Shin Ji-won and took her to the hospital, he arranged for someone to ram the car she was in, sending it plummeting into the river. Shin Ji-won was already injured, and this would only worsen her condition. Shin Shing laughed. "Fine. Remember your words. Now, let us discuss how to proceed." Zhou Xiao exhaled another plume of smoke. "Then let us follow through with this plan. Last time, they had meticulously crafted an entire plan to orchestrate an unfortunate accident that would lead to the demise of Shin Ji-won, allowing them to seize her fortune and promptly assume new identities, effectively vanishing from the public eye to indulge in a life of leisure. Now, they merely adopted a different approach, kidnapping, which is considerably simpler than murder. Shin Shing began to investigate Shin Ji-won's itinerary and soon gathered information. After conferring with Zhou Xiao, they ultimately resolved to act once Xin Zhuan's current production wrapped up. That afternoon, after Xin Zhuan had just completed a scene, the weather turned unfavorable as torrential rain suddenly fell. The crew hurriedly set up a canopy to shield themselves from the downpour. Seizing the rare opportunity of rain, the director decided to film a scene that required the actors to get soaked. This particular scene involved a confrontation between the male and female leads, along with the second female lead, all amidst the pouring rain. The temperature was somewhat chilly, and with the rain and biting wind, it felt as if goosebumps were rising on everyone's skin. Yet Xin Zhuan, undeterred, bravely faced the elements, standing in the rain until she was thoroughly drenched. Her hair clung to her face, and raindrops continually invaded her eyes. The qipao she wore accentuated her exquisite figure, appearing like willow catkins swaying in the breeze, though she struggled to maintain her balance. The male lead, Song Liang, fared slightly better, largely unaffected by the harsh conditions. Xin Zhuan, valiantly suppressing her discomfort, immersed herself in her role, delivering her lines despite her slender form trembling from the cold. Autumn, he, standing nearby, wore a worried expression, noticing that Xin Zhuan's complexion had deteriorated. Biting her finger in hesitation, she contemplated whether to approach the director for a halt. "Excellent cut," the director declared, visibly pleased as he called for a break. Autumn, he hurriedly grabbed an umbrella and a towel. Rushing to Xin Zhuan's side to shield her from the rain and draped the towel over her shoulders. "Quickly change your clothes, don't catch a cold. You performed splendidly. Very impressive for a newcomer," he praised, referring to Xin Zhuan's character, Jiexin. Autumn, he expressed her gratitude to the director before tremblingly making her way to the makeup room to change clothes. Xin Zhuan sneezed, her nose reddened. Still enmeshed in the emotional state of her character, her eyes reflecting a profound sadness, as if she were experiencing the character's pain firsthand. Even when Autumn, he called her, she remained oblivious to what's wrong. "Wan? Autumn," he inquired. Xin Zhuan's voice quivered. "I'm having difficulty exiting the character. Give me a moment." Being relatively new to the industry, her acting was raw and emotional, lacking in technique. Thus, she required time to process the feelings she had just immersed herself in. Autumn, he gently stroked her hair. "I'll stay with you." Just then, a knock echoed at the door that I asked Zhuan in. It was Senior Song. Xin Zhuan seemed oblivious. Autumn, he, perceiving that she was still in a state of self-regulation, opened the door. Song Liang arrived with a cup of ginger tea, a warm smile gracing his face as he handed it to Autumn, he, for Zhuan, to warm her up. "She performed admirably, that we thank Senior Song on behalf of our Zhuan. As a newcomer, she has much to learn from you." Autumn, he replied. "Not at all. It's mutual learning and growth." After a brief pause, Song Liang added, "I won't intrude any longer. I'll take my leave." "All right, take care." Xin Zhuan remained entrenched in her emotional turmoil, the scene having evoked memories of her past life, causing her to spiral deeper into her feelings. Autumn, he entered with the ginger tea. Discovering Xin Zhuan curled up on the small sofa, weeping silently, her heart ached and she rushed over, asking, "What is wrong? Wanbao, why are you crying so hard?" Autumn, he wrapped Xin Zhuan in her arms as she began to sob even more, overwhelmed with sorrow and thoughts of her parents. Raised by her grandfather, she had never experienced the love of her parents, nor had anyone taught her how to love or how to love properly. "It's all right, Wan. It's all right that I'm here. Don't be sad that Mr. Fu would feel distressed too." Amidst her sobs, Xin Zhuan reminded her, "Please don't tell Fu Siyu that if he sees me like this. It would be too embarrassing." Autumn, he couldn't help but laugh. "What is embarrassing about it? He would certainly be concerned and comfort you. Look at you, crying so heart-wrenchingly. It makes me ache for you." "No, I look too ugly while crying." Chapter 66. The force that makes her heart flutter, intensely not wanting Fu Siyu to witness her in such a state. Xin Zhuan insisted that Autumn, he keep this from him. It was far too humiliating. She preferred to process it on her own. However, Autumn, he still betrayed her, relaying the news to Fu Siyu through and see. Autumn, he thought to herself, this was for Wanbao's own good. She wasn't betraying her friend, especially since Fu was not in B City. By the time he arrived, Wanbao's tears would have dried. Little did she know, less than half an hour after her message was sent, Fu Siyu, who should not have been in B City, suddenly appeared. The rain intensified, the streets nearly deserted with only a few cars speeding by. Xin Zhuan had just finished crying. Her eyes were red and swollen. No amount of concealer could mask it, that it was impossible to continue filming like this. So the director let her wrap up early and focus on the other actor scenes as she stepped into the hotel lobby. Autumn, he spotted a familiar figure and excitedly tugged at Shinjuan. Wan, look who that is. Huh. Shinjuan followed Autumn his gaze and saw him standing tall, clad in a classic black and white suit, exuding a mature and alluring aura that left her legs weak. She had seen many men in suits, but none compared to Fu Siyu, whose presence was both captivating and tantalizing, making one curious about what he looked like without his attire. At that moment, Fu Siyu, who had been in the process of checking in, turned and approached her. As he neared, a shadow enveloped her. Hello, Mr. Fu. Autumn he greeted with a smile, eager to push Shinjuan towards him. Fu Siyu nodded, his gaze never leaving Shinjuan, taking in her pale complexion and the loose knit sweater that made her appear delicate and fragile. What brings you here? You didn't say a word. Shinjuan stammered, both surprised and delighted. This man had a penchant for surprising her, leaving her at a loss for words. The Fu Siyu leaned slightly closer, his brow furrowed with concern as he asked, Are you unwell? No, not at all. Why is your hair wet? Did you get caught in the rain? Fu Siyu reached out, intending to touch her face, but unexpectedly brushed against her damp hair, which had not fully dried despite having been blown dry earlier on set. Perhaps she had gotten a bit wet after emerging from the car. The Fu Siyu's expression shifted to one of unspoken worry as he removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms. Shinjuan's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Given the public setting, she suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet Fu Siyu continued to carry her towards the elevator. Autumn he and C exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to follow. Inside the elevator, Shinjuan felt utterly flustered in his embrace. Her voice barely above a whisper, resembling a shy kitten. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Fu Siyu remained unfazed. Be good. Don't move. ANC and Autumn he joined them, instinctively positioning themselves in the corner. Seeing them made Shinjuan feel even more bashful, a blush creeping onto her face. The elevator swiftly reached the 15th floor, where her room was located. Autumn he assisted by handing over the room card, opening the door and allowing Fu Siyu to carry Shinjuan inside. This was hardly NC's business, that I want to disturb you any longer. If you need anything, just call me. I'll take my leave now. With a soft click, the door shut behind them. Shinjuan finally processed the fact that Autumn he had just left. Fu Siyu still held her, and she shifted, softly saying, Put me down. We're in the room now. She wiggled her legs, her eyes shimmering with unspoken charm. Fu Siyu proceeded to carry her into the bathroom, setting her on the sink, standing before her, and he reached over, switching on the lights with his long arm. The position was quite intimate, that he merely intended to help her dry her hair. Under her gaze, he retrieved the hairdryer from beside the mirror and began to dry her hair. The warm air enveloped her, making her feel drowsy and content. Before long, her hair was dry. His movements were gentle, ensuring not to cause her any discomfort. As he switched off the dryer, he remarked, Your hair needs to be dried. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. Thank you, brother, she replied, her lips forming a soft smile. Now, darling, you must answer my question. All right, brother. Did you cry? Their gazes locked, and he leaned closer, resting one hand beside her, while the other gently grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her head. That he noted the redness around her eyes, clearly visible despite the concealer. Indeed, it was ineffective. You're all right now. His fingertip brushed her eye corner, where the lingering redness was evident, revealing just how intensely she had cried. Who were you crying for? It was during filming, and with today's rain, we shot a scene in the downpour. That it's possible that the rain caused the eyeshadow to run into my eyes. So they turned red. That don't worry. I'll be fine. How could Fu Siyu not worry? Her eyes were so red, and he felt a pang of anguish. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup. No need. It will subside by tomorrow. Please, don't fret. Fu Siyu's jaw tightened, his concern for her evident. Any slight ailment she suffered tugged at his heartstrings, making it unbearable for him to see her in distress. Sensing his anxious gaze, Shinjuan playfully leaned into him, quickly explaining, I'm sorry for making you worry. I didn't mean to scare you. Did I find myself feeling rather unattractive, to the point where I hesitate to meet you? Please do not think poorly of my appearance, that I am in the presence of someone I admire. I naturally wish to leave a favorable impression. Fu Si gently patted her lower back, insisting that the topic not be diverted, and that she ought to see me to ease his worries. Yet, I yearn to spend more time with you. It has been far too long since we last met, and I miss you dearly. Is this what one might call being coy? She chuckled as she nestled closer into his embrace, her head brushing against his chest. Does my elder brother enjoy it when I act this way? He does. He adores it to the point of obsession. How could he not? However, she must still have her eyes examined, thus his demeanor turned resolute. He would not be misled by her charm, but he took out his phone and dialed in C, instructing him to fetch a doctor for her eye examination, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Shen Zhuan sighed internally. Alas, her Fu Zong was exceedingly manly, his assertiveness causing her heart to flutter. She felt utterly defenseless against such a man. Moments later, and C returned with the doctor. Shen Zhuan was curious about the source of this doctor. It was quite impressive. Surely, only someone with connections could summon him. Fu Siyue. What are you up to? The young doctor recognized Fu Siyue. Without sparing him a glance, Fu Siyue's focus remained entirely on Shen and oh, more idle chatter. Come and examine her eyes, that on the way. And C had briefed Dr. Su, who was well aware of his purpose. Adjusting his spectacles, he approached, saying, I must request some space, Fu Zong, in order to examine this young lady. Otherwise, how could I proceed? Chapter 67. I only wish to kiss you. Fu Siyue shot him a cold glance, warning him not to test his patience. Dr. Su fell silent, mentally muttering a complaint. All right, I shall refrain from idle talk. However, I kindly ask Fu Zong to move just a tad so that I can assess the lovely young lady. Shen Zhuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Having never met Dr. Su, she gathered from their dialogue that they shared a cordial relationship. Dr. Su approached her, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, my dear. I will take a look at your eyes. Shen Zhuan nodded in response. Dr. Su retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from his pocket. Please open your eyes wider. Shen Zhuan sat up straight, her hands resting on her knees, feeling a bit anxious with a stranger so close. Though Fu Siyue's presence offered her solace, Dr. Su gently pulled down her lower eyelid for inspection, examining both eyes. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, removed the gloves, and inquired, Do you experience any stinging sensation? She shook her head. There is a mild inflammation. It is likely due to exposure to rainwater that a few drops of eye medication should suffice. Just ensure you maintain cleanliness and avoid allowing anything dirty into your eyes. Upon hearing Dr. Su's diagnosis, Fu Siyue finally exhaled in relief. Dr. Su discarded the gloves into the trash and instructed C to procure a bottle of eye drops, stating that a single drop would be adequate. He spoke nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned with the matter. Fu Siyue dismissed him curtly. You may leave now, Fu Zong. That is rather heartless of you. Is it not a bit cruel to discard someone after use? Fu Siyue showed him no courtesy, commanding see him out. Fearing a quarrel between the two, Shen Zhuan quickly grasped Fu Siyue's hand, turning to Dr. Su with gratitude. Thank you. Doctor, did I apologize for troubling you to come in such heavy rain to examine my eyes? Ah, the lovely young lady is so understanding, Dr. Su remarked. Unlike someone I know, Fu Siyue shot him a warning glance, causing Dr. Su's heart to race with fear. His bravado quickly deflated. Did you not ask me to examine her eyes? Why can I not speak? Fu Siyue remained indifferent. You talk too much. It is time for you to leave. In a huff, Dr. Su exited, with C following to offer some words of comfort. Dr. Su, do not be upset. There is no need for anger. Using me and then leaving, truly a testament to Fu Zong's practical nature. Dr. Su huffed, hands on his hips, a tyrant. Indeed, but kindly keep such sentiments to yourself. Do not let Fu Zong hear them, or else. What are you waiting for? Settle the bill. Dr. Su had yet to forget to demand his consultation fee. Rest assured, Dr. Su, I will arrange the transfer promptly. Once Dr. Su departed, Shen Zhuan whispered, Is that doctor a friend of yours? Yes, but do not concern yourself with him. Had the situation not been extraordinary, Fu Siyue would never have summoned him to examine Shen Zhuan's eyes. This fellow was an expert in ophthalmology, fortuitously stationed in B City. Thus he was called upon. Shen Zhuan was only acquainted with one of his friends, Xiang Yichen, and did not know the others well. She recalled that within his social circle, her reputation was not particularly favorable. Xiang Yichen did not hold her in high regard and often treated her poorly. She bore no resentment towards Xiang Yichen's attitude. Recognizing that it was justified, Fu Siyue did not elaborate further. When Nc returned with the eye drops, he urged her to lean on his shoulder as he administered the medication. The cool liquid was slightly irritating, causing her to instinctively reach for her eyes. But he grasped her hand, saying, "Do not rub. My dear, that it will feel uncomfortable for a moment, but it will soon improve." Shen Juan remained resting against his shoulder, asking, "Could you blow on my eyes?" Fu Sue's throat tightened, his voice laced with gentle amusement, a tenderness reserved solely for her, while he displayed a different demeanor towards others that he indeed blew gently on her eyes. A gesture she had previously coaxed from him. During an earlier incident, when Zhou Xiao had yanked her wrist, she had feigned vulnerability to elicit his sympathy, and it had worked. This time, the effect was even more pronounced. He sighed in resignation, unable to resist her charms. Whenever she softened her tone and acted coy, he was willingly ensnared as Fu Sue lowered his head, softly blowing on her eyes. She half closed her eyes, suddenly planting a swift kiss on his lips, without any depth. Was it intentional? Her teasing stirred something within Fu Sue, who tightened his grip around her slender waist. She melted against him, their proximity igniting a spark that coursed through her entire being. "That I only wish to kiss you. Why do you desire it?" "Simply because I do." Must there be another reason? How could this person feign ignorance? Though she had initiated the flirtation, she was also the first to falter, utterly unprepared to contend with him. He was a walking embodiment of desire, exuding an intoxicating allure that enveloped them. Fu Sue had deliberately created a bit of distance, for her earlier kiss had awakened a craving within him, his body aflame with yearning. The one he had longed for was now in his arms. How could he possibly maintain his composure? To remain undisturbed while in her embrace was not his style. He was unrestrained, his heart and body in disarray. All because of her. His heated breath caressed her cheek, causing her to shyly lower her gaze, only to have his calloused fingers grasp her chin, preventing her from moving away. He gazed intently into her eyes, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "What is it? Am I truly ugly? Why do you look at me so? Am I really that unattractive?" She attempted to push him away with her hand resting against his chest. Yet she heard his deep voice reply, "Your eyes may only redden for me, and your tears may only fall for me." How domineering! She felt utterly overwhelmed. It was merely an accident, a scene for filming. Compounded by the rain, it was not my intention to not partake in such scenes again. Upon hearing her mention filming in the rain, his expression darkened instantly. Was she jesting with her body? Moreover, a girl's body is inherently delicate. It was evident that he was displeased, as his brow furrowed slightly. She did not argue, fully aware of her own fault. "Fu Sue, are you angry?" No, he released her chin, stating that he was not angry, while his demeanor suggested otherwise. Men can indeed be contradictory. She was not blind. It was clear that he was upset. How could she soothe him? Shen Juan contemplated for a moment, then cradled his chiseled face in her soft, pale hands, summoning her courage. She leaned in to plant a kiss on his chin, playfully urging, "Do not be angry." Her voice lacked authority. It was soft, almost like a plea. To Fu Sue gazed down at her, their faces mere inches apart. His hand instinctively rested on her waist, tightening his embrace. The not frown. His furrowed brow created a sense of distance for her. Chapter 68. A brief separation surpasses a newlywed's bliss. Sweet to the point of breathlessness, she was reminded of his past self, her heart tightening with concern for him. "Fu Sue, do not wear such an expression. Are you afraid of me?" A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Indeed, she still feared him, did she not? Afraid? How could I be? Shen Jiwan was perplexed by his words. How could she fear him when she was overflowing with love? Love conquers all. Shen Jiwan shook her head, her smile radiant, a tiny dimple gracing her cheek, making her even more adorable. Why would I be afraid of my elder brother? Her small hand rested against his lips, which were soft and warm, causing her heart to race. What I mean is, please do not frown. It makes my heart ache. Fu Sue was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that she had expressed concern for him. She spoke. She turned to kneel facing him, leaning up to kiss his forehead, hoping to ease his furrowed brow. What ails you? Everywhere she turns, her heart aches. She finds it difficult to articulate the truth. A normal person would struggle to accept that she has died once. Perhaps Fu Sue is no exception. She does not wish to appear as a monster in his eyes. Darling, why are you so obedient? Why so compliant? He relaxes his brows, letting out a gentle sigh near her ear. An unspoken allure, a happiness within reach, as if ensnared in a beautiful dream, sweet enough to penetrate the depths of his heart. Outside the expansive window, torrential rain continues to pour, cold winds mingling with the rain to wash the earth. Inside the room, the temperature rises as the palpable tension between lovers circulates around them that I end this shared gaze. She finds herself at a loss, yearning to disengage from him, but just as she attempts to shift, he encircles her waist. Almost immediately, Fu Siue produces a piece of candy from seemingly nowhere. Would you like some candy? He unwraps the candy, revealing a delicately crafted sweet. Feeding it to her, yes, it's sweet. Shun Juan nods. May I have a taste? Before she can respond, his hand grips her shoulder, capturing her lips in a kiss, the candy merging with their shared kiss. She stares at him in disbelief. Momentarily stunned, the Fus effortlessly pulls her into his embrace, teasing her long hair, kissing the corners of her lips. Darling, you are sweeter than candy. Her face flushes with embarrassment as she burrows into his embrace. Feeling shy from the candy kiss, too bashful to meet his gaze. Just moments ago, she had boldly expressed her concern for him. Yet now, a mere kiss had rendered her weak. Still, her concern for him remains. In this charged atmosphere, both are ensnared by emotion, finding it difficult to part, especially Fu Siue, who cannot bring himself to let go. They kiss, and she soon finds herself gasping for air. This kiss stretches on longer than before, testing her capacity as she feels breathless, momentarily fearing she might faint, but he truly knows how to kiss, and it lingers too long. Her lips turn red, with Shenjuan's lipstick smudging onto his. Flushed, she instinctively wipes the corner of his mouth. Though they have been married for 3 years, one cannot deny that kissing is addictive. For Fu Siue, it is still insufficient. His hand slips lower to her waist, his voice husky. Are you thirsty, darling? What? She murmurs. Feeling slightly so, but more so the tingling sensation on her lips, electrifying and intoxicating. Apparently, a kiss that lasts long enough can make one thirsty, he replies, his tone laced with a light-hearted laugh, particularly melodious. Why do you say that? Well, nobody taught you. How would you know? He chuckles again, tightening his embrace around her waist. After kissing for so long, thirst is inevitable. Her mind goes blank. How did he discern his unspoken intention to continue? She can no longer hold her composure. From the moment Fu Siue arrived, Shinjuan was utterly flustered, even neglecting to memorize her lines. Had it not been for Chiu Hie's phone call, she might have forgotten entirely. Regaining a semblance of rationality, she hastily pushes him away, saying, I need to rehearse my lines. I have to shoot tomorrow, or I'll be unprepared. Do you think your current state allows for line memorization? Of course not, but I still must. Her eyes are red, her nose flushed, and her lips, too, are crimson. Regardless, she must continue with her rehearsals. Now that she has pacified him, it is time to return to business. Fu Siue releases her, refraining from holding her any longer. In truth, he too needs to calm down, rising to enter the bathroom. Shinjuan retrieves her script, trying to focus, but after a while, she finds it impossible to concentrate. Unable to resist stealing glances towards the bathroom. The sound of running water trickles from within, and she bites her lip, still inhaling his lingering scent. His presence completely disrupts her thoughts, making it impossible to concentrate. What a predicament! He is too captivating, and she finds herself drawn to him. After a while, when Fu Siue still hasn't emerged, she grits her teeth, walks to the bathroom door, and calls out, Fu Siue, I need to use the restroom. A raspy, low voice responds from within, wait a moment. After a brief pause, Fu Siue finally steps out, his shirt buttons undone, revealing his alluring physique, holding a tie in his hand, as if he has just washed his face. The roots of his hair are slightly damp, his brows and eyes glistening, further enhancing his allure. Shinjuan lowers her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes, while secretly observing him. Her subtle actions do not escape Fu Siue's notice. He silently chuckles to himself, choosing not to expose her. Shinjuan internally screams, how can someone possess such an exquisite physique? His presence is overwhelmingly captivating, drawing her attention wherever he goes. The chiseled abs, the V-line, those long legs, along with his breath, voice, and sweet nothings. He is an irresistible shark in disguise. She has completely fallen for him. Go ahead, he says, stepping aside to let her pass. Yet, Shinjuan suddenly reaches out to grasp the button of his shirt. W. What is it? He remains where he is, gazing down at her, the desire in his eyes softening slightly. Will you be sleeping here tonight? Is my presence unwelcome? And no, it's not. Her breath quickens, heart racing like a drum. Then what is it? Fu Siue's pitch rises slightly. What do you want? I still want. The last two words are difficult to utter. Though being proactive is not shameful, she feels an overwhelming shyness. Fu Siue maintains a serious demeanor, starkly contrasting with the passionate man who had just kissed her. But darling, weren't you supposed to memorize your lines? Just a moment ago, you pushed me away to do just that. Ugh, she laments, regretting her earlier words. Now, unable to focus on the lines and yearning for his kiss, she finds herself in a dilemma, caught between a rock and a hard place, having lost sight of what truly mattered. Chapter 69. Darling, obediently memorize your lines. I cannot influence you. Shinjuan wrestles with her thoughts, the words escaping her lips, unable to retract them. Darling, you must obediently rehearse your lines, that in no more kisses. If we continue, it may affect your performance, and I cannot allow that he seems genuinely concerned for her, gently squeezing her chin like one would a playful kitten, a smile gracing his lips as he steps back. Shinjuan feels a pang of disappointment. He is so forward, yet has rejected her. Is he doing this on purpose? How can he be like this? She had not intended for it to be this way. After all, they had already kissed for so long. What difference would one more make? Thus, Fu Siue helps her retrieve her script, handing it to her with a slight smirk, as if to tease her. Shinjuan bites her lip, feeling utterly restless, with him saying all that. What else can she do but accept the script, continuing to rehearse? The phrase unfulfilled desires is etched in her mind. Shinjuan can only return to the sofa. Script in hand, attempting to memorize her lines while her thoughts dwell on their previous kiss, that it was simply too addictive. She cannot help but wonder what he did in the bathroom, imagining the scenes that follow, thoughts she dares not entertain. For fear of losing control, noticing her distraction while she fails to rehearse, Fu Siue silently laughs to himself. Yet, even in this moment, he refrains from taking any further action, leaving her desires unquenched that Fu Siue sits beside her while she rehearses. Engrossed in his phone, attending to some matters, and ordering dinner. When the hotel staff delivers their meal, Shinjuan notices ginger soup, something Fu Siue had arranged to ward off the cold, specifically for her. A warmth spreads through her heart, but in an effort to maintain her figure, she dares not indulge in too much ginger soup. She cannot even confess to Fu Siue that she has not eaten much during this time. It was only his visit that prompted her to eat a little in front of him. This minor detail is enough for him to raise an eyebrow, asking, "Not eating anymore?" Not hungry. Are you still on a diet?" His tone lowers, signaling displeasure. She hurries to clarify, "No, I truly am not hungry. I was already full earlier." After kissing him, she felt completely satiated to Fu Siue arches an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on her. "You felt full before I even started?" Well, it seems she has once again succumbed to his charm. Clearly, darling is quite easy to please, his eyes twinkle with amusement. Shinjuan cannot bear to meet his gaze. Feeling parched, she takes a sip of water. She recalls his earlier remark about how prolonged kissing can lead to thirst. But it isn't just that. Simply seeing him makes her feel thirsty. Tonight, she suspects it will be difficult to endure. Shinjuan has somewhat prepared herself for something to happen tonight, yet nothing transpires. Despite proclaiming it would not influence her, it indeed does. After finishing her lines, she heads to the bathroom to wash up and remove her makeup. Donning a black camisole and shorts before stepping out, he avoids looking her way, as if intentionally ignoring her. After a while, he enters the bathroom, emerging later clad in a bathrobe. Noticing her already nestled in bed, ready for sleep, he turns off the lights and lies down beside her, neither overstepping boundaries nor touching her. Inside, she harbors a vague anticipation for something, reminiscent of their recent hotel encounter, memories vivid and clear. "Good night, darling." The room, illuminated only by a solitary night light, was enveloped in silence. Fu Siue turned over gently, tenderly caressing her hair, and whispered a good night. In that instant, Shinjuan felt her heart swell with joy, a sweet warmth flooding her senses. She hummed softly and instinctively moved closer to him, prompting him to wrap his arms around her as they drifted into slumber. Soon, drowsiness overtook her, yet she murmured, When we return home, please don't sleep in the guest room. I want to share a bed with you. The following morning, Shinjuan awoke early, only to find the space beside her empty that he had risen before her at tea that moment. Chiohi knocked on the door, calling her to prepare for the film set. Just then, Fu Siue emerged from the bathroom, already dressed, awake. He inquired. Yes, but I'm quite sleepy, she replied, her face scrunched in morning irritation. Instinctively, she moved toward him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Waking up to find him beside her felt utterly delightful. Freshen up, and I'll drive you to the set, Fu Siue said, holding her waist and giving her a gentle pat. Breakfast was consumed en route. With Nc driving while he occupied the passenger seat, leaving the two of them in the back. Shinjuan lazily rested her head on his lap, feeling even sleepier after the meal. The previous day's downpour had finally given way to clear skies, leaving the air fresh and crisp. They soon arrived at the filming location, where Fu Siue could only escort her to the entrance. Shinjuan insisted he not enter, fearing recognition could lead to complications. Despite her desire to remain close to him, Fu lifted her chin playfully, saying, after you finish today's work, let me know. I'll come to pick you up. Don't you have work today? She asked that I do, but since you seem so clingy, I'll make it a point to spend time with you and nurture our relationship. He should have kept that last part to himself, as it only fueled her imagination. The day's shooting progressed smoothly, and upon arriving at the set, Shinjuan immediately immersed herself in her role. Chiohi had worried that the previous night's intensity might affect her, but it appeared she had been unnecessarily concerned. During a brief break, Song Liang treated everyone to milk tea, bringing 2 cups directly to Shinjuan. Thank you, she said hurriedly. Did I ask there's something wrong with your eyes? They look a bit red, Song Liang inquired with concern. It's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't rest well last night. Did the rain yesterday make you feel unwell? No, I'm fine. Song Liang smiled, suddenly recalling something. Actually, I wanted my assistant to bring you a bowl of ginger tea last night, but I didn't know which hotel you were staying at. I was worried you might catch a cold from the rain, but it seems I can rest easy now. Shinjuan chuckled awkwardly, sensing his concern for her. Maybe she was reading too much into it. Perhaps it was merely a senior looking after a junior. Grateful yet cautious, she replied. Thank you for your concern, senior. She subtly distanced herself to avoid any gossip. Noticing the shift, Song Liang's smile faded considerably. I'll head over to prepare for the next scene. All right, senior. Take care. She made sure to maintain a polite distance, keeping the interaction formal. This scene was witnessed by Fu Siue, who had appeared unexpectedly. The filming environment was bustling and chaotic. Shinjuan hadn't anticipated seeing him. It was actually Chiohi who prompted her to glance back, revealing Fu Siue standing amidst the crowd, a striking figure. The moment she spotted him, a smile blossomed on her face as she walked toward him. She wore a fitted qipao, draped with a light pink coat that concealed her alluring figure, though it did little to hide her long, elegant legs. Fu Sie's gaze roamed her form, his pupils deepening with intensity. Despite having appeared on a show with Fu Sie's alter ego, Night, few were aware that Night was indeed Fu Siue himself. Especially in such a mixed crowd. She paused, hesitating to approach him further. Instead, Fu Siue stepped forward, unafraid of being seen, his voice soft as he asked, Are you tired? Chiohi had no concerns about Shinjuan being photographed. Confident that with Mr. Fu as her backing, everything would be under control. Chapter 70. He regarded her with the discerning gaze of a man observing a woman. Shinjuan stood obediently before him, shaking her head. Not tired. What brings you here? Just visiting the set. But you said you were busy today. That I finished early. Not long after Song Liang had walked away, he turned back to see Shinjuan conversing with another man, whose appearance suggested he was no ordinary individual. Song Liang frowned slightly. Could he be a financier or a big shot? Song Gu, we need to prepare for the next scene, his assistant called out. Snapping back to reality, Song Liang asked, Have you seen the man standing next to Shinjuan? No, but he seems rather impressive. Though the man wore unbranded clothing, it was evident they were of considerable value, especially given his distinguished aura that made him stand out in the crowd. Song Liang shared this sentiment, finding the man quite formidable. Why the sudden curiosity about that man? Song Gu, just a casual inquiry. I think I saw trending news that Shinjuan participated in a dating show with a male guest named Night, the assistant murmured, hesitating. Song Gu, please don't say anything unnecessary, Song Liang interjected, his expression shifting. The assistant quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Song Good, that I spoke out of turn. Song Liang refocused his gaze, silently repeating night in his mind, with the crowd being too large for private conversation. Shinjuan led Fu Siyue to her van, where she settled him comfortably that as she prepared to shoot her scenes. She reminded him repeatedly, I'll find you as soon as I finish. You mustn't wander off. She was concerned about paparazzi lurking nearby. As his identity could not yet be revealed, the Fu Siyue grasped her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she melted against him, her hand stabilizing herself on the sofa. How long will it take? With luck, 2 to 3 hours. If not, it may be delayed. Did I end this position? She had to bend her waist and curve her knees, the qipao accentuating her enticing silhouette. You mean with that man? Is he the male lead? Fu Siyue's gaze fell upon her, naturally noticing her exposed curves, tightening his throat, his voice thickening with desire. Are you referring to Senior Song Liang? He is the male lead. But could we not discuss it in such a position? My back is quite sore, especially in this qipao. It is rather constricting, she added, lamenting the discomfort of wearing it daily on set. While beautiful, it was indeed taxing. Upon hearing her refer to Song Liang as a senior, Fu Siyue finally released her, shifting the conversation. Then am I hidden in this van because I'm someone you're ashamed of? Not at all. I simply wish to avoid drawing too much attention that if I'm spotted, it would land us both in trending discussions, and I wouldn't want to be seen as a scandalous figure. Fu Siyue replied, then let us make it public. Public? Shin Juan hesitated, aware of their differing identities, that he was an outsider. If made public, complications would inevitably arise. She bit her lip, pondering the implications. That Fu Siyue continued, is it that my darling is reluctant to make our relationship known? Of course not. Is there any intimacy in your scenes with other men? None, I promise. I wouldn't forget my commitment to you. That man kept looking at you earlier, Fu Siyue said slowly, his Adam's apple bobbing alluringly, causing her to feel parched, and she quickly averted her gaze. The Fu Siyue pulled her into his lap, a position that offered her some comfort as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His voice deep and magnetic. Darling, I must confess, I'm feeling jealous. He was a man with a strong sense of possessiveness, particularly toward Shinjuan. Men can accurately assess other men, just as women can discern the true nature of deceitful individuals. The man named Song Liang had looked at Shinjuan with an unsettling intensity that, of course, he trusted that his darling had no ulterior motives, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of insecurity. Having finally attained happiness, he feared it might be nothing more than a fragile dream, leaving him feeling disoriented. Shinjuan paused for a moment, then instinctively reached up to caress his cheek, speaking softly. What's wrong? I assure you, it's purely professional. I would never do anything to betray your trust. Shinjuan understood his feelings, realizing that he lacked a sense of security, perhaps due to her past. Indeed, she had a history of misunderstandings, having initially mistaken someone else, which led to a significant miscommunication. The Fu Siyue placed his hand over hers, which still lingered on his face, closing his eyes to savor her warmth. Then kissed her palm, his deep-set eyes revealing an undeniable affection. That I believe you, darling, but I don't want any man other than myself looking at you in that manner, with a gaze that a man would use to appraise a woman. He cast his eyes upon her, his possessiveness palpable and intense that a delicate current coursed through Shinjuan's chest, sending shivers down her spine, rendering her utterly unable to control herself. Her lips parted slightly as she replied, Your words bring me great joy. To Fu Siyue, she found herself not averse to his dominating presence. In fact, she could empathize with his emotions. Were she in his shoes, she might also feel a twinge of jealousy. A jealousy that could be quite fierce. She closed her eyes and pressed a kiss to his forehead, whispering, No one compares to you apart from you. I desire no one else, that I only want you. So you must trust me, all right? Outside the car, Chiohie's voice echoed. Wanbao, it's time to film your part. Are you ready? Though Chiohie wished not to intrude upon their moment, the director had urged her to hurry. Upon hearing Chiohie's voice, Shinjuan kissed the corner of his lips again, saying softly, Be good. I must attend to my duties, that I'll return as soon as I finish. Fu Siyue responded with a gentle acknowledgement, nodding subtly, understanding her need to work, and released his hold on her. Her earlier words had significantly brightened his mood. Her tone was akin to that of a parent soothing a child. Just before she stepped away, she leaned in close to his ear and murmured, Tonight, I will wear my most treasured chi pao for you. Just for your eyes alone, unseen by anyone else. Consider it a compensation. All right, his gaze darkened momentarily. His throat tightening, interest piqued. How could he refuse such a proposition? She was indeed a little enchantress, knowing precisely how to stir his heart. Very well, he replied with a tender smile, that I shall await your return. Shen Jiwan quickly pecked his cheek before exiting the vehicle. Upon her return to the filming set, Shen Jiwan adjusted her mood and dove back into her role. To her surprise, Song Liang's performance seemed somewhat off, resulting in multiple NGs, which the director readily noticed. That I apologize, I've caused you trouble, Song Liang said, rubbing his temples and hastily offering his apologies. Shen Jiwan maintained a composed expression. Her thoughts were consumed by Fu Sue's concerns, prompting her to instinctively distance herself from Song Liang. Only when a scene required it would she engage with him. To Fu Sue's feelings were of utmost importance. That as for Song Liang, he was merely an esteemed senior with no further implications. Maintaining a respectful distance was essential for the benefit of all involved. Thus, a scene that could have concluded sooner dragged on for 3 additional hours. That be why the time night had fully descended. Shen Jiwan was just about to leave when Song Liang and his assistant approached her. That I'm sorry for my earlier performance. I was not at my best, he admitted. It's quite all right. Senior, truly, Shen Jiwan replied courteously. In terms of both sentiment and reason, it was understandable. This was merely work after all. Song Liang smiled gently. Your progress is remarkable. You are quite clever. Give it some time, and your star will shine brightly. Thank you for your kind words, Senior, she replied, with Chiohe adding her support. It's all thanks to Senior Song's guidance that you're too kind. It's primarily because Jiwan is intelligent and quick to grasp concepts, requiring little instruction. She possesses a natural talent, he remarked. After some polite exchanges, time slipped away. Fu Su had been waiting in the van, and upon checking the time, surmised that the filming had been delayed. He instructed NC to investigate the situation. Not long after NC departed, Shen Jiwan and Xiao, he returned. Fu Su stood by the van, tall and poised, his shadow elongated under the streetlights. As she approached, her dress trailing behind her, she appeared like a sprite emerging from the night, fluttering into his heart. Have you been waiting long? She asked, leaping into his embrace and nuzzling against his chest in a playful manner. Not at all. Is it over? Yes, it didn't go very smoothly, so I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, she continued, her tone still playful. And no matter. You promised to compensate me tonight. He recalled her words with exceptional clarity. Chiohe, feeling like an unnecessary presence, found it difficult to integrate into their moment. With NC absent, she felt like a solitary light bulb illuminating their intimacy. That evening, the entertainment industry was once again in turmoil. As rumors swirled regarding Shen Jiwan and Song Liang's playful banter on set, this trending topic not only shocked fans of the Rolanite couple, but also drew the ire of Song Liang's supporters. The comment section became a tempest of discontent. Everyone was aware that Shen Jiwan had appeared on a show where she met Knight, and their relationship had blossomed into a couple. This was evident to all, particularly the couple's fans. With the emergence of this trending topic, fans were incredulous, knowing Song Liang's professional integrity. He was an actor of high moral standards and did not engage in such publicity stunts. Speculation arose that either a marketing account was instigating the drama, or it was a ploy from the production team. Who purchased this trending topic? With such wealth, why not donate to those in need? Fans exclaimed. Rola is already with Knight. They are sweet as can be. Did I implore the production team or someone to refrain from tarnishing her name? Are they attempting to stir up another couple? Is this some sort of promotional tactic for the show? What nonsense! Just because they are collaborating doesn't imply they must be romantically involved. Can't they simply communicate without it being misconstrued? Why not just film separately and splice the footage together later? That would prevent any scandal altogether. Meanwhile, Rola had not been active for over half a month. Fans were eager for her return. Come back already! I want to see you two in sweet moments. Knight, if you don't log in soon, your account will be reclaimed. It's already like a secondary account, and if you neglect it further, it may vanish. Laughter ensued as fans expressed their frustrations. However, Rola truly appeared stunning in a cheapao. She was born to wear it. Knight, did you see? Rola looks so beautiful. You must keep a close eye on her. Fans pleaded, please, both of you, share a photo. We can't bear it any longer. As the narrative shifted, fans of the couple emerged. fervently demanding Rolla and Knight to re-engage with their audience to be by the time Shinjuan returned to the hotel for some rest. It was already past 11 she too had seen the trending topic online and the anguished cries of her fans, each word resonating with sincerity. Chiohee encouraged her to post something, reminding her that fans would starve for content if she didn't. Go ahead and pamper your fans. Don't hesitate. That would also indirectly clarify the trending topic. After all, in this drama, Shinjuan portrayed the antagonist, the second female lead, and could not overshadow the main characters. However, Shinjuan was unsure what to post. Chiohee, feeling helpless, suggested she come up with something herself. Having promised Fu Siyue that she would wear a unique qipao for him, she needed time to prepare. Thus, she took the garment and headed to the bathroom, asking him to wait outside. Perhaps I should post a group photo later, she mused. After a while, Shinjuan emerged from the bathroom, adorned in the exquisite qipao. Fu Siyue had prepared red wine, sitting patiently on the sofa with his long legs slightly apart, eagerly anticipating his beloved's appearance. His heart brimmed with excitement for the evening's promised compensation. As he envisioned the night ahead. His pupils glimmered with desire. Shinjuan's cascading curls were held back with a single clip, a few strands cascading down to reveal her delicate collarbone. This particular qipao was distinct from the one she wore during filming. Its color and style were far more befitting her age, neither overly mature nor lacking in allure. That was designed solely for his eyes. Undeniably sensual, that was the very qipao Chio he had purchased on their flight. And Shinjuan felt quite bold for daring to tease him. Locking eyes with Fu Siyue, she sensed a potent intensity and urgency in his gaze, as if he were waiting to devour her whole. She felt a rush of heat coursing through her, her breath quickening. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Do you think it looks good?" The qipao's slit reached her thigh, accentuating her long, slender legs. That truly showcases your figure. He replied, his throat tightening with warmth. "Come closer." She bit her lip, obediently taking a few steps forward, barefoot on the pristine floor. Even without shoes, her feet remained clean, her delicate toes pale and pristine. Fu Siyue's gaze roamed over her. And no matter how he looked, it was never enough. His little enchantress was intentionally tempting him, luring him into a state of distraction. "Why are you so afraid of me, darling? You won't even stand before me." Hiding from afar, he teased lightly, noting the distance between them. "Is it necessary to stand so close to see me clearly?" She whispered, feeling herself melt under his scrutiny. "Darling, you know perfectly well what you're doing," he replied, his voice low and teasing. Fu Siyue rose with remarkable agility, effortlessly advancing to embrace her in his arms with a single hand, showcasing his impressive strength. In the dizzying whirl of motion. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself seated upon his lap, while he remained on the sofa, maintaining his previous posture. Yet now, she was nestled within his embrace. Appeared he relished holding her this way. Chapter 72. Mr. Fu, please make a splendid impression tonight. She felt a sense of trepidation, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder, hesitant to move. The last time she had sat on his lap in the car, he had uttered those words. "Darling, have you perhaps overestimated my self-control?" Reflecting on this made her cautious about making any sudden movements, despite her attire being so suggestive. The subtle hints she had dropped paled in comparison to the evident allure of her qipao, which concealed only the most critical areas. Fu Siyue's arm encircled the slender waist of the girl, while his other hand rested on her thigh, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. He remained composed, refraining from any overt actions. The qipao suited her exquisitely, rendering her akin to a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, further igniting his innate possessiveness. Shinjuan had anticipated that her overt and covert signals would elicit a more pronounced response from him. She had witnessed the intense emotions flickering in his eyes moments ago, yet now, seated on his lap, there was an unsettling silence. Was Mr. Fu truly so unperturbed? His lack of initiative was akin to a gentle tickling that stirred her impatience. She then spoke, her voice soft and melodious as she called his name. He nodded, his response barely above a whisper, yet the conversation stagnated. What was happening? Was her allure insufficient to capture his attention? A pang of disappointment washed over her. Had he grown weary of her charms after their previous encounter? "Why have you fallen silent?" Shinjuan lifted her gaze, meeting his chiseled profile. Fu Siyue lowered his head, his gaze heavy. "Is my darling feeling anxious?" "Not at all," she hastily denied, feeling an urge to withdraw from his embrace. Yet the moment she attempted to do so, he tightened his hold, preventing her escape. Indeed, not at all, he chuckled softly. Embarrassment and indignation mingled within her, rendering her powerless. "Darling, was this outfit specially prepared for me?" She teased, her tone playful that if you showed no reaction, it must not have been intended for you. She retorted that a subtle smile graced Fu Siue's eyes, accentuating his handsome features, with high cheekbones and a slight smirk that seemed to bewitch her senses that if you are already dissatisfied with my lack of response, I suppose I must make a commendable showing this evening. That is not the case. Your silence earlier misled me into thinking I looked unappealing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her heart raced. Feeling as though she could not tempt him, she had committed herself to being bold, openly confessing her intent to captivate him, solidifying their bond, and ensuring he was acutely aware of her affections. Fu Sue discerned her underlying message. Realizing her shift in demeanor stemmed from his earlier aloofness, he chuckled softly, his warm lips brushing against her earlobe, his breath igniting a fire within her. "Who says you cannot entice me? I was merely contemplating how to make this evening unforgettable for you." He intended to create an experience even more memorable than the last. Shinjuan felt a sudden rush of anticipation. Lifting her chin slightly, a gentle hum escaping her lips, her mood brightening ever so slightly. His sweet words had a way of dispelling her frustrations. The enchanting figure in his arms only endeared her to him more, prompting him to smile again as he added, "From now on, you may only wear this for my eyes." She feigned indignation, her playful spirit surfacing. "That may not necessarily be the case. Did I ask that so?" "It seems my darling needs to be taught a lesson." Fu Siue's voice dropped to a husky whisper, his hand descending to deliver a playful, yet firm, pat in response. She clung to him, her fingers entwining around his shoulders. A delightful shiver coursing through her, Fu Siue reveled in her affection, finding joy in her calling him by name, whether it be husband or brother. His breath, having finally steadied, was disrupted by her unexpected kiss upon his Adam's apple. Moments later, he chuckled resignedly, asking, "Who taught you this?" "No one. I was simply curious." "I heard this area is off limits to Fu Siue," ever gracious, replied. "You may touch, really." Her interest piqued. She hesitated for a few seconds before gently tracing the defined curve of his abdomen. "So it truly is permissible? But I haven't mentioned the potential consequences of touching Dada." In the next instant, he grasped the back of her head, pulling her into a kiss. She found herself immobilized in his embrace, surrendering to the moment, her eyes fluttering shut as she became lost in the sensation. Every nerve ending heightened, the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them. Mr. Fu's kisses grew increasingly enticing, each one more electrifying than the last. A delightful blend of sweetness and occasional dominance, infused with tenderness. It was utterly intoxicating. As the kiss concluded, she opened her eyes, a misty veil clouding her gaze, rendering her even more enchanting, particularly given her meticulous preparation for the evening. After a moment of shared intimacy, Fu Siue sighed and inquired, "Did you manage to keep your dress clean?" It took her a full 7 seconds to grasp his meaning. Help! This man was not merely flirtatious. He was intriguingly enigmatic. She could hardly meet his gaze, fearing that a single glance might ensnare her irrevocably. Suddenly, she remembered she needed to post on Weibo, concerned she might miss the opportunity. She quickly added, "By the way, Chiohe mentioned it's been a while since I've posted. Today would be the best time to share something. What do you think?" "Anything will do." Fu Siue nodded gently. "Understood." While he acknowledged her, he did not specify what to post. Would they still have the chance to share something tonight? The moisture lingering in her eyes had yet to dissipate, and she lacked the strength to lean against his chest. After discussing the matter, she looked up at him, her heart brimming with anticipation. That Fu Siue had been observing her intently, his gaze unwavering. Noticing the glimmer of expectation in her eyes, he smiled gently. "Now, it is time to attend to more serious matters." The anticipation within her blossomed like a dazzling firework display. Shinjuan gazed dreamily at his handsome visage, her slender fingers gliding over his prominent nose and slightly flushed lips. She whispered, "Fu Siue, you truly are stunning." Fu Siue was taken aback momentarily, before erupting in laughter. How can a man be praised as beautiful? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Shinjuan was determined to compliment him, locking her gaze on him for a moment before leaning in to kiss his lips again and again, calling his name with each peck. Fu Sue, It seemed no amount of calling was sufficient. Each utterance laced with longing and affection that he patiently responded, kissing her soft, rosy lips with tenderness. Chapter 73. This person is you. How could there be any regrets? After some time spent kissing, her hand, which had been resting on his chest, began to drift downward, her fingers playfully tugging at the buttons of his shirt. She had seen many men in formal attire, but none could wear it with the same alluring restraint as he did. Noticing her intentions, Fu Sui captured her hand, pulling slightly away from her lips to assist her in unbuttoning his shirt. One button, two buttons, revealing his impressive abdominal muscles, their shape and definition utterly tantalizing. Even seated, his physique exuded strength without an ounce of excess, perfectly balanced. She preferred a physique that was neither overly muscular nor too slender, and Fu Siu's form was just right, capable of rendering her weak at the knees. Darling, not only can you admire, but you may also touch. This area is permissible as well. His voice, low and enticing, guided her hand toward his firm abdomen. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as she replied. What if I wish to touch somewhere else? You may touch wherever you desire. Tonight, everything belongs to you. Shin Zhuan's face burned with heat, her heart nearly leaping from her chest as she said. We agreed, no cheating. Fu Sui chuckled softly, his hand moving to her back, finding the metallic zipper. Her hair was loosely pinned up, exposing her fair neck, making it easier for him to pull down the zipper. She had clearly put considerable thought into her appearance for him this evening, that Fu Sui resolved that their first time should leave an indelible memory, and fortunately, he too had made preparations that he seized her chin. Kissing her forcefully before lifting her into his arms, guiding her step by step toward the bathroom. Their first time must be clean and refreshing, and the atmosphere should be tender did I end the bathroom. The bathtub was filled with water, and as she reclined within, the mist enveloped her, accentuating her porcelain skin, tender and fragile. Fu Sui remained outside, crouched beside the tub, his large hand stirring the water. She quickly grasped his hand, preventing him from making a mess. What is it? She remained silent, boldly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Then as their lips met, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Exiting the bathroom, she felt utterly limp, lacking the strength to cling to him, lazily leaning against him. Her body had already been dried by him, the qipao discarded in the bathroom, thoroughly soaked. Once laid upon the bed, he leaned close to her ear and asked, Shall I turn off the light or leave it on? Off. Let's turn it off, she replied, her face as red as a boiled shrimp, unable to meet his gaze for fear that looking at him would render her speechless. With the lights extinguished, her shyness diminished that a soft click echoed, leaving only a dim yellow light to barely illuminate the room, that he promptly leaned down, kissing her forehead, her eyes, her nose, and finally her lips, their breaths intertwining in a heavy, tender embrace. She attempted to take the initiative, no longer allowing him to be the sole one in control, softly wrapping her arms around his shoulders, responding in kind. Obedient and compliant, she was radiant in her passion, making anyone who witnessed her irresistible. Beneath the thin sheets lay a girl who left him utterly astonished, seemingly devoid of any clothing. Whether it was her illusion or not, Fu Sui felt different from the last time they had kissed. There was an urgency to him now, yet his tenderness remained intact. Darling, there's no turning back now. From here on, if you are unwilling, there is no retreat. His voice was both enticing and lustful, his hand grasping her wrist and pressing it onto the pillow, while the other hand caressed her soft waist, an overwhelming sensation making her helplessly succumb. She let out a soft moan, her voice nearly dripping with sweetness that Fu Sui smiled gently, his entire being exuding warmth. Completely disrupting her thoughts, slowly, she opened her glistening eyes, meeting his gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat as she uttered, I don't regret it. You are the one. How could I possibly regret? Absolutely no regrets. After all, he was Fu Sui, the one who loved her deeply and would risk his life for her, that a tremor ran through Fu Siu's soul, a fleeting moment of doubt creeping in. Would she regret this? But hearing her words instantly filled his heart to the brim. As long as you nod, I would give you my life. As dawn broke, Shin Zhuan was awakened by his kisses, struggling to open her eyes. Feeling as though he was still kissing her heart, she playfully let out a soft whimper, instinctively curling up against his shoulder, asking, Aren't you going to sleep? His back felt slightly cool, as if he hadn't slept all night. Do you think I could possibly sleep? The warmth that had diminished earlier surged back up. Her face flushed crimson as she tightly embraced his shoulder, shyly burying her face against him. The marks scattered across her body were numerous. But thankfully, she was wearing a high-necked cheapao, which could be concealed with some concealer. This man, how could his words still be so enchanting? After such a tiring night, if he continued to bewitch her, she wouldn't be able to get up for filming today. It was truly overwhelming. Da Fusu, it did nothing more than gently kiss her cheek. I need to get up, she murmured, though she was reluctant. Knowing she had a scene to shoot today, do you have the energy to film? No, it's not good to take a day off. Even knowing she might struggle to rise today, she still wanted to indulge him. Last night had indeed been a wild night, but I'll help you take a leave. Da Fusu's breath was heavy, unwilling to let her leave the bed, to exit this room that wouldn't be inappropriate. I'm afraid of what people might say. No one would dare. Don't worry. Fusu kissed the corners of her lips repeatedly, coaxing her. Isn't my filming less important than you? Of course, you are the most important, she quickly replied. Then let's not go to shoot today. Stay with me. She still couldn't resist his coaxing, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, she remembered something from last night that she had meant to do. Post on social media. Had she forgotten? Forget it. Last night she had no energy left. Completely bewitched and exhausted, she would think about posting it today. That it was Fu Siue who directly called the director of the film, revealing his identity and helping her request a day off. Just a moment ago, he had been tenderly coaxing her, and in the next, he was all business on the phone, the contrast stark. Shinjuan clutched the blanket tightly, unable to look at him. The visual was simply too intense. She couldn't even imagine the expression on the director's face. Never mind, she would deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Today, she wouldn't think about it. After Fu Siue finished the call, he returned and pulled her into his embrace. He held her so tightly that she couldn't help but push against his chest, wondering if this was inappropriate. That it won't be. That I'm afraid the director might think I'm too brazen, that I have a sugar daddy. Isn't that a good thing? Then no one would dare to bully you. That if I can't even protect you, what meaning does it hold for me to do all this? This industry is ruthless, and those who make a name for themselves are far from ordinary. He truly didn't want her to enter this line of work, but since she loved it, he could only indulge her. Chapter 74. The Wedding Ring. The awareness of a married man, he worked hard to expand his business, all for the sake of being her support. Shinjuan felt warmth in her heart as she embraced his waist, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Reluctant to let go for quite some time, Da Fu Siue instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling the thin blanket over her, concealing the faint red marks on her back left from their passionate night. The traces were remnants of their fervor, still not faded. Her skin was indeed tender, easily marked, and her collarbone bore more signs of their intimacy. Da Fu Su's gaze swept over her, and in an instant, an overwhelming sensation surged within him, yet he quickly suppressed it. Rationality told him to stop. She was inexperienced and could not withstand more. Yet, the kiss was unavoidable, with her right there in his arms. He easily cupped her chin, kissing her once more. Unlike their previous kiss, this one was gentle, shifting angles until she nearly ran out of breath. Only then did he release her. After the kiss, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with a soft sheen, barely able to contain herself as she exclaimed, "How are you so good? It's truly impressive. Do you not like it?" "No, not at all. That I just found it quite unexpected. I heard others say it could be quite uncomfortable, that the experience wouldn't be great. But her experience had been nothing short of wonderful." The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she became, her voice dwindling until she buried her face in his chest. Unable to meet his gaze, Da Fu Su chuckled softly, caressing her back, his tone affectionate. "And what about you, darling?" Thinking of how he had brought her such a delightful surprise made her cheeks burn even brighter. Her head dropping lower, inhaling his pleasant scent, enveloped in a sense of safety that I also felt wonderful. "I just think you're truly amazing." She couldn't help but use the words amazing and great. And after saying that, she felt too shy, covering her face, wanting to express her feelings to him. When two people are together, they surely must communicate their feelings. Her thoughts were to convey them to him. Fu Siwa tensed up at her words, momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth curving wider, desperately suppressing the urge to make her feel even better, reminding himself to restrain. After a while, he managed to regain his composure, his voice deep and resonant. "To be able to give you such a wonderful experience is my honor." It was indeed his honor that a wave of warmth spread from his chest to his entire being, leaving her breathless. Every move he made filled her with overwhelming sensations. It was utterly enchanting. Last time, they had nearly crossed the line, but in the end, he had relented. This time, he had truly confirmed that she was entirely his. Leaving him elated, Fu Si bore no complex regarding such matters. As long as it was Shen Jiwan, he would be willing to do anything. Yet, contemplating it, they had shared their first kiss, recognizing her innocence and inexperience. She likely hadn't kissed anyone else before. After all, he was a man, and his possessiveness toward her was stronger than toward anyone else. Now, Shen Jiwan was entirely his. She was his woman. That morning was spent in the room, leaving her utterly fatigued, and she leaned against him to catch a bit more sleep. That it was only in the afternoon, around 3, that she finally stirred awake. That Fu Siue inquired if she wanted to eat. After such prolonged fatigue, it wouldn't do to skip a meal. He was indifferent, mainly concerned that she might go hungry. Shen Jiwan was indeed hungry, rubbing her belly, craving hot pot. Recently, she had been dieting and had gone a long time without food. Now she was yearning for hot pot. Fu Siue reached out to gently play with her small curls, saying, "All right, let us indulge you with hot pot. Should we invite Xiao He, an assistant, in? What do you think?" Sure done. As she picked up her phone, Shen Jiwan suddenly recalled that she had meant to post on social media last night, but had completely forgotten. What a disaster. She opened her phone to contact Xiao He, only to be bombarded with an influx of comments. Upon clicking to see, she was left astounded. The comments were all about how sweet everything was, tagging Knight. When she opened Knight's account, the very first post was from 7 or 8 hours ago. I wonder if she will like it. Please keep it a secret. Attached were 2 images, a large bouquet of fresh pink roses. The comment section was filled with declarations of sweetness, the sweetness exploding. Was her referring to her? But where were the flowers? She hadn't seen them. As she entered the living room, her gaze fell upon a bouquet of pink roses placed elegantly on the table, accompanied by a small, square jewelry box. Fu Suyue emerged from the bathroom, his hair neatly styled, revealing his strikingly handsome features, exuding an air of refined elegance. Clad in a minimalist white shirt and black trousers, his tall stature and composed demeanor radiated an undeniable charm that made him stand out in any crowd. Shen Jiwan stammered, "Why are there flowers here? They were a last-minute purchase by Ansi. Weren't we supposed to be working on Weibo? Oh, and what about that jewelry box?" She hesitated to inquire further, and Fu Siyue remained silent. What was she to do? When she asked Xiaohua and Ansi, both declined to join them for hot pot, claiming they didn't want to intrude on their time together. Thus, Shen Jiwan accompanied Fu Siyue, feeling somewhat bashful after Xiaohua's remarks. After a bit of preparation, donning a hat and mask to avoid being recognized, she noticed something unexpected while fastening her seatbelt. There was suddenly a ring on her finger. When had it gotten there? Fu Su mused, curious as to when she would make the connection. Do you like it? Shen Jiwan's astonished gaze fixated on the ring in her past life, when she had been wronged and laid to rest. It was Fu Siyue who had placed this very ring on her finger, kissing her hand, a wedding ring that he had never previously had the chance to present it to her. Following their hurried marriage, she had left home in anger, unwilling to see him, while he had been preoccupied with work, hoping to return and nurture their relationship before giving her the wedding band. They had never even held a wedding ceremony, merely obtaining a marriage license in haste. Shen Jiwan felt a mix of confusion and emotion. This ring held profound significance for her. Only now did she realize he had long been prepared, but lacked the opportunity to place it on her finger. Fu Suyue, when did you put this on me? I had no idea. Last night, he replied. As the car moved, Shen Jiwan held her breath until the traffic light turned red. She leaned over and pecked him on the cheek, her eyes sparkling with affection. Fragmented memories flashed before her. No wonder he had been so attentive to her fingers last night. She had been too exhausted to notice. The ring fit her ring finger perfectly. What about yours? Do you have one? Fu Siyue cleared his throat and replied, yes, he had always worn it during business engagements, especially when mingling with women, as a subtle indication of his marital status, an inherent awareness of a married man, designed to ward off unnecessary complications. Chapter 75, What deep impressions the ring bore. It must have been placed with considerable force. Shen Jiwan recalled having seen a ring on his finger once. But given their tumultuous relationship, She had misjudged him and had not treated him kindly, that in truth. He had prepared the wedding ring long ago, but never found the opportunity to present it. Shun Jiwan scolded herself internally, lamenting her lack of perception that had caused them to miss so much time together. Those 3 years must have been difficult for him. The Fu Siu had reserved a private, upscale dining space, ensuring they would not be subject to prying eyes. Upon entering the room, Shin Jiwan removed her mask and hat, exhaling a sigh of relief. The manager entered to attend to them, and Fu Siyue presented the menu to Shin Jiwan, inviting her to choose her preferred dishes. A message from Chihuahua popped up, cautioning against heavy oil and spicy foods to avoid breakouts. "Remember, darling." Shin Jiwan glanced at it, pouted slightly, and replied, "Got it." She would have to settle for a light soup hot pot, but it was better than nothing. "I'll go place the order now. If you need anything, please let me know." "I am at your service," the manager said with a high level of professionalism that was quite comforting. Shin Jiwan thanked him, indicating that she didn't require anything at the moment. Fu Siyue instructed the manager to step out. "Enjoy your meal, Mr. and Mrs. The term Mrs. made Shin Jiwan blush. Noticing her distraction, Fu Su gently caressed her hair, asking, "What are you thinking about?" "That young man just called me Mrs. Young man?" Upon hearing her call him that, Fu Siyue furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. That he asserted possessively, "You cannot call anyone else brother, not even a young man." Shin Jiwan quickly realized her misstep and hurried to clarify, "No, I meant no offense. I swear, young man and young lady are just cute terms. I didn't mean it in that way. It's different, entirely different," he insisted. The manager had appeared young, possibly even younger than her, which prompted her to speak so casually. But the context was entirely different from calling him brother. Fu Siyue understood the nuance but simply disliked her using such terms for others. His jealousy was palpable, and his possessiveness was intense. Sensing his sensitivity to the matter, Shin Jiwan quickly reassured him, "Brother, please don't frown. I realize my mistake. The manager didn't hear me, so it doesn't count. I promise I won't call anyone else that again." With a resigned sigh, Fu Siyue leaned in to kiss her lips. His voice husky, "You may only call me that." "Yes," she beamed after the kiss, her eyes sparkling with joy, subtly reflecting his handsome features. As if that were not enough to soothe him, he continued to kiss her for a while longer before relenting. Her lips felt as if they had been kissed with lipstick, glowing with vitality. Yet she had not applied any makeup, her complexion naturally flawless. After a while, they finished their meal. Fu Siyue helped her put on her mask and hat, wrapping his arm around her as they exited the private room, only to encounter familiar faces, a man and a woman. The man was Dr. Su, who had examined Shin Jiwan's eyes, and the woman was Bai Shi, the leading actress in the drama. Bai Shi, without a mask but wearing a hat and sunglasses, was easily recognizable due to her distinctive appearance. "What a coincidence." "Indeed," Dr. Su replied, while Fu Siyue casually chimed in. Dr. Su, who had a good rapport with Fu Siyue, inquired, "Miss Shin, how are your eyes?" "Much better, thank you for your concern." Though she wore a mask and hat, her identity was unmistakable upon hearing Shin Jiwan's voice. Bai Shi recognized her and hesitated before speaking. Shin Jiwan?" Bai Shi, initially intending to settle the bill and leave, they returned to the private room. The four of them sat down to chat, since Shin Jiwan and Bai Shi were colleagues. And Shin Jiwan had taken the day off. Bai Shi had just finished filming her scenes. Though Shin Jiwan was curious about the relationship between Dr. Su and Bai Shi, she refrained from asking, respecting their privacy, especially as they were both peers and might have a complicated relationship, possibly even as competitors. That Dr. Su cleared his throat and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes," Shin Jiwan nodded. Unlike their last encounter, Dr. Su maintained a respectful demeanor towards Fu Siyue, saying, "Bai Shi and I just arrived." "Miss Shun, are you and Fu Siyue colleagues?" "Yes," Shin Jiwan confirmed. Bai Shi was intrigued by Shin Jiwan, having seen her on a popular dating show, and was curious about the handsome man beside her. Could he possibly be the real knight? Their eyes met, and both girls felt as if they had uncovered each other's secrets. To Fu Siyue, feeling the urge to smoke, refrained out of consideration for the indoor setting and the presence of women. Instead, licking his back molars, Bai Shi suggested, "How about we grab a bite?" Shin Jiwan replied, "I do like some milk tea." Bai Shi smiled, "So do I. But what about filming tomorrow?" "Well, I'll just have to prepare extra sets of perm tonight." "Good idea." Thus, Shin Jiwan was able to enjoy her milk tea, and the meal drew her closer to Bai Shi. They had rarely interacted on set, both being too busy to become familiar to Fu Siyue and Dr. Su. Two men spoke little, allowing the women to dominate the conversation. The Fu Siyue showed no interest in Dr. Su's affairs, nor did he inquire further. He was not one to indulge in gossip. After finishing their meal, Bai Shi, having endured for over half an hour, finally asked Shinjuan quietly, "Tell me the truth, is night really? I won't betray you. I swear to the heavens that in exchange, I can tell you that I am in a flirtation with Su Jingtian." Dr. Su. How direct? Shinjuan was taken aback. Bai Shi was intensely curious, itching to know the truth. Shinjuan, realizing that she could trust her due to Dr. Su's involvement, nodded and replied, "Yes, that I knew it." Bai Shi, being quite perceptive, noticed the matching rings on the ring fingers of Night and Shinjuan, clearly indicating their romantic connection. Unable to contain herself, Shinjuan instinctively placed a hand over her heart, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Before glancing at Dr. Su, who surprisingly managed to maintain his composure despite Bai Shi's presence. This encounter with Fu Siyue and Shinjuan was unexpected. Bai Shi, with her keen eye, caught sight of a suggestive bruise on the back of Shinjuan's neck. Something that any adult would instantly recognize. Her eyes widened, heart racing, as she began to scrutinize the so-called knight, who appeared to be an unassuming gentleman, yet had a wild side that was hard to ignore. Such a deep mark implied considerable force. Chapter 76. That gentleman is quite impressive. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Shinjuan belatedly realized something was amiss and curiously asked Bai Shi, "What is wrong? Do I have something on my face?" "Yes," Bai Shi replied with a serious nod. Shinjuan quickly took out her phone to check. "Beautiful," she remarked, laughing as she found Bai Shi adorable, quite unlike her usual aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Meanwhile, the two gentlemen who had been overlooked exchanged glances. Fu Siyue looked at Shinjuan, while Dr. Su's gaze fell on Bai Shi. Each lost in their own thoughts, that Fu Siyue's gaze was filled with affection for his wife, while Dr. Su harbored a secret crush, yet had not officially acknowledged their relationship. That Dr. Su turned to Fu Siyue. "I forgot to ask last time. Has she come around to you yet?" Fu Siyue's friends were well aware of his unrequited love for Shinjuan, and Dr. Su had heard whispers about it. Noting how Xiang Yichen often teased Fu Siyue about his futile attempts to win her affection, dragging him out for drinks to ease his heartache. Dr. Su frequently observed these exchanges, occasionally joining in the jest. However, Xiang Yichen dared not mock Fu Siyue directly, choosing instead to poke fun subtly. Fu Siyue nonchalantly acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying the situation. Indeed, Shinjuan had changed significantly. While he remained uncertain about the reasons behind her sudden shift in attitude, he recalled her previous remarks about his looks and wealth being the reasons for her interest, that he found it hard to believe she would be swayed by superficial attributes, especially since she had shown no disdain for Zhou Xiao during their years together when he had nothing to offer. This indicated that she was not merely a girl who valued external conditions. She herself was quite remarkable and lacked nothing. Could it be that she remembered him? Was she recalling the one who had saved her all those years ago? If that were the case, it would certainly make sense. That Dr. Su chuckled to himself. "I thought you would be pining for her for many more years." This was a thinly veiled jab at Fu Siyue, who retorted without hesitation, "Instead of worrying about others, perhaps you should focus on your own situation." That Dr. Su bit down on his teeth in frustration, but had no retort. He was still in the ambiguous phase with Bai Shi, having pursued her for a year with little success, while Fu Siyue and Shinjuan had at least begun their journey with marriage. After dining, Shinjuan and Bai Shi found themselves bonding over their mutual admiration for each other's traits, quickly becoming fast friends. However, Dr. Su had prior commitments and needed to return Bai Shi to the set, leaving Shinjuan to arrange to meet Bai Shi again the following day. Fu Siyue, feeling a tinge of jealousy, pressed Shinjuan against the leather seat of the car, kissing her passionately. Having just enjoyed a sweet milk tea, her lips were irresistibly soft, igniting a fire within him. Shinjuan, caught off guard, slowly melted into the kiss, her hands weakly resting against his chest as she surrendered to his fervent embrace. After a time, Fu gently released her. Though she had not applied lipstick that day, her lips were now a vivid red from his affection. "Is it wrong for a girl to be so lovely?" he murmured in her ear, his voice low and filled with desire as he sighed. "Forgive me." "Why apologize?" Shinjuan was puzzled by his sudden shift in mood. Sensing something was amiss, Fu Siyue took his time to respond, finally confessing, I even feel jealous when I see you with other girls at a tea that moment. Shinjuan felt a tightening in her chest. Cupping his face with her hands as she earnestly explained, "She is a colleague. We are in the same production. She is the lead actress, and I'm the second lead, that I promise there is nothing more." Previously, before realizing Shun Xing's true nature, she had held a grudge against him for Shun Xing's sake. She was determined not to allow any misunderstandings to fester between them. Not even a little. "If you dislike it, I can avoid her," she added softly, her sincerity evident that Fu Xie was primarily concerned about being overlooked by her, and the feeling was unsettling. For a fleeting moment, he feared she might revert to her previous disdain for him, rejecting and ignoring him. Perhaps the old adage was true. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful for years to come. While he outwardly appeared calm and composed, internally he was deeply affected. Yet hearing her reassurances ignited a rush of warmth within him, stirring his blood and flooding his senses. His voice, deep yet laced with joy, broke the silence. "Darling, you are simply perfect. How could his precious one be so obedient?" "Fu Sue, you are wonderful too," she replied earnestly, aware of his kindness and determined to cherish it. If he wished for her to distance herself from others, she would readily make sacrifices for him. After all, he loved her profoundly. This man had done so much for her, and she felt indebted. "I was just joking earlier. I have no aversion to you having friends." That he loved her, and while his possessiveness was undeniable, he recognized that love should not confine her. She had her own social circle, her own friends. "That it's just that you didn't notice me earlier, and I felt a bit neglected." Indeed, she had been engrossed in conversation with Bai Shi. Oblivious to his presence, "That I'm sorry," she replied. That Fu Xie kissed her forehead. "Gigi, there is no need for apologies. Your words mean the world to me." After years of effort, he finally received her acknowledgement. And that was enough, that he would give anything for her. Meanwhile, as Dr. Su drove Bai Shi back to the set, she glanced at her phone and noticed a new post from Knight. Unable to contain her thoughts, she exclaimed, "That gentleman is quite impressive." Dr. Su, casting a sidelong glance, asked, "What do you mean by impressive?" Bai Shi detected a hint of jealousy in his tone and teased, "I won't tell you." Silence enveloped the car, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. After Bai Shi's earlier remark about Fu Xie, Dr. Su, unable to forget it, finally said, "Don't develop an interest in married men." "Married?" Bai Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised that is he really married? "Is there any doubt?" Bai Shi let out a soft "oh," realizing the truth of the matter. She laughed softly. That Dr. Su shot her a curious glance. "What is so funny?" "I'm laughing at you," she replied, her voice bright and cheerful. "Who said I was interested in married men? Did you think I was blind? Did you not see the rings on their fingers? Then why say he is impressive?" "He is impressive, isn't he? Just look at the marks on Shun Jun's neck." "TSK, do all you men lack consideration for the feelings of women during such moments?" Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt at a red light, jolting to a stop. Bai Shi, unfazed, couldn't help but laugh at Dr. Su's flustered expression. "Dr. Su, are you not better than other men?" Chapter 77. Truly unrestrained. Listening to her laden words, Dr. Su smirked, becoming more direct. "Why not find a time to test it out? Why wait for a better day? There's a hotel nearby. We can try it out and I'll take you back afterward." "That is not acceptable. We're still in the ambiguous stage." "After a whole year of ambiguity, we're still at this." Dr. Su cursed inwardly. Bai Shi withdrew her gaze, recalling past events, suddenly losing interest at Dr. Su. "Perhaps we should just call it quits and not meet again." Upon returning to the hotel, as soon as he entered the room, Fu Xie received a phone call about an urgent matter that required his immediate attention. He cast an apologetic glance at Shin Jiwan, who had originally planned to spend more time with him that afternoon, but now it seemed impossible. Shin Jiwan understood fully that he had work obligations. She had always been aware of the demands of his profession. Knowing he had carved out this much time for her was already a source of great contentment. "It's all right. If it's important, you should go," she assured him, her demeanor gentle and understanding. Showing no signs of displeasure or tantrums, that Fu Xie pulled her into his embrace, kissing the top of her head. "That you're so understanding. It makes it hard to leave." "What about your work?" Shin Jiwan inquired, genuinely considering his responsibilities. "Nothing is more important than you. I can return later." Her thoughtfulness only deepened his desire to stay longer with her. After all, just the previous night, he had been intimate with her. And now leaving would seem rather calloused. He longed to enjoy her company a bit longer. But Shinjuan shook her head, pressing her pink lips together. Your work is very important as well. I truly don't mind. That Fu Sue gazed intently at her, his expression serious yet tender. I asked my darling, not wishing for me to stay. There is no need for that. I am no longer a child. Whenever you finish your tasks, you may come to accompany me. After all, I am already yours, and there is no escaping that I expressed this to reassure him. Fu Siue's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His voice taut as he stepped closer, grasping the back of her head, and once again he bestowed upon her a lingering and passionate kiss. His hand gradually slid down to her waist, effortlessly lifting her garment. His fingertips brushing against her skin with exquisite warmth, the texture delightful, and her waist soft. Feeling his caresses, Shinjuan felt herself melting once more, but her body had yet to fully recover, still sore. Her waist, too. She could not endure any further. Moreover, he was about to leave. Was it necessary to tease her before departing? It was truly tormenting. Her heart quivered at his teasing, and Shinjuan clutched his shoulder. While assistant was still waiting at the door, pacing anxiously, Fu Siue acknowledged her with a murmur. Kissing her eyelids once more, I shall take my leave now. Observing her stirred feelings, he leaned in to kiss her ear. His breath heavy and warm, whispering, If you miss me, do call. Fu Siue adjusted himself, hesitating to depart, particularly captivated by her enchanting demeanor, which made her all the more lovable. Once one indulges in such passion, it is akin to a ferocious beast unable to suppress its bloodthirsty cravings. Yet he still had to leave as the door closed. Shinjuan awoke from a reverie, her body still warm from his touch. Tormented by the thought that this man, even as he prepared to leave, was still causing her distress, she had indeed developed a tinge of longing. After last night, she had completely succumbed. The ring on her finger and the marks on her body were tangible evidence of the preceding night's events. Confirming that it was not merely a dream, she felt a rush of excitement, unable to refrain from tossing and turning in bed. He had barely been gone for long, and already she began to miss him. Alas, how utterly lacking in reserve. The following day, upon returning to the set, she found Baishi absent. According to the director, Baishi had taken a leave of absence due to a minor mishap. Shinjuan sent a message to Baishi on WeChat, having just added her the day before, without having had the chance to converse. She was indeed sentimental. Last night, Fu Siue had mentioned that although he might feel jealousy, he still wanted to grant her the freedom of social interactions. Such words undoubtedly conveyed trust and a lack of constraint. Baishi quickly replied, stating that Dr. Su had thrown a bit of a tantrum, preventing her from leaving. Shinjuan felt her cheeks flush as she read the message. Was she overthinking it? Or perhaps misinterpreting? It was not that sort of situation. He simply needed to vent his frustrations occasionally. A bit of a dilemma. Initially, she had hoped to seek her advice today, but she decided to postpone it. Shinjuan found Baishi's meaning rather unclear. With Baishi absent, Song Liang was present and personally sought Shinjuan to clarify the matter regarding the trending topic from the previous night. I apologize, I did not anticipate that it would be captured and posted online, causing you trouble, Song Liang said with a gentle tone, his demeanor appearing genuinely sincere. That I end such matters, it was uncertain who might have instigated the trend. Shinjuan did not wholly trust Song Liang. He had assisted her in the past, which she remembered, but that was the extent of her trust. It's all right, no harm done. It's all in the past. Song Liang seemed about to say more, but then he noticed a faint red mark on her neck. Although it was quite subtle, it was still visible. That's good, he remarked, feigning nonchalance. By the way, you should cover that mark on your neck. The high-definition cameras capture everything clearly. I had thought you were a pure-hearted girl, but it seems you are no different from other careless ones. Song Liang harbored a sense of disdain within. Shinjuan was quick to respond. Thank you for the reminder, senior. The term senior effectively established a clear distance between them. Shinjuan also noted the discomfort in Song Liang's gaze, which scrutinized her from head to toe. After speaking, she distanced herself, preparing for her next scene, not casting another glance at Song Liang. The absence of Baishi for a day seemed to bring about significant changes within the crew. Shinjuan instructed Qiu he to bring over some concealer to cover the mark, and upon seeing it that morning, Qiu he could not help but tease. How long have you been hungry for him? You previously claimed that after so many years of marriage, there had been no intimacy. Now I believe you. Upon seeing the mark, Qiu he added, you're indeed fierce, but darling, allow me to give you a friendly piece of advice. Do not carelessly indulge in such strawberries on your neck. It could lead to trouble. Shin Jiwan was certainly aware. However, in moments of passion, who could maintain control? Besides, Fu Siwei had not left any marks on her neck, only a few on the back. You wouldn't understand unless you experienced it yourself. I forgive you, you silly Chiu He. Once you truly go through it, I wonder how you will fare. Shin Jiwan huffed, retorting. Chiu He playfully pinched her. Those who have experienced such things are indeed different. Now you look down upon others. Huh. Not long ago, you were still a novice, and now, after just one night, you come to educate me. Your knowledge of physiology was still something I had to teach you. Chapter 78. The feeling of being missed is truly delightful. For the next half-month, Shin Jiwan remained on set, without any further encounters with Fu Siwei. They could only exchange a phone call each night before sleep. Engaging in conversation that he was also quite busy. Several times during their calls, she could hear the sounds of meetings on his end. Often video conferences where the participants spoke in foreign tongues, his English remarkably fluent and devoid of any accent. Curiously, even while engaged in video meetings, he insisted on keeping their call active, refusing to hang up. She dared not make a sound, fearing that any noise might disturb him. On one occasion, she fell asleep and seemed to have mumbled in her sleep. Fu Siwei, who had been discussing matters, suddenly paused, remaining silent for quite a while, unsure whether to continue, given the late hour in the country. Eventually, Fu Siwei calmly remarked, "Let us conclude for today. We can address any issues tomorrow." Her realization of having disrupted their conversation startled her awake, leaving her both embarrassed and anxious. How could he not mute her voice? Why was he on speakerphone? Had she said something inappropriate? She nervously inquired. "Did I say something wrong?" "It's nothing," he replied nonchalantly. "Do not deceive me. I think I fell asleep and spoke in my dreams. At least I did not snore. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing." She was eager to know what she had said. Fu Siwei, aware that she had been asleep and uttered a few words in her dreams, found amusement in her distress, deliberately teasing her to tell. "Did I say something terribly embarrassing?"